Super Devouring System Chapter 45-49 to Chapter 46-29. Swoosh! With a weak sound of breaking through the air, an imperceptible ray of light streaked across the void, shooting toward the depths of the mosquito-forbidden grounds. Not long after, the entire vicious mosquito-forbidden area had returned to its usual calm. However, Xianxia wasn't sure if the two human clan elders who'd possessed the bodies of Shui Ben and the mosquito butcher, as well as the desolate ancient fierce mosquitoes, had returned. Perhaps it would be more appropriate to call them Shui Ben and mosquito butcher. After all, they were originally their physical bodies. Now, Shui Ben and mosquito butcher both had the terrifying cultivation of the desolate ancient realm, and they were at the 6th level of this realm. They were only one step away from the late stage of the desolate ancient realm. With Xianxia's cultivation strength, it was absolutely impossible for him to deal with it at the moment. However, if he saw the opportunity early, it would not be a problem for him to retreat smoothly. Of course. He had already discovered that the devouring system in his body would only be completely paralyzed and not have any reaction when Xingbo appeared. However, this did not include Shui Ben and mosquito butcher. As long as the devouring system in his body was fine, then, once Shui Ben and mosquito butcher appeared, Xianxia would immediately activate the interstellar coordinate jumping ability attached to the system and smoothly withdraw. It should not be a big problem. Even more. Moreover, those two fellows had already known that Xianxia was related to the headless baby corpse. At that time, the two weak blood rays that shot into their sea of consciousness and protected the souls of Shui Ben and mosquito butcher were shot from Xianxia's body. In this case, even if Shui Ben and mosquito butcher had returned to the mosquito forbidden grounds and discovered Xianxia's whereabouts, they would most likely turn a blind eye and choose to hibernate. They would not dare to provoke him easily. In fact, even if they attacked, Xianxia was not afraid. He was sure that when a life-and-death crisis came, the headless baby corpse that had turned into a corpse lamp tattoo attached to his left chest would definitely not sit idly by. Although this guy hadn't made a sound or made a move, Xianxia suspected that he had left a strand of his divine sense to monitor the outside world. Otherwise, why would the zombie lantern tattoo on his left chest suddenly emit a burning sensation when Xianxia needed him the most? If Shui Ben and mosquito butcher were really here and had immediately attacked after discovering Xianxia, it would be a good thing for him. Positive he could use this opportunity to verify the conjecture in his heart and see if the headless infant's corpse was true. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Xianxia's courage was instantly boosted. He threw his previous caution to the back of his mind and activated the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the devouring system in his body. After accumulating energy to the point where it could be activated at any time, he was no longer afraid and directly pushed his divine sense to the limit. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying divine sense of a fourth-order universe supreme radiated in all directions, enveloping the entire ferocious mosquito-forbidden area. Then, it retracted in an instant. Although, it was only for a moment, but Xianxia had a rough understanding of the current situation in the entire ferocious mosquito-forbidden area. According to his divine sense just now, he didn't find any powerful beings or supreme beings of the primordial era in the entire ferocious mosquito-forbidden area. Of course, it was highly possible that they had concealed their auras. After all, if they were stronger than Xianxia deliberately concealed their auras, it would be no problem for them to avoid the detection of his divine sense. Until, as for supreme beings of the universe, there were currently 9 supreme beings in the entire ferocious mosquito-forbidden area. 3 supreme beings of the 1st level to the 3rd level. 3 supreme beings of the middle level from the 4th level to the 6th level. The last 3 supreme beings were all at the 7th level and had just stepped into the late stage of the 7th level. Xianxia's current strength was at the 3rd level of the Universe Master, and after activating the Demon Ape bloodline in his body, he would be at the 4th level of the Universe Master. If he performed the 9th transformation of the Demon Ape bloodline to the 9th transformation, he would be at the 4th level of the Universe Supreme. Of course, with the majestic power of blood and vitality in his huge body of 60 million miles, his actual combat strength would be boosted by a small level, which was equivalent to a 5th level of the Universe Supreme. If he performed the Blood Sea secret technique and activated the power of his other bodies, he would have 3 Blood Sea bodies in an instant, and all of them would have the terrifying combat strength of a 5th level Universe Supreme. With 3 against 1, even a supreme being of the middle level of the 6th level might be killed by him. Until supreme beings of the late level of the 7th level, it was hard to say. Even if he surrounded them and fought 3 against 1, he might only be able to injure them severely. It seems that I have to give up on the 3 supreme beings of the late level of the 7th level. Otherwise, if I can't kill them, it'll be a waste of energy no matter how hard I try. After thinking for a while, Xian made up his mind. He targeted the 6 supreme beings of the 1st level to the 6th level. However, besides, his minimum target was merely 5 pieces of supreme blood essence. That was why he allowed one of the 6 beginner and intermediate universe supremes to escape. I'll kill the 2 middle supreme beings first, then deal with the 3 early supreme beings. Also, I have to act quickly and catch them off guard. Then, a cold light flashed in his eyes. Without hesitation, he moved his shoulders and shot toward the void space on the right. Dang, however, he still activated the perfect vibration mental power secret technique, perfectly hiding his body and all of his aura. It was not easy to kill a supreme being of the remote ancient era. If he was prepared in advance, even a supreme being of the middle level would be able to escape. Xiao, with a faint sound, Xian sped up. His body streaked across the void space of the universe, and in the blink of an eye, he was already a few billion miles away. The first target he'd locked onto was not too far ahead in this direction. Presently, it was less than 1 billion kilometers away from him. It was a blood leopard with the power of a 5th-level universe supreme. It was as powerful as Xian after activating the 9th transformation of the 9 changes of demonic ape bloodline. This opponent was obviously not easy to deal with. Even if he used the Blood Sea secret technique to instantly condense 3 5th-order Supreme Being Blood Sea doppelgangers, he still had to assassinate him in secret. Only then could he have a chance of killing him, and the chances of that happening were not very high. At most, it was 50%. Hence, Xian could only choose to attack him first. Otherwise, if he killed the other targets first, this blood leopard would be on guard, and it would be difficult to succeed. In the blink of an eye, Xian had left behind the distance of less than 100 million miles. At this moment, he had arrived outside the nest of this blood leopard and was standing above the atmosphere. After pondering for a while, he no longer hesitated. His figure flickered and rushed into the atmosphere. His figure turned into an invisible flowing arrow, quietly entering a boundless mountain range. Xiao, a faint whistling sound rang out as a tiny 9-colored flame sprout, which was as small as a firefly, shot out. It expanded against the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a vast sea of flames that was over 1 million miles wide, enveloping the entire mountain range within it. Everything happened too quickly. The 9-colored flame sea, which enveloped the entire mountain range, appeared almost instantaneously. And at this time, 3 huge figures that were hundreds of thousands of miles long rose from the 9-colored flame sea. They waved their fists at the same time and attacked the center of the flame sea with all their might. The reason why the flame sea was summoned first was to prevent the target from escaping. After all, even the powerful beings of the primordial era and the supreme beings of the remote antiquity didn't dare to touch the Shenong 9-colored flame, let alone a mere 5th-stage supreme being. Yes, with the existence of this 9-colored flame sea, he wouldn't be able to escape even if he had wings. The only suspense was whether Xian could take advantage of the fact that the target was completely unprepared to catch him off guard and successfully kill him in the end. The center of the flames was where the void-ripping blood leopard was located. Perhaps it was because of the shocking incident that happened 3 months ago in the ferocious mosquito forbidden grounds, but the void-tearing blood leopard was not only hiding in the star nest, it was not even outside. Instead, it was hiding in the belly of one of the giant peaks in the middle of the boundless mountain range. This dignified universe supreme being was hiding in his own star nest. It was indeed a little strange. But thinking about the shocking incident in the mosquito forbidden area, it was understandable. More than 80% of the higher-ups above the emperor level in the mosquito forbidden area were killed in one battle. The lucky survivors were only able to escape because they were in seclusion at that time and didn't rush to the depths of the forbidden area. Only just this point alone was enough to make people feel terrified and uneasy. Even what's more, the ones who caused this shocking tragedy were actually the strongest beings in the mosquito forbidden area. This was even more chilling, and it directly led to the surviving ferocious beasts and people of the remote antiquity to feel insecure. It was impossible for them to have the trust they had in the past. Under such circumstances, it wasn't difficult to understand why the blood leopard, who had the cultivation of a fifth-stage universe supreme, would carefully hide in the belly of the mountain in his nest star. Unfortunately, even if he was so careful, he was destined to be unable to escape today. Bang! An earth-shattering explosion rang out, and what happened next was without suspense. The three Blood Sea avatars swayed and threw a punch. The towering mountain in the center of the Blood Sea was directly crushed into powder. To bet the void-tearing blood leopard didn't even have the chance to let out a wail before its enormous body instantly exploded with a bang. Ching, in the blink of an eye, its enormous body exploded into a brilliant bloody mist and spread out. Swish! Xian was overjoyed at the success of his attack. Immediately after, the Blood Sea doppelganger of the three Blood Sea doppelgangers waved his hand, and an incomparably majestic and invisible force swept out from his body, enveloping a radius of millions of miles. The blood mist that had just spread out was swept up and absorbed into Xian's body. Then, it was immediately sent into the farmer god cauldron by Xian for the blood essence condensation. To do after finishing all of this, he felt a sense of disbelief in his heart. He was too lucky. Originally, he would have needed to fight for a while before he could completely kill his opponent. Who would have thought that he would be able to obtain a fifth-order sovereign blood essence in a single strike? Of course, therefore, this could be considered a coincidence. Straight only when the violent power of the three Blood Sea doppelgangers had destroyed the entire towering peak into powder did Xian suddenly react. The other party didn't resist at all. This was clearly enclosed-door cultivation. Even if it felt the spread of the nine-colored flame sea in an instant and the danger was approaching, this void-tearing blood leopard would still need at least 2 to 3 breaths of time to react if it wanted to resist. While Xian's three Blood Sea doppelgangers attacked at the same time. It only took half a breath to smash the void-tearing blood leopard and the towering peak where it was enclosed-door cultivation into powder with a single punch. The difference in time was so great that the void-tearing blood leopard's tragic end was destined. Even if the three Blood Sea doppelgangers had attacked a little slower, he wouldn't have been able to escape this calamity. That's good too. I'll finish off the opponent in an instant. This way, the possibility of being detected by the other Supremes in the ferocious mosquito forbidden area will be minimized. After calming down his excited heart, Xian murmured softly, since that's the case, I'll strike while the iron is hot. I'll immediately rush to the second target and kill the other mid-stage Supremes first. If I can succeed this time, the remaining 3 early-stage Supremes will be easy to deal with. At this point, he didn't hesitate anymore. With a wave of his hand, the 3 Blood Sea doppelgangers completely collapsed, turning into 3 majestic and endless blood rain that merged into the 9-colored flame sea under his feet. Same as at this moment, the vast and boundless 9-colored flame sea also rapidly shrank. In less than half a breath, it had turned into a 9-colored light that was as small as a firefly. In the next moment, a violent ape that was about 10 feet tall appeared in the sky above this boundless mountain range. The 9-colored light shot out and entered between the violent ape's eyebrows, disappearing. Swoosh! After doing all this, Xian's figure flashed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Clang, however, before they could charge out of the ferocious beast star, the ferocious ape's figure that had just appeared also disappeared. Xian once again activated the perfect vibration mental energy secret technique, concealing his figure and restraining all of his aura. The second target was also a mid-stage Supremes, but his cultivation level was 1 level lower than this blood leopard's. He was only a 4th-stage universe Supremes. Thus, as long as there were no accidents, Xian's chances of successfully killing him were at least above 60%. This fellow was a ferocious bird, and his bloodline should be quite mixed. He looked like a phoenix and a green swan, and he even had a terrifying beak like a large eagle. Perhaps, it was possible that he had all 3 types of ferocious bird bloodlines. 1. This mixed-blood ferocious bird with such a mixed bloodline could actually cultivate to such a high level and become a 4th-stage Supremes. Other than proving that he was diligent enough, his talent was obviously extremely extraordinary. Thus, although he was certain and felt more confident, Xian still didn't dare to be careless. This 4th-grade mixed-blood ferocious bird's nest was over 16 billion miles away from the space-ripping blood leopard's nest. For a universe Supremes, a distance of more than 10 billion miles wasn't beyond the range of detection of their divine consciousness. However, the current ferocious mosquito-forbidden land was still considered peaceful. This mixed-blood ferocious bird couldn't continuously pay attention to the nest of the blood leopard, and Xian had previously made his move within the atmosphere of the star and killed his opponent instantly. The degree of leakage of his aura wasn't very serious. Thus, according to his speculation, this mixed-blood ferocious bird was most likely still in the dark. It didn't even know that the blood leopard, which was only slightly more than 10 billion miles away from it, had just died a moment ago. If this was really the case, the chances of Xian successfully killing the blood leopard in one strike would skyrocket again, reaching more than 80%, swoosh. Whoosh. With a faint sound of breaking through the air, Xian, who had concealed his body with the perfect vibration of his spiritual power, turned into a ray of light. His speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he passed through the atmosphere of the ferocious beast star in front of him and headed to the right. He rushed to the side of a giant mountain. This giant mountain was an active volcano. It seemed to be quite active. Right now, the ring-shaped crater that towered into the clouds was spewing out fiery red magma. Inside the crater was the nest of the mixed-blood ferocious bird. This mixed-blood ferocious bird had at least 3 bloodlines of powerful ferocious birds in its body. One of them was the true phoenix. The true phoenix clan was an ancient species. According to legend, they were born in fire. Even if they died, they could be reborn in the raging fire. Therefore, the mixed-blood ferocious bird with the true phoenix clan's bloodline was not afraid of the high temperature of the volcano. Instead, it was in the boiling magma. It was understandable that it would be like a fish in water. It was also understandable that it would use the magma as its nest. As soon as Xian entered this ferocious beast star, he had already captured the aura of this mixed-blood ferocious bird. Because it did not hide at all, even if Xian did not activate his divine sense to investigate, he could still sense it clearly in an instant. Whoosh! The moment Xian's figure arrived above the active volcano, he did not hesitate and immediately attacked. A faint sound of breaking through the air was heard. A tiny 9-colored flame, like a firefly, shot out from between Xian's eyebrows. It shot out and expanded in the wind. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a vast sea of flames that was 1,000,000 miles wide, enveloping the active volcano. Almost at the same time, 3 huge figures that were hundreds of thousands of miles wide also rose from the 9-colored sea of flames. At the same time, they waved their fists and blasted toward the center of the sea of flames with all their strength. Screech! In the ring-shaped crater, an earth-shattering roar sounded. At this moment, the mixed-blood ferocious bird finally realized that it was not good. Its roar was filled with despair that could not be dispersed. Whoosh! As soon as the violent howl sounded, a sharp sound of breaking through the air came from the belly of the volcano. A rather mottled figure flapped its wings and flew out. The feathers on its body had at least 6 colors. Your bloodline is so heterogeneous, yet you were able to become a universe supreme. Even I, the Star Master, am impressed by your talent. What a pity. Today, I'm going to fall as well, and my blood will be shed here, bang. Before he finished speaking, an earth-shattering explosion was heard. The 3 Blood Sea avatars attacked at the same time. What happened next was obvious. In the blink of an eye, the 3 figures swayed and threw a punch. The towering mountain in the center of the Blood Sea was directly shattered into powder. Countless rain of fire sputtered in the air. This mixed-blood ferocious bird didn't even have the chance to wail before its enormous body exploded with a loud bang. In an instant, its enormous body exploded into a dazzling mist of blood and spread out. Swish! With one successful attack, Xian was relieved. The flesh avatar of the 3 Blood Sea avatars immediately waved its hand. An incomparably majestic invisible force rolled out from its body and covered a radius of millions of miles. The majestic bloody mist that had just spread out was swept up and absorbed into its body. It was immediately sent into the Shinnon cauldron to start the blood essence condensation. Swish! After doing all this, Xian did not hesitate at all. He immediately put away the 9-colored flame sea, and the 3 Blood Sea avatars collapsed in an instant. A raging star ape that was about 3 meters tall appeared. Its body swayed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The next moment, he rushed out of the ferocious beast star under his feet at an extremely fast speed. The raging star ape that had just appeared also disappeared because it had activated the perfect oscillation spiritual power secret technique again. It hid its body and restrained all its aura. In the blink of an eye, the second supreme blood essence was in his hands. Xian's set goal was only 5 supreme blood essences. It could be said that he had already achieved a small part of his goal. In fact, strictly speaking, the 2 supreme blood essences that he had already obtained were, compared to the 5 that Xian had set, at least half of them had been achieved, even if he had not achieved half of them. After all, the 2 supreme beings that he had already killed were both at the middle stage of this realm. The remaining 3 targets were all at the early stage of Universe Supreme. The most powerful one was only at the 3-star level of this realm, and one of them was only at the 1-star level. For Xian, who was currently in the 9th change of demon ape state, relying on the majestic force in his enormous body to gain an additional level of combat power, his final combat power was comparable to that of a 5th stage supreme. Even if he did not use the power of the Blood Sea avatars, he would still be able to kill all of them. However, if he were to attack alone, he would be able to easily kill him. Next, his third target was the most powerful of the 3 supreme beings at the initial stage. However, his cultivation level was only at the 3rd stage of Universe Supreme. The third target was an 8-horned crocodile. It was an extremely rare type of space bug, and its bloodline was not considered to be an undan. Although its appearance was that of a beetle, its entire body was covered with crocodile scales, and there were 8 long tentacles on its head that were covered with barbs. It was very ferocious. Xian hated bugs the most, but at the same time, due to the fact that the space bug race was too mysterious and had all sorts of unique abilities that no one would have expected, he almost unexpectedly suffered a great loss. Basically, it was because of the space bug race. Because of this, Xian did not dare to let his guard down, even though this third target was only at the initial stage of the Supreme Being level, and its cultivation level had only reached the 3rd stage of this realm. Moreover, he had an extremely strong intuition that this 3rd stage Supreme Space Bug race would most likely bring him unexpected trouble, just like the few powerful space bugs that Xian had encountered previously. The previous 2 consecutive hunts could be said to be extremely smooth. This was because the 2 intermediate supreme beings had already been killed and were gradually being refined into supreme blood essence in the Shinong cauldron inside Xian's body. Xian had taken them by surprise and successfully killed them in the atmosphere of the star nest. Moreover, when killing these 2 intermediate supreme beings, Xian's speed was very fast. There was no stalemate at all, and he killed them in one strike. Because of this, even though he had successfully killed 2 intermediate supreme beings in this ferocious mosquito-forbidden land, in fact, Xian's traces were still not exposed. However, this third target, although it was only a 3rd stage supreme being at the initial stage, considering that it was from the space bug race, it was very likely that Xian's traces would be exposed in this hunt if there were no accidents. Even if the location chosen for the attack was still within the atmosphere of the target nest star, this result was most likely unavoidable. In terms of transmitting information, the space Zerg had all kinds of mysterious means, and it was simply impossible to guard against them. Xiao! The sound of breaking air resounded. Xian, who had concealed his figure, rushed directly into the star nest of this 8-horned crocodile. His target was hibernating in the hinterland of the largest continent in the star. It was a humid valley with a vast terrain. Without the slightest pause, Xian directly shot forward. During the entire process, he used a perfect mental energy secret technique to conceal his presence. When he arrived in the sky above the valley, he lowered his head and instantly saw a black arachnid that was tens of thousands of feet in size lying dormant in a quiet pool in the valley. Now is the time. With a flash of coldness in his eyes, Xian directly shot forward. This time, he did not even activate the power of the clone of the Blood Sea secret technique. Alone, he threw a punch. After all, this was only a space bug of the 3rd level Universe Supreme level. As for Xian, even though he was only around 3 meters tall and had given up on the 1st level bonus from his enormous body of 60 million kilometers, he still possessed the battle prowess of a 4th-order sovereign. Now that he was caught off guard and suddenly attacked, killing this 8-horned crocodile in an instant was a sure thing. Screech! Almost at the same time, the 8 antennae on the head of the 8-horned crocodile, whose body was half submerged in the quiet pool below, suddenly trembled violently and at a high frequency. He did not even see him open his mouth, but there was an incomparably sharp screech at this moment. Even after Xian appeared and fully activated the powerful consciousness of a 4th-level Supreme Level Master, he was completely unable to block it. There was no effect at all. The punch of Bao Yuan had not even touched the body of this 8-horned crocodile when this incomparably sharp screech had already spread out in all directions. The atmosphere of this life star under his feet violently surged. Without a doubt, the screech had already penetrated the atmosphere and transmitted to the void of the universe outside the star. This meant that Xian's trace was finally exposed. At least, the fact that this 8-horned crocodile was suddenly attacked and in danger could no longer be concealed. It was completely exposed. Damned bug, I knew it would cause trouble this time. Xian was speechless. He muttered under his breath and rolled his eyes. It was also at this instant that Bao Yuan's full-force punch arrived at its target, bang. When the majestic and mighty fist hit its body, the huge body of the 8-horned crocodile instantly exploded. Amidst the earth-shattering sound, its huge body, which was tens of thousands of feet long, completely exploded into a brilliant blood mist in the blink of an eye and spread out. Swish! Letting out a light breath, Bao Yuan immediately waved his hand. In an instant, an incomparably majestic invisible force swept out from his body. The boundless blood mist that had just spread out was completely swept over. After being absorbed into his body, it was immediately sent into the Shenong cauldron by Xian to be refined with blood essence. The last 2 targets, and both of them are only level 1 Universe Supremes, so they can be easily dealt with. After ending all of this, Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light. This time, he was too lazy to even conceal his figure and aura. After absorbing the majestic blood mist formed by the explosion of the octagonal alligator into his body, he immediately turned around and rushed towards the vicious beast star beneath his feet. Celestial's atmosphere, a soft murmur came from his mouth, revealing an incomparable determination. As long as I can be a little faster and attack consecutively, after killing these 2 first-grade supreme beings, I will be able to withdraw and retreat with success. Swish, before his voice died away, his figure had already rushed through the atmosphere of this ferocious beast star and arrived at the universe void outside the star. Hell! Ruthless, the moment he rushed out of the atmosphere, he heard a series of violent roars and ruthless howls, all of which were filled with uneasiness. Indeed, the ruthless howl that the 8-horned crocodile let out before its death had already spread beyond the atmosphere of the star. The originally quiet ferocious mosquito forbidden land was instantly boiling. A large number of ferocious beasts that were hibernating within the ferocious beast stars were all roaring and howling uneasily. Xian immediately turned his head and looked to the right. This was because the nest stars of his last 2 targets were on the right side, and they were not far apart, only a few 100 million miles away. It gave him a feeling of huddling together for warmth. At this moment, as he shifted his gaze, within the 2 ferocious beast stars that Xian had already locked onto in his mind, there were clearly 2 figures that were rushing out at an extremely fast speed. They were the 2 ferocious beasts that were the targets of the first-level Universe Supremes. These 2 fellows were quite clever. From the desperate howl of the 8-horned crocodile, who was at the 3rd level of this realm, they had obviously determined the strength of their unknown opponent. Hence, not only did they not have the slightest intention of resisting, they even tried their best to shrink their bodies. Now, their bodies were only about 300 meters tall. After rushing out of the 2 ferocious beast stars in the void space in front of them on the right side, one on the left and one on the right, they expanded to the extreme. They quickly split up and fled. You can't escape. Swish! Swish, there was a flash of coldness in the eyes of the ferocious ape. Just as he spoke, he had already waved his hand abruptly. Along with the faint sound of breaking through the air, a tiny 9-colored ray of light, like a firefly, instantly shot out. As it soared in the wind, it had turned into an incomparably dazzling 9-colored flame sea in the blink of an eye, enveloping the universe void space within a radius of 10,000 miles. Its speed was even faster to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of the first-level Supreme Master on the left. While blocking his escape route, it circled around him from all directions. Within half a breath, it had already trapped him within the 9-colored flame sea. At the same time, the ferocious ape's figure directly collapsed on the spot, turning into a crimson sea of blood. It was like a waterfall piercing through the sky. Its speed was also extremely fast. Within half a breath, it had already arrived on the right side of the first-level Supreme Master on the right. As the blood-colored waterfall soared in the wind, it instantly turned into a sea of blood of 10,000 miles, blocking all directions of the first-level Supreme Master. Roar! Roar roar! An earth-shattering roar rang out. Just as the majestic sea of blood that enveloped the void space of 10,000 miles was formed, 3 huge figures rose from the ground in the sea of blood, each occupying a side, forming a triangle, trapping the first-level Supreme Master who was trapped by the sea of blood. In the middle of the encirclement. The next scene was without a doubt. Before the roar had even faded away, the 3 blood sea avatars that had just risen from the ground had already punched at the center of the encirclement with all their might. Bam! An earth-shattering boom rang out. This first-level Supreme Master had almost no resistance at all. He didn't even have the chance to wail. Under the joint attack of the 3 blood sea avatars, his body, which was only about 1,000 feet tall, turned into a bloody mist with a strong smell and spread out. Boom! At the same time, in the void hundreds of millions of miles away on the left, a second earth-shattering explosion quietly exploded. In the blink of an eye, the last 2 first-stage Supreme Beings were killed almost at the same time. Their bodies, which had shrunk to a size of about 1,000 feet, exploded and turned into a bloody mist. Hua la la, xiao, xiao. In the next moment, the 3 blood sea clones crumbled at the same time and merged into the majestic blood sea under their feet. Then, a figure of a raging ape appeared from the blood sea. It was only about 3 feet tall, but the aura emitted from its body had already reached the level of a terrifying 4th-stage Universe Supreme. 2 faint sounds were heard, and the majestic blood sea under their feet shrank rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a faint bloody light and shot out from between Xianxia's eyebrows and disappeared. As for the bloody mist that had just spread out from the blood sea, with a wave of the raging ape's hand, an incomparably majestic and shapeless force instantly spread out from it. It enveloped an area of tens of thousands of miles and swept everything into its body. It immediately sent it into the Xianxia cauldron to start the blood essence condensation. After doing all this, Xian turned to look at the 9-colored flame sea that was thousands of miles away. With a thought, the flame sea shrank into a 9-colored light the size of a firefly and entered Xian's body. At the same time, the bloody mist formed by the explosion of the other first-stage Supreme Being's body also whizzed toward him. The raging ape waved his hand and sent it into the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the space within the Xianxia cauldron to start the blood essence condensation at full speed. In the blink of an eye, the last 2 first-stage Supreme Beings were killed. At this point, Xian had 5 pieces of Supreme Blood Essence, which was the minimum requirement to make a batch of level 28 Supreme Being pills. However, with only 5 pieces of Supreme Blood Essence, even with Xian's attainment in the art of pills and the full power of the Xianxia 9-colored flame, he could only make 1 level 28 Supreme Being pill at most. The probability of making 2 pills was less than 10%. It was almost impossible. Right now, Xian's own cultivation was only at the 3rd level of the Universe Master realm. He still had 6 small levels to break through before he could swallow a level 27 Supreme Treasure pill and step into the Universe Supreme realm. After becoming a Universe Supreme, he still had to go through 9 more minor breakthroughs. Only when he reached the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Universe Supreme would he be qualified to swallow a level 28 Supreme Treasure pill. In other words, Xian still needed to break through 15 levels before he could take a level 28 Supreme Being pill. There was no need to rush, so there was no need to start the condensation now. I've already obtained the minimum requirement of 5 pieces of Supreme Being Blood Essence, Xian thought. Xian's eyes. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Xian's eyes shone with a bright light as he muttered to himself, with my current cultivation level, I still need to break through 15 small stages before I can swallow a level 28 Supreme Expert's pellet. In other words, after this, the Supreme Blood Essence would still be hunted and collected, trying to maximize the amount of Supreme Blood Essence as much as possible. Transform. And there are still 4 Universe Supreme Beings in this mosquito forbidden land. Speaking of which, Raging Ape turned around and gazed into the distance at a gigantic star of ferocious beasts in the distance. Previously, there were still 9 Universe Supreme Beings in this huge ferocious mosquito forbidden land. Among them, 3 were early-stage Supreme Beings from level 1 to level 3, and 3 were mid-stage Supreme Beings from level 4 to level 6. The last 3 were level 7 Universe Supreme Beings, and they had just stepped into this level. Late-stage Supreme Beings. Yi Xian was now a level 3 Universe Master, and if he activated the Demon Ape bloodline in his body, he would be a level 4 Universe Master. If he could unleash the 9th transformation of the 9 transformation Demonic Ape bloodline technique, he would become a 4th level Universe Supreme. Of course, with the addition of the boundless energy and blood within his 60 million miles long body, his actual combat power would be boosted by another small level. That meant he would be as strong as a level 5 Universe Supreme, and if he performed the Blood Sea technique and activated the power of his other bodies, he would have 3 Blood Sea bodies instantly. And all of them would have the terrifying combat power of a level 5 Universe Supreme. Under such circumstances, even a level 6 Intermediate Supreme Being would be killed by him in a 3-on-1 battle. As for a level 7 Advanced Supreme Being, it was hard to say. Even if he besieged him and fought him in a 3-on-1 battle, he would only be severely injured. It was because of this reason that Yi Xian did not think too much before he took action. He gave up on the 3 level 7 Advanced Supreme Beings. He even gritted his teeth and gave up on the strongest rank 6 Supremes among the 6 remaining early middle Supremes. His only goal was to ensure that he had at least 5 Supremes blood essences to refine a rank 28 Supreme elixir pellet. To be able to get them safely, and now, he had achieved this minimum goal. And due to the different circumstances, Yi Xian changed his original plan. He would not refuse any Supreme blood essences, and the more the better. There were still 4 Universe Supreme Beings in this ferocious mosquito forbidden land. Those 3 late-stage sovereigns of the 7th step had also fallen. Even if Yi Xian were to use the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations of the Demonic Ape's bloodline and activate the power of the Blood Sea secret techniques clone, 3 Blood Sea bodies with the combat power of a level 5 Universe Supreme Being besieged by a level 7 Advanced Supreme Being, the chances of successfully killing him were less than 30%. At most, they would only injure him severely. There was no point in doing so. He could only give up on the 3 level 7 Advanced Supreme Beings. Perhaps he would have a chance to kill them after he had broken through 1 or 2 levels in the future. On the other hand, it was a different story for a peak mid-level Feral Supreme at rank 6. If the 3 Blood Sea clones with level 5 battle prowess fought together, there was a 40% chance of successfully killing the Blood Sea clones. 40% was already very tempting. It was worth the risk. Of course, the most important thing was that as Yi Xian extended his spirit consciousness, he could clearly sense that the level 6 Supreme Being had not escaped at all. He was still hiding in his star nest. Since you are courting death, then don't blame me for it. A cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes as he instantly gritted his teeth and made a decision. He would take advantage of the fact that there were no other unforeseen events to take the risk of making a final attack. He would try and see if he could kill the 6th Order Sovereign and obtain another Sovereign blood essence. Hell! After making the decision, the ferocious ape no longer hesitated. He raised his head and let out an earth-shattering roar. Anyway, he had already exposed himself in the previous battle. Since that was the case, there was no need to hide anymore. It was only the last battle. If he wanted to fight, he would fight to his heart's content. Who? At this moment, Yi Xian was finally recognized. When he killed the 2 first-stage Supremes earlier, he had summoned the 9-colored Sea of Flames and even used the power of the Blood Sea secret technique to form 3 Blood Sea clones. However, at that time, the 3 Blood Sea clones were only 10,000 feet in size. Because their targets were Supremes, their size had shrunk to about 1,000 feet. Being too big was inconvenient. It was because of this that the ferocious beasts in the ferocious mosquito forbidden land did not recognize him immediately. Now, Yi Xian had used the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape in his body. Moreover, he did not use the Blood Sea secret technique to control his size. As soon as his terrifying size of 60 million miles appeared, he was recognized immediately. After all, such a terrifying size was too unique. When the ferocious mosquito forbidden land had undergone a shocking change, Yi Xian had revealed his terrifying size of 60 million miles. That scene had long been deeply imprinted in the memories of the countless ferocious beasts in the forbidden areas who were lying on the ground and shivering in the surrounding voids and stars at that time. It was almost impossible to erase. This was a terrifying existence that could fight the four supremes in the ferocious mosquito forbidden land head-on. He had even scared away the two most powerful beings in the ferocious mosquito forbidden land, the human elder and the desolate ancient mosquito. Although their cultivation had dropped by a whole realm because of the self-destruction of their bodies, they were still primordial supremes after all. None of the ferocious beasts in the ferocious mosquito forbidden land could forget that it was Xian who had scared away the two supremes as soon as he appeared. Moreover, they had not hesitated to turn around and flee in panic. Even now, they had not returned, although they did not understand why. Facts were facts. From that moment on, the ferocious ape had left a deep impression in the hearts of the countless ferocious beasts in the ferocious mosquito forbidden land that they could not provoke. Moreover, after the two powerhouses fled in panic, the remaining two powerhouses were the two middle-aged men of the human race, who were originally at the primordial era. However, their cultivation dropped by an entire realm, and they were reduced to sixth-order supremes. Under his confinement, one of them was instantly killed, and the other was forced to self-destruct his divine soul, and thus perished. All of this was sufficient to prove the terror of this ferocious ape, and no one was willing to provoke such an existence. Swish! Swish, swish, swish. Almost at the next moment, countless sharp whistling sounds rang out. A large number of ferocious mosquito beasts and ferocious beasts of other races shot out from the atmosphere of the ferocious beasts in the nearby void. Without the slightest hesitation, they rushed to the void of the universe outside the atmosphere of the star and fled in all directions. They rushed to the edge of the forbidden mosquito land. It was clear that they were trying to escape from this place. These ferocious beasts were all scared, because today, this was the second time this devil-like violent ape had come to the vicious mosquito forbidden area. This place was clearly being targeted. Last time, he was entangled with the four supreme experts of the ferocious mosquito forbidden land. This time, he was making things difficult for those universe supremes. Who knew if he would vent his anger on ordinary ferocious beasts below the supreme being level the next time he came? In short, since he was targeted by such a terrifying demon god, he obviously couldn't stay in the ferocious mosquito forbidden land anymore. The only choice was to take advantage of the fact that the great calamity had not fallen on his head and quickly escape from here. Anyway, in this supreme forbidden area, there were no beings above the level of primordial supremes guarding it. This place didn't live up to its name, and it could collapse at any time. Swish, swish, swish. With this thought in mind, a large number of ferocious beasts rushed out of the atmosphere of the ferocious beasts in the surrounding void one after another and fled in panic. This scene was like the spreading of a plague. From near to far, it rapidly radiated towards the entire vast and boundless forbidden area of mosquitoes. It was really like the old saying, when the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Xiao. Right at this time, a figure shot out from the target star in front of him. He was also only 1,000 feet tall, and he had concealed his aura. He blended in with the large number of ferocious beasts rushing out from the star's atmosphere and shot into the distance. This guy was obviously trying to fish in troubled waters and take advantage of the chaos to escape. This was an ironback blue wolf with a full body of gray fur. He didn't look very eye-catching, but in reality, he was a powerful sixth-order supreme being. He was only one step away from stepping into the late-stage universe supreme being level. It was obvious that this fellow was also afraid of Xian. This was because during a shocking turn of events in the forbidden area of the ferocious mosquitoes, Xian had single-handedly sealed the two middle-aged men of the human clan, whose cultivation had fallen to the sixth-order sovereign level. In the end, they died one after another. Because of this, the ironback blue wolf didn't dare to take any chances, even though Xian's strength was lower than his, being only a fourth-order supreme being. In any case, there was no benefit in staying, so he might as well not take the risk and take advantage of the chaos to escape. Unfortunately, his aura had already been locked onto by Xian. Even if he concealed his strength, his figure was like a candle in the dark night in Xian's perception. He was too eye-catching, and there was no way he could escape. You want to leave now? It's too late. A cold light flashed in Xian's eyes, and he didn't hesitate. With a thought, a ray of 9-colored light shot out from between his eyebrows. It expanded with the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a vast sea of 9-colored flames, covering a radius of 10,000 miles, blocking the ironback blue wolf's path. The ironback blue wolf and its surroundings were all sealed. Blood Sea secret technique. In the next moment, Xian roared softly, and the 60 million miles long giant ape collapsed in an instant, turning into a sea of blood that merged into the sea of 9-colored flames. Almost at the same time, from this vast sea of 9-colored flames, 3 huge figures that were at least 10,000 feet tall rose from the ground at the same time, surrounding the ironback blue wolf in a triangle formation, trapping it in the middle. Go to hell! Boom boom boom, bang! Before the roar fell, an earth-shattering explosion sounded. The 3 Blood Sea avatars attacked at the same time, and there was no suspense in what happened next. In the blink of an eye, the 3 Blood Sea avatars swayed, and directly punched the ironback blue wolf in the middle of the sea of blood, directly disintegrated into powder. The huge body completely exploded into a brilliant bloody mist, and then spread out. Xiao! A faint whistling sound rang out, and the Blood Sea avatars waved their hands at the same time. In the blink of an eye, an incomparably majestic invisible chi rolled out from their bodies, enveloping a radius of 10 million miles. The majestic bloody mist that had just spread out was all swept up and absorbed into their bodies, and immediately sent into the Shinnon cauldron to spread out the blood. Screech! Screech screech screech, in the blink of an eye, another powerful Stage 6 Supreme had fallen. This scene was witnessed by the countless ferocious beasts of the Forbidden Lands who were fleeing in all directions. Instantly, the wave of panic became even more intense. Countless ferocious beasts of the Forbidden Lands let out violent howls, revealing endless fear and terror. Spurred by the desire to survive, they shot toward the edge of the Forbidden Mosquito Land at an even faster speed. Xian did not care about these at all. With a wave of his hand, rays of light shot out from the interior of the ironback blue wolf's lair in front of him, penetrating the atmosphere and shooting directly into his body. These were the various top-grade cultivation resources obtained from the ironback blue wolf's lair. After all, the target this time was a Universe Supreme, an existence second only to the Primordial Supreme and the great beings of the Primordial Era. Obviously, there would be many good things in his hands, and he could not miss out on these. In fact, when he killed the other 5 fellows earlier, Xian did not miss out on collecting resources as well. No matter how short the time was, he would still collect them. This ironback blue wolf was indeed rich. Among the various top-grade cultivation resources that were collected by Xian in his undying world, there were some extremely precious items that even Xian was very tempted. At this moment, he suddenly recalled the shocking unforeseen event that happened not long ago in the Forbidden Mosquito Land. That time, after Xingbo left, the human elder and the primordial ferocious beast, who originally had the cultivation of a primordial supreme, fled in panic after possessing the original bodies of Shui Ben and Mosquito Butcher. The last 2 fellows who were left behind originally had the terrifying cultivation of a primordial supreme, but because of the self-destruction of their physical bodies, their cultivation fell to Stage 6 Supreme. Without exception, all of them died at the hands of Xian. Unfortunately, Xian entered the deepest region of the Forbidden Mosquito Land and searched the lair of Xingbo, the 3 men, and the beast, but did not find anything. This was understandable. Xingbo was about to leave, and these 4 fellows had long since made preparations to self-detonate before heading out to search for opportunities to seize bodies. The lair had naturally been cleaned up long ago, so how could there be any good items left behind? This matter made Xian feel rather regretful, but there was nothing he could do. Fortunately, his return to the ferocious mosquito forbidden area this time had allowed him to gain quite a bit. Up until now, he'd already obtained 6 precious exalted blood essences and all the top-rate cultivation resources within the lairs of these 6 formidable exalted beings. It was absolutely a great harvest. Damn it. Sure enough, it's this fierce ape. What is he trying to do? He's actually hunting Universe Supremes? In such a short time, 6 of the 9 supreme beings left in the fearsome mosquito forbidden land have died? Crazy. He's definitely crazy. Isn't he afraid of provoking public anger? At this moment, numerous furious roars resounded from the distance in another direction, and they revealed boundless indignation. However, one could clearly notice a wisp of terror amongst them. These were the voices of divine senses, and all of them revealed the powerful auras of Universe Supremes, and they weren't at the early or middle stage, but at the late stage of the 7th level. Without a doubt, these three fellows were the last three 7th level Supremes left in the fearsome Mosquito Forbidden Land. There's no need to tangle with him. This fierce ape is crazy. Let's leave quickly. Such reckless hunting of Universe Supremes will definitely incur public anger. There are many top-tier and even super Supreme Forbidden Lands and Supreme Star areas on both sides of the Milky Way star field. Although we can't do anything to him, the great beings of the Primordial Era and Supreme Primordial Era can definitely deal with him. That's right. We must expose this matter. There's no need to tangle with him here. Let's split up, Xiao, Xiao. Xiao. As these voices of divine senses were heard again, three beams of light shot out from the three giant beastly stars in the distance. In the blink of an eye, they rushed out of the atmosphere of the stars and flew in three different directions. 7th level Supremes? Looking at the three beams of light rushing out and going in different directions, Xianxia's eyes flashed coldly as he turned to look at them. He murmured, if the three 7th level Supremes were to gather together, I wouldn't be able to do anything, but now, since you're going to split up. If I grit my teeth and fight with all my might, it won't be too difficult to kill one of them. The success rate is at least above 50%, that's enough. Thinking of this, Xian didn't hesitate anymore. He moved his body and immediately chased after the beam of light on the right. He let out a furious roar, giving off a feeling that he was about to go berserk. Hell! The one in front, don't run. Stay and fight for another 300 rounds. I promise I won't beat the sh*t out of you. Hell! Hell! The three Universe Supremes, who were fleeing in different directions, shuddered at the same time when they heard those words and roared in anger. Although they were late-stage sovereigns and their cultivations were stronger than Xian's, what Xian had done the last time the ferocious Mosquito Forbidden Area had left a deep impression on them. It could be said that in the depths of their hearts, these three late-stage Supremes were all fearful of Xian. They didn't want to provoke him at all. At this moment, hearing his words, they let out an earth-shattering roar. This was clearly a sign that it was about to go berserk. It was already difficult to deal with an ordinary ferocious star beast when it went berserk. However, this was a star berserk ape that was known for its violent temperament, and it had such a fierce reputation in the past that even two Primordial Era Supreme Beings were frightened by it and left in a hurry. If they were to stay and fight with it, they would definitely be beaten to a pulp. At the thought of this, the three late-stage Supremes trembled again. Without any hesitation, they rushed in different directions at a much faster speed. Seeing this, Xian was relieved. He knew that everything was fine. Cold light flashed in his eyes. In an instant, a 9-colored light shot out from between his eyebrows and rushed toward the late-stage Supremes on the right. Although this light looked insignificant, as small as a firefly, its speed was much faster than lightning. This was the result of Xian activating the domain power of the Shannon Cauldron to the extreme. Xiao, the 9-colored light shot out, and in just 2 breaths of time, it had already arrived near the late-stage sovereign on the right. Immediately after, with a thought from Xian, the tiny 9-colored light that was like a firefly instantly expanded in the wind. In less than half a breath, it turned into a vast 9-colored sea of flames, covering a radius of tens of thousands of miles. It blocked the late-stage Supreme's path and surroundings. Hell! What's the point of asking such nonsense? Whoosh! As he spoke, Bao Yuan's figure shot forward and soon arrived at the edge of the 9-colored sea of flames. As soon as he finished speaking, Xian let out a light roar in the next moment. The enormous ape that was 60 million kilometers long instantly collapsed, turning into a sea of blood that merged into the 9-colored sea of flames in front of him. Almost at the same time, 3 gigantic figures that were millions of miles long rose from the ground in the vast 9-colored sea of flames. They surrounded the trapped late-stage Supreme Being in a triangle formation, trapping him in the middle. Since you can't leave, why don't you have a good fight with me? Speaking of which, I haven't killed a late-stage Supreme Being yet. Boom. 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 Before the furious roar had died down, a world-shaking explosion rang out. The 3 Blood Sea clones attacked at the same time. They were trapped in the center, and their bodies were enveloped in a ball of light. It was impossible to see clearly, and it was impossible to tell what kind of astral ferocious beast they belonged to. The late-stage Supreme Being attacked. You're too arrogant, Bao Yuan. Even if you have the Blood Sea secret technique and can condense 3 avatars of the same battle strength, you still can't kill me. As the 3 Blood Sea avatars attacked at the same time, the late-stage Supreme Being in the middle said disdainfully. At this moment, he calmed down. Since he was already trapped, it was useless no matter how angry he was. Buzz, a low buzzing sound was heard. The late-stage Supreme Being, whose figure was originally shrouded in a halo and couldn't be seen clearly, seemed to have used some kind of secret technique. A layer of green light shrouded his entire body. This scene was similar to the scene of the 2 middle-aged humans whose realms had dropped. Bang! Bang bang, 3 earth-shattering explosions were heard. The 3 Blood Sea avatars' punches landed on the green light shroud at the same time. Unfortunately, although the green light shroud shook violently, it resisted and wasn't broken in the end. See? Bao Yuan, the strength of your 3 Blood Sea avatars is merely between the 4th and 5th levels of the Supreme Realm, while your main body is a late-stage Supreme Realm of the 7th levels. Before the earth-shattering explosion had even subsided, the voice of the late-stage Supreme Being rang out from within the azure light barrier. This time, he was much more relaxed, and there was even a hint of mockery in his voice. Our strength is not on the same level. Even if it's just a layer of energy shield, you won't be able to blast it open, although your 9-colored flame sea can trap me here. Since you can't break this energy shield, what can you do to me? Don't forget, you don't have much time left. Very soon, the primordial masters and even the supreme masters of the ancients from the other forbidden lands will arrive. When that time comes, you won't be able to escape even if you have the 9-colored flame sea. At this point, there was a brief moment of silence in the cyan light barrier. But very soon, the late-stage Supreme Master, who had not revealed his true appearance until now, suddenly changed the topic, and his tone became persuasive. Bao Yuan, there is no enmity between you and me. Why do you have to do this? If this battle continues, you won't be able to get any benefits. On the contrary, the longer this drags on, the more disadvantageous it will be for you. If there really is a Supreme Master of the ancient desolate realm from the other forbidden lands, it will be too late for you to regret. Retreat. It's still not too late to leave now. Bao Yuan, this is all I have to say. You, don't make a mistake. After saying these words, the late-stage Supreme Master in the cyan light barrier did not say anything else, as if he was certain that Yi Xian could not do anything to him. He was probably secretly pleased with himself within the cyan light barrier at this moment. Don't make a mistake? I won't give you this sentence. Because today, you will definitely die. Roar. As the late-stage Supreme Master finished speaking, Yi Xian's voice rang out from the mouths of the 3 Blood Sea avatars at the same time. Then, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the 3 Blood Sea avatars at the same time. In the next moment, the Bao Yuan avatar and the Black Fog avatar roared again, and one from the left and one from the right, attacked the late-stage Supreme Master in front of them, whose entire body was enveloped in the cyan light barrier. But the incomparably ferocious skeleton avatar stopped abruptly at this moment, and quickly raised its left arm. At this time, Yi Xian had no other choice. The other party was right. He did not have much time, and he had to end this battle as soon as possible. Therefore, he could only use the supreme skill, the heaven-falling bow, and fully activate it. Buzz. Almost at the same time, a weak low buzzing sound rang out. A ferocious energy bow rapidly formed on the left arm of the skeleton avatar. Its shape was rather ancient and mysterious, and the bow was made up of 3 parts. In the middle was a 2-headed monster, and its wide-open mouth was facing up and down. The upper and lower parts of the bow were 2 humanoid creatures with their bodies bowed. The 2-headed monster's wide-open mouth swallowed the 2 humanoid creatures' legs and a part of their calves respectively. The connecting point of the bow happened to be their painfully raised heads, and their mouths were where the bowstring was. Their hands were at the sides of their mouths. They seemed to be howling, and their expressions were inexplicably strange. A bowstring formed by countless fine golden threads was connected to the 2 humanoid creatures' wide mouths at both ends. Then, a golden energy arrow appeared on the bowstring. Soon, the eyes of the skeleton avatar also burst out with a strange golden glow, and it stretched out its right hand. It directly pinched the bowstring of the giant energy bow in its left hand, holding the energy arrow, and slowly pulled the bowstring, buzz, an incomparably low buzzing sound suddenly rang out. At this moment, even the surrounding void seemed to have a formless wave, as if this arrow was only in the bowstring state, but the aura it emitted had already caused the void to tremble. Swoosh! An extremely sharp sound pierced through the air. At this moment, the skeleton avatar directly released its right hand that was pinching the golden energy arrow, and the energy arrow, which was already filled to the brim with power, instantly shot out. It seemed that even the void was instantly torn apart. As the golden arrow burst out, a trail of black flame-like waves appeared behind it. In the blink of an eye, the golden arrow whistled out at an extremely fast speed and instantly approached the boundless light shield. It directly pierced through it and rushed into the light shield. No, at this moment, a ruthless roar sounded, revealing endless unwillingness and despair. Unfortunately, this could not change anything. Everything that happened next was without suspense. In the blink of an eye, the late-stage supreme martial artist in the center of the sea of flames directly collapsed into powder. The huge body completely exploded into a dazzling bloody mist, and then spread out. Swoosh! Xiao! In the blink of an eye, the boundless sea of flames that enveloped an area of 10 million kilometers instantly condensed into a speck that looked like a firefly. It swiftly shot over and entered the space between Bao Yuan's brows before disappearing without a trace. At this time, Yi Xian had already removed the Blood Sea secret technique, and the 3 Blood Sea avatars disappeared. Currently, the cultivation aura emanating from his body was still that of a 4th-order universe supreme, but his figure was only about 3 meters tall. 7. The harvest this time is really a pleasant surprise. Just now, when this late-stage sovereign was killed, the number of sovereign blood essences in Yi Xian's hands had already reached a total of 7. Just these 7 sovereign blood essences alone were enough for him to refine 3 level 28 supreme treasure pellets. The fierce mosquito forbidden land is worthless now. 7 of the 9 supreme beings were killed, and 2 escaped. As he spoke, Yi Xian turned his head to look at the 3 enormous stars in the distant void. That was the lair of the 3 late-stage sovereigns that had just been killed and escaped. They left suddenly. Although the most important treasures must have been taken away, there might still be some left in the lairs. These were top-grade cultivation resources obtained from the lairs of supreme beings at the late stage of the 7th level. Even if they were not the most precious items, they were still very valuable to Yi Xian. He had not robbed the lairs of late-stage supreme beings before. Now that the opportunity was right in front of him, he would not miss it. 1. Thinking of this, he immediately pushed his divine consciousness to the extreme, and it shrouded the 3 ferocious beast stars in the distance. Through the atmosphere of the stars, he entered the interior and started a thorough investigation. The next moment, Yi Xian's eyes lit up, and a smile appeared on his face. He had indeed gained something, and it was not a small amount. The top-grade cultivation resources left in the 3 giant stars were even more valuable than the lairs of the iron-backed blue wolf that he had plundered. There were rare treasures and medicines among them, and even Yi Xian was envious. Xiao! Xiao, xiao, xiao. Then, with Yi Xian's thought, the sharp sound of something breaking through the air was heard. In the distant void, rays of light shot out from the 3 giant stars. A large amount of rare top-grade cultivation resources were all wrapped up and sent into the undying world in Yi Xian's body. After finishing all this, he did not hesitate and did not delay any longer. He directly activated the interstellar coordinate jumping ability attached to the system in his body. His figure turned into a ray of light and directly disappeared on the spot. This time, the interstellar coordinate jump point that he had locked onto was still the same as before. When his figure reappeared, he was already near the nesting star that nurtured his strongest avatar. Divine Yi Xian extended his divine sense and confirmed that the lairs of the lairs and its surroundings were as usual. After a while, he turned into a ray of light and went into the core of the giant abandoned star used for closed-door training. Therefore, after the last battle, he immediately returned here because Yi Xian was about to enter closed-door training to break through another level of cultivation. In the previous battle, he had used all his strength to activate the fallen sky bow. His blood, qi, and true yuan in his body were almost depleted. Although he had not reached the point of breaking through, in addition to the continuous battles, the time for another breakthrough had arrived. Xiao. With a wave of his hand, the farmer god cauldron was summoned and suspended in the core space of the giant abandoned star. Xiao. 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 Then, Yi Xian stepped into the mouth of the farmer god cauldron, which was shrouded in nine-colored fog. After sitting down cross-legged, he waved his hand and the sound of something breaking through the air was heard. Very quickly. Soon, rays of light shot out and suspended in front of him. They were all cultivation resources that he took out from the undying world in his body. After doing all this, Yi Xian immediately activated the domain of the farmer god cauldron. After compressing all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fist, he swallowed them into his stomach with a wave of his hand. Hua la! In the next moment, the expected clanking sound of the chains came from all over the place, ringing continuously in his body. This time, there was still only one shackle that appeared within Yi Xian's body. This was within his expectations. After all, he was already at the middle stage of the Universe Master stage. It was basically impossible for him to have 2 consecutive breakthroughs or 3 consecutive breakthroughs like before. After sighing with emotion for a moment, Yi Xian quickly focused his attention and used all his strength to activate the great river of energy that had just formed in his body. He circulated it through the 100 meridians in his body over and over again, accumulating his strength. The heart-wrenching pain came quickly and enveloped Yi Xian's entire body and mind. However, to him, this was no longer a big deal. It had long become a daily occurrence. Time passed slowly. Yi Xian focused all his attention and performed a great cycle of circulation with all his strength. This time, the progress of his breakthrough was obviously slower than usual. After a full 7 days, the huge river of energy that had formed in his body was finally completely refined. Then, with just a single impact, this incomparably thick shackle chain had already been broken. When this shackle completely broke, the anticipated system prompt sounded in Yi Xian's mind, ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the ancient cave void technique. Current realm, 4th stage Universe Master. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the physical body's blood energy. Current realm, 4th stage Universe Master. 4th stage Universe Master. Previously, Yi Xian's original body's cultivation was at 3rd stage Universe Master. Once the power of the ancient demon ape bloodline in his body was activated, he could ascend to 4th stage Universe Master. If he performed the 9 demon ape transformations technique, he could reach the 9th transformation. His strength immediately soared to 4th stage Universe Supreme Master. With the addition of the majestic blood energy of his physical body, he was comparable to a 5th stage Supreme Master. Now, after another breakthrough, after activating the ancient demon ape bloodline in his body, at this moment, he had the power of a 5th stage Universe Master. If he performed the 9 demon ape transformations bloodline technique and directly entered the 9th transformation, his peak combat power could reach 5th stage Universe Supreme Master. If taking into account the terrifying blood energy of his 60-million-mile-long physical body under the 9th transformation of the violent ape, his combat power could basically be compared to a 6th stage Universe Supreme Master. A 6th stage Universe Supreme Master was already at the peak of the middle stage Universe Supreme Master. He was only one step away from entering the late stage Universe Supreme Master. Yi Xian still had the Blood Sea secret technique. Once he performed the clone power of this secret technique, he could condense 3 Blood Sea clones with the power of a 6th stage Universe Supreme Master. If he encountered a late stage Universe Supreme Master of the 7th stage Universe Supreme Master in a 3-on-1 battle, he wouldn't need to use the Fallen Sky Bow to kill the opponent. As for an 8th stage Universe Supreme Master, Yi Xian could also kill him if he used the Fallen Sky Bow. Even if he encountered a 9th stage Universe Supreme Master, which was a quasi-primordial Supreme Master, he could barely ensure his own safety. Even though I've made another breakthrough, I still don't have the power and qualification to face the great beings of the primordial era head-on. It seems that my current level of cultivation is far from enough. I have to continue improving and making breakthroughs. With a flash of cold light, Yi Xian murmured softly. However, after becoming a mid-stage Universe Master, every breakthrough is more difficult than before. This time it took me 7 days, which is a clear proof of that. In the past, even if I had just made a breakthrough, I could have clenched my teeth and continued to cultivate in seclusion if necessary. I was certain that I could forcibly make another breakthrough, but now that I've become a mid-stage Universe Master, there's basically no such possibility. If I want to continue cultivating in seclusion, I'll have to go through many battles to consolidate and digest what I've gained from my previous breakthroughs. At this point, Yixian paused for a moment, then clenched his teeth and made a decision. If that's the case, I'll continue to hunt. On the one hand, I'll train myself through the battles to consolidate my cultivation and what I've gained after the breakthrough. On the other hand, I'll also get more supreme blood essence. However, this time, I'm afraid I can only wait for an opportunity to strike secretly like before. After a thunderous strike, I'll immediately withdraw and go far away. After all, with the escape of the two late-stage supreme beings from the ferocious mosquito forbidden land, many beings in the supreme forbidden lands on the right side of the Milky Way have their eyes on me again. In the beginning, I only hunted emperors, followed by universe knights and universe masters. Now, in less than a year, I've started to hunt universe supremes. This is too strange. I'm afraid even the great beings of the primordial era have become vigilant. Even the supreme beings of the universe must be in danger. In other words, either no one has their eyes on me this time, or if there is, it's at least a great being of the primordial era, or even a supreme being of the primordial era. So, for safety's sake, the only choice is to change places and start to hunt. At this point, he didn't hesitate anymore. He stood up and stepped out of the mouth of Farmer God Cauldron, which was enshrouded in 9-colored fog. Whoosh, with a wave of his hand, the cauldron entered his body. Then, Yixian activated the Blood Sea secret technique and turned his body into a tiny drop of blood. Then, he performed a perfect vibration spiritual power secret technique and concealed the blood drop. The terrifying pressure of a 5th-level Universe Supreme was perfectly concealed. True, after making sure that nothing was wrong, he rushed out of the abandoned star in an instant. He rushed toward the right bank of the Milky Way in front of him, where there were a large number of forbidden areas and star regions. Then, he rushed toward it. After 10 days or so, Yixian once again arrived at the right bank of the Milky Way, an area surrounded by a large number of forbidden lands and star regions. This time, he didn't stop at the middle section of the right bank of the Milky Way, nor did he go to the right side of the right bank where the mosquito forbidden area was located. Instead, he went to the left side of the right bank of the Milky Way. He planned to choose a suitable high-level forbidden area to make his move in this area. In the ultimate forbidden lands and ultimate starfields, the most powerful being was the supreme ancient desolation. And in the ultimate forbidden lands and ultimate starfields, the most powerful being was the supreme ancient desolation. As for the ultimate forbidden lands, the most powerful being was the supreme ancient desolation. However, the number varied. Some ultimate forbidden lands only had one supreme ancient desolation, while others had 2 or 3 supreme ancient desolation, or even more. One of Yixian's goals was to continue hunting. Although it included obtaining more supreme blood essence along the way, it wasn't the main goal anymore. The main goal was to find the supreme ancient desolation and fight them. Through bloody battles, he could train himself. Therefore, unless it was necessary, he wouldn't even use the Blood Sea secret technique's power of his body. Instead, he would only use the violent ape body to fight and kill his opponent. Whoosh, an almost undetectable sound broke through the air. Yixian, who had concealed all his aura, transformed into a drop of blood and rushed into the edge of a ultimate forbidden land in front of him. Yixian hadn't been to this ultimate forbidden land before, so he didn't know what its level was. However, it didn't matter. He could kill any undying ferocious beast in the ultimate forbidden land and search its soul, and he could instantly obtain everything he wanted to know. After entering this ultimate forbidden land, a figure appeared in Yixian's vision in the ultimate forbidden land, about 100 million miles ahead of him in the ultimate forbidden land. This space ferocious beast's cultivation level met the requirements. It was an undying marquis. Now, a space ferocious beast with the cultivation level of an undying marquis was no different from a real ant in Yixian's eyes. He didn't even need to reveal too much of his aura to kill it easily. Whoosh, with a thought, Yixian's body disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already beside the undying marquis. He didn't even remove the perfect vibration of his spiritual power. He only released a small part of his power, and the undying marquis body completely exploded. No, when this bloody mist spread out, an extremely strong suction force wrapped up all the bloody mist and sent it into the farmer god cauldron in his body. Yixian didn't care about this marquis blood essence anymore. but he couldn't let this bloody mist spread in the ultimate forbidden land. It was extremely inappropriate. If it attracted some unnecessary attention, it might cause unnecessary trouble. Then, at the same time, within the bloody mist, a strand of remnant soul was swept up by Xian. He directly absorbed it into his body and started to search its soul. After a short period of time, Xian had basically found out everything about this forbidden area. Fortunately, this was indeed a senior ultimate forbidden land. Well, there were not many Universe Supremes guarding this ultimate forbidden land, but there were also not many Universe Supremes guarding this ultimate forbidden land. Until, of the two Universe Supremes, one was a 5th-level Universe Supremes, and the other was a 4th-level Universe Supremes. Now, when Xian performed the 9th transformation of the 9 demonic ape transformation bloodline technique in his body, the cultivation level displayed was a 5th-level Universe Supremes. However, if one were to include the majestic energy and blood within his enormous body, his true combat power would be boosted by another level, which was a 6th-level Universe Supremes. If, now, fighting one against two Universe Supremes at 4th-level Universe Supremes and 5th-level Universe Supremes at the same time would be the best way for Xian to train himself, if that's the case, then there's no need to hesitate. My first stop shall be here. Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate anymore. As he muttered to himself, a ray of cold light flashed across his eyes. Before he finished speaking, his body had already transformed into an invisible ray of light and shot toward the deepest part of the ultimate forbidden land. Then, Xiao! A faint sound broke through the air, and an invisible light rushed in from the edge of this senior supreme forbidden land at a speed faster than lightning. It went straight to the deepest part of the forbidden land. This light was Xian, who had performed the Blood Sea secret technique and transformed into a drop of blood. Although his body was small, he was now in the 9th form of the 9 changes of demonic ape bloodline technique, so his power was at the level of a 5th-level Universe Supreme. If he deactivated the Blood Sea secret technique and restored the size of the drop of blood to the size of 60 million miles in size of the space violent ape, then the boundless and terrifying power of blood in such a huge body would be able to increase his power. He would. As a result, his combat power was boosted by another level, and he was now comparable to a 6th-order universe supremacy. Of course, if he were to use the power of the Blood Sea secret technique, then Xian would instantly condense 3 Blood Sea clones that all had the battle prowess of a 6th-order sovereign, but this time, he didn't intend to do so. Because, the reason why he had come to this advanced supreme forbidden area was not to kill universe supreme beings and obtain supreme blood essence. But, he wanted to use the battle to train himself, digest the gains from the previous breakthrough, and find an opportunity to break through again in a short time. In that case, it was naturally impossible for him to use the power of the Blood Sea secret technique and form 3 Blood Sea clones to defeat him with numbers. That would be the exact opposite of his goal. Xiao! At extreme speed, the drop of blood that Xian had transformed into crossed the distance of the endless void in the blink of an eye and arrived at the deepest part of the senior supreme forbidden land. Before, about 200 million miles away, 2 giant star beasts appeared in his field of vision. One was on the left and one was on the right, and they were only about 200 to 300 million miles away from each other. It was exactly what Xian wanted. It was exactly what he wanted. With a thought, he removed the perfect vibration of the spiritual power secret technique that concealed his body and all his aura. In an instant, the tiny blood drop that was like a firefly appeared. Although it looked inconspicuous, the aura of the blood drop was extremely terrifying. It was at the level of a 5th-level Universe Supreme. At this moment, everyone in the ultimate Forbidden Grounds felt the powerful pressure of a 5th-stage sovereign. Countless ferocious beasts on the ferocious beast stars trembled in fear. Then, even universe masters hid in their nests and didn't dare to show their faces. However, in the 2 giant ferocious beast stars 200 million kilometers ahead, 2 extremely powerful auras instantly surged out. That was, even compared to Xian's aura. On the left, the giant beast star on the side exuded the aura of a 5th-order Universe Supreme. On the right, there was another ferocious beast star that was 200 to 300 million miles away. The aura that emanated from it was that of a 4th-level Universe Supreme. Roar! Get out! Feeling the fierceness of the 2 supreme auras, Xian's fighting spirit was fully aroused at that moment. Following an earth-shattering roar, this drop of blood that was as weak as a firefly instantly expanded with the wind. In less than half a breath, it had already transformed into a terrifying violent ape that was 60 million kilometers in size. This enormous ape was almost the same size as the two giant star beasts in front, and it was even slightly bigger. At this moment, the aura emanating from Raging Star Ape's body was still that of a 5th-level Universe Supreme, but in fact, due to the terrifying power of blood and chi in such a huge body, Raging Star Ape's combat power was comparable to that of a 6th-level Universe Supreme. Boom! Hong, without the slightest hesitation, a cold light flashed in its eyes, and the violent Star Ape suddenly threw 2 punches from 2 to 300 million kilometers away toward the 2 giant ferocious stars on the left and right in front of it. Pung, pung. 2. An earth-shattering explosion was heard, and the 2 giant star beasts exploded almost at the same time. Countless beasts within the star beasts were bleeding, and without a sound, they exploded into blood mist. Xiao, xiao. Xiao. At the same time as the 2 giant star beasts exploded, rays of light shot toward the violent ape from the inside of the star. There were a number of them. There was a lot of them, and they covered the sky and earth. As if attracted by a powerful force, they were extremely fast and disappeared into the body of the violent ape in the blink of an eye. These rays of light were all top-tier cultivation resources from the 2 giant star beasts. They were the private belongings of the 2 Universe Supreme beings guarding the senior Forbidden Land. However, on the one hand, they were caught off guard by the violent ape's sudden attack. On the other hand, the violent ape's current combat power was comparable to a 6th-stage Supreme Being, and his divine sense was extremely powerful. He locked onto the various top-tier resources that appeared after the 2 star beasts exploded and collected them immediately. The supreme-level existences guarding these 2 ferocious beast stars couldn't stop it at all. In the blink of an eye, the various top-tier cultivation resources that they had collected for many years were taken away by the invading enemy and sent into the undying world in their bodies. It was definitely a slap in the face, and it could instantly arouse the anger of these 2 supreme beings to the extreme. This was also the purpose of Xian's actions. He came here to train himself with a great battle, but he didn't have the time to play with these 2 guys slowly. The longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for Xian. Therefore, he had to completely enrage the other party from the beginning, so that the battle would enter a real white-hot state from the moment it began. His purpose had obviously been achieved. The effect of this was unexpectedly good. Roar! Violent ape, you bandit, this is simply a blatant robbery. Immediately hand over all the cultivation resources, including your own share, or else, die. Screech, in an instant, earth-shattering roars and howls rang out. Then, 2 huge figures rushed out from the 2 giant ferocious beast stars that were rumbling and exploding. These were 2 blood-horned devil antelopes, and their bodies were actually tens of millions of miles long. The aura of cultivation emitted from their bodies was that of a 4th-stage Supreme Being and a 5th-stage Supreme Being. At this moment, as soon as they rushed out of the beast's nest that had exploded in an instant, the 2 blood-horned devil antelopes immediately raised their hooves in the void space, and their bodies were wrapped in a thick blood fog that couldn't be dispersed. One on the left and one on the right, with their heads lowered and the huge blood-colored horns on their heads, they charged toward Xian angrily. Although it was said that the body of the violent ape was huge, at least 60 million miles long, but the aura of cultivation emitted from his body was only that of a 5th-stage Supreme. Between the 2 of them, one was an existence of the same level, and the other was only a small level weaker. No matter how one looked at this battle, they had the upper hand, so there was no fear at all. The 2 of you are really extraordinarily confident. Hearing that, Xichen laughed. Hearing the 2 bloodhorn devil antelopes' words, Xian was so angry that he almost laughed. Roar! Since that's the case, this Star Lord won't take advantage of you today and crush you with my 6th-order venerable strength. I want to see if the 2 of you can take away the Star Lord's cultivation resources. After raising his head and roaring, Xian's divine sense sounded again, and the violent star ape's 60 million li long body began to shrink in an instant. Short in less than half a breath, he had shrunk to 10 million li long, and was no different from the 2 bloodhorn devil antelopes charging at him from the left and right. With this, Yi Xian used the Blood Sea secret technique to shrink his body. His originally 60 million li long body's boundless vitality was instantly weakened to the extreme. Today's Yi Xian's cultivation strength was no longer comparable to a 6th-order venerable, but compared to a 5th-order venerable, he was still slightly stronger, but only by a very limited amount. He was between the 6th-order venerable and 5th-order venerable. Fighting these two bloodhorn devil antelopes with this kind of cultivation strength would maximize the effect of training Yi Xian. Not only that, not only would he not use the fallen sky bow and other supreme divine abilities in this battle, but he would also not use the Shenong 9-colored flame and the big-headed black stick. From the beginning to the end, he would use his bare fists to fight these two bloodhorn devil antelopes, who had similar cultivation strength. This way, he would be able to quickly digest the gains in his body from the previous breakthrough and welcome the opportunity to break through again. This was indeed very helpless, but Yi Xian had no choice. After entering the mid-stage Universe Lord realm, the time required for each breakthrough became longer and longer, and he urgently needed to increase his cultivation strength, so he simply did not have enough time to wait for the opportunity to break through again and again. Only, using this method to forcefully fight for it, swish, as soon as his body shrunk, Yi Xian immediately used void teleportation. With a shake of his shoulders, his colossal body instantly disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he was behind the bloody horn devil antelope on the right in the blink of an eye. Without the slightest hesitation, a cold light flashed in his eyes as he clenched his fist and punched. Boom! Bang! Amidst the rolling thunder, an earth-shattering explosion rang out. This 4th-order venerable blood-horn devil antelope's entire right leg exploded. Awoo! This attack was caught off guard, and it was obviously extremely heavy. The pitiful bloodhorn devil antelope actually raised its head and let out a wolf howl under the intense pain. It was incomparably mournful and caused one to shed tears. No. Universe Supremes were not so easy to kill. Even First-Order Supremes were like that, not to mention this bloody-horned devil antelope, who had the powerful cultivation of a 4th-order universe supremacy. Compared to Yi Xian, it was only a small order weaker. Although this punch had caused him to suffer a significant loss, it was obviously far from enough to kill him. In the blink of an eye, the majestic chi and blood from the explosion of its huge right hind leg seemed to be sucked in by an invisible force. In the blink of an eye, it surged into the body of the bloody horned devil antelope. At the same time, the bloody horned devil antelope's right hind leg that had just exploded regrew at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than half a breath, it had already recovered to its original state. Just like that, it was as if the scene just now had never happened. All of this was within Yi Xian's expectations, but he did not care at all. His goal was not to kill these two bloody-horned devil antelopes as quickly as possible, but to use them as sparring partners to hone himself as much as possible. While Yi Xian had used all his strength in that punch just now, and the power in his body had surged to the extreme. The effect of honing himself had obviously been achieved. But this was far from enough. He needed more to digest the gains from the previous breakthrough and welcome a new breakthrough opportunity. Roar! Again. Brain as these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian no longer hesitated. After raising his head and roaring, his figure flashed and rushed towards the 5th-order bloody-horned devil antelope on the other side, raising his fist and punching. Bao Yuan, you're only a 5th-order venerable, yet you're delusional enough to challenge the two of us at the same time. I really don't know where your confidence comes from. Today, we must make you stay. Even if we can't kill you, don't think you can escape easily. If you don't hand over all the cultivation resources, the two of us will bite you to death and hunt you down. Roar! Seeing Yi Xian's figure rush over, a trace of disdain flashed across the 5th-order bloody-horned devil antelope's eyes, and the voice of its divine sense was transmitted. Finally, with a violent roar, the 5th-order bloody-horned devil antelope lowered its head, and the incomparably ferocious blood-colored horn on its head instantly stabbed towards Bao Yuan's abdomen. However, if a 5th-stage sovereign, whose cultivation was similar to his, were to attack with all his strength, were to be struck by this ferocious blood-colored giant horn, then Yi Xian would instantly have his intestines flowing out. Although, it was impossible for him to die here, and it might not even be considered a serious injury. However, this kind of situation was obviously not something he was willing to accept. grind training oneself wasn't asking to be abused. Yi Xian needed to fight without holding back, and not be injured, Xiao. In an instant, he activated the void teleportation, and his figure disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already behind the 5th Order Bloody-Horned Devil Antelope. Almost at the same time, Bao Yuan's right fist suddenly punched out, boom, rumbling thunder resounded in the void. With this attack, all the power in Yi Xian's body surged, giving him a kind of incisive and carefree feeling. Are you the only one who can use the void teleportation? This is really interesting. Unfortunately, just as he punched out, the 5th Order Bloody-Horned Devil Antelope's divine sense voice sounded, revealing endless ridicule. Fruit, however, just as Yi Xian's fist was about to hit its back, the 5th Order Bloody-Horned Devil Antelope's figure instantly disappeared. Just like Yi Xian, it also used the void teleportation at the most critical moment. Moreover, it wasn't just him. Xiao. An imperceptible sound of breaking through the air rang out. On the other side of the void, the 4th Order Bloody-Horned Devil Antelope's figure instantly disappeared. When it reappeared, it was directly behind Yi Xian. Without making a sound, it bent its head down and immediately pierced towards Bao Yuan's back with the ferocious blood horn on its head. At this moment, Yi Xian's heart suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Right just as he was about to dodge to the right, a layer of fine rippling scales that looked like fish scales appeared in the void of the universe on his right. It was clearly the sign of the void teleportation. The position that the 5th Order Bloody-Horned Devil Antelope chose to appear after this teleportation was coincidentally on the right side of Yi Xian, directly sealing off his path of retreat. Next. In an instant, the figure of the 5th Order Bloody-Horned Devil Antelope appeared. With a raise of its right hoof, it directly stomped towards Yi Xian's chest. At this moment, a mocking voice filled with endless disdain rang out, "GGG. Making a mountain out of a molehill? Lao Lao mustering a large force?" Such words were senseless and strange, but in an instant, Yi Xian became vigilant. Bang! The sound was heard, and Yi Xian's mind was filled with anger. He had only hurriedly dodged the hoof of the demonic antelope. Although he was not hit in the chest, half of his left shoulder was hit and turned into a bloody mist. But at the same time, Yi Xian had also avoided the attack of the blood horn of the demonic antelope of the 4th Order behind him. His figure took advantage of the momentum to fly hundreds of millions of kilometers away. This could only be considered a small injury. When Yi Xian's figure stabilized, half of his shoulder, which had just been blown off, had already completely recovered. Yi Xian didn't care about all of this at all. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the violent ape as it swept its gaze across the 2 blood-horned devil antelopes. The voice of its divine sense rang out, "Are you guys acting? Deliberately stalling for time? This place. It's clearly a trap. TSK, tisk, even if I accidentally let it slip, so what if you know about it? A few supreme experts will arrive soon. Violent ape, today, you won't be able to escape." Boom. Rumble, amidst the strange laughter, the 2 blood-horned devil antelopes admitted it on the spot. Then, without saying anything else, their bodies flashed, and they once again charged towards Yi Xian from the left and right. Who said that this Star Lord would escape? Since you want to die quickly, this Star Lord. I will do as you wish. A cold light flashed in his eyes. As soon as the voice came out of his mouth, he suddenly waved his hand. Swish. Swish, with a faint sound of breaking through the air, a tiny 9-colored light that was like a firefly instantly shot out. Welcome. As the storm expanded, it turned into an incomparably dazzling 9-colored sea of flames in the blink of an eye. It enveloped the void of the universe within a radius of 10,000 miles, and its speed was even faster to the extreme. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in front of the demonic antelope of the 5th step on the left. While blocking its path, it also circled around it from all directions. In less than half a breath's time, it was already trapped within the 9-colored sea of flames. Several almost at the same time, the huge body of the violent ape collapsed on the spot. It transformed into a scarlet sea of blood and shot through the sky like a waterfall. Its speed was also extremely fast. Wink in the blink of an eye, he had already arrived behind the 4th Order Supreme Devil Antelope. In an instant, the blood-red chain expanded, transforming into a sea of blood that sealed off the 4th Order Supreme Devil Antelope from all directions. Roar. Roar, roar, without any suspense, an earth-shattering roar rang out. This is in this boundless sea of blood that covered thousands of miles of the void, three enormous figures rose from the ground. Zalday took up positions in a triangle formation and surrounded the grade 4 demonic antelope. Sway then, before the furious roar had died down, the three blood sea avatars that had just risen from the ground swung their fists at the same time, bombarding the center of the besieged area with all their might. Bang! An earth-shattering boom rang out as the rank 4 devil antelope fought 1 against 3. Moreover, these 3 were all blood sea clones whose battle prowess was comparable to that of a rank 6 sovereign. Without the slightest bit of resistance, he didn't even have the chance to wail. Under this joint attack, his huge body had already turned into a bloody mist with a strong smell and spread out. Roar! At the same time, in the void hundreds of millions of miles away to the left, a second earth-shattering sound rang out. This was the rank 5 devil antelope's earth-shattering roar as its eyes were about to split open. Don't worry, it's your turn soon. Yi Xian's voice came out, and at the same time, the 3 blood sea avatars collapsed at the same time, turning into a rain of blood that merged into the boundless sea of blood beneath their feet. Walala, whoosh! Whoosh! A weak splash and the sound of breaking through the air rang out, and the boundless sea of blood beneath their feet quickly shrank. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a weak bloody light and shot over, entering the 9-colored flame sea that trapped the demonic antelope. Rumble! At the same time, within the 9-colored flame sea, the 3 blood sea avatars rose from the ground at the same time. Their eyes flashed with a cold light as they punched towards the demonic antelope in the center. The entire boundless 9-colored flame sea was also activated at this moment. With an unstoppable and terrifying might, it compressed and crushed towards the center of the sea of flames. Boom! Bang! Facing the crushing power of the 9-colored flame sea and the joint attack of the 3 blood sea avatars with the terrifying cultivation of the 6th order sovereign, the demonic antelope of the 5th step couldn't possibly withstand it. In the blink of an eye, his body had already been crushed by the terrifying pressure of the 9-colored flame sea, turning into a majestic blood mist that whistled through the air, and he fell. Whoosh! With a light sigh, the other 2 blood sea avatars collapsed and disappeared into the 9-colored flame sea beneath their feet. At this moment, Bao Yuan waved his hand, and in the blink of an eye, the boundless blood mist that had just spread out from the sea of blood was swept up. After absorbing it into his body, he immediately sent it into the Shenong cauldron and began the blood essence condensation. After doing all this, Yi Xian thought for a moment, and the sea of flames shrank, turning into a 9-colored light the size of a firefly, and entered his body. Until now, the 2 middle-stage sovereign demonic antelopes in this high-level forbidden area were all killed by him in just a few breaths of time. As a result, the number of sovereign blood essences in Yi Xian's hands had reached a shocking 9, however, in his heart, he didn't feel much joy. Although after experiencing the earth-shattering battle just now, the gains from the previous breakthrough had been completely digested and integrated into his body, and the opportunity for another breakthrough had arrived. However, in this battle, Yi Xian's expectations were originally going to be even more intense and vivid. How unexpectedly, something unexpected happened midway, forcing him to kill the 2 blood-horned demonic antelopes as quickly as possible. Such as this really made him feel like he hadn't enjoyed himself to the fullest, and there was a kind of knot in his chest that he really couldn't get rid of. But now that the situation was like this, no matter how unwilling he was, he could only leave. These 2 blood-horned demonic antelopes wouldn't joke about this kind of thing. If nothing unexpected happened, several ancient almighty existences from an unknown forbidden area were rushing over here at top speed. Such as if only one of them arrived, it would be extremely difficult for Yi Xian to leave. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. He immediately contacted the Devouring system in his body, wanting to activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability and leave. Also, it was at this moment that an inexplicable invisible pressure suddenly descended out of thin air. In less than a tenth of a breath, it had completely enveloped the vast void of this high-level forbidden area. Yi Xian's expression suddenly changed. This was clearly the rhythm of the arrival of a certain ancient almighty. Facing an existence of this level, he could no longer smoothly activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability and leave in an instant. This time, he had really failed miserably. Just as Yi Xian was about to activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to the system in his body and leave in an instant, an inexplicable invisible pressure suddenly descended out of thin air. In less than a tenth of a breath, it had completely enveloped the vast void of this high-level forbidden area. It was clear that a Desolate Era Almighty expert had already arrived here. The pressure in his body had been pushed to the extreme, and had already locked this void. After all, it was a Desolate Era Almighty expert with extraordinary means and unpredictable mysterious secret methods. Under this kind of pressure, even if Yi Xian had the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to the devouring system in his body, it would be impossible for him to leave in an instant. When these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's expression suddenly changed. Without any hesitation, he immediately used the Blood Sea secret method to shrink his body to only a few feet tall. At the same time, he waved his hand and immediately summoned the Shennon cauldron. Swoosh! A weak sound of breaking through the air rang out, and a ray of light shot out. As it expanded with the wind, it instantly turned into a treasured cauldron that was larger than a star. Without any hesitation, as soon as the Shennon cauldron was summoned, Yi Xian immediately stepped forward. In a flash, he arrived at the mouth of the Shennon cauldron that was filled with 9-colored fog and sat down cross-legged. Until, at this moment, his heart that was hanging in his throat finally settled down, but it was only half down. Because, with the Shennon cauldron, not to mention the Desolate Era Almighty expert, even the Desolate Era Supreme expert would not be able to hurt Yi Xian. Only existences at the level of the primeval heavens I or Xingbo would be able to do anything to him. However, that was all. No one else could hurt him. However, with the primordial era's supreme beings surrounding him and eyeing him covetously, it was impossible for Yi Xian to successfully withdraw from the battle. Except, it was not the headless corpse, but for this matter, Yi Xian did not dare to expect too much. That guy would only react when Yi Xian was facing a life-and-death crisis. In a situation like now, where he was only trapped and could ensure his own safety, the headless corpse would most likely ignore him. Boom! Rumble, also, at this moment, in the surrounding void, thunderous booms rang out, accompanied by the crisp sound of ripping. This was the sound of powerful existences tearing through the void. A cold light flashed in Xian's eyes. He immediately turned his head and looked in the direction of the commotion. While because of this, the expression on his face instantly darkened, it wasn't just one powerful existence that was tearing through space to descend. There were 12 of them. Among them, there were 4 great beings from the primordial era and 8 universe supreme beings, but they were all covered by a layer of light, so it was impossible to tell what kind of space beasts they were. It was even impossible to determine whether they were space beasts or great beings of the remnants. What made him feel uneasy was that the 12 descending existences were all stronger than Yi Xian. Needless to say, there were 4 remote antiquity great masters. 2 of them were in the early stage and the other 2 were in the middle stage. None of them were Yi Xian's match. Even the 8 universe supremes were no match for Yi Xian in a one-on-one battle. The 8 universe supremes were all beings in the later stage of this realm. The weakest one was at the 7th level of the universe supremes, and the strongest one was at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the universe supremes. In other words, he was a great being from the primordial era. Previously, Yi Xian had been rather disdainful towards the words of the 2 blood-horned devil antelopes. But now, after seeing the 12 existences that were tearing through space and descending with a rumbling sound, even he had this feeling in his heart: just to deal with him, this group of beings was indeed making a mountain out of a molehill. He suspected that they were making a mountain out of a molehill. With such a luxurious lineup, if half of them came, Yi Xian wouldn't even know how to escape today. Now, there were 12 of them, and he was even more perplexed. It could be said that if the headless infant corpse didn't make a move, there was almost no chance for him to escape. Even if he hid in the Shennon cauldron, he might not be absolutely safe. These were 4 great beings from the primordial era. Who knew if they had any special tricks up their sleeves? Swoosh, swoosh. 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 At this moment, as the rumbling thunder in the void disappeared, a faint sound of something breaking through the air rang out one after another. These 12 powerful beings had finally all descended on this senior supreme forbidden area. Swoosh, as the cracks in the surrounding void rapidly closed up, 12 fine rays of light shot out. In the blink of an eye, they had turned into 12 light balls with a radius of 10,000 feet. They were of different colors, and they surrounded the Xianxia cauldron 500 million miles away. Among them, the 4 strongest light balls that emitted the aura of the great beings from the primordial era were located in the north, south, east, and west. The other 8 light balls that emitted the aura of a late-stage supreme being were in groups of 2, and they were interspersed between the 2 light balls of the great beings. The 12 light balls were like 12/5 of a clock. They surrounded the Xianxia cauldron 500 million miles away. It was absolutely impossible to escape this rhythm. As they descended, after a short moment of silence, within the 12 light balls, a voice of divine consciousness could be heard one after another. Xianxia cauldron. It's the Xianxia cauldron. This is a primordial treasure of the primordial era. I didn't expect it to fall into the hands of this ferocious ape. And he even refined the Xianxia strange flame in the cauldron to the level of 9-colored godly flame. From the looks of it, he must have mastered some kind of unique technique to improve his cultivation level rapidly because of this cauldron. This raging ape, at first, only hunted emperors, then universe knights, and then universe masters. Now, he has started to hunt universe supreme masters. Luo Feng thought to himself. This shows that the secret technique he has mastered is extremely powerful. Today, no matter what, we must find out the truth. No wonder this ferocious ape is so lucky. He has been hunting in the supreme forbidden areas on the right bank of the Milky Way, but he has never been killed. With the protection of the Xianxia cauldron, even we can't do anything to him. Can't do anything to him? The 9-colored godly flame in the cauldron is so powerful that even the supreme beings of the primordial era don't dare to touch it easily, let alone the great beings of the primordial era. If this man activates a sea of flames, we can only avoid it temporarily. However, if that's the case, he still can't escape and will be followed by us. Even if he activates the 9-colored sea of flames, with our cultivation level, he will be able to defeat us, but this doesn't seem to be good news, because although this ferocious ape can't hurt us and has no chance to escape, we can't do anything to him either. At least for now, it seems that this is the case. If this drags on, although it's not good for him, it's not good for us either. It seems that we have to make another plan. As the voice of the divine thought spread out, the 12 light clusters around fell into silence again in an instant. There was no sound coming out from them. If unsurprisingly, they should be communicating secretly and discussing countermeasures to deal with the situation in front of them. Based on the conversation just now, Yi Xian could be sure that they had no way to deal with him for the time being. If this made him feel more at ease. After pondering for a while, he decided not to pay attention to this first. Anyway, there was no point in being anxious, so he might as well provoke this bunch of fellows. In order to stimulate them, the best way was naturally to break through again in front of these 12 powerful existences as if no one else was present. First, during the battle with the 2 bloody horned demon antelopes, Yi Xian had basically digested all the gains from his previous breakthrough and integrated them into his flesh, blood, and godly soul. If now, the opportunity to make another breakthrough had arrived. Although it was only a small breakthrough, it was almost meaningless in the current predicament. But now, Yi Xian had to be prepared for a long-term response. If he couldn't find a chance to escape, the only way was to make a breakthrough to the level of a universe supreme. If Yi Xian could activate the bloodline of the demon ape in his body and perform the bloodline power of the 9 changes of demon ape to the state of the 9th change, he could at least have the combat power of a level 2 great being in the primordial era. If at that time, he might not necessarily be unable to find an opportunity to escape. If his true power was only at the level of a level 4 universe master, there were still 5 small breakthroughs to be made before he could swallow a level 27 supreme treasure pill that could help him break through to the level of a universe supreme. If no matter what, it was better to make a breakthrough one step at a time than to suddenly make a last-minute effort. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian's eyes shone brightly. Without hesitation, he immediately activated the domain of the Xianxia cauldron and activated the power of concealing his power. After that, although his body didn't move, he broke free from the state of the 9th change. Thus, his cultivation level dropped to the 5th level universe master in an instant. However, due to the concealment of the Xianxia cauldron's domain, the powerful existences within the 12 balls of light are completely unable to detect them. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. After everything was ready, a faint sound of breaking through the air rang out, and streaks of light instantly shot out. Floating in front of Xian, they were all cultivation resources that he took out from the undying world within his body. After doing all of this, he immediately activated the Shinnon Cauldron's domain and compressed all of the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent fist before swallowing them into his stomach with a wave of his hand. Walala! The infant fist ball melted in his mouth, turning into a majestic river of energy. While under the stimulation of the great river of energy, in the next instant, the expected clanging sound of chains came from all directions and sounded out from within Yixian's body. This time, there was still only one shackle that appeared in Yixian's body. This was something that was already expected. For a mid-level universe master, it was basically impossible to have 2 consecutive breaks or 3 consecutive breaks like before. Yixian had long been mentally prepared. With the appearance of the shackle, Yixian focused and activated the great river of energy that had just formed in his body with all his might. He activated the great circulatory cycle in all the meridians in his body, accumulating power. A few moments later, however, in the next instant, a heart-wrenching pain came quickly, enveloping Yixian's entire body and mind. However, he didn't care. He was still expressionless and focused. Time passed slowly. During this process, Yixian focused all his attention and activated the great circulatory cycle with all his might. Another 7 days later, the great river of energy that had formed in his body was finally completely refined. Immediately afterwards, with just a single impact, this incomparably thick shackle chain had already been broken. When this shackle completely broke, the anticipated system prompt sounded in Yixian's mind, ding. Congratulations to the host for a breakthrough in the realm of the ancient cave void technique. Current realm, 5th level universe master. Ding. Congratulations to the host for a breakthrough in the realm of the physical body energy and blood. Current realm, 5th level universe master. 5th level universe master, he was only 4 small ranks away from the 9th level Great Circle Eternity Lord realm required to consume the level 27 Supreme Treasure Pill. Previously, Yixian's original body's cultivation level was at the 4th level universe master level. After activating the bloodline power of the ancient demon ape in his body, he could climb to the 5th level universe master level. If he used the 9 demon ape transformations again and reached the 9th transformation, his combat power would immediately soar to the 5th level universe supreme level. If he added on the boundless energy and blood of his physical body, his true combat power would be comparable to that of a 6th level supreme level master. This time, he had another breakthrough. After activating the demon ape bloodline in his body, he instantly had the power of a 6th level universe master. When he unleashed the 9 demonic ape transformations bloodline ability and entered the 9th transformation, his combat power would reach the level of a 6th level universe supreme. Also, that was the pinnacle of the intermediate Jizuan realm, just a single step away from the advanced Jizuan realm. He is a matter of fact, if the terrifying vital energy and blood within his enormous body under the 9th transformation of the violent ape was included, then his true combat strength was basically comparable to a late-stage 7th order exalt. If Yixian executed the Blood Sea secret art and pushed his avatar's power to the limit, he would be able to condense 3 Blood Sea avatars with 7th order venerable battle prowess. Yixian would be able to kill a late 8th order venerable in a 3-on-1 battle. As for a peak stage 9th order venerable, which was equivalent to a supreme being from the Desolation era, Yixian also had the ability to kill them if he used the Fallen Sky Bow. Unfortunately, if he were to face a true supreme being from the Desolation era, the current Yixian wouldn't be able to hurt him unless he borrowed the power of the headless infant corpse. It was really frustrating. A 5th level Eternity Lord? If that's the case, my strongest combat power has reached the 7th level universe supreme level, and if necessary, I can summon 3 Blood Sea avatars with the same combat power to fight any enemy at the same time. What a pity, it's still far from enough in the current situation. If only there was a chance to usher in a great battle and quickly find another opportunity to break through. Yixian's eyes flashed as he activated the 9 demonic ape transformations bloodline ability to the 9th transformation. However, under the effect of the Blood Sea avatar's power, his body didn't change at all. He was still about a zhang tall. Therefore, the aura emitted from his body was only that of a 6th level universe supreme. Even so, it was still a small order higher than the 5th level Universe Supreme level he had before breaking through. Very quickly. With a thought, the domain of the Shinnon Cauldron immediately changed. The previously activated domain of the Shinnon Cauldron was immediately removed. Lower. Yi Xian's cultivation aura once again spread out from the mouth of the Shinnon Cauldron that was shrouded in 9-colored mist. Within the 12 balls of light that were gathered in the surrounding space 500 million kilometers away, gasps and cries of surprise could be heard one after another. What's going on? This violent ape's aura. 6th Order Sovereign? Is there a mistake? He was clearly a 5th Order Sovereign just now. It's only been 7 days, and his cultivation level actually soared by 1 level. This is simply unheard of. He should have broken through. Didn't you see him deliberately activating the Farmer God Cauldron's domain to conceal his aura? It was only after 7 days that he suddenly released it again. During this period of time, this violent ape has always been sitting cross-legged with its eyes closed at the entrance of the Farmer God Cauldron that's enshrouded with 9-colored mist, and it didn't move in the slightest. This is obviously the rhythm of breaking through enclosed-door cultivation and charging into the bottleneck of its cultivation. That's right. 7 days ago, he waved his hand and took out a large amount of cultivation resources and threw them into his mouth. There's no doubt that he's breaking through. Along with these exclamations, the surrounding void quickly fell into silence again. This time, the existences within the 12 balls of light seemed to have been startled. Although they remained silent, an unprecedented oppressive aura appeared in the air. In just 7 days, he had broken through a small level. This speed was absolutely unimaginable. For them, at their current level of cultivation, even a small breakthrough would take decades or even centuries, no matter how fast it was. But, now, this incomparably monster space violent ape in front of them had broken through in just 7 days. More importantly, his breakthrough speed was not limited to today. Although they had never seen this violent ape before, it was even more impossible for them to see him breaking through in seclusion at other times. But there was absolutely no doubt about this. The powerful existences in the 12 light spheres were all well aware, because this violent ape had only hunted emperors a few years ago. Not long after, his target had risen to Universe Knights. Then, after that, it was Universe Masters. And now, he had started to hunt Universe Supremes. This kind of change in the cultivation base of the target was undoubtedly a reflection of the change in his own cultivation base. It had only been a few years, but his cultivation level had risen from an emperor to a 6th level Universe Supreme. This meant that he had been at the same level all this time, making a breakthrough every few days. And this was undoubtedly fatal to the 12 powerful existences that were waiting in the surroundings. Because if this was really the case, the strength of this violent ape's cultivation would probably be able to catch up to them before long. He was now a 6th Order Universe Supreme, and he only needed 4 breakthroughs to enter the Primordial Era. Then, if he did it twice, he would become a 3rd Order Supreme Being. Although, there were 4 Supreme Beings from the Primordial Era present, 2 of them were early and 2 of them were intermediate. But one mustn't forget that this ferocious ape still grasped the Blood Sea secret technique, and it had completely comprehended the most difficult ability to comprehend, the might of the clone. Then, now, once he displayed, he would be 3 Supreme Beings from the Primordial Era. Although he was still at a disadvantage, the difference in strength was already extremely small. Then, in addition, he had the Shinnon Cauldron and the Shinnon 9-colored flame. At that time, even if the 8 Supreme Beings from the later stage and the 4 Supreme Beings from the Primordial Era joined forces, they would most likely not be able to hold him down. It was even possible that a few Supreme Beings from the later stage would die in the battle. Although all of this was just an assumption, it was definitely not a casual assumption. He only needed 6 breakthroughs to have this kind of combat power, and he could turn this situation around in one fell swoop. And 6 breakthroughs, for the 12 Supreme Beings in the surroundings, would take at least 1 to 2,000 years, but for this violent ape, it was completely different. Not to mention that he would break through once every 7 to 8 days, even if he broke through once a month, it would only take 6 months, which was only half a year. Half a year was not even enough for a small closed-door meditation of this level. Occasionally, he would take a nap, and it would take him 1 or 2 years, therefore, they couldn't ignore all of this. In an instant, the 12 supreme beings were completely shrouded by a heavy haze in their hearts. Just a moment ago, they were still complacent and certain that the violent ape would definitely be unable to escape this time. It was only a matter of time before he would be captured in the end. But in the blink of an eye, they realized how laughable and naive they were. Such a sudden change, and the great ups and downs in their hearts, was simply maddening. With this kind of gloomy feeling, the existences in the 12 light clusters in the surrounding void fell into silence again in an instant. Xian's eyes flickered at this moment, and his gaze swept past the 12 balls of light from time to time. He could roughly guess what these fellows were thinking at this moment. But Xian was unable to speak of his difficulties. Only he knew the difficulties in his heart, and he couldn't speak of them at all. If he broke through, it would indeed be fast, but the key was that now that he had entered the Eternity Lord realm, it was impossible for him to be like before. Even if he clenched his teeth and forcefully broke through, it was extremely likely that he would succeed. Even though he had only used 7 days to break through, because he hadn't completely digested what he had gained after breaking through, it had completely fused with his body and soul. Even if Xian was bored to death now, it would probably be very difficult for him to break through again in a short period of time no matter how much cultivation resources he consumed. Even if he could forcefully break through, it would at most be once or twice, and then the problem of his mental state becoming unstable would appear. Not only would the opportunity for subsequent breakthroughs arrive even later, even his own Tao foundation was extremely likely to become unstable because of this. Therefore, the 6 minor breakthroughs that the 12 supreme beings believed to be an impossible task for Xian, who was in such a predicament. Apart, it would only be possible if he could quickly digest what he had gained from breaking through battle. But unfortunately, now that he was in such a predicament, where could Xian find an opponent? There were still some living beings in the farmer god cauldron, but they were so weak that they couldn't even be considered ants in front of him. Even if he fought with them and used them as sparring partners, it would be meaningless. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Xian immediately sighed helplessly in his heart. Crack, there was even a murmur that sounded as if he was in a dream. If only I could fight one by one with those fellows guarding the farmer god cauldron. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of inspiration suddenly flashed through his mind, and his originally gloomy and helpless eyes instantly lit up. Below with a thought, Xian's eyes gleamed. He turned around and looked at the 12 light balls that were hovering in the void space hundreds of millions of miles away from farmer god cauldron. Xian. At the same time, the voice of his divine sense also sounded at this moment. He deliberately revealed a strong sense of ferocity and disdain. Old fogies, I advise you to disperse as soon as possible. With just you guys, you can only trap this Star Master at most, and it's meaningless. You're just a few great beings from the primordial era. This Star Lord will only need a year at most to kill you all. When they heard these words, the existences within the 12 spheres of light felt their hearts skip a beat. The violent ape actually took the initiative to provoke them at a time like this. It was clear that it was certain, even complacent, that it was indeed confident. In fact, the raging ape was being very conservative. According to their speculation, it would take at most half a year for the raging ape to have the power to be fearless of them. By then, he would be able to walk out of farmer god cauldron and leave. Heart bewildered, the powerful existences in the 12 balls of light began to communicate with each other through telepathy again. The raging ape wouldn't make a sound for no reason. What is he up to? He's deliberately trying to infuriate us. Furthermore, he deliberately said that it would take 1 year to confuse us. Don't forget the raging ape's purpose. He's been hunting universe supreme beings recently. Now that we're here, there are 8 universe supreme beings among the 12 of us, that's right. He must have his eyes on us. He can't do anything to the 4 great beings from the primordial era, but he's tempted by the other 8 universe supreme beings. What a greedy guy. He's still thinking about killing universe supreme beings at this time. He has the power to do so, okay? Give him half a year, and he'll be able to do all this. Now, he's deliberately provoking us and infuriating us. He's probably hoping that we'll retreat in the face of difficulties. When the 8 universe supremes disperse, it'll be a pity for him, damn it. This raging ape is too bold. What should we do? Provoke him. The starry sky ferocious ape has the most violent disposition. Infuriate it and fight it. Moreover, the earlier the better. In this way, the chances of smoothly killing it will be higher. Exactly, the starry sky ferocious apes possess violent natures, and this is the only feasible method. But we can't be too extreme. We have to allow him to see a slight hope of successfully hunting them, yet it isn't too dangerous. Challenge. Challenge him to a fair one-on-one battle. This is our only chance. All of a sudden, the powerful existences within the 12 canopies reached a consensus. Very soon, someone spoke up, but the 4 great beings didn't say anything. It was the other 8 universe supreme beings who were mocking them. They even ridiculed Xian for throwing the face of the violent ape clan. He definitely had the bloodline of a cowardly tortoise running through his veins. He only dared to hide within the protection of the Xianxia cauldron and make a ruckus. If he dared to come out, anyone could blast him apart with a single punch. Among the ferocious beasts, how could there be a clan of cowards? These words were simply the most malicious form of humiliation, and even ordinary ferocious beasts were unable to endure it, let alone a Starsky ferocious ape. Hell! Yi Xian, who was right in the middle of it, was overjoyed. However, he didn't show it on the surface. Instead, he was like a real violent ape as he raised his head and roared, filled with hatred and anger. It seemed that this violent ape was enraged, had lost its mind, and was extremely ferocious. Damn it! Aren't you just a late-stage supreme? What are you all so smug about? After a roar, the violent ape stood up at the entrance of the Xianxia cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. He walked around and roared, even if I'm only a 6th-level universe supreme now, I can still kill you all. Just you wait. When we meet one another time, I'll let you know why the flowers are so red. I'll kill 1 on sight and torture 2 on sight. Hearing this, the powerful beings within the 12 canopies knew that they had a trick up their sleeves. The 4 great beings from the primordial era immediately transmitted their voices to the other 8 universe supreme beings to add fuel to the fire. They had to provoke this violent ape so that he would propose a challenge. Ha ha ha. Shameless. Another time? That sounds better than a song, but in reality, you're just scared. We're here today. If you really have the ability, why don't you come out and fight? If you don't dare to come out, you're a coward. I can come out and fight, but you. Suddenly, the violent ape paused, and the fury on his face subsided. He seemed to have regained some rationality. But there are so many of you, and you're all around. If I go out, won't I be in danger? Don't tell this master of the stars that you dare to enter the inner space of the farmer god cauldron and fight with this master of the stars inside. If that's really the case, then let's fight. This master of the stars will definitely torture you until you doubt life. If you really dare to fight, we'll have a fair fight. Although you have the blood sea technique, we're not weak either. We'll teach you how to write the words coward. Hell. Don't call me a coward. I'm the violent ape of stars. The starry sky tyrant ape was completely infuriated by Li Mu's mockery. It roared, let's fight, but it has to be a fair one-on-one battle. I swear on my Taoist heart that I will never use the power of the Blood Sea's clone, but you have to swear that except for the one who accepts the challenge, the rest can't interfere. Otherwise, your cultivation will stop, and you won't be able to make any progress. Including the 4 ancient beings. Even if they don't join the fight, they have to swear an oath. After all, you're on the same side. Hearing that Yi Xian had finally taken the bait, the powerful beings in the 12 light clusters were relieved. They were delighted. Their original goal was only to enrage the violent ape and make him agree to a battle. They never thought that this fellow's temper would be so violent to such an extent that they would swear an oath to never use the power of the Blood Sea secret technique's cloning ability. Now, he couldn't condense 3 Blood Sea bodies with the power of a 6th-level universe supreme. That way, any one of the other 8 Universe Supreme Masters would have a 60% chance of capturing one of them. After all, these 8 Universe Supreme Beings were all at the later stage of this level. Even the weakest one was at the 7th level of Supreme Being. Once they thought of this, they no longer hesitated. It was as if the violent ape had calmed down. After regaining their composure, they immediately changed their words. In an instant, all of them spoke out. With their Tao hearts and cultivations, they followed Yi Xian's request and swore an oath. 1. After they were done, one of the 12 light clusters shot 300 million miles forward. It was only 200 million miles away from the Xianxia cauldron, while the other 11 light clusters retreated another 500 million miles. Now, they were 1 billion miles away from the Xianxia cauldron. Xiao! A faint sound of breaking through the air sounded. As the other 11 light clusters all retreated to a distance of 1 billion miles away from the Xianxia cauldron, the light cluster that came to fight also blasted forward, reaching a distance of 200 million miles away from the Xianxia cauldron. Tight then, the light cluster dissipated, and the existence that had been hibernating in the light cluster revealed its figure. To Yixian's surprise, it turned out to be a red-top snapping turtle. There was a large red cuticle on the top of its head, which looked like a short horn, giving a very hard feeling. Stunned after a while, the starry sky violent ape that was still at the mouth of the Xianxia cauldron, which was still enshrouded in 9-colored fog, jumped up again in an instant. It roared like thunder, on purpose. You must have done it on purpose. You actually sent a coward. We have already agreed to fight, but you still humiliated me like this. You all deserve to die. Roar. Roar, roar, roar. In the roar, the starry sky violent ape's shoulders shook, and it rushed out of the mouth of the Xianxia cauldron that was enshrouded in 9-colored fog in an instant. Its size instantly skyrocketed to 60 million miles, and it threw a punch at the red-top snapping turtle. In fact, although the violent ape seemed to be angry as if it had lost its mind, its words were not wrong. The reason why this group of guys sent the red-top snapping turtle out to fight was to provoke it and make it lose its mind as much as possible. If, in this way, the chance of capturing it in a battle would be greater. You are wrong. I am a red-top snapping turtle, a snapping turtle, do you understand? It is very fierce, not comparable to a coward like you. The ferocious ape was clearly even more furious. The vicious plan had worked. The red-crowned crocodile was overjoyed and added fuel to the fire. As he spoke, he had already leaped into the air. He didn't even try to dodge. Instead, he met the ferocious ape's fist head-on. Bang! Boom, the two figures collided in an instant, and an earth-shattering roar sounded. The red-top snapping turtle was blasted back 100 million miles. Its figure was a little embarrassed, but it was not injured at all. While the starry sky violent ape with a size of 60 million miles was also blasted away by this punch. It only stopped when it was near the Xianxia cauldron. Although it was also not injured, it was blasted back 150 million miles. It was obviously at a disadvantage, but it was not so obvious. Huh? I didn't expect you to be as powerful as a 7th-tier universe supreme. No wonder you are so arrogant. After a punch, they were almost evenly matched. Such a result made the pill-top snapping turtle feel quite surprised. He sized up the violent ape from head to toe. This instantly then did he feel relieved and continued, I understand now. It's because of your large size that you possess an even more boundless chi and blood force. It's almost as if your true combat strength has been enhanced by a small level. Unfortunately, it's still useless. Today, I'm still going to torture you until you start doubting life. While speaking, the red-top crocodile turtle's body swayed, and in an instant, it transformed into a fine ray of light. It violently shot, and once again collided with the violent ape. Although his cultivation level was only at the 7th level of the universe supreme level, he had been in this state for quite some time. He was definitely not someone who had just entered the 7th level. In addition, this violent ape had a violent temperament. If he were to provoke him further, he would definitely reveal his flaws. Therefore 4, the red-crowned snapping turtle was quite confident about the outcome of this battle. Now, all he needed was time. In reality, he needed time. Wasn't Yixian the same? Just now, just this one punch, Yixian had exerted all his strength. The chi and blood force and true yuan in his body were completely stimulated. After one punch, his whole body was simply incomparably comfortable. However, on the surface, he did not dare to show this kind of comfort. Instead, he appeared even more irritable, jumping and roaring in the void. When he saw the red-top snapping turtle rushing over again, he did not hesitate at all. In an instant, he roared and rushed up again, boom. Rumble, in the sky, an earth-shattering battle was unfolding, and it was getting more and more intense. Gradually, it became like a raging fire. Unknowingly, 2 days passed in a flash. The beings in the 11 light clusters that had retreated to a distance of 1 billion miles away did not make a move. They had actually made a Tao oath. On the other hand, in these 2 days, the violent ape of stars had clearly become more and more weak. According to this development, in another day or so, as long as the red-top snapping turtle had the opportunity to attack, it would be enraged. Next time at that time, it would be able to see through the violent ape of stars' mistakes and seriously injure it. In these 2 days, Xianxia's entire heart was incomparably happy. It was too comfortable. It had been a long time since he had such a vivid battle. Although his body was already slightly injured, the gains from the previous breakthrough had been completely digested. However, for the sake of the second battle, Xian did not show this kind of joy. He had to leave hope for his opponent. Therefore, although he could withdraw now, he endured it. Otherwise, if it was too abrupt, he was afraid that it would arouse suspicion, and the second battle would be uncertain. At this time, the red-top snapping turtle would definitely not know that he was thinking about how to enrage the violent ape of stars so that it would lose its mind in rage and reveal a flaw. But in fact, the violent ape of stars was also thinking about how to find an opportunity to deliberately reveal a flaw so that the opponent would slightly injure it. Only in this way could Xian take advantage of this opportunity to retreat into the Xianxia cauldron without arousing suspicion. And, this time, they almost succeeded in capturing him, so they must be unwilling. Maybe they were even looking forward to the second battle. With each of them having their own thoughts, this earth-shattering battle continued for half a day. Finally, therefore, the most suitable opportunity came. Xian still maintained his irritable state. Taking advantage of the opportunity, he deliberately revealed a small flaw to the opponent. Now. At this moment, the red-top snapping turtle's eyes lit up, and he was secretly happy. Without hesitation, his speed suddenly increased by 30%, and he slammed into the lower right abdomen of the violent ape of stars. Damn it. Bang, the violent ape of stars pretended to suddenly react, but it was already unable to completely avoid it. It could only turn sideways to avoid being hit in the vital parts. Then, the red-top snapping turtle slammed into its outer left thigh. Shocked, in the loud noise, a small part of the violent ape's thigh exploded, and blood splattered everywhere. But, its body, under the inertia of this collision, went with the momentum, and in the blink of an eye, passed through the Xianxia cauldron, which was enshrouded in 9-colored fog, and entered the space inside the cauldron. Dang, then, while its body flew backward, the violent ape of stars roared indignantly, and it did not stop for a moment. Anyone who heard it knew that it was on the verge of going berserk. Just a little bit more. Seeing the violent ape's figure disappear and fall into the mouth of the Xianxia cauldron, which was enshrouded in 9-colored fog, it actually went directly into the space inside the cauldron. It seemed to be extremely frightened, and a little scared out of its wits. The red-top snapping turtle's face suddenly showed a touch of regret. With the end of the battle, the figure of the violent ape shrank as it flew backward. After falling into the mouth of the Xianxia cauldron, it directly entered the space inside the cauldron and disappeared. Within the 11 light clusters watching the battle from afar, sighs were immediately heard. Damn it, we failed at the last step. Yeah, just a little bit more. This violent ape was slightly injured, but it was also because of this that made him feel fear. After flying backward and falling into the mouth of the cauldron, he actually directly retreated into the space inside the cauldron. Could it be that he was scared out of his wits and really intends to be a coward? If that's the case, then it's too much of a failure. Don't worry, there should still be a chance. Didn't you see that when he flew backward, he roared and was angry all the way? This violent ape should be hiding inside to heal his injuries. As long as his injuries are healed, he should come out again. That's right, the Starry Sky Violent Ape clan has such a temper. It's impossible for them to cower so easily. In other words, we still have a chance, but next time, someone else will have to go on stage. I didn't expect the majestic chi and blood in this violent ape's huge body to be so amazing. His cultivation is only at the 6th stage, but his combat strength is already comparable to the 7th stage. If not for this, this battle wouldn't have ended like this. In the next battle, let's let an 8th stage Supreme Master take action. This way, our chances of winning will be higher. Now we can only wait and hope that he will appear soon. Inside the cauldron. Swoosh. A faint sound of breaking through the air rang out. High up in the air inside the cauldron, a figure descended. It was Xian, who had shrunk his body to about 10 feet. First, the outer thigh that was smashed by the red-top snapping turtle had already recovered. This small injury was nothing to the starry sky violent ape that was 60 million miles long. After entering the space inside the cauldron, he was not in a hurry to take action. Instead, he secretly activated the domain of the Shinnon cauldron to eavesdrop on the voice of the divine sense outside. Very soon. Soon, the regretful words of the hibernating existences in the 12 light clusters were all clearly heard by him. From then on, Xian was completely at ease. As long as those guys didn't notice anything amiss, it was fine. That way, after this breakthrough, he could use the same method to trick them into being his sparring partner. Using this opportunity, he quickly digested what he had gained from his breakthrough and welcomed the opportunity for another breakthrough. This was truly a good thing that fell from the sky. In order to achieve this goal, Xian had to run around cautiously. But now, he could wait patiently. Outer powerful late-stage supreme martial artists were all lined up and waiting for him. Thinking of this, Xian felt delighted, but now was not the time to rejoice. He had to seize the moment, otherwise, the other party would be suspicious. After all, in their opinion, he had only entered the farmer god cauldron because he was frightened for a moment and wanted to find a place to heal his injuries. If he delayed for too long, it would make them suspect that he was making a breakthrough, and that would create more variables. The last time I made a breakthrough in front of them, it took 7 days. So this time I have to leave before 7 days, a light flashed in Xian's eyes as he nodded to himself. This shouldn't be a big problem. After all, this battle lasted for almost 3 days. Ever since I became an emperor, I haven't had such a thorough battle. The accumulation of the breakthrough in my physical body and meridians, including some old and small obstacles, have been completely unleashed in this battle. So, if there are no accidents, this breakthrough will most likely be completed in 3 to 4 days. Xiao. After that, Xian didn't hesitate anymore and sat down cross-legged on one side of the volcano in the central region. With a wave of his hand, a faint sound of breaking through the air was heard. Rays of light instantly shot out and hovered in front of Xian. These were all the cultivation resources he took out from the undying world in his body. After all this, he immediately activated the domain of the farmer god cauldron, compressing all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fist and swallowing them into his stomach. Walala, the nascent soul fist ball immediately melted in his mouth and turned into a majestic river of energy. In the next moment, the expected clanging sound of chains came from all directions and sounded out from within Xian's body. This time, there was still only one shackle that appeared within Xian's body. After the shackle appeared, Xian immediately focused and used all his strength to activate the river of energy that had just formed in his body. He began to circulate great circulations in his meridians to accumulate energy. Almost in the next instant, a heart-wrenching pain quickly came and enveloped Xian's entire body. However, he didn't care about it and continued to concentrate without any sadness or joy. Time slowly passed. During this process, Xian focused all of his attention on circulating the great heavenly cycle with all of his might. Fruit just as he had expected, in less than 4 days, the huge river of energy that had formed in his body had finally been completely refined. Following that, the huge river of energy formed in his body had finally been completely refined. After that, with just a single impact, this incomparably thick shackle chain had already been broken. Dong, when this shackle completely broke, the anticipated system prompt sounded in Xian's mind very quickly, ding. Congratulations to the host for a breakthrough in the realm of the ancient cave void technique. Current realm, 6th level universe master. Ding. Congratulations to the host for a breakthrough in the realm of the ancient cave void technique. Current realm, 6th level universe master. 6th level universe master. He was only 3 levels away from the 9th level universe master pinnacle required to swallow the level 27 sovereign treasure pill. Previously, Xian's original body was at the 5th level universe master level. After activating the power of the ancient demon ape bloodline in his body, he could climb to the 6th level universe master level. If he executed the 9 changes of demon ape and reached the 9th level, his combat power would immediately soar to the 6th level universe master level. If with the addition of the majestic power of the ancient cave void technique, his combat power would be comparable to that of a 7th-level universe master. Well, this time, when he broke through again, after activating the ancient demon ape bloodline in his body, his combat power would instantly reach the 7th-level universe master level. When he executed the 9 changes of demon ape bloodline and directly entered the 9th level, his combat power would reach the 7th-level universe master level. 7th-level universe master level? If I include the majestic power of the ancient demon ape bloodline in my huge body, which is 60 million miles long, and the addition of 1 level to my combat power, then my current combat power would be comparable to that of an 8th-level universe master. Yi Xian subconsciously clenched his fists and fell into deep thought halfway through his sentence. Little. After a while, he seemed to have made up his mind. A gleam flashed across his eyes, and he continued, however, this is only the second battle. There will be at least 2 more battles to come, so I can't let them find out that my combat power has increased again. In this case, in the upcoming battle, I will maintain my combat power at the 6th-level universe master level. Even if I include the majestic power of the ancient demon ape bloodline in my huge body, I will still only have the combat power of the 7th-level universe master level. In this case, I will most likely suffer more injuries when facing the 8th-level universe master level. Outside the Xianxia cauldron, in the void space of the universe, in the blink of an eye, almost 4 days had passed. However, the ape was injured and fell into the Xianxia cauldron. After entering the internal space of the cauldron, he did not appear again. 4 days was not even enough for the powerful beings hibernating in the 12 light clusters to take a nap. However, they were all anxious and felt uneasy. Following as time passed, they began to suspect that the ape was really afraid. Perhaps it was just as they had guessed at the beginning, that it was going to hide in the internal space of the cauldron and not come out again. Just as they were taking advantage of this opportunity to make breakthroughs again and again, if that was really the case, it was definitely not good news for them, because it meant that they would not be able to trap the ape here for another half a year at most. Although, it was still impossible for him to defeat the 12 powerful beings on their side, but he was fully capable of escaping. This was definitely not what they wanted to see. However, the ape was not at the entrance of the Xianxia cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. Instead, he had entered the internal space of the cauldron. Perhaps he had already sealed his 6 senses and was in seclusion. This, under such circumstances, even if they wanted to provoke him again, there was nothing they could do. The ape could not hear them at all. No matter how they tried to persuade him, it would be a waste of energy. Just as the beings in the 12 light clusters were getting more and more anxious and impatient, a figure suddenly appeared at the entrance of the Xianxia cauldron that they were besieging. It was the space-violent ape. His injuries had obviously healed, but his strength was still at the 6th level of the Universe Supreme. This was reasonable. Previously, it took 7 days to make a breakthrough. It did not make sense that the higher the level of his cultivation, the shorter the time it took to make a breakthrough. And it was so much shorter, this thought flashed through their minds. Coupled with the fact that although the ape had fully recovered, the anger on his face was still the same as it was 4 days ago. It even seemed to be more resentful than before. The powerful beings hibernating in the 12 light clusters were instantly relieved. No, once Bao Yuan spoke, they immediately started communicating with each other using their divine sense in secret, and all of their words revealed a wisp of pleasant surprise that couldn't be concealed. This ape really did not disappoint us. It has only been 4 days, and he actually showed up. It should be so. The Starry Sky ferocious ape clan has always had this sort of violent disposition. Now we can be at ease. See that? Even though his injuries have completely recovered, the indignation on his face is even denser than it was 4 days ago. 4 days is definitely not enough time for him to make a breakthrough. And in such a state of anger, he is not able to calm his heart to make a breakthrough. Yes, his previous injuries, he obviously did not want to make a breakthrough, he did not want to come out. But this is his bloodline. Of his innate temper. On. After 2, In this way, it's extremely likely that he came out this time because he wants to fight again to vent the anger in his heart before entering the space within the cauldron to enter into closed-door cultivation. If that is the case, we can't miss this opportunity. No matter what, we have to take him down. Send an 8th stage Supreme Master, preferably one close to the 9th stage, but we can't send a real 9th stage Supreme Master. We don't want to scare him into retreating. Then, there will be unexpected changes. Let me fight this battle. Xiao. As the words came out, one of the 12 balls of light instantly shot out. Its speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived in the universe void that was only 200 to 300 million miles away from the Shinong cauldron. The other 11 light balls stayed 1 billion miles away. They did not get close to the cauldron in the previous 4 days to avoid arousing the suspicion of the ape. With such a long distance between them, the violent ape would not be able to escape. A distance of 1 billion miles, to a being above the level of Universe Supreme, was nothing at all, and yet, at this time, as the light ball shot out, the other 7 Universe Supreme Masters in the other light balls sent out their voices one after another, mocking Yixian. As for the other 4 Supreme Masters in the other 4 light balls, they still did not make a sound. As Supreme Masters of the Primordial Era, they had their own pride. If they showed too much enthusiasm in this matter, it might arouse the suspicion of the ape. It had to be said that in order to lure Yixian into a battle with them, these 12 fellows had put in a lot of effort. If they knew that Yixian had actually been muttering about this matter in his heart and had the same goal as them, they wouldn't know what to think in their hearts. Why did you come out again, coward? It's only been 4 days and you can't hold it in anymore? You haven't mastered your divine ninja turtle technique yet. He. In my opinion, he's obviously itching for a beating, so he can't sit still and wants to be tortured again. That's right. If he hadn't reacted quickly in the previous battle, he would have been tortured by us into a real coward. Now, he dares to come out again. He's obviously looking for excitement. I didn't expect this coward to have a tendency to be tortured. Do you still dare to fight? If not, go back quickly. It's an eyesore. Hell. The last howl came from the ball of light that was suspended in front of the farmer god cauldron about 150 million miles away. As the howl came out, the ball of light dissipated and shrank back into the body. A huge black bug that was about 10 million miles long appeared in front of Yixian. The aura of cultivation emanating from his body was that of an 8th order Universe Supreme. This was the same as what these fellows had discussed previously. There was no change. A bug? It's actually a huge black bug? Hell, this Star Lord hates bugs the most. Many times I've hunted them, they almost spoiled my plans. Seeing this huge black bug, the eyes of the ape turned red instantly. This time, half of it was an act, but the other half was his true feelings. Yixian hated bugs the most. Hell. So what if it's an 8th level Supreme Master? It's just a damned black bug. How dare it mock your honorable master, I'm going to torture you to death today. Yixian looked up at the sky. With a roar, the ape stood up again. With a flash, he rushed out of the mouth of the farmer god cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. In his body, which was only about 3 meters tall, grew even bigger. In the blink of an eye, he was already 60 million miles long, which was more than the size of a giant star. Hell. Damned bug, go to hell. This time, it was unknown whether it was because he had been holding back his anger from the previous battle or because he saw that his second opponent was a space bug. In the face of this battle, Yixian felt quite aggrieved. His opponent had sent out an 8th level Supreme, while he could only display the power of a 6th level Supreme. That was even if he were to add in the boundless power of blood and chi within his massive body, which would increase his combat prowess by 1 level, he would still only be at the 7th level of this realm. This was destined to be abused by his opponent. If it were any other space beast, it would have been fine, but it was a huge black bug, which made Yixian feel extremely aggrieved. No, it was fine to be abused by his opponent, but he had to at least let his opponent suffer a little. Otherwise, he would not be able to take this lying down, and it would really become a knot in his heart. Bam! In the blink of an eye, the 2 figures collided and an earth-shattering explosion reverberated. The void within a radius of 100 million miles shattered inch by inch. Fortunately, under the powerful power of the Hongmeng void, it quickly mended and did not affect the battle. Although Xian had the power of an 8th level Supreme, he could not use it, so he could only display the power of a 7th level Supreme. Thus, after the collision, his body was immediately sent flying backwards. This time, he was sent flying 200 million miles away. There was even a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. It was only because the violent starry sky ape's skin was thick and tough. Otherwise, it would have been heavily injured on the spot. Reverse looking at the huge black bug, it was as if nothing had happened. The body of the huge black bug was like a pure black crystal, and one could tell at a glance that it was very hard. Although the fist of the violent ape was tough, the power it could display was only at the 7th level, so the huge black bug only retreated a few million miles before stopping. Only with just one blow, the winner was decided. The huge black bug had the absolute advantage. No, the violent ape was a 6th level supreme, and its power was comparable to a 7th level supreme. Even if it could not defeat him, it would not be so easy to capture or kill him. After all, it was not easy to kill a supreme. Hence, the huge black bug did not dare to push too hard. Otherwise, he would have a chance to attack again while the violent ape was still flying backward. Roar, this isn't fair. You sent an 8th rank supreme being. At this time, if he didn't mention this matter, then the other party would definitely become suspicious. Sukothir 4-4, after the violent ape stopped, it raised its head and roared angrily. It seemed to be flustered and exasperated. Anger after roaring, he flipped his hand and took out the big-headed black cudgel. He roared, "Your cultivation is too high, so I have to use my combat weapon. Otherwise, I don't want to fight." Actually, Xian was looking forward to a big battle, but he deliberately said so. The more he said so, the less suspicious the other party would be. Fruit then, a remote antiquity expert among the 12 light balls said, "That's fine. This is fair. However, don't refuse to admit defeat after you've lost." Roar. With this staff in hand, how could the Star Lord lose? The violent ape seemed to be very happy, as if it had something to rely on. There was even a smile on its face. After roaring, it rushed forward. This time, it didn't use its bare fists to attack. Instead, it swung the big-headed black stick high above its head and smashed down fiercely. Bang! Ow! Caught off guard, the big black bug was directly hit on the back by the cudgel. At the same time, an earth-shattering sound was heard, and a shocking scream came out of its mouth. But, it's a pity for a big bug, but its scream is like a hungry wolf. It can be seen how painful this blow is. It's really hard for it. Ha ha ha, good, good, good. As I said, once the big-headed black cudgel is used, you are simply trash. Even level 8 is useless. Looking down, there was a huge crater on the back of the big black bug, which was like a pure black crystal. The Baoyuan immediately became happy and high-spirited. This was from the bottom of his heart. Even if the big black bug was on guard and dodged, not giving him another chance to hit it, just this one hit alone was enough to vent the anger in his heart. Even if he deliberately pretended to be abused by him and flew back to the Xianxia cauldron, he no longer had any regrets. Next, in an instant, in the 11 light balls in the distance, after a short silence, there were exclamations. Hiss! What is this cudgel? It's actually so powerful. Xianxia pestle. I understand now. This is the Xianxia pestle that is compatible with the Xianxia cauldron. It has been transformed into the shape of the big-headed black cudgel. No wonder this violent ape is so confident and dares to fight even when he sees a level 8 sovereign. It turns out that he already had such a plan. But even so, in this battle, he still has no chance of winning. Facing the speed of a level 8 sovereign, no matter how heavy and fierce his big-headed black cudgel is, it's useless if he can't hit the target. Screech, coward, you have successfully angered this sovereign. Go to hell. With these reminders, the big black bug raised its head and roared angrily. Its figure flashed, and in an instant, it turned into a black streak of light that drew arcs in the air as it launched a roundabout attack on the Bao ape. Boom! Rumble, the battle shook the heavens. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. This time, the battle was even more tragic. The violent ape was even beaten to the point of vomiting blood. His left arm had been broken twice. However, in this kind of intense battle that was close to risking his life, his last breakthrough was being digested at an even faster speed. In just one day, it had completely integrated into his body and soul. Screech! This time, the big black bug saw an opportunity and unleashed its extreme speed. It turned into a black ray of light and crashed into the right hand of the violent ape that was holding the cudgel. It was his plan to break the violent ape's right hand. At that time, the big-headed black cudgel would fall. He would first take this treasure, and then take the opportunity to take down the violent ape. Roar! You're courting death. The violent ape was shocked and angry, but his heart was filled with ecstasy. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. Bam! Crack crack crack, an earth-shattering sound rang out, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. This was caused by the collapse of the violent ape's right back. At the critical moment, the violent ape dodged to the right and gritted its teeth to forcefully protect the big-headed black cudgel. However, its body was instantly sent flying 200 to 300 million miles away from the impact. He plunged into the mouth of the Xianxia cauldron that was filled with a 9-colored fog and disappeared, once again entering the space within the cauldron. Damn it, why is it like this again? He was too impatient. That violent ape obviously had his eyes on this big-headed black cudgel. When he realized that the cudgel was being targeted, he naturally didn't dare to continue fighting. He would rather risk his life to protect this cudgel and take advantage of the situation to escape. Another failure. This time, I'm afraid there's really no hope. As the violent ape's figure disappeared, in the distance, after a short period of silence, sighs could be heard one after another from the 11 balls of light. At the same time, in the space within the Xianxia cauldron. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air was heard. The figure of the violent ape appeared high up in the sky. He had already returned to his original height, and the big-headed black stick had been kept away. I've suffered a huge loss this time. I was almost seriously injured. His figure landed in the air above the central region volcano. After sitting down cross-legged, Xian gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, "Damn that big black bug. I'll definitely kill him later to vent my hatred." Whoosh whoosh whoosh, following which, he no longer hesitated. With a wave of his hand, rays of light shot out and hovered in front of him. These were the cultivation resources that he had taken out from the undying world in his body for this breakthrough. Connect. The next step was a walk in the park. Xian activated the domain of the Xianxia cauldron and compressed all the resources to the size of a nascent soul fist. With a wave of his hand, he swallowed them into his stomach. Walala! The nascent soul fist ball melted in his mouth and turned into a majestic energy river. Body inside, the expected sound of the clanking of the chains could be heard everywhere. However, there was only one sound. After that, Xian focused and activated the energy river that had just formed in his body with all his might. He started to circulate the energy in his meridians again and again, accumulating energy. Time passed slowly. During this process, Xian focused all his attention and started to circulate the energy in his meridians with all his might. This time, due to the more intense battle, the energy river that had formed in his body was completely refined in just 2.5 days. After that, with just a single impact, this incomparably thick shackle chain had already been broken. When the shackles were completely broken, the expected system notification sounded in Xian's mind, ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the void ancient technique. Current realm, level 7 universe master. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the physical body energy. Current realm, level 7 universe master. Level 7 Universe Master was already the late stage of this realm. Like today, he was only 2 levels away from the level 27 Supreme being level 9 Universe Master required to swallow the level 27 Supreme being treasure pill. It was exciting. Previously, Xian's original body was at the 6th level of the Eternity Lord realm, and after activating the power of the ancient demon ape bloodline in his body, he could ascend to the 7th level of the Eternity Lord realm. If he executed the 9 transformations of the demon ape and reached the 9th transformation, his battle power would immediately soar to the 7th level of the Universe Supreme. In addition to the boundless chi and blood in his physical body, his true battle strength was comparable to that of an 8th stage sovereign. This time, he had another breakthrough. After activating the demon ape bloodline in his body, he instantly had the power of an 8th level Universe Master. In unleashing the bloodline ability of the 9 demonic ape transformation and entering the 9th transformation, his peak battle power could reach the level of an 8th level universe supreme, if one were to take into account the 60 million kilometer long flesh peak, the boundless blood and chi power that was so vast that it made one's hair stand on end, as well as the enhancement to one's combat prowess by 1 level. That right now, Yi Xian's strongest battle power was already at the level of a 9th order universe supreme being, which was equivalent to a half-step mighty being. Finally, I have the power of a half-step mighty being. In this case, if I were to execute the Blood Sea secret technique and condense 3 Blood Sea bodies with the same battle power. There was a gleam in Bao Yuan's eyes, and 2 rays of incomparably excited light shot out from his eyes. He murmured softly, by then, even if I were to encounter a half-step supreme being of the same level, I would have a certain degree of confidence that I would be able to kill him. However, I still need to break through 2 levels before reaching the level of a 9th order universe master. No matter what, I have to fight 2 more battles, hence, I can't reveal the battle power of a 9th order universe master at the moment. I can't let them know that my true cultivation level has already broken through twice consecutively from the previous 6th order universe master to the 8th order universe master. But at the same time, I can't act like the last time and show only the power of a 6th level universe master. If I do that, I'll definitely arouse suspicion. After all, I had already suffered a loss in the first battle, and the reason why I still dared to fight in the second battle was because I was filled with resentment and at the same time, I had the big-headed black stick to rely on. But for the third battle, if my power is still at the 6th order universe master level, yet I still dare to fight with the big-headed black stick, it would be illogical. It would be difficult not to arouse suspicion. In this case, I'm afraid I would lose the next 2 battles. At this point, Yi Xian's eyes gleamed. In this case, when I go out this time, on the surface, I'll just reveal the power of a 7th order universe master. It's obvious that I've broken through to the next order universe master level. In this case, it's understandable that I'm confident again. Besides, it can also make those fellows guarding outside suddenly feel more pressured. In this case, let's not talk about the 4th battle for the time being. At least, there's absolutely no suspense in the 3rd battle. After making up his mind, Yi Xian didn't say anything more. He closed his eyes and sat cross-legged above the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron. He closed his eyes and concentrated. This time, it only took him 2 days to break through. If he went out now and revealed the power of a 7th order universe master, the other party would immediately notice something was wrong, and it would cause unnecessary changes. Therefore, Yi Xian could only hibernate in the space inside the cauldron and wait for 8 to 9 days before going out. The reason why it had to be 8 to 9 days was that he had used 7 days to break through the first time in front of those fellows. While, this time, he entered the space inside the cauldron when he was almost severely injured. Healing would take time, and coupled with his poor condition, the time needed to break through would be extended. Therefore, 8 to 9 days was the minimum requirement. Any shorter and it would arouse suspicion. Very quickly. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Bao Yuan, who was sitting cross-legged above the central region volcano, suddenly opened his eyes. He didn't go out immediately. Instead, he activated the Farmer God Cauldron's domain and secretly listened to the voice transmissions of those fellows in the void outside. After all, he had been in the space inside the cauldron for so long. Those fellows must have been waiting impatiently. In their anxiety, it was impossible for there to be no discussions. However, as the cauldron's domain was activated, the voices of those fellows outside the cauldron entered Yi Xian's ears. The situation is a little bad. This time, that Bao Yuan has been in there for 9 days. I'm afraid he won't come out again, right? He even used the big-headed black stick, but still lost miserably. Naturally, he won't come out easily unless he breaks through. So, if there are no accidents, that Bao Yuan should be in seclusion now. Calculating the time, he should be coming out soon. Damn it, I let him break through again. Doesn't that mean he's a 7th order venerable now? This can't go on. If there's still a chance to fight, this time, we must capture him. Hearing this, Yi Xian no longer hesitated. His figure flashed and disappeared from the space inside the cauldron. This time, Yi Xian only took 2 days to recover from his injuries and make another breakthrough. However, in order not to arouse the suspicion of the 12 powerful beings who were still waiting in the void outside the cauldron, he spent another 7 days and stayed for a few days before coming out. This was clearly to let the other party know that this time, he had broken through again. Of course, it was only a single breakthrough. Yi Xian was still concealing his cultivation from the previous breakthrough and didn't reveal it. Therefore, although Yi Xian's current cultivation was already at the 7th level of the Universe Master, when he activated the bloodline in his body and performed the 9th transformation of the 9 demonic ape transformations bloodline ability, his peak combat power was already at the 8th level of the Universe Supreme Master. However, at this moment, when his figure appeared again, the cultivation power Yi Xian displayed was only at the 7th level of the Universe Supreme Master. Compared to the 6th level of the Universe Supreme Master from before, it was only 1 level higher. Although it was only 1 level higher, it was the same as the big black bug who fought with him previously. He had entered the final level of the Supreme Master. Although the black bug's cultivation was at the 8th level of the Supreme Master, Yi Xian also possessed the combat power of an 8th level Supreme Master with the help of the majestic power of blood and qi in his 60 million mile long body. He was no weaker than the big black bug. Coupled with the big-headed black stick in his hand, on the surface, he basically had the combat power to beat up the big black bug. Under such circumstances, even if he had indeed suffered quite a loss in the previous battle with the big black bug, it was completely reasonable for him to immediately clamor for a third battle with the big black bug as soon as he came out of seclusion at this moment. In the eyes of the 12 powerful beings who were waiting in the void outside the cauldron, it was just a sudden increase in his cultivation power and confidence that made him want to seek revenge on the big black bug. These thoughts flashed across the sea. After a short silence, the beings who were hibernating in the 12 balls of light began to secretly communicate with each other again and started to discuss. As expected, this violent ape's cultivation power has made another breakthrough. 9 days, 2 days to recover from his injuries, then clenched his teeth and went into seclusion. It took him 7 days to make a breakthrough. There is no discrepancy in the timing, so this should be the truth. The situation is not good. If this violent ape calms down, he can indeed make a small breakthrough in 7 to 8 days. This is simply unbelievable. Now, he is already at the 7th level of the Universe Supreme Master. 3 more small breakthroughs, and he will enter the Primordial Supreme Master realm. At that time, if he performs the Blood Sea secret technique and activates the power of his doppelgangers, he will form 3 Blood Sea doppelgangers of the Primordial Supreme Master realm. At that time, it will be difficult for us to trap him. We can't let him break through again. This time, let's send a Grand Perfection Stage 9 Half-Step Almighty. Do you think this violent ape is so stupid? Isn't he just looking for trouble? We've already suffered 2 small losses before. If we do it a 3rd time, I'm afraid it will arouse his suspicion and raise his vigilance. What's more, in the previous battle, he was badly beaten by Black Venerable. This time, he has just come out of seclusion, and he is so excited that he wants to fight Black Venerable. If we send someone else, will he agree? Black Venerable, how about another battle? As long as you are alert and avoid his big-headed black stick, this violent ape can't do anything to you. After stabilizing yourself, think of a way to provoke him. Find the best time to injure him severely with 1 blow. Okay, then let's have another battle. Finally, the big black bug had no choice but to agree to this battle. However, listening to the voice of his consciousness, it was obvious that he was not very interested. That was indeed the case. The big black bug had a bad feeling about the upcoming 3rd battle, but it could not explain why. Yes. He was still quite wary of the big-headed black stick in Yi Xian's hand. It could even be said that he was terrified. After all, at the beginning of the battle, the big black bug was caught off guard and was hit on the back by the big-headed black stick. He immediately let out a shrill howl, which showed how painful it was. The reason why he wasn't hit by the big-headed black cudgel again was simply because he was a level 8 supreme. As for the ferocious ape, even with his 60 million mile long body and the help of his level 1 power, he was only a level 7 Universe Supreme. The black bug was relying on the advantage of this level of cultivation to increase its speed and avoid the big-headed black stick time and time again. But now, Bao Yuan's cultivation had broken through 1 level, and similarly possessed a level 8 battle prowess. As a result, the advantage of the big black bug's speed was evened out. Under such circumstances, in the upcoming battle, the possibility of him once again tasting the killing power of the big-headed black stick had instantly skyrocketed by a large margin. If it was possible. He really didn't want to accept this battle, but it was just as the other 11 formidable existences had said. That violent ape already bore a grudge against him, so if someone else entered the arena, not only would it arouse suspicion, it was utterly impossible for it to agree. As such, he could only brace himself and do it. Good. Although the two's cultivation levels were almost evened out, and the big black bug's speed advantage was no longer there, after all, his body was only about 10 million mile long. Compared to the 60 million mile long Bao Yuan, he was, after all, much slimmer. In terms of agility, he could still make a big fuss. Just be careful. As long as he was careful, it wouldn't be too difficult to dodge that big-headed black stick. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the big black bug immediately shot forward. As for the other 11 balls of light, they remained in the distant void space 1 billion miles away. This time, perhaps because he wasn't in the mood, the big black bug didn't even say a word the moment he came up. His entire body transformed into a flash of light and directly crashed toward the ferocious ape. Of course, this attack was just a feint. He held back 10% of his strength and was prepared to immediately retreat and change his direction as long as his opponent swung the big-headed black stick down. Hell! Damned worm, I'm going to blast you to pieces this time. Seeing that the opponent had already rushed over, a cold light flashed in the ferocious ape's eyes. After raising his head and roaring, he immediately rushed forward. The big-headed black stick in his hand was even more impatiently raised high and smashed directly at the big black bug that was rushing over. In an instant, the big black bug's heart was alerted. Without hesitation, he immediately withdrew his momentum. Even the 10% of his strength that he held back was instantly activated. The entire huge body of 10 million miles instantly drew an arc in the void and perfectly avoided the big-headed black stick that was about to smash down. You're quite clever, but it's a pity that this Star Lord is not so easily fooled. Almost at the same time, Xianxia's voice sounded. The big-headed black stick that was about to smash down actually changed its direction with great dexterity. It drew a perfect arc and followed behind the big black bug. In an instant, it smashed into the back of the big black bug's head. Awoo! As the big black bug let out an incomparably shrill howl, the curtains of the third battle finally opened. The two of them had just met, and in the first round, the big black bug had already been hit, and a small dent had been smashed into the back of its head. This scene was far beyond the expectations of the beings hibernating in the 11 light spheres in the distant void space. Everyone was stunned. Their jaws dropped. However, Xian had already expected this, and it could even be said that he had a card up his sleeve. On the surface, his current combat power was indeed the same as the big black bug, only at the 8th level of the universe supreme level. However, in reality, Xian had concealed one level of cultivation power. However, what he had concealed was only his power and the aura of his consciousness. He did not need to conceal his reaction speed and other abilities that belonged to a 9th level supreme level master, because these things could not be seen through. Therefore, although the big black bug was slimmer than him and seemed to be more agile, in reality, Xian's reaction speed was faster than his. It could be said that as long as Xian was willing, he could effortlessly smash the big black bug into pieces in every subsequent round until he killed it right there and then. However, he obviously would not do so. On one hand, if he really did so, the next two battles would most likely fall through because of this, and the beings hibernating in the 11 light spheres in the distant void space would definitely become suspicious. On the other hand, Xian's real purpose in initiating the third battle was to use an intense battle to his heart's content to digest the gains from the previous breakthrough and quickly welcome the opportunity to break through again. If he directly smashed his big-headed black stick every time and suppressed his opponent every time, although it would also have the effect of tempering his body because of the surging energy in his body, it would not be so obvious. If he had not completely digested the gains from the previous breakthrough, and the opportunity to break through again had not arrived yet, and he had already accidentally smashed this big black bug into pieces, then it would simply make people speechless. The battle continued. Xian did not use his big-headed black stick all the time. More often than not, he deliberately let the big-headed black stick miss and then followed up with a punch, colliding fiercely with the big black bug. In order to ensure that this fellow would not become more and more disheartened and eventually give up the battle and run away, Xian would deliberately leave a loophole and let the other party hit him once or twice. After all, this kind of sparring partner was hard to come by. Wanting the horse to run and not giving it grass to eat was absolutely impossible. This battle continued in such a tone. Slowly, as Xian occasionally got hit once or twice, and in addition to the number of times he got hit by the big-headed black stick, it did not seem to be as frequent as he expected. Therefore, from the beginning of this battle, the big black bug, which had been somewhat alarmed, finally calmed down. It slowly calmed down and dealt with Xian, dealing with him while waiting for the opportunity to launch a thunderous attack. Unfortunately, this opportunity was obviously not going to be given to him by Xian. This time, after only a day and a half of battle, Xian had completely digested the gains from the previous breakthrough, fully integrating them into his body and soul. The opportunity to break through again had finally arrived. In his ecstasy, Xian immediately lost interest in this battle. After all, the purpose of this battle had been achieved, and there was no meaning in continuing. Boom. Taking advantage of the opponent's inattention, Bao Yuan suddenly turned around, and the big-headed black stick's speed instantly increased by 30%. In the blink of an eye, it once again smashed into the back of the big black bug's head. This time, Xian pushed the strength of his body's qi and blood, as well as the inner qi in his body, to the extreme, and even used a part of his hidden cultivation. After all, it was just a quick strike, and in addition, his divine sense did not change, and the aura of the pressure emitted from his body did not change, so he was not worried at all about being seen by the powerful existences in the 11 balls of light hibernating in the void in the distance. A clue. But the big black bug, who had endured the power of the stick, as the target of Xian's powerful blow, was completely different. His expression changed greatly in an instant, because the power of this blow was definitely not something that could be displayed by a rank 8 supreme, and was infinitely close to that of a rank 9 supreme. At this moment, the big black bug finally understood where the bad feeling in his heart came from. As a powerful late-stage supreme, his divine sense was naturally extremely sharp, and for some important things closely related to him, such as life and death crises, he generally had a strong sixth sense like that of ordinary creatures. Unfortunately, everything that had happened before had successfully confused the big black bug. Although there was a warning in his heart, he did not pay attention to it at all. By the time he realized that something was wrong, it was already too late. Bang. His expression changed greatly, and the big black bug's divine sense voice only transmitted one word, and the mournful howl in his mouth was extremely short. Before he could finish his howl, his huge body instantly exploded into a black mist of blood. Whoosh, time was of the essence, and Xian did not hesitate at all. He waved his hand at the first moment, and in an instant, an invisible suction force was emitted, and the majestic blood mist that had just dispersed was directly absorbed into his body. Then, he swung the big-headed black stick in his hand, raised his head and shouted, "Good treasure, the instantaneous power is really amazing." Then, his figure flashed, and in the blink of an eye, he swept to the mouth of the Xianxia cauldron, which was enshrouded in 9-colored mist. The reason why he had let out such a howl at the end was naturally to conceal his terrifying battle prowess at the last moment when he had suddenly exploded the big black bug with a single strike of his stick. He had pushed all of this on to the instant explosive power hidden within the big-headed black stick, which was naturally incomparably perfect. It was a primordial treasure that was compatible with the Xianxia cauldron. After reaching the mouth of the cauldron, Xian did not stop, and in the next moment, his figure disappeared and directly entered the space inside the cauldron. At this point, the number of supreme blood essences in Xian's hands had reached a total of 10, and the one he had just obtained was a supreme blood essence between the 8th rank, infinitely close to the 9th rank of the best. Until this moment, when Xian's figure disappeared from the mouth of the cauldron and entered the space inside the cauldron, in the 11 light clusters in the outer space of the universe a billion miles away, there suddenly came a series of shocked exclamations. What? Black Venerable actually fell? What happened in that instant? Damn it, this violent ape is not as stupid as we thought. He has been waiting for an opportunity to make a move. It turns out that the big-headed black stick transformed from the Shinong medicinal pestle has such a killing ability. Careless. This time, Black Venerable was really too careless. He actually made us miss a good opportunity again. His own realm is clearly only at the 7th Order Universe Supreme Master, but because of the First Order enhancement of the boundless vitality in his huge body, he has a powerful battle strength comparable to an 8th Order Supreme Master. Moreover, because of the big-headed black rod in his hand, he was able to catch the opportunity. He was caught off guard and killed an 8th Order Supreme Master. It seems that if we want to take down this violent ape, we can only send out a 9th Order Supreme Master. I just don't know if we will have the chance. It shouldn't be a problem. This violent ape lost 2 rounds in a row before, and now that its scheme succeeded in the 3rd round, it vented the hatred in its heart and even obtained an additional supreme blood essence. Under such circumstances, it's feeling complacent in its heart, and most likely still wants to continue. That's right, he can even kill a sovereign of the 8th step. Bao Yuan's confidence is currently inflated. In the next battle, even if we send out a sovereign of the 9th step, he most likely won't have too much resistance. Fellow Taoists, this is most likely the last chance. The one to fight must be a senior 9th Order Supreme Master. I came. This time I must take him down in one fell swoop. Roar. Shinong Cauldron, inside the cauldron. Swish, a faint sound of breaking through the air rang out. The violent ape, which had already shrunk to a height of only 3 meters, appeared in the sky and landed at the edge of the central domain volcano. This time, he instantly attacked and killed the big black bug, which would definitely shock the existences hibernating in the 11 balls of light in the distant void. It was hard to predict whether they would become suspicious because of this. Therefore, after entering the cauldron, Yi Xian did not immediately break through. Instead, he activated the domain of the Shinong cauldron and secretly listened to the voice of the divine sense in the void outside the cauldron. Very quickly, the exclamations of the 11 powerful existences were clearly transmitted into Yi Xian's ears, causing him to calm down. After this breakthrough, I only need to fight one more battle, and that will be enough. Now, it seems that there is basically no problem. With a flash of coldness in his eyes, Yi Xian immediately sat down cross-legged on the side of the volcano in the central region. However, I have to hurry up. I can't let them know that I have broken through another level of cultivation. Otherwise, this battle will be in vain. Swish, swish, swish. With that said, he waved his hand without hesitation. With the faint sound of breaking through the air, streaks of light shot out and hovered in front of him. These were the cultivation resources that he had taken out from the undying world in his body for this breakthrough. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Xian immediately activated the power of the Shinong Cauldron's domain. After compressing all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fist, he swallowed them into his stomach with a wave of his hand. Walala, the nascent soul fist ball formed by the cultivation resources melted as soon as it entered his mouth. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a majestic energy river. Within Yi Xian's body, the sound of chains rattling could be heard everywhere. This time, there was only one shackle that appeared, but Yi Xian did not care about it. He immediately focused his attention and activated the energy river that had just formed in his body with all his might. It began to circulate in all the meridians in his body. This battle was also extremely intense, even more intense than the previous battle. Therefore, it only took 2 days for the energy river that had formed in Yi Xian's body to be completely refined. Following that, with just a single impact, this incomparably thick shackle chain had already broken with a sound. When this shackle was completely broken, the anticipated system prompt sounded in Yi Xian's mind very quickly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a breakthrough in the realm of the ancient Dongshu technique. Current realm, level 8 Universe Master. Ding! Congratulations to the host for a breakthrough in the realm of the ancient Dongshu technique. Current realm, level 8 Universe Master. The 8th level of the Cosmic Lord realm was only a single level away from the 9th level's Great Circle. In other words, the current Yi Xian was only 1 level away from swallowing a level 27 Supreme Treasure pill. This was definitely exciting. Previously, Yi Xian's true body's cultivation base was at the 7th level of the Eternity Lord realm, and after activating the power of the ancient Devil Ape's bloodline within his body, he was able to climb to the 8th level of the Eternity Lord realm. If he were to use the 9 devil ape transformations again and reach the 9th transformation, his battle prowess would immediately soar to the 8th level of the universe supreme realm. Level 8. If he added the majestic energy and blood in his body, his true battle power would be comparable to a level 9 universe supreme master. And this time, following his successful breakthrough, Xian would instantly have the power of a level 9 completion universe master after activating the ancient demon ape bloodline in his body. If he used the bloodline power of the 9 changes of demon ape and entered level 9, his peak battle power would be comparable to a level 9 completion universe supreme master. Furthermore, if one were to include the 60 million kilometer wide body, the boundless power of blood and chi would add a level of enhancement to his true combat strength. In that case, the current Xian's strongest battle prowess was already close to the first level of the primordial era. Even if it was because of the crossing of a large realm, the strength of the flesh and blood would be reduced by this level of battle prowess, it would still be far from enough. It was not comparable to an ordinary half-step great being. He was definitely infinitely close to that of a primordial great being, finally, only 1 level away. Moreover, this breakthrough only took 2 days. After calming himself down, Xian's eyes flashed with a bright light as he subconsciously clenched his fists. As long as we complete another great battle and swallow a level 27 supreme treasure pill, our cultivation will be able to officially step into the supreme realm of the universe. It will come immediately. Once I enter the level of Universe Supreme Master, my cultivation and strength will be comparable to that of a level 2 primordial great being under the 9th change of the bloodline power of the 9 changes of demon ape bloodline. With the addition of the energy in my huge body, my final battle power will be comparable to that of a level 3 primordial great being. Comparable to that of a primordial great being. If I activate the Blood Sea secret technique and display the power of my body, I will be able to form 3 Blood Sea bodies of the same level in an instant. With this, the current predicament will be resolved instantly. Who knows, I might be able to take advantage of this opportunity to kill a few more Universe Supremes before I leave. This way, I will have enough Supreme Blood Essence to make the level 28 Supreme Treasure Pill. There will be no need to continue hunting, hence, this battle is of utmost importance. I cannot let those 11 fellows have any doubts. At this point, Xian immediately stood up and let out a long breath. This way, after I leave the space within the cauldron, it will be best to maintain my cultivation and strength at the level of a level 7 Universe Supreme Master. Outside the Farmer God Cauldron, in the void space of the universe, 2 days had passed, but the violent ape, who had entered the space inside the cauldron, had yet to appear. This made the powerful beings in the 11 light groups, who were watching from a distance of 1 billion miles, all worried. After patiently waiting for 2 days, the 11 powerful existences once again began to communicate with each other using their divine senses. They began to discuss in secret, what should we do? It's been 2 days and he still hasn't come out. This isn't a good sign. That's right. If I'm not mistaken, he's most likely in seclusion. If that's the case, the moment he comes out, his power will soar again. He'll reach the 8th level of the Universe Supreme level, and his physical body and blood energy will be at the 1st level of the Universe Supreme level. His physical strength will reach the 9th level of perfection. If that's the case, even if we send a 9th level great being into battle, I'm afraid it will be difficult to capture him. After all, the violent ape still has a powerful big-headed black stick in his hand, which can be used to deal a fatal blow at the critical moment. We can only wait. If this violent ape appears within 3 days, then we will act according to the previous plan. If he doesn't appear after 3 days, then he must be in the midst of a breakthrough. Once the violent ape appears, we can only make other plans. Hell. You bunch of old bastards, why are you still waiting here? Right at this moment, in the center of the void space that was surrounded, a figure suddenly appeared at the mouth of the Farmer God Cauldron, which was as huge as a star. He raised his head and roared angrily. His words were full of provocation and pride. 12 powerful beings, whose cultivation level is higher than this Star Master's, actually fell under such circumstances. How embarrassing. If this Star Master was you, he would have covered his face and fled in embarrassment. How could he still have the face to stay here? These words were too harsh, and they hit the sore spot of the 11 powerful beings. However, when they saw the violent ape finally appear, they suddenly felt relieved. Their hearts, which were hanging in their throats, instantly fell by half. It had only been 2 days. This violent ape definitely couldn't have been in seclusion and successfully broken through the first level of cultivation. In other words, as long as they could persuade him to arrange another battle, then the previously agreed-upon plan could be carried out smoothly. This time, they were going to send a senior 9th stage supreme martial artist, who had been in this realm for hundreds of years. With him taking action, as long as they were careful and waited for the right time, the probability of successfully capturing the violent ape was still very high. With this thought in mind, although the hibernating existences in the 11 light clusters were angry, they could only endure it. The 4 powerful remote antiquity powerful figures still didn't say anything. They deliberately looked indifferent, as if they had won the battle against the violent ape just now. He even killed his opponent with disdain. As for the other 7 Universe Supreme Masters, they were secretly clenching their teeth. While their hearts were filled with resentment, they sent out voice transmissions one after another. They wanted to use this opportunity to infuriate the raging ape again so that the upcoming 4th battle would become a reality. Bao Yuan, do you know what your current expression and tone is like? This is what happens when a villain gets his way. That's right. In the previous battle, Black Master was careless and underestimated the enemy. In addition, you deliberately concealed the powerful power of the Shenong medicinal pestle and launched a sudden attack. That's why you overturned the boat in the gutter. It doesn't mean anything. Now, the big-headed black stick in your hand has been exposed, and your trump card is useless. If we fight again, we'll definitely capture you on the spot. Forget it. Go back to the space inside the cauldron. I think you won't dare to fight again. It's not easy to plot a plot to regain some face. If you're immediately beaten up again, it'll be even more humiliating. Go back to the space inside the cauldron and be a coward. At the same time, wash your neck and wait for your death slowly. We have a good plan to deal with you. Soon, we'll break the domain power of the treasured cauldron, kill our way into the space inside the cauldron, and capture you. When the time comes, we'll definitely torture you into a real coward. Ha ha ha, hell. You're talking big. Since you want to die, just come at me. The 7 late-stage supreme beings spoke one after another, and all of their voices were extremely harsh and unpleasant to the ears. The Bao ape was finally enraged again, and it stood up from the mouth of the farmer god cauldron, which was enshrouded in 9-colored mist. After raising his head and letting out a shocking roar, he flipped his right hand, and the fierce big-headed black stick appeared in his hand again in an instant. For a time, endless murderous intent surged out from the violent ape's body. At a glance, it was really a bit of an insufferably domineering aura. Come on, don't come to deliver food to the 7th stage Supreme Master. I don't feel anything even if I torture you. Here, I specialize in killing the 8th stage Supreme Master. No matter who comes up, I'll just kill another one. This result was different from the expectations of the hibernating existence in the 11 light clusters. If only the 8th stage Supreme Master came up, the result of the 4th battle would be regrettable. Of course, they didn't know that Yi Xian said this on purpose. The purpose was to avoid arousing the suspicion of these old guys as much as possible. After all, Yi Xian really valued the upcoming 4th battle too much. It was of great importance. No matter what, he had to work hard to win it. At this moment, as the violent ape clamored to challenge the 8th stage Supreme Master again, the mocking and disdainful voices of the 7 late-stage Supreme Masters rang out again in an instant. Ha ha ha. What a joke. Pretending to be so insufferably arrogant, looking like a tyrant, but in the end, didn't he reveal his true colors with just one sentence? That's right, this is clearly a perfect portrayal of a coward in appearance. Only daring to challenge the 8th stage Supreme Master? After all this fuss, it turns out that you're just a coward. Bao Yuan, don't even think about the 8th stage Supreme Master. You've already killed one just now. Although it was just an accident, and sending another one up won't cause the same situation, I'm afraid it'll be difficult to torture you to the point where you want to die. If that's the case, it's meaningless to us. If we want to fight, we'll send a 9th stage Supreme Master up. We'll definitely torture you to the point where you want to die. Only then will this battle be interesting. Unfortunately, looking at your cowardly appearance, I guess you don't dare to fight. Since that's the case, then don't continue to pretend to be a wolf with a big tail. Scram back to the space inside the treasure cauldron and be a coward, roar. Roar. This time, the words were even more unpleasant, and they were said so seriously. The fury of the violent ape was clearly burning. He's been fooled. This ape is indeed too frivolous. He's not calm enough. Maybe it's because his power has skyrocketed in such a short time. He's a little arrogant. He's been fooled. This is our best chance, our only chance. This time, we must capture him. There should be no problem. Even with his 60-million-mile-long body and the tremendous power of his blood and vital energy, this raging ape only has the power of a level 8 universe master. He's definitely not a match for a level 9 supreme master. What's more, Donkey Sr. has been a 9th-tier supreme for hundreds of years. He's not far from the true primordial era. Crushing him won't be a problem. After so long, this battle is finally over. Donkey Sr., you must be careful. Don't be too aggressive. Wait for the right opportunity to strike. This is our last chance. Hu, as Xian rushed out of the mouth of the Shenong cauldron that was filled with a 9-colored fog, the 11 powerful existences within the 11 balls of light that surrounded them instantly communicated with each other using their divine senses. This time all of them seemed to be extremely excited, and their voices were filled with deep anticipation. Before the conversation had even ended, a cluster of light rushed toward the Shenong cauldron from the right side of the universe. The other 10 clusters of light remained in the void a billion miles away from the Shenong cauldron. At the most critical moment, they didn't dare to make any excessive moves. They were very careful so as not to provoke this enraged ape and cause all their previous efforts to be in vain. Hu. The light sphere was gray in color, and strange whistling sounds came from it. At this moment, as he rushed out, the light sphere that shrouded him quickly dissipated and was absorbed into his body. The next moment, a 10-million-mile-long yellow-eared gray donkey appeared in the void, which made the ape's eyes drop. After being stunned for half a second, he put the big-headed black stick on his shoulder and held his stomach with the other hand and laughed wildly. As he laughed wildly, a mocking divine sense voice could be heard, "Ha ha ha, donkey? What a stubborn donkey. Moreover, your ears are still damaged. I say, you're already a 9th-order venerable, a half-step almighty existence. Even if your ears are damaged, can't you fix them? 7-eared gray donkey. This time, the one this star wants to kill is actually a 7-eared gray donkey. What a joke, ha ha ha. Who? Huff, what was so funny about the violent ape? Shut the hell up for me. Oh woo, he had just come up, and before he could even make a move, he was actually ridiculed like this by the other party. Moreover, this violent ape was still seething with anger just a moment ago. Who would have thought that it would struggle free from its rage in an instant? It was clearly looking down on him, especially from the tone of his words. It clearly didn't seem like he was trying to provoke him on purpose. That was what this guy was thinking from the start. He actually really thought that way. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the long-eared gray donkey was instantly enraged. He had been a 9th-order universe supreme being for hundreds of years and was a senior half-step supreme being. He was usually high and mighty, so when had anyone dared to behave like this in front of him? Today, the heavens were being looked down upon by a nouveau riche who had never seen the world. To him, this was absolutely intolerable. First, blood rushed to his brain, and the long-eared gray donkey immediately raised his head and roared. He was obviously a gray donkey, but at the end, he let out a wolf's howl, which showed how furious he was in his heart. Hell. Pung. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the violent ape swayed his body and charged directly in front of the long-eared gray donkey. He didn't even use the big-headed black stick because he was worried that if he used the big-headed black stick right from the start, he would hit the long-eared gray donkey until he was dizzy and scared off in the end. That wouldn't be good. This time, the violent ape only threw a punch, and his strength was maintained at 8th-order universe supreme being. However, it was a solid hit, and the long-eared gray donkey's huge body, which was millions of miles long, was sent flying backward in an instant. Woo. Violent ape, you sneak attack. The long-eared gray donkey howled in agony as his body flew backward for more than 100 million miles. He was in so much pain that he bared his teeth, and in an instant, a pair of extremely conspicuous front teeth were exposed. Ha ha ha. What did the Star Master see? A pair of huge front teeth the size of a shooting star. Isn't this too bulging? But this is good too. After all, there is a bit of a defensive effect. If a shooting star were to fly in front of him, the first thing to hit should be this pair of bulging front teeth. His face should be safe and sound. Speaking of this pair of huge front teeth, the violent ape started to laugh again, and this time, he was laughing so hard that he was holding his stomach. Violent ape, you are too much of a bully. I was born like this, and no one has ever laughed at me. Why is it that when it comes from your mouth, it sounds so harsh? I will definitely kill you. The long-eared gray donkey was completely enraged this time. He raised his 4 hooves, and without any order, he tilted his head and charged toward the violent ape. Pung! Awoo! The figure of the ferocious ape swayed and changed its position in an instant. Then, it threw a punch at the lower abdomen of the way-eared gray donkey. The way-eared gray donkey was sent flying like a meteor. Wolf the long-eared gray donkey howled again. Tight then came the violent ape's extremely arrogant clamor, boring, boring, so what if you are a ninth stage supreme? It shouldn't be a donkey. Your combat strength is too weak. I can't even feel it when I abuse you. Seeing this scene, the powerful existences in the 10 light clusters a billion miles away were completely dumbfounded, and collectively lost their voices. They were talking well just now, but they didn't understand why the long-eared gray donkey's attitude changed so much as soon as the battle started. Short after a moment of silence, the 10 light clusters finally transmitted the voice of the divine sense again. It was the 10 powerful existences that were hibernating in the light clusters, reminding the long-eared gray donkey. Donkey, revered donkey, don't be fooled. This violent ape knows that he is not your opponent, so he is using our old method to provoke you. Moreover, he seems to have succeeded. You're already on the verge of going berserk. If you still don't wake up, I'm afraid the final result of this battle will be the same as revered Hay. At that time, none of us will be able to save you. Wake up immediately. Reminded by these words, the long-eared gray donkey, who had long been blinded by anger and was only a hair's breadth away from going berserk, finally broke free from his anger. Looking up after a long roar, the long-eared black donkey's figure flashed, raised his left front hoof, and kicked the violent ape in the void in front of him. Same as Hong. A deafening roar reverberated in the sky as Bao Yuan's gigantic body flew backward like a shooting star. This blow sent Bao Yuan 200 million miles away as he spat out blood. After all, the power he displayed was only that of a level 8 universe supreme. Although the winged gray donkey looked a little ugly, he was a senior half-step supreme who had been a level 9 supreme for many years. First previously, he was only agitated and confused. Now that he had calmed down, it was reasonable that Bao Yuan was no match for him. That's great. Again. Hell, after stabilizing his body, Bao Yuan raised his hand and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. After raising his head and roaring, he rushed over with the big-headed black stick. Yen. There was a reason why the winged gray donkey didn't chase after him. 1. He didn't want to be too aggressive. If he pushed too hard, it would be bad if Bao Yuan fled. He had to wait for an opportunity to make a move. He had to find the best opportunity to make a move, and then he would strike like a thunderbolt and capture this violent ape in one fell swoop. Another. On one hand, he was wary of the big-headed black stick in Bao Yuan's hand. The scene of the black bug, who was a level 8 universe supreme, being killed by this black stick was still fresh in his mind. Although its strength was a level higher than that of the big black bug, if it was hit by an attack of the same level, even if it did not die on the spot, it would at least be heavily injured. This was definitely not what the winged gray donkey wanted to see. At this moment, after seeing that the violent ape was injured, the first thing he did was to rush over with this ferocious and awe-inspiring big-headed black stick, as if he was vowing to take revenge. Yen. The gray-eared donkey immediately became vigilant. It immediately stabilized its body, paused for a moment, and then charged forward once more. Pung! In the next moment, the big-headed black stick in Bao Yuan's hand disappeared. When it reappeared, it was behind his head. Without any hesitation, it smashed down hard, hell. On the back of the long-eared gray donkey's head, there was a shocking bulge in an instant. It let out a miserable howl like a wolf as it rolled to the right side of the void to avoid the attack. Yen. At this moment, his voice was transmitted with a strong sense of unwillingness. Shu, what is this? This big-headed black stick can penetrate space and attack? Why haven't I seen you use it like this before? There are many more big-headed black sticks that you haven't seen. I'll let you taste them all. After his attack succeeded, Bao Yuan raised his hand and the big-headed black stick instantly appeared in his hand. Subsequently, his figure swayed and directly disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, he was already behind the long-eared gray donkey. He raised his leg and directly kicked the donkey's back. Shoo! Caught off guard, the way-eared gray donkey simply couldn't dodge in time. Its huge body flew forward like a kite with a broken string, and fell heavily to the ground in midair before being bitten to death. The great battle continued like this. Unknowingly, a day had passed. At this moment, the gains from Xian's previous breakthrough were finally completely digested and perfectly fused into his body and soul. The opportunity for another breakthrough had arrived. Thinking of this, he was extremely excited. Without any hesitation, he waved his hand and the big-headed black stick disappeared from his hand. Seeing this scene, the winged gray donkey, who was hundreds of millions of kilometers away, felt a strong sense of alarm. This move was too shocking. It was impossible to guard against, and it made him very afraid. But unfortunately, his reaction speed was still a bit too slow. Just as he was about to move to the side and use the lazy donkey's rolling move to dodge, the big-headed black rod that had disappeared from Xian's hand had already arrived behind his head in an instant. It was heavy and fierce, smashing down in an instant. Oh woo, the winged gray donkey only managed to let out half a long howl before his huge body completely exploded, turning into a cloud of blood and dying. At the last moment, Xian had used a little of the power he had restrained, and it was only applied to the big-headed black stick. Whether it was the power of his spiritual sense or the aura of his cultivation, there was no change. The powerful existences in the 10 balls of light that were hibernating in the void of the outerverse billions of kilometers away could not detect any abnormalities at all. Only the winged gray donkey, who was hit by this attack, instantly understood. It turned out that this violent ape had been concealing his strength all this time. The power of this attack was clearly infinitely close to that of a real Desolate-era expert. But unfortunately, he realized it too late. Before his spiritual sense could warn him, his entire body, including his spirit, had completely exploded. Whoosh! After killing his opponent with one blow, Xian did not hesitate at all. He immediately waved his hand, and the big-headed black stick hundreds of millions of kilometers away immediately gathered the boundless blood and qi that had scattered in all directions and was directly absorbed into Xian's body. At this point, he had a total of 11 sovereign blood essences in his possession. Among them, there were even 2 sovereign blood essences in the later stages of the sovereign realm. Among these 2, there was even 1 sovereign blood essence of the sovereign realm at the peak of the 9th stage. After doing all this, Xian's body shook and directly shrunk to the size of only 3 meters. He directly went to the mouth of the farmer god cauldron that was enshrouded in 9-colored fog and disappeared, entering the space inside the cauldron. At this moment, in the 10 balls of light that were hundreds of millions of kilometers away in the void, there suddenly came a series of horrified exclamations. What happened? Donkey Master actually died? Damn it, this violent ape is too cunning. The big-headed black stick in his hand actually has the ability to attack through space, and this time, when he was performing this space manipulation technique, he actually activated that kind of all-out explosive power at the same time. With the combination of the two, the power of this attack can be said to be terrifying, and it hit the back of Donkey Master's head. The sneak attack was a success in an instant. It's over, he successfully hunted down another Supreme Stage fellow Daoist. Right. At this moment, Xian was completely too lazy to pay attention to everything that was happening outside the cauldron. Inside, after entering the space inside the cauldron, at this moment, the only thought in his mind was to immediately shut himself away and start a breakthrough. He had to push his cultivation strength to the peak of the 9th level of Universe Supreme first. He has been waiting for this day for far, far too long. Xiao. A faint sound of breaking through the air was heard. The violent ape, who had shrunk to only 3 meters tall, appeared in the sky and landed on the edge of the volcano in the central domain. With a flash of coldness in his eyes, Yi Xian immediately sat down cross-legged on the side of the volcano in the central domain. Xiao, 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 with a wave of his hand, along with the faint sound of breaking through the air, streaks of light suddenly shot out and suspended in front of him. They were the cultivation resources that he took out from the undying world in his body for this breakthrough. Without any hesitation, Yi Xian immediately activated the domain power of the farmer god cauldron and compressed all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fist. He waved his hand and swallowed them into his stomach. Walala. This time, the shackles that appeared in Yi Xian's body were the same as before. There was only one. Right. At this moment, Yi Xian didn't pay attention to it at all. He immediately focused his attention and used all his strength to activate the great river of energy that had just formed in his body. He circulated it through the 100 meridians in his body again and again. The battle this time was equally intense, even more intense than the previous third battle. Therefore, it only took 2 days for Yi Xian to completely refine the huge river of energy that had formed in his body. Following after that, with just a single impact, this incomparably thick shackle chain had already been broken. Dang. The shackles completely broke, and the anticipated system notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu mantra. Current realm, 9th stage pinnacle of a universe master. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the flesh body. Current realm, 9th stage pinnacle of a universe master. 9th stage pinnacle of a universe master. He had finally stepped into the half-step supreme level. Now, Yi Xian already had the qualifications to swallow a level 27 supreme level pill and smoothly step into the realm of a universe supreme. First, during the previous breakthrough, Yi Xian's original body's cultivation level was at 8th stage Eternity Lord. Then, activating the bloodline power of the ancient demon ape in his body would allow him to climb up to 9th stage pinnacle of an Eternity Lord. If he used the 9 demon ape transformations again and reached the 9th transformation, his battle power would immediately soar to 9th stage pinnacle of an Eternity Lord. If coupled with the boundless energy and blood in his body, his true battle power would be comparable to a 1st stage great being. And this time, following a successful breakthrough, Yi Xian would instantly have the power of a 1st stage universe supreme after activating the bloodline power of the ancient demon ape in his body. If he used the bloodline power of the 9 demon ape transformations and directly entered the 9th transformation, his peak battle power would be comparable to a 1st stage great being of the primordial era. Then, and if he took into account the boundless energy and blood in his huge body that was 60 million miles long, his true battle power would be enhanced by 1 level. That right now, Yi Xian's strongest battle prowess was close to that of a second-order primordial expert. He was infinitely close to. But this is far from enough, Yi Xian murmured as if he was sleep-talking. As he spoke, he fiercely clenched his fists, a cold light flashed in his eyes. After this breakthrough, those 10 old fogies outside can no longer trap me. Even if I can't trick them into using this kind of battle to temper my body, it doesn't matter anymore. Therefore, even if I enter the space inside the cauldron for a slightly longer time, I don't have to be afraid that those 10 old men will have any suspicions. This time, because my cultivation level has reached the 9th order pinnacle of the universe master level, there is no need to go through so many battles like before to digest the gains from the most recent breakthrough and perfectly integrate them into my body and godly spirit. Only then will I be able to usher in a new breakthrough opportunity. This time, as long as I have a level 27 supreme treasure pellet, I can break through at any time, and I have been preparing for this kind of supreme treasure pellet for a long time. This is the best opportunity for us to make another breakthrough in one go. Then he said. At this point, Yi Xian didn't hesitate and suddenly waved his hand again. Xiao, xiao, xiao. With a faint sound of breaking through the air, streaks of light shot out and suspended in front of him. These were the cultivation resources he took out from the undying world in his body to break through this time. The most important one was a level 27 supreme treasure pellet. After activating the domain of the Shinnon Cauldron and compressing all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fist, Yi Xian directly swallowed them into his stomach. After that, he closed his eyes and excitedly began the final breakthrough, hua, la, la. As expected, the sound of the chains covering the sky and earth resounded. Although there was only one shackle this time, it was incomparably thick. After all, what he was breaking through was the bottleneck of a major realm, and it was no small matter. Very quickly, he activated the huge river of energy formed in his body with all his strength, and it began to circulate in all the meridians in his body. This time, it took even longer. After a full 10 days, this large river of energy was finally completely refined. Immediately after, with just a single impact, this incomparably thick shackle chain had already broken in response. At this moment, the system notification rang in Yi Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu technique. Current realm, Level 1 Universe Supreme. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu technique. Current realm, Level 1 Universe Supreme. Level 1 Universe Supreme, he had finally officially broken through to the supreme level. Previously, Yi Xian's peak combat power had already reached a terrifying level that was comparable to a Level 2 Universe Supreme. Now, with another successful breakthrough, Yi Xian's demonic ape bloodline would instantly reach the level of a Level 2 Universe Supreme after activating it. If he used the bloodline ability of the 9 demonic ape and directly entered the 9th transformation, his peak combat power would reach the level of a Level 2 Universe Supreme. Then, in addition, within a 60 million miles gigantic body, there was an enormous amount of energy and blood, which was so majestic that it made one's hair stand on end. Then, the strongest combat power that Yi Xian could display now was at the level of a Level 3 Universe Supreme. This was already the peak of the initial stage of this realm, and he was only one step away from entering the middle stage of the supreme level. There are still 10 fellows outside. Among them, there are 4 supreme beings from the primordial era. 2 of them are at the initial stage, and the other 2 are at the middle stage. Subconsciously clenching his fists, Yi Xian's chest surged as he softly muttered, "Those 2 early-stage supreme experts are no longer my match. If they were to use the Blood Sea secret technique and activate the power of their clones, they would definitely be able to easily kill each and every one of them in a 3-on-1 battle. However, the other 2 at the middle stage are a little troublesome. One of them is at the 4th level of the primordial era. If I use the power of the Blood Sea secret technique, it will be difficult for me to kill him, but I can suppress him and force him to flee. The key is the 5th level of the primordial era. Even if I use the power of the Blood Sea secret technique, I'm afraid I'll only be able to barely tie with the opponent. The key is that the 4 supreme beings from the primordial era are not alone. They are gathered together, so even if I use the power of the Blood Sea secret technique, I won't have any chance of winning. However, it's impossible for the other party to keep me here." After saying that, he said. At this point, Yi Xian did not speak anymore and fell into silence. Pendulum, there were 2 choices in front of him. 1. With his current strength, it was no longer possible for the 10 powerful existences outside to stop Yi Xian. In addition, Yi Xian was the only one left. The other choice was to stay and try to kill a few more supreme beings. As for the supreme beings from the primordial era, in the current situation, with 4 supreme beings of this realm gathered together, there was basically no chance of successfully killing them. This is a rare opportunity. This time, 6 Universe Supremes are gathered together, and they have all underestimated the enemy. As long as I act quickly, I dare not say that I can kill all of them, but at least half of them. After hesitating for a while, Yi Xian finally decided to do it again. Now, he was a true supreme of the universe. As long as he reached the pinnacle of the 9th level, it was time for him to swallow the 28 supreme elixir and officially enter the desolate antiquity realm in one fell swoop. From the 1st order to the 9th order, it was only a breakthrough of 8 small stages. In fact, it wasn't that far. As for the perfect recipe for the level 28 supreme treasure pill, he had already successfully deduced it. The devouring system in his body was currently deducing the perfect recipe for the level 29 supreme treasure pill. Also, in other words, for the current Yi Xian, refining the level 28 supreme treasure pill was urgent. Since that was the case, he had to gather as much Supreme Blood Essence as possible in the shortest amount of time possible to concoct the level 28 Supreme Elixir pellet. The treasure pill required Supreme Blood Essences refined from the majestic blood mist formed after the body of a supreme ferocious beast exploded. And if he wanted to open the furnace, he would need at least 5 Supreme Blood Essences. Due to the grade and quality of the raw materials, for Xian, this might be the only time he could refine the level 28 Supreme Treasure Pill. He might not refine it again in the future. Therefore, when he opened the furnace this time, he naturally had to maximize the amount of Sovereign Blood Essence as much as possible. This way, he would be able to refine the highest amount of level 28 Supreme Elixir pellets. Currently, he had a total of 11 Supreme Blood Essences in his hands. 2 of them were refined from the blood and chi of late-stage Supremes. With 11 Supreme Blood Essences, Xian was more than 50% confident that he could refine 7 Supreme Blood Essences. If the power of the level 9 Supreme Blood Essence was included, the number could be increased by 1, which was 8 Supreme Blood Essences. That was basically the number. If he wanted to reach 9, the probability would plummet to about 30%. This blood essence of a level 28 mighty figure sounded like a lot. Apart from Xian himself, it would allow him to have 7 more primordial mighty figures under his command. But this was only for the current situation of the universe. Once the primordial age fully descended, a large number of primordial age supreme beings and primordial age supreme beings would appear out of nowhere. Xian only had 7 supreme beings under his command, which was obviously far from enough, hence, he couldn't help but be tempted by the 6 universe supremes gathered before him. As for the 4 primordial era experts, Xian had no intention of killing them at all. That was simply unrealistic. Counting the time, I've already stayed in the space within the cauldron for 12 days this time. I presume that the 10 old fellows guarding outside have long since guessed that I've already broken through once again. After making the decision, Xian began to analyze the details of this final battle. After all, they were facing 10 powerful existences who were at least at the late stage of the supremacy realm. They had to be extra careful. The last time I appeared, I was at the 7th Order Supremacy Realm, and my combat power was comparable to an 8th Order Supremacy Realm expert. In their opinion, it's obviously impossible to break through 2 levels consecutively in 12 days. Hence, when I go out, they expect my cultivation level to be at the 8th Order Supremacy Realm, but it's comparable to a 9th Order Supremacy Realm expert. Among the 6 Universe Supremes outside, 5 of them are at the 7th Order and the 8th Order Supremacy Realm, and only 1 of them is at the 9th Order Supremacy Realm. If I have the big-headed black stick in my hand, if it's a one-on-one battle, they probably won't dare to fight me again. And in their opinion, my combat power is comparable to a 9th Order Supremacy Realm expert, and I have the big-headed black stick as my support. They are extremely confident that they are invincible in the Supremacy Realm. And in the previous 2 battles, I killed an 8th Order Supremacy Realm expert and a 9th Order Supremacy Realm expert one after another. This is when my confidence is at its peak, hence, under such circumstances, even if I go out with the big-headed black stick and challenge the remaining 6 Universe Supremes at the same time with my 8th Order Supremacy Realm expert and 9th Order Supremacy Realm expert, it shouldn't arouse too much suspicion. What's more, even if they are suspicious, to them, this is their last chance. If there are no accidents, this group of old fogies will definitely grit their teeth and fight for the last time. At this point, Xian deliberately moved, and a burning light burst out from his eyes. He subconsciously clenched his fists again. Similarly, to me, this is also the last battle. 6 Universe Supremes, even if I only kill 3 of them, I can get 3 more level 28 Supreme Beings pills. The temptation is too great, it's worth a gamble. Roar. The last battle. After that, Xian didn't say anything else. He raised his head and let out a shocking roar. Then, with a flash of his body, he directly rushed to the top of the space inside the cauldron and disappeared. Got outside the cauldron, in the universe void. 1. In the blink of an eye, a full 12 days had passed since Xian killed the yellow air-gray donkey and entered the space inside the Shennon cauldron. But, even so, in the universe void a billion miles away from the Shennon cauldron, the 10 light balls were still firmly guarding it, and they didn't leave. This time, they had mobilized 8 late-stage Supremes and 4 primordial beings. Until now, nearly 2 months had passed, and they had paid a heavy price of losing 2 late-stage supremes. If they still ended up with nothing in the end, it would be absolutely unacceptable. So no matter what, they would be trapped here and wouldn't give up easily. However, as time passed slowly, the despair in the hearts of these 10 supremes grew stronger and stronger. First, when they entered the space inside the Xianxia cauldron for the last battle, Bao Yuan already had the terrifying combat power to kill a 9th-stage supreme being. If he broke through to the next level, he might be able to fight a 1st-stage primordial being head-on. Then, he was definitely an invincible being in the supreme being realm. When the 7th day came, the 10 supremes were completely sure of this point, because 7 days was enough for the other party to break through to the next level. Just as because of this, once the 7 days passed, the existences hibernating in the 10 light balls began to secretly communicate with each other via divine consciousness, discussing the follow-up plan and countermeasures. Because the situation had changed, Bao Yuan was already invincible in the Supreme Being realm, and it was very likely that he even had the power to fight a 1st-stage primordial being head-on. It would be very difficult for them to trap him again. This time, the discussion took a full 5 days, and the powerful existences in the 10 light balls finally reached a comprehensive consensus. They decided to give up a portion of the benefits this time, and use this as a benefit to invite 2 supreme beings of the universe to come. With 2 supreme beings of this level making a move, they should be able to forcibly break through the power field of the Xianxia cauldron. In this way, they would be able to capture Bao Yuan on the spot. While a figure appeared at the entrance of the farmer god cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. It was Bao Yuan. Although, under the 9th transformation of the 9 transformation of demonic ape, Yi Xian already had the power of a 2nd-stage desolation god cauldron. If he added the power of the blood in his 60-million-mile-long body, his power was comparable to that of a 3rd-stage desolation god cauldron. However, at this moment, Yi Xian didn't reveal his cultivation. From the aura emanating from Bao Yuan's body was only that of an 8th-level universe supreme. Even with the addition of the majestic power of blood and qi in his huge body, he was only comparable to a 9th-level complete universe supreme, which was equivalent to that of a half-step supreme being. Dang, however, in the eyes of the group of old fellows around the farmer god cauldron a billion kilometers away, the current Bao Yuan was definitely an invincible existence in the supreme realm. Namely, not to mention the blood sea secret technique and the power of his doppelganger, just by using the big-headed black rod, Bao Yuan could barely fight with a 1st-stage universe supreme realm. Dang, even so, it was only a battle of strength. He could only passively take a beating without being able to attack. Why are you guys still here? The moment he appeared, Yi Xian started to provoke them. His voice was filled with uncontrollable pride and excitement. This was in line with his 2 consecutive victories, and the fact that he had even killed 2 powerful late-stage supreme beings, as well as his recent breakthrough to the next level of his cultivation. He did this on purpose so that the 10 old guys would not be suspicious. It's been more than 10 days, and this Star Lord has broken through another level of cultivation. Now, I'm at the 8th level of the Supreme Realm, but I can kill any Supreme Realm existence. You no longer have the chance to fight this Star Lord. Not to mention a one-on-one battle, even if the remaining 6 Supreme Realm experts were to attack together, this Star Lord would still be able to beat the crap out of you. After that, Bao Yuan raised his head and laughed proudly. He looked down on the world and was invincible. This time, the 10 spheres of light surrounding the farmer god cauldron all fell silent. No one responded to Bao Yuan's provocation. After a long while of his arrogance and mockery, the powerful existences in the 10 balls of light finally couldn't hold themselves back. In private, they began to communicate with each other using their divine sense. It obtained 2 great victories in succession and annihilated 2 formidable advanced stage Exalt Realm experts like us. Moreover, it even smoothly broke through 2 levels of cultivation during this period of time. No wonder this ferocious ape would become so arrogant now. If it was us, we would probably be in the same state as well. It's just a little infuriating. Thinking back to 2 months ago, what kind of scene was it when we first trapped him? How did all of this happen? Now, they are actually so unbearable that they are being mocked by the trapped prey. Although I am unwilling to accept it, it is the truth. The current Bao Yuan is indeed invincible within the sovereign realm. Even those who have just entered the almighty realm might not be able to kill him easily. Perhaps, we still have a chance. That's right. This ferocious ape has become so arrogant, and it is the easiest time for him to reveal his flaws in the battle. If it were one-on-one, none of the 6 universe supremes among us would be his match. However, if it were 6 against 1, it is highly possible to turn the tables in one battle. As long as the ferocious ape reveals his flaws, the 6 powerful advanced stage supremes will attack him at the same time. No matter how strong he is. After all, he is only a supreme being, not a real primordial ancient great being. If he is caught off guard, it is highly possible that he will be captured instantly. If so, there is no need to share the benefits with the other 2 primordial ancient great beings. At this point, the powerful existences in the 10 balls of light stopped talking and fell silent again. They were all thinking about the feasibility of this plan. One had to know that they had spent almost 2 months here to encircle and annihilate the ferocious ape. During this period of time, not to mention all kinds of anxiety, just their companions alone had already lost 2 universe supremes. After paying such a huge price, no one was willing to share the benefits with others. Besides, the 2 beings that they had just sent a message to were both primordial ancient great beings, and they were stronger than anyone else present. This way, once the ferocious ape was captured, when it came to sharing the benefits, the 2 universe supremes would definitely get the biggest share. Not to mention, they would definitely not get a share of the Xianxia cauldron and the Xianxia pestle. After working so hard for so long and paying such a huge price, in the end, they would give up the biggest share of the benefits. Unless they had no other choice, no one would be willing to accept this. But hence, as long as there was still a chance, they would not give it up easily. After a short period of silence, the powerful beings in the 10 balls of light finally made up their minds. They secretly communicated with each other through their deified consciousnesses. Perhaps, this is a good opportunity for us. If it is 6 against 1, there is at least a 60% chance of capturing this ferocious ape. This is already very high, and it is worth the fight. That's right. This ferocious ape is so powerful, and he must have a lot of secrets. Just the Xianxia cauldron and the Xianxia pestle are in front of us. The things that haven't been revealed must be even more amazing. If such benefits are shared out, it will be really unfair. More importantly, the 2 beings that we invited are primordial ancient great beings, and they are going to take the biggest share. There is no need to say more. Let's fight. This is the last chance. If we succeed, of course, it will be better. If we fail, at least we will have no regrets. If so, then we should hurry. We have just sent a message asking for help. According to my deduction, the 2 supremes of the initial stage will need at least 2 days to arrive here. Therefore, we have to end this battle within 2 days. Otherwise, once those 2 supreme beings at the initial stage arrive, even if they didn't contribute, it's impossible not to share the benefits after the battle with them. Hell. Ferocious ape, don't be so arrogant. So what if you are invincible among supremes? Today, we will definitely kill you. 1 against 6, this is what you said yourself. Now that we have decided to fight, you won't go back on your word, will you? If that's really the case, then scram back to the Xianxia cauldron while it's still high. Continue to be a coward and drag out your last breath. But there is no harm in telling you the truth. We have sent a signal asking for help, and in 2 days, 2 supremes of the initial stage of the primordial ancient great beings will arrive here. Even if you can be free, these are the last 2 days. Come out and fight, there is no way back. You can only fight. Hell. Amidst the earth-shattering roars and howls, 6 of the 10 light clusters that were circling in the distant void rushed out in an instant. While mocking and even threatening warnings, they rushed over at an extremely fast speed. Xiao. In the air, a faint but sharp sound of something breaking through the air rang out. 6 light balls instantly shot over and arrived in front of the farmer god cauldron in the blink of an eye. They surrounded the farmer god cauldron in the universe void that was only 200 to 300 million miles away. At this point, there were only 4 light balls left in the void a billion miles away. All of them were great beings from the remote antiquity era. 2 of them were at the early stage, and the other 2 were at the middle stage. very quickly. Soon, as the 6 balls of light shot over, they entered the battlefield. The balls of light of different colors that originally enveloped their bodies dissipated one after another and were all retracted into their bodies. In the blink of an eye, the 6 powerful beings in the light balls revealed their true forms. The 6 powerful ferocious beasts were all at the late stage of the universe supreme realm. Among them, one was at the peak of the 9th order supreme realm, and it was a double-headed black dragon. Until one was at the 8th order supreme realm, and it was a mixed-blood phoenix. The other 4 were all at the 7th order supreme realm. Among them, the red-top snapping turtle had fought with Xianxia in the first battle. The other 3 were at the 7th order supreme realm. They were a greenback spiked beast, a starry skyfox wolf, and a golden bug clan, the 6 supreme ferocious beasts, 4 at the 7th order, 1 at the 8th order, and 1 at the peak of the 9th order, revealed their figures at this moment. They were all tens of millions of miles long, and they surrounded the farmer god cauldron in the universe void that was 200 to 300 million miles away. An invisible and majestic pressure instantly gathered into one. Look, when he saw this, Bao Yuan, who had rushed out from the mouth of the farmer god cauldron that was shrouded in 9-colored fog, stood in the void in front of the cauldron. His eyes gleamed, and an uncontrollable sense of pride instantly surged into his heart. 6 powerful universe supremes. In the past, in Xianxia's eyes, existences at this level were like high mountains that he could only look up to. But now, he was going to fight 6 powerful late-stage supreme beings alone. Mo Wuji thought to himself. For some reason, his heart was filled with emotions. He felt as if he was in a dream. In an instant, Xianxia seemed to hear a faint cracking sound in his ears. After being slightly startled, the corner of Bao Yuan's mouth instantly revealed a happy smile. His luck had truly come. Who would have thought that such a sudden sigh would be like an epiphany, causing his state of mind to rise a little again? This was not to be underestimated, because as his state of mind rose, his soul seemed to have undergone a transformation. Even if he didn't experience a hearty battle, Xianxia would still be able to immediately go into closed-door cultivation. Furthermore, he was certain that he would be able to successfully break through another level of cultivation. Just this point alone made his decision to stay and fight the final battle worth it. But this was obviously not enough. Since Xianxia had decided to stay, then he had to get more out of it. Roar. If you want to fight, then let's fight. I, the Star Lord, will fight against 6 of you and crush you all. With a shocking roar, the size of Bao Yuan instantly skyrocketed. In the blink of an eye, he had already reached a height of 60 million miles, but the cultivation aura emitted from his body was still only that of an 8th-level universe supreme. Even so, even with the addition of the majestic power of blood and qi in his huge physical body, he was only comparable to a 9th-level universe supreme. But even so, he was still fearless. As soon as the words left his mouth, he had already swung the big-headed black stick on his right shoulder. With a shake of his shoulder, he turned into a stream of light and rushed toward the red-top snapping turtle on the right side of the void at an extremely fast speed. Screech. The red-top snapping turtle secretly complained in his heart. In the previous battle, he didn't particularly go against Bao Yuan, but he didn't know why this guy came to him first. But, now that Bao Yuan was here, even if he was depressed, he could only brace himself and fight. Looking up, after letting out a screech, the red-top snapping turtle's body instantly turned into a stream of light and went straight toward Bao Yuan. Xiao, however, almost in the next instant, the figure of the violent ape that was charging towards him actually disappeared halfway. This was clearly the rhythm of using the void teleportation. In the next moment, when Bao Yuan's 60 million miles huge body appeared again, he was already more than 100 million miles away to the right rear. He was swinging the big-headed black stick in his hand and smashing it toward the golden bug race that was more than 10 million miles away. Xianxia hated bugs the most. Since there was one here, he naturally couldn't deal with the other opponents first. This bug must be his first target. He was too fast, and he used a trick to make a commotion. The golden bug didn't react in time at all. When he realized that the situation was bad, he directly teleported to his side. The starry sky violent ape, which was only over 10 million miles away from him, had already raised its right arm high and swung that ferocious-looking big-headed black stick, smashing it down on the bug's back. Bang! A loud roar rang out in the void. The huge body of the golden insect clan exploded in an instant. Under the terrifying power of this blow, his body had completely exploded into a cloud of blood mist and rapidly spread out. Swish! Without any hesitation, Bao Yuan waved his hand at the first moment, and an incomparably majestic invisible force rolled out from his body, enveloping a radius of 10 million miles. Just the blood mist that had just spread out swept over in an instant, turning into a golden waterfall of majestic qi and blood. It was like a long rainbow that pierced through the sky, and entered his body with incomparable agility. It would be sent into the Shenong cauldron later to start the blood essence condensation. In a short while, in an instant, an opponent was killed. His body exploded and turned into a blood mist that was taken away, causing the number of supreme blood essences in Yi Xian's hands to increase again, reaching a total of 12. However, all of this was only the beginning. In the nearby universe void within 200 to 300 million miles, there were still 5 tempting supreme blood essences waiting for him to harvest. Screech! Thinking of this excitedly, Bao Yuan raised his head and let out a shocking roar. At this moment, he was ferocious, and his demonic power was unparalleled. However, the other 5 late-stage Supreme Masters in the surrounding void were shocked by this scene in an instant. After being stunned for a moment, they exclaimed in horror almost at the same time, "What? A golden venerable actually fell? Damn it, this Bao Yuan is too cunning. I saw him rushing toward Lord Crocodile just now. I didn't expect that this was just a feint. The real target is the golden venerable behind him. How long has it been? It's only been a breath, and a rank 7 Supreme Master has fallen. This kind of power is simply unstoppable. Fellow cultivators, don't be distracted anymore. Bao Yuan's strength has now surpassed ours. If we fight on our own, the final result will only be to be killed by him one by one. Yes, we must unite, cooperate perfectly, and attack him at the same time." Roar! Screech! Screech! Roar! Good, I'm going to kill all of you one by one. Seeing the 5 powerful late-stage supreme beings charging at him at the same time, Bao Yuan was not afraid at all. Instead, he raised his head and let out an earth-shattering roar. As soon as his voice was heard, he disappeared instantly. In the blink of an eye, he was behind one of the 5 late-stage supreme beings. This time, he was targeting the greenback hedgehog, one of the 5 supreme beings. This guy's cultivation level was only at the 7th level supreme being. To the current Yi Xian, he was like an ant that could be dealt with by the big-headed black cudgel. Without hesitation, Bao Yuan swung the cudgel in his hand and smashed it fiercely. Bang! A huge roar resounded in the void. The greenback hedgehog's huge body exploded in an instant. Under the terrifying power of this blow, his body completely exploded into a cloud of blood mist and rapidly spread out. Xiao! Almost at the same time, Bao Yuan waved his hand at the first moment, and an incomparably majestic invisible force rolled out from his body and enveloped a radius of millions of miles. The blood mist that had just spread out swept over in an instant and turned into a majestic waterfall of qi and blood. It was like a long rainbow that pierced through the sky and entered his body nimbly. It would be sent into the Shenong cauldron later to start the blood essence condensation. Another Supreme Being blood essence had been obtained. Now, there were only 4 late-stage Supreme Beings who were still fighting around him. In just a few breaths, 1/3 of them were gone. This result caught the other 4 late-stage Supreme Beings off guard. Under the shock and fear in their hearts, the 4 huge figures that were rushing over paused in the void at the same time. This was completely a subconscious action, but it was also because of this action that Bao Yuan found another opportunity. Xiao! With a shake of his shoulders, Bao Yuan rushed toward the double-headed black dragon. This was clearly the rhythm of locking the 3rd target on him. Seeing this scene, the other 3 late-stage Supreme Beings were subconsciously relieved. In their opinion, at least they were temporarily safe. However, an accident happened. Hong, just as he arrived at the double-headed black dragon's side, the violent ape raised the big-headed black stick high up in the air. Just as he was about to swing it down, the big-headed black stick strangely disappeared in an instant. After losing the big-headed black club, the violent ape changed its swing into a punch. A terrifying fist that was even larger than a meteor smashed towards the side of the double-headed black dragon. Roar! After all, this guy was a half-step grand cultivator. His speed was extremely fast, and his reaction speed was also extremely shocking. He raised his head and roared, easily dodging the attack. Boom, almost at the same time, in another direction, an earth-shattering roar sounded. Turning his head to look, the big-headed black stick that had just disappeared from the violent ape's hand had actually strangely appeared in that direction. It fiercely swung down, smashing onto the back of the starry skyfox wolf. Bang! This blow was heavy and fierce, and the sound of the explosion shook the heavens. The starry skyfox wolf's huge body exploded in an instant. In the blink of an eye, under the terrifying power of this blow, his body completely exploded into a cloud of blood mist and rapidly spread out. Swish! Without hesitation, the violent ape immediately waved its hand, and an incomparably majestic and invisible force rolled out from its body, enveloping a radius of tens of thousands of miles. In the blink of an eye, the blood mist that had just spread out swept over, transforming into a majestic waterfall of blood and chi. Like a rainbow piercing through the sky, it drilled into the body with incomparable agility, leaving it for the Xianxia cauldron to begin the blood essence refinement. All of this took a long time to describe, but it happened in a single breath. In the time it took to take a breath, the violent ape had killed another late-stage sovereign and obtained another precious sovereign blood essence. In the blink of an eye, of the 6 powerful late-stage sovereigns, only the double-headed black dragon, the mixed-blood phoenix, and the pill-top snapping turtle were left. Now, when these 3 fellows saw how powerful the violent ape was, especially the big-headed black stick in its hand, it was like a killing stick. As long as they were touched by it, their bodies would instantly explode and they would die. The 3 fellows were terrified to the extreme. At this moment, they no longer had the slightest confidence in joining forces to capture the violent ape, and even felt that it was just an extravagant hope. Although this situation was indeed a little strange, time was too short, and there was no time for them to think too much. Right now, the most important thing for these 3 fellows was to quickly withdraw. Otherwise, today's rhythm was clearly the rhythm of annihilation. Roar! Roar, roar! With this thought, the 3 powerful late-stage sovereigns instantly raised their heads and roared. Without hesitation, they each chose a direction and began to escape. The one with the fastest speed was none other than the double-headed black dragon with the strongest cultivation. However, he was calm and unruffled, as if he was not too worried that the violent ape could kill him like the 3 7th-stage sovereigns. In fact, with Bao Yuan's current battle prowess that was comparable to a 9th-order venerable on the surface, even if he wielded the big-headed black stick, it would be hard for him to kill a 9th-order venerable who was prepared for it in one strike. But this did not matter. The double-headed black dragon was prepared to be the last to make a move. At that time, even if he used a part of his hidden strength, it would not matter. Because after killing the last double-headed black dragon, it was time for him to withdraw and leave. At this moment, Xian did not pay attention to the double-headed black dragon at all. When he saw that these 3 fellows wanted to escape, he rushed toward the mixed-blood phoenix at the first moment. Whoosh! At the same time, the big-headed black stick that had just returned to his hand disappeared again with a faint sound of breaking through the air. At this moment, the double-headed black dragon and the red-headed crocodile turtle felt their scalps suddenly go numb. In an instant, all of them raised their vigilance to the extreme because they did not know if the big-headed black stick that had mysteriously disappeared would reappear on top of their heads. Boom! As soon as this thought appeared, the big-headed black stick had already appeared and smashed at the back of the red-headed crocodile turtle's head. This attack was too sudden. In an instant, the explosion was earth-shattering. The huge body of the crocodile turtle, which was tens of thousands of miles long, exploded in an instant. It suddenly exploded. Under the terrifying power of this attack, its body completely exploded into a bloody mist in the blink of an eye and rapidly spread out. Whoosh! The violent ape waved its hand, and a majestic invisible force rolled out from its body, enveloping a radius of tens of thousands of miles. The bloody mist that had just spread out swept over. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a majestic waterfall of blood and chi. It was like a long rainbow that pierced through the sky. It rushed into the body with incomparable agility. It would be sent into the Xianxia cauldron later to start the blood essence condensation. Roar! The violent ape raised its head and let out a roar of joy. At this time, a punch had already been thrown out. Bang! Bang! In the blink of an eye, the violent ape's fist landed on the right wing of the mixed-blood phoenix, causing its body to suddenly stop. Immediately after, an earth-shattering explosion rang out. The huge body of the mixed-blood phoenix, which was tens of thousands of miles long, had already exploded with a loud bang. Although the violent ape did not use the big-headed black stick in this attack, the moment the giant fist touched the mixed-blood phoenix, it released some of the power that had been hidden in its body and rushed into the mixed-blood phoenix's body. There was no suspense in this result. The huge body of the mixed-blood phoenix, under the terrifying power of this attack, completely exploded into a bloody mist and rapidly spread out. Swish! The violent ape raised its hand, and the big-headed black stick turned into a weak black light that shot into its hand. At the same time, an incomparably majestic and invisible force rolled out from the violent ape's body, enveloping an area of 10 million miles. The bloody mist that the mixed-blood phoenix had just spread out was instantly swept up, turning into a majestic waterfall of chi and blood. Like a rainbow piercing through the sky, it nimbly entered the violent ape's body and disappeared. Roar! At this moment, the double-headed black dragon suddenly felt a strong sense of danger. His body's momentum instantly increased by 30% as he raised his head and let out an incomparably clear dragon roar. You won't be able to escape. A cold light flashed in the violent ape's eyes. Xianxia's voice came out, and after tightening the grip on the big-headed black stick in his hand, his body flashed and he immediately disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already on the right side of the double-headed black dragon. Without any hesitation, he raised the big-headed black stick high above his head and directly smashed it down at the double-headed black dragon. Roar! At this moment, on the verge of life and death, the double-headed black dragon once again let out a sorrowful cry. Bam! With an earth-shattering explosion, one of the two huge heads of the double-headed black dragon instantly exploded, turning into a bloody mist that spread out. There's actually such a move? Seeing this scene, Xian was stunned for a moment, but he did not hesitate at all and immediately made his move. Swish! As the violent ape waved its hand, an incomparably majestic and invisible force rolled out from its body, enveloping a radius of 10 million miles. The bloody mist that had just spread out swept over, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a majestic waterfall of chi and blood, like a rainbow that pierced through the sky, and entered the body with incomparable agility. The reason was that the bloody mist formed by the explosion of this head was also a part of the double-headed black dragon's body. Condensing a vicious beast's blood essence required all the blood mist formed after the vicious beast's body exploded as the blood essence material. It was fine to lose a little bit, but if too much was lost, it was very likely that the blood essence would not be successfully condensed. Even if it was incomplete, the of the bloods of the blood, it would still the violent the of the blood. However, what had exploded in front of him was one of the heads of the double-headed black dragon. The blood mist in this part was definitely not as simple as a strand or a half. If it was allowed to spread out and completely disperse, then even if it killed the double-headed black dragon, this supreme blood essence would not be able to. At this moment, after putting away the bloody mist in half a breath, the violent ape's figure flashed again. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared from where it was. Through teleportation, it rushed towards the double-headed black dragon that was fleeing to the right. The previous strike had almost hit the back of the double-headed black dragon. It was precisely at this critical juncture of life and death that the twin-headed black dragon endured the pain and detonated one of its heads, allowing its main body to escape. However, it was only able to teleport over 100 million kilometers away in an instant. Now, the violent ape rushed over again, and in an instant, it was already on his left side. One head, one life? Unfortunately, you are not a 9-headed bird. Today, this Star Lord wants to see if you dare to explode your last head. Boom! As Xian's divine sense voice sounded, the big-headed black stick on his shoulder suddenly swung out, swung high above his head, and then smashed down fiercely. The double-headed black dragon trembled all over as it raised its head and let out a sorrowful cry. Then, its tail suddenly exploded with a bang, a cloud of bloody mist spread out, and the double-headed black dragon moved horizontally again. In an instant, it had crossed hundreds of millions of miles, but it was once again forced by the violent ape to the position where it had exploded its head. You can still come? Next time, this Star Lord wants to see what else you can explode. This result surprised Xian, but he did not hesitate. With a wave of his hand, an incomparably majestic and invisible force rolled out from his body, enveloping a radius of thousands of miles. The bloody mist swept over in an instant, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a majestic waterfall of chi and blood. It was like a rainbow that pierced through the sky and entered his body with incomparable agility. Come on, let this Star Lord see what else you can explode this time. After doing all this, the violent ape tightened its grip on the big-headed black stick in its hand, and in a flash, it chased after it again. In just a breath, the violent ape had already arrived behind the double-headed black dragon. At this time, the double-headed black dragon was no longer as mighty as before. Only one of the two ferocious heads was left, and at the base of the other head, there was only a huge bloody hole. It looked incomparably ferocious, and it was a ghastly sight. What was even more shocking was its tail. Almost 1/5 of its body had exploded along with it. It looked as if a part of its body had been cut off, and it was in an extremely sorry state. You don't have a chance. As soon as his figure appeared, the violent ape roared again. The big-headed black stick on its shoulder was raised high above its head and smashed down fiercely. Screech. This time, what came out of the double-headed black dragon's mouth was no longer a dragon's roar, but a sharp screech filled with unwillingness and mournfulness. Because he had already completely given up hope, realizing that in the next moment, it might be the moment of his death. Bam! Without any suspense, the big-headed black stick ruthlessly smashed down, landing in the middle of the double-headed black dragon's back. This blow was heavy and fierce, and the sound of the explosion was earth-shattering. The double-headed black dragon's huge body, which was already less than 10 million miles long, had already exploded in an instant. His body, under the terrifying power of this blow, completely exploded into a cloud of blood mist in the blink of an eye, rapidly spreading out. Whoosh! With his heart suddenly relieved, the violent ape did not hesitate at all. He waved his hand at the first moment, and an incomparably majestic invisible force rolled out from his body, enveloping a radius of 10 million miles. In the blink of an eye, the blood mist that had just spread out swept over, turning into a majestic waterfall of chi and blood, like a long rainbow that pierced through the sky, and entered his body with incomparable agility. At this point, the 6 powerful late-stage sovereigns had all fallen, and the number of sovereign blood essences in Xian's hands had skyrocketed to 17 today. All of this happened too quickly. From the beginning of this great battle to now, only a dozen breaths of time had passed. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion was heard. The huge body of the double-headed black dragon exploded into a cloud of blood mist, which was absorbed by the violent ape with a wave of his hand. Only a dozen breaths had passed since the start of the battle. A dozen breaths was enough for the powerful beings of the primordial era to do many things. However, the powerful beings of the primordial era who were hiding in the 4 light balls a billion miles away didn't make a move. It was actually a freak combination of factors that led to this. When the first late-stage Supreme Being was killed, they thought it was just an accident and didn't take it seriously. There wasn't a big difference between 6 late-stage Supreme Beings and 5 late-stage Supreme Beings to capture the violent ape. However, when the second late-stage Supreme Being was killed, the 4 powerful beings of the primordial era finally felt that something was wrong. Before they could react, the 3rd and 4th late-stage 9 Heaven Supremes were killed one after another in an instant. This series of changes was too shocking and happened too fast. The 4 powerful beings of the primordial era who were hiding in the 4 light balls couldn't react at all. However, at this moment, the 5th Supreme Being, which was the mixed blood phoenix, was killed. This shocked them again. The 4 powerful beings of the primordial era were so shocked that they thought they were in a dream. None of this was real. Then, 2 breaths later, when they were hesitating whether to make a move, the double-headed black dragon was killed by the violent ape. This scene once again shocked the 4 primordial great beings that were hibernating in the light. Their minds shook violently, and even the light that shrouded them shook slightly. After half an instant, an earth-shattering roar was heard. The 4 powerful beings of the primordial era who were hiding in the light balls finally came back to their senses at this moment and sent out their divine consciousness voices. Damn it! What happened? Why did this happen? It's only been a dozen breaths. 6 powerful universe supreme beings, including one at the 8th level and one at the peak of the 9th level, were all killed. The most important thing is that the violent ape is only at the 8th level of this realm. This doesn't make sense. What should we do now? Should we just let him go on like this? This won't do. I can't restrain myself any longer. This battle isn't an arranged battle, nor is it interfering with the arranged battle because all of his opponents have perished. So, even if I make a move, it won't be related to the Tao oath we made earlier. If that's the case, that's fine too. Yak Zun is a stage 2 almighty. No matter how heaven-defying this ape is, it can only barely exchange a few blows with a stage 1 almighty. With you around, you can definitely hold him back. We'll stay put for now in case the violent ape teleport back to Farmer God's treasured cauldron. Yak Master, try to lure him away from Farmer God's cauldron, as long as he's more than 1,billion miles away from the cauldron. And of the 4 supreme beings of the primordial era. Of the 4 of us. These voices were not hidden at first, but when it came to the plan, it became a private communication. At this moment, when the communication was over, one of the 4 balls of light instantly shot forward. The other 3 balls of light, in order to reassure the violent ape, even subconsciously retreated 1,billion miles or so. In this way, they were 2 billion miles away from the Farmer God's treasured cauldron, which was surrounded in the center of the formation. It was enough for Yak Master to lure the violent ape to an area 1,billion miles away from the cauldron. Rumble, after all, he was a supreme being of the primordial era. His speed was naturally very fast. In the blink of an eye, he was only 200 million miles away from the violent ape. Not only was his speed fast, but his power was also shocking. It could be said that rumbling thunder could be heard in the void. At this moment, the violent ape had just killed the double-headed black dragon and had not returned to the Farmer God's treasured cauldron. It was about 100 million miles away from the cauldron. Bao Yuan was stunned for a moment when he saw the first ball of light rumbling over while the other 3 balls of light had retreated another 1,billion miles. Now, they were already 2 billion miles away from Farmer God's treasured cauldron. Then, a bright light flashed through his eyes. The corners of his mouth curled up into a playful smile. Originally, according to Yi Xian's plan, after killing the 6 supreme beings of the late stage, he would immediately withdraw and leave this place. But now, it only took him a dozen breaths to kill the 6 supreme beings of the late stage. It was almost negligible. Although now he could confirm that they did send a signal to invite the 2 supreme beings of the early stage to deal with him. But they had said before that the 2 supreme beings of the early stage would need at least 2 days to arrive. The credibility of this was very high. In Yi Xian's opinion, the reason why they suddenly changed their minds and decided to send out 6 late-stage sovereigns to fight the final battle with him was clearly because they were unwilling and didn't want to distribute the benefits to the 2 early-stage primordial sovereigns that were about to arrive. So they gritted their teeth and prepared for the last battle. Since that was the case, the 2 supreme beings of the early stage would not be able to arrive in a short time. Otherwise, they would not have the time to make such a final struggle. If that was the case, Yi Xian would not be in a hurry to leave immediately. Moreover, Yi Xian's strength could reach the 2nd level of the primordial era under the 9th transformation of the demonic ape 9 transformations bloodline. If he counted the power of the blood energy in his 60 million mile long body, Yi Xian's strength would be at the peak of the primordial era. His battle strength would be comparable to the 3rd level of the primordial era. It was impossible for him to fight against the 2 supreme beings of the early stage of the primordial era. But it was not impossible for him to escape as long as he saw the opportunity. In other words, even if the 2 supreme beings of the early stage arrived, Yi Xian would not be in the same awkward situation as before. But of course, he would not take the risk to fight the 2 supreme beings of the primordial era head-on. But it was still very tempting to try and see if he could kill another supreme being of the primordial era before they arrived. More importantly, the aura emitted from the ball of light that was rumbling toward him was only at the 2nd level of the primordial era. It was 1 level weaker than Yi Xian's current peak battle strength. This was clearly delivering itself to him. It was not Yi Xian's style to let it go so easily. Hong. Long. Long, long. 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 Although I am not willing to admit it, this is the truth. You are already invincible in the supreme realm. Along with the rumbling sound, a voice of divine consciousness was transmitted from within the ball of light. It was extremely low and deep, and there was no hint of anger being emitted from it. However, there was an invisible sense of might and ferocity. No Universe Supreme Master is a match for you anymore. The current you is already able to fight against a powerful being from the primordial era. I am merely at the initial stage of this realm, so I am not bullying you. Do you still dare to fight me? Hong. Long. Long. As the last sentence was uttered, the ball of light that enveloped this powerful being from the primordial era completely dissipated and entered his body. Ching, in an instant, a gigantic blood-devouring star yak appeared in the void. Compared to the raging star ape, it was only slightly smaller. It was a total of more than 40 million miles. Other than the golden godly dragon, the giant void tortoise, and the other beings from the primordial era, this was the largest ferocious star beast that Xianxia had ever seen in the current starry sky. Just as the other party had said, the aura of cultivation emitted from its body was that of a second-level powerful being from the primordial era, and it was not very vigorous. Judging from this point, this blood-devouring star yak should have just entered the second level of the primordial era not too long ago. At most, it was not more than 500 years. It could be considered as a powerful being from the primordial era who had just entered the second level of the primordial era. Although I am only at the 8th level of the Universe Supreme Master, in terms of actual combat power, I am indeed on par with a powerful being from the primordial era. Standing in the void of the universe 200 million miles away, the raging star ape held the big-headed black stick in his right hand and carried it on his right shoulder. He was in a leisurely and insufferably powerful posture. He glanced sideways at the blood-devouring star yak as if it was nothing. He snorted coldly and immediately warned, "Yak, do you really want to fight with me? To tell you the truth, my true strength is already at the 3rd order of the primordial era. You are only at the 2nd order. If you fight with me, you will be in for a hard time." After saying that, Bao Yuan waved his hand. Go, go. Seeing that it was not easy for you to reach the primordial almighty realm, I, the Star Lord, will be merciful today and kindly remind you. Don't kill anymore. Go back to where you came from and get lost immediately. These words were infuriating. How could an 8th-level Universe Supreme be so merciful to a 2nd-level primordial great being? He would not kill him today, and he would just ask him to get lost and go back to where he came from. He'd seen arrogant people before, but he'd never seen such an arrogant person. If it was any other existence, they would probably go mad from anger on the spot and would definitely go berserk. But this bloodthirsty yak had always been known for its calm temperament. After hearing Xianxia's words, its aura didn't fluctuate in the slightest. It was still as calm as ever. But the voice of his divine sense quickly sounded after Bao Yuan's words were spoken. Bao Yuan, it's useless. Such words can't provoke me. Don't waste your time. If you don't dare to fight, it doesn't matter. The 4 of us can just share a part of the benefits. We just need to trap you for 2 more days. By then, 2 powerful primordial supreme beings at the initial stage will naturally come and get rid of you. Anyway, those 8 pieces of trash have all fallen, and their original share has been emptied. Even if we share a part of it, it won't affect the 4 of us too much. It's not unacceptable. Hey, you don't appreciate my kindness, do you? Without waiting for the blood-devouring star yak to finish speaking, the violent ape had already interrupted him, and it said with a disdainful expression, "Since it's like this, then bring it on. Since you're courting death, this Star Master will fulfill your wish and kill you in passing. In any case, it doesn't take much effort." Roar. This time, the bloodthirsty yak didn't respond. It raised its head and roared angrily. Then it tilted its head, shook its 4 hooves, and rushed toward Xian. Boom. Rumble, Kacha. This was a 2nd-stage supreme being. It was too powerful. At this moment, it had fully activated the power in its body. It galloped through the void, and the 2 huge horns on its head were constantly flickering with faint black light. Not only were the 2 huge horns hard, but they were also incomparably sharp. At this moment, when the bloodthirsty star yak galloped over at full speed, it actually tore through the void along the way, and the rumbling of thunder resounded. It was accompanied by the crisp sound of ripping silk. Good. This was the primordial void. The power of the void law was extremely strong. At this moment, the void that was torn apart by the blood-devouring starry yak dashed over was mended in an instant and restored in an instant after it passed through. Its power is not bad. A primordial supreme being is indeed a primordial supreme being. In the end, it can't be compared to a supreme being of the universe. When he saw this scene, Yi Xian was dazzled, and he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. At this moment, after the previous breakthrough, although he already possessed a terrifying battle strength that was comparable to a third-stage supreme being, this strength had always been suppressed and concealed by him, and he had never used it at all. Even when he fought against 6 supreme beings by himself and successively killed 6 supreme beings in a short period of a dozen breaths, Yi Xian had only secretly used a small portion of his suppressed battle strength. But now, all of this finally didn't have to continue anymore. Facing this powerful second-stage supreme being, if Yi Xian continued to conceal his cultivation and suppress his strength, then it would simply be no different from courting death. In other words, at this moment, he was finally able to fully display his peak combat strength. This was a terrifying strength that was comparable to a third-step supreme expert. Yi Xian had never felt it before, but now, it was about to erupt in full force. Roar. His head let out a wild roar. At this moment, Yi Xian's heart was agitated to the extreme. Immediately after, a divine sense voice that revealed boundless disdain instantly sounded out. Yak, in this battle, you will definitely die. Xiao. As soon as the voice fell, the terrifying figure of the violent ape, which was 60 million miles long, had already turned into a stream of light in an instant, charging straight at the blood-devouring star yak that was colliding head-on. This, in an instant, Yi Xian no longer concealed his cultivation aura. With a thought, he completely released it. Previously, the cultivation aura that emanated from his body was only that of an 8th-stage supreme being. Of course, none of the 4 supreme beings from the primordial era who were still here now treated him as a true supreme being from the primordial era. In their opinion, this violent ape's true battle strength had already reached the level of a supreme being from the primordial era who had just entered the 1st stage. But, that's all. Boom, a deep rumble of thunder sounded, and the cultivation aura that emanated from the violent ape's body skyrocketed at this moment. In the blink of an eye, it had already reached the 2nd stage of the primordial era, and it was much more vigorous than the blood-devouring star yak that Fangxing had collided head-on with earlier. Then, counting the 1st stage enhancement of the majestic power of blood and qi in his physical body, the current violent ape's battle strength was comparable to that of a 3rd stage supreme being. Boom. The figure of the ferocious ape turned into a ray of light and shot out. Along the way, it surged out all the cultivation strength that it had been suppressing and concealing in its body. Right, the heart of the blood-devouring star yak that was crashing over jumped, and it subconsciously wanted to stop its body. At this moment, its scalp went numb, and it instantly understood everything. It turned out that this ferocious ape had been concealing its cultivation all along. Its strength had actually reached the 2nd stage almighty. And it had the combat strength of a 3rd stage almighty. This was simply terrifying. At this moment, a huge sense of crisis descended and shrouded the entire body of the blood-devouring star yak. His rapidly moving figure instantly stopped in the void. Unfortunately, everything was already too late. The distance between the two was not far to begin with. It was only 200 million miles. Now that both of them had launched an extremely fast charge, they had almost closed in a flash. At this moment, even if the blood-devouring Stereak's body had stopped abruptly, the ferocious ape was already in front of it. Boom. Boom, boom. Boom, ow. Along with the movement of the big-headed black stick, the void let out a low rolling thunder sound. Almost at the same instant, an earth-shattering explosion sounded. The big-headed black stick ruthlessly smashed on the head of the blood-devouring star yak. After all, he was a 2nd stage almighty. This blow was not able to directly kill him. However, a huge blood bump the size of a star swelled out on his head. It was a ghastly sight. His figure was also instantly sent flying while howling in pain. All of this happened too quickly. 2 billion miles away, the 3 powerful primordial almighties that were hibernating in the light clusters to watch the battle were completely unable to react even though they had witnessed everything with their own eyes. After a full 2 seconds, unprecedented exclamations of shock and astonishment came from the 3 light clusters one after another. What happened? The great yak was actually sent flying by a single stick. Second stage almighty. The aura of the ferocious ape's body has changed. It has already become a second stage almighty. If we include the first stage enhancement of the boundless vitality in his huge body, his current combat strength is comparable to a third stage almighty. Damn it, we've been tricked. This ferocious ape is too cunning. It's actually been breaking through all along and concealing its cultivation all along. We've been tricked. Stage 3 almighty? What should he do? Yak Zun is no match for him. Hurry up and think of a solution. Should we make a move? Roar. At the same time, an earth-shaking roar came from the mouth of the fierce ape in the battlefield in the void 2 billion miles away. This Star Lord has just said that you won't be able to escape today. Rumble, whoosh. As soon as his voice fell, the huge body of the violent starry sky ape suddenly collapsed, turning into a pool of blood that spread out. As it expanded with the wind, it covered a distance of 1 billion miles in an instant. It just so happened to absorb the blood-devouring starry sky yak that was flying backwards into the sea of blood. Roar. Roar. Screech. In the next moment, from 3 different directions of this vast sea of blood, earth-shattering roars and violent howls rang out. Then, from the shocking and boundless sea of blood, 3 huge figures instantly rose from the ground. They were the 3 great demon bodies of the ancient ape demons. They were the bodies of flesh and blood, which was the violent starry sky ape. Ether, as for the skeleton body, there was no flesh and blood. It was just a purple-gold skeleton that exuded an endless ferocious aura. It was incomparably ferocious. Ether, there was a black fog body. Although it was also in the form of a violent ape, its physical body was a cloud of black fog. Even its pair of eyes were only 2 clouds of purple light, which looked extremely strange. In an instant, 3 blood sea clones were instantly condensed. The cultivation aura that emanated from their bodies were all stage 2 primordial era almighty figures. But, because these 3 blood sea clones were all 60 million miles in size, like the largest giant star, the power of blood in such a terrifying physical body was too majestic. It directly caused their true battle strength to soar by 1 level. In other words, the 3 blood sea clones that were condensed in an instant all had the battle strength of a stage 3 primordial era almighty figure. Any one of them was not weaker than the blood-devouring starry sky yak. No, blood-devouring starry sky ape, you're bullying me with numbers. Trapped in the boundless blood sea, the blood-devouring starry sky yak's original momentum of shooting out came to an abrupt stop. It was as if it had fallen into a sticky swamp, and it was unable to move half a step. An extremely strong sense of life and death crisis assaulted its heart at this moment, causing the blood-devouring starry sky yak to raise its head and let out a shocking roar. Then, it transmitted a voice with its divine sense, bullying me with numbers? Haven't you done this kind of thing before? Don't forget, this starry sky master fought against 6 of your late-stage almighty figures just now. Why didn't you say such words at that time? Faced with this kind of accusation, Yi Xian was extremely disdainful. His voice with his divine sense revealed endless ridicule. Moreover, this starry sky master was trapped here by all of you this time. Could it be that it wasn't because you had more people? Now that you're at death's door, you actually said such words to this starry sky master. Yak, your realization came too late. Roar, screech, rumble. After saying that, Yi Xian did not say anything else. The 3 blood sea clones raised their heads and roared fiercely at the same time. Roar. At the same time, the skeleton and black fog clones waved their fists and blasted toward the blood-devouring starry sky yak that was trapped in the center. As for the ferocious ape, it also raised the big-headed black club on its shoulder. Without the slightest hesitation, it directly smashed toward the blood-devouring starry sky yak that was in the center of the blood sea in front of it. Bang! Bang, bang! 3. A huge roar resounded from the void. The power of this attack was too terrifying. The fists of the skeleton clone and the black fog clone all smashed onto the blood-devouring starry sky yak's body, emitting a shocking explosion. However, the truly fatal blow was the big-headed black club that the ferocious ape wielded. The club head that was as huge as a small star accurately landed on the back of the blood-devouring starry sky yak's head. Boundless and terrifying power instantly surged in, stirring up everything in its brain into a bloody mess. Tight, following that, with a bang, the blood-devouring starry sky yak's huge body exploded in an instant. The power was too terrifying. The entire body that was over 40 million miles long completely exploded into a cloud of blood mist that rapidly spread out. Swish, when the blood mist completely spread out, the ferocious ape had already waved its hand at the first moment. An incomparably majestic and invisible force swept out from its body, enveloping a radius of 10 million miles. Just as the blood mist that was about to spread out swept over in an instant, transforming into a majestic waterfall of chi and blood. It was like a rainbow that pierced through the sky, and nimbly drilled into the ferocious ape's body, hua. Walala. A few at the same time, after the successful attack, the skeleton clone and the black fog clone directly collapsed, turning into a rain of blood that fell into the blood sea beneath their feet. They merged into it and disappeared. Tight. In the blink of an eye, the dust of this battle had settled. A powerful second-stage mighty figure had fallen just like that. His body had exploded into a cloud of blood mist and was absorbed into the body of the raging ape. This from beginning to end, this battle had not even lasted 10 breaths. The reason why Xian could successfully kill this blood-devouring star yak was, to a certain extent, a fluke factor. Even Supreme Zhou was not easy to kill, let alone a primordial mighty figure. Although the sedan-devouring star yak's cultivation was only at the second stage of this realm, Yi Xian had summoned the Blood Sea and used the Blood Sea secret technique to condense 3 Blood Sea clones, all of which had the battle prowess of a third-stage mighty figure. However, if it wasn't for the fact that all of this happened too suddenly and the already dead blood-devouring astral yak was simply caught off guard and didn't have the time to react, even if the 3 Blood Sea doppelgangers of the third level of the Almighty attacked at the same time, they might not have been able to kill it so easily. Now, with the fall of this blood-devouring star yak, apart from the 17 supreme blood essences in Yi Xian's hands, there was one more blood essence of a mighty figure. The blood essence of a mighty figure was used to refine a level 29 treasure pill. A level 29 treasure pill could allow a primordial mighty figure to smoothly break through to the supreme primordial realm from the 9th stage of the primordial realm. This was an existence that was second only to the primeval heaven's eye and the headless infant corpse. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was the second most powerful existence in the universe since ancient times. 9 Therefore, according to Yi Xian's speculation, this level 29 treasure pill was very likely the limit. The level 30 treasure pill might not even exist. That is, even if it did exist, it was impossible to refine it using his current method. Of course, even if it was a level 29 treasure pill, Yi Xian had not even deduced the perfect pill formula yet. However, before that, to be able to obtain a precious treasure pill of a mighty figure was definitely a joyous thing for him. The blood essence of a mighty figure could only be refined by killing a mighty figure of the primordial era and using the majestic chi and blood formed after the body exploded. Therefore, every single almighty being's blood essence was definitely not easy to obtain. Refining a single level 29 pill would require at least 5 almighty beings' blood essences. Before Xianning had even deduced the perfect pill formula, he had already collected a mighty figure's blood essence. This was definitely a pleasant surprise. He had never thought about it before, nor did he dare to think about it. At this moment, along with the annihilation of this bloodthirsty star yak, a cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes, and he instantly turned around to look at those 3 balls of light that were 2 billion kilometers away in space. Almost at the same time, cries of astonishment rang out from within the 3 balls of light. What? Was Yak Zun dead? How is this possible? How long has it been? In just a few short moments, before we could decide whether or not to make a move, the Yak sovereign had already fallen. It's over. There's no hope in today's battle. Bao Yuan has the Blood Sea secret technique. When he activates the power of his clones, he can form 3 Blood Sea clones in an instant. Each one has the combat strength of a level 3 almighty. But now, there are only 3 of us left. Even if we attack together, it will only be a bloody battle with him. We won't have the slightest advantage over him. Originally, there was no suspense in this situation of confinement, but it was actually so quietly and unknowingly broken. 2 months, in just 2 short months, the situation has undergone such a shocking change. It's like the difference between heaven and earth. Nearly 2 months ago, this Bao Yuan was in a situation of certain death. It was only a matter of time. Yet now, 12 of us powerful existences came together. Yet, one after another, 9 of us were killed by him. Now, only the 3 of us remain. Bao Yuan, on the other hand, became stronger and stronger during this process. Now, he already has the combat strength to fight the 3 of us by himself. Although he can't win, there's no worry of losing. This is. How can we endure this? I was careless, I was really careless, no matter what, we can't give up just like that. At least now, the true battle strength and foundation of the Bao Yuan have been completely exposed. There's no possibility of any accidents happening. That's right, if we don't make a move, the Bao Yuan will definitely leave. He already knows that 2 powerful early-stage Supremes are about to arrive here. Coupled with the fact that he now has the strength to break out of the encirclement, it's absolutely impossible for him to continue to stay. Even if we don't mean to, the Bao Yuan will start this battle. Since that's the case, why don't we take the initiative and gain an advantage in terms of momentum? If that's the case, then let's fight. Let's join hands and try to take down this monstrous Bao Yuan, roar. Screech, rumble. As the voices of these divine senses came, the 3 balls of light in the void of the universe 2 billion miles away moved together in an instant, rushing towards the central area where the Xianxia cauldron stood. Void in the sky, the rumbling of thunder that shook the heavens and the earth resounded. Along with their arrival, the balls of light that enveloped the 3 primordial almighty figures completely dispersed and were absorbed into their bodies. It was also at this instant that 3 extremely enormous space ferocious beasts appeared in Yixian's field of vision. The 3 ferocious beasts were all the same as the blood-devouring staryak from before. They were enormous in size, and compared to the Bao Yuan, they were merely 1 or 2 times smaller. This, amongst them, the most formidable was actually a purple-armored sky beetle. It was also a type of space bug, and its entire body was violet and lustrous as if it was covered in a layer of enormous violet armor. Its cultivation aura that emanated from its body was at the 5th level of the primordial almighty figure, and it was only 1 level away from attaining the peak of the intermediate almighty figure stage. The second was a 3-headed blood dog, and the cultivation aura that emanated from its body was at the 4th level of the primordial almighty figure stage. It could be considered to have just entered the intermediate almighty stage. The last was a 9-eyed black cat, and its eyes flickered with wisps of dark light, giving off an extremely mysterious feeling. This 9-eyed black cat was very likely to possess some kind of eye technique, because this pair of eyes was really too strange, and it was impossible for it not to have any special ability. The cultivation aura that emanated from its body was the weakest, and it was only at the 1st level of the primordial almighty figure stage. Rumble, rumble, amidst the earth-shattering rumbling of thunder, these 3 powerful primordial almighty figures came from the void 2 billion miles away at the same time. In the blink of an eye, they had already traversed nearly half of the 1 billion miles and were directly approaching the Bao Yuan who was standing on the side of the Xianxia cauldron. The final moment of the battle has finally arrived? Seeing this scene, the Bao Yuan's eyes flashed with a cold light, and it raised its head and roared, "Since that's the case, then let's fight." Roar. Whoosh. The battle was about to begin, and the time for the final battle had arrived. Whoosh. With Yixian's thought, a small bloody light, like a firefly, shot out from the forehead of the violent ape. It was extremely fast, and it expanded with the wind. In the blink of an eye, it had turned into a boundless blood sea with a radius of 1 billion miles in front of the universe void. Roar. Roar. Screech, in an instant, from 2 different directions of this vast sea of blood, an earth-shattering roar and a ruthless howl rang out. Immediately after, in the shocking boundless sea of blood, 2 huge figures instantly rose from the ground. While, at this time, the violent ape with the Xianxia cauldron on its head also rushed into this blood sea. Ching in the blink of an eye, 3 colossal figures that were 60 million kilometers in size suddenly gathered in the sea of blood. Positive they were the 3 demon bodies of the ancient ape demons. Blood the flesh body was the starry sky violent ape. The Xianxia cauldron on its head was spinning, pouring out a 9-colored mist, which turned into a curtain, protecting the body of the violent ape. This was the strongest defensive means in Yixian's hands. It was enough to protect the body of the violent ape, who was already comparable to a rank 3 supreme being, when fighting a rank 5 supreme being head-on, to ensure that it would not be injured by the opponent's powerful strength. That's right, the physical body of the violent ape chose the purple-armored heavenly beetle of the three ancient supreme beings, the most powerful one, who had the terrifying strength of a rank 5 supreme being. Roar. With a roar, the violent ape with the Shinong cauldron on its head and the Shinong pestle in its hand strode in the blood sea, rushing toward the purple-armored heavenly beetle. The second one was the skeleton of the 3 demon bodies of the ancient ape demons. There was no flesh and blood. It was just a purple-gold skeleton, exuding an endless ferocious aura, which was extremely ferocious. Whoosh, a weak sound broke through the air, and a light shot out from between the eyebrows of the skeleton. It was 9-colored, and it expanded with the wind, turning into a 9-colored flame sea in an instant. The 9-colored flame sea was elongated like a river of flames, but it was extremely agile. It coiled around the skeleton's body 3 times like a giant python. The battle strength of the skeleton was also only comparable to a rank 3 supreme being, while its opponent was the 3-headed blood dog, whose cultivation strength had reached rank 4 supreme being. But with this ribbon-like 9-colored flame sea, the 3-headed blood dog, who did not dare to touch the 9-colored flame, and would be restrained. The final result of this battle, it was really hard to predict. Screech, as the dazzling ribbons of the 9-colored sea of flames wrapped around its body, the skeleton raised its head and let out an earth-shattering howl. Without any hesitation, it immediately charged towards the 3-headed blood dog in the other direction. Blink. 2. Positive. Black. Although the fog body was also in the shape of a violent ape, its physical body was a black fog. Even its eyes were only 2 purple lights, making it look extremely strange. Black. The black fog body's cultivation aura was also that of a rank 2 supreme being, but its battle strength was the same, which was comparable to a rank 3 supreme being. 3 each of the blood sea clones was 60 million miles long, which made them look like the largest planet in the world. The blood chi in such a terrifying body was so immense that it directly increased their actual fighting strength by 1 level. Black, the opponent of the black fog body was the 9-eyed black cat of the 3 primordial supreme beings. The 9-eyed black cat's eyes flickered with wisps of dark light, giving off an extremely mysterious feeling. It was very likely that it had some kind of eye technique, because this pair of eyes was too strange, and it was impossible that it did not have any special ability. As for the cultivation aura emitted from its body, it was the weakest, which was only at the rank 1 supreme being of the primordial supreme beings. The black fog body, which had the battle strength of a rank 3 supreme being, combined with this vast blood sea to fight the 9-eyed black cat, who was only at the rank 1 supreme being of the primordial supreme being level. There was no suspense about the result of this battle. It was very likely that it would end very soon. This way, the black fog body would be able to immediately help the black fog body, and the 2 powerful primordial supreme beings of the primordial supreme being level would be able to fight the 3-headed blood dog alone. There was at least a 50% chance that they could kill the other party. If that was really the case, after the second battle ended, the black fog body and the skeleton body would leave and head to the void in another direction to help the violent ape body that was fighting the purple-armored longhorn bull. If that was the case, the black fog body and the skeleton body would leave and head to the void in another direction to help the violent ape body that was fighting the purple-armored longhorn bull. This way, with the battle strength of 3 rank 3 supreme beings, fighting the primordial supreme being of the primordial supreme being alone, they could at least guarantee that they would not lose. Although the possibility of killing it was still not high, only about 30 to 40%, but even if they could not kill it in the end, this battle was definitely worth it. Because killing the 9-eyed black cat and 3-headed blood dog had already increased the number of precious blood essences in Yi Xian's hands by 2 more, Yi Xian had already calculated everything before he decided to carry out this final battle. In his opinion, the success rate of obtaining 2 more blood essences in this battle was about 50%, and the success rate of obtaining only 1 blood essence was between 60 to 70%. No matter how big the risk was, it was worth it for him to take the risk and stay and fight again. Walala, at this moment, as the black fog body and the primordial supreme being left, the black fog body, which stood alone in the vast blood sea, raised its head and let out a shocking roar. Then, before the roar fell, the black fog body, which was 60 million miles long, turned into a cloud of blood mist and dissipated, merging into the vast blood sea beneath his feet. Then, the vast blood sea, which was 1 billion miles wide, began to shrink at an astonishing speed. In merely half a breath's time it had shrunk to the size of a finger. Suddenly, with a speed that surpassed that of lightning, it cut through the void and shot towards the nine-eyed black cat that was rumbling towards them from the other direction. 9. The nine-eyed black cat's original body was the same as the other two powerful primordial supreme beings, which was also more than 40 million miles long. At this moment, it was roaring in the void in front of it and pouncing over. But the boundless sea of blood that was originally a huge target, spanning 1 billion kilometers, suddenly shrank, turning into a droplet of blood-red light that was only the size of a thumb. It shot towards him at an astonishing speed. This kind of small size, this kind of terrifying speed, and the fact that it was attacking the nine-eyed black cat, which was 40 million miles long, and its cultivation was originally above the nine-eyed black cat's. With all of these factors added together, if the nine-eyed black cat was hit, no matter how strong and tough his body was, he would probably be instantly pierced through. Meow! At this moment, the nine-eyed black cat let out a long roar, and 2 pillars of light shot out from its deep eyes. Xiao xiao, a weak but extremely sharp sound rang out. In the void of the universe, 2 black pillars of light shot out from the front. Halfway through, they intertwined and gathered together, finally turning into a black ray of light that was tens of thousands of feet in diameter. It shot towards the tiny blood bead at an extremely fast speed, enveloping it. The 2 black pillars of light that instantly intertwined together were shot out from the eyes of the roaring nine-eyed black cat. These were 2 energy pillars of eye technique, which were also known as the pupil pillars. The nine-eyed black cat was an extremely rare space beast, and was considered a rare space mutant. It was said that cats had 9 lives, and this nine-eyed black cat had refined the 9 lives divine ability in its bloodline into its eyes, turning into a pair of black nine-eyed cat's eyes. This pair of cat's eyes were extremely deep, and there were a total of 9 layers of pupils. These 9 layers of pupils had evolved into the nine-eyed black cat's bloodline divine ability, which had the powerful ability to see through illusions, and even had the effect of physical attacks. Therefore, the black pupil pillars that shot out from the nine-eyed black cat's eyes could see through all concealment secret techniques and divine abilities. If necessary, the nine-eyed black cat could even use it to directly pierce through a star. It was extremely easy, even compared to the antimatter energy pillars of the 3 main dimensions of the universe. It was much, much stronger. This kind of eye technique that could see through illusions and also had the effect and power of a physical attack was extremely powerful to begin with. Coupled with the fact that the nine-eyed black cat's cultivation had reached the primordial realm, when the two were combined, when he used this eye technique, its power and destructive power would obviously be extremely terrifying. Right now, the nine-eyed black cat had used its most powerful bloodline divine ability as soon as it came up. This was partly because it was not very confident in this battle. After all, it was only a first-stage primordial great power, but the black fog body's cultivation base had already reached the second-stage primordial great power, and its real battle strength was comparable to a third-stage primordial great power. If he didn't make the first move to gain the upper hand, once he fell into a passive situation and was suppressed, it would be difficult for him to find a chance to make a comeback. On the other hand, it was because the body of black fog controlled the entire vast sea of blood to merge with itself, turning into a drop of blood that was only the size of a thumb. All of its power was used to increase its speed. It was extremely fast, and it was shocking. It was shooting towards him at an extremely fast speed. This kind of extreme speed caused the nine-eyed black cat to feel fear and a sense of helplessness. He was worried that this tiny and insignificant blood droplet would pierce through his body. Therefore, he used this bloodline ability that he relied on as his trump card. At this moment, as the 2 rays of light intertwined and gathered together, the black pupil pillar, which was already hundreds of thousands of feet in diameter, completely enveloped the tiny blood droplets that were shooting over from afar. The nine-eyed black cat's heart, which had been in its throat all this time, finally fell back to its chest. He was completely relieved because he had a strong confidence in the powerful eye technique that he viewed as a trump card. In the eyes of the nine-eyed black cat, even if his cultivation was not as strong as the body of black fog, this black pupil light pillar might not be able to directly wipe out the tiny blood droplet that was already enveloped. It would definitely be able to break through the surging momentum of the blood droplet, and make the vast sea of blood, which had shrunk to the size of a thumb, reappear. This, at least, eliminated the danger that he was facing before, which was very likely to be pierced through by this tiny blood droplet. His guess was not wrong. Under normal circumstances, this was indeed the result. After all, eye techniques were originally one of the most mysterious divine abilities in the galaxy, and the nine-eyed black cat's eye technique was cultivated from its own 9 lives bloodline. Even among all the various eye techniques, it was definitely one of the more powerful ones. However, this was not the case. Unfortunately, the opponent he encountered this time was not someone else, but Xian. Pupil technique, Xian also had it. Back in the void of the ancient cage, Xian had already refined a vertical eye between his eyebrows, called the demon soul pupil. Here not only did eye techniques have the ability to see through illusions, but they also had the effect and power of physical attacks. Other than that, they could even be traced back to the source, and see the origin and essence of things through appearance. If the nine-eyed black cat's eye technique divine ability was considered a top-notch eye technique among the thousands of races in the starry sky, then Xian's demon soul pupil was definitely the most top-notch eye technique divine ability. Here also meant that the nine-eyed black cat, today, was destined to die here. Whoosh! Crack crack crack. Here at this moment, as the black pupil light pillar of the nine-eyed black cat that was hundreds of thousands of feet in size enveloped the tiny blood bead that was shooting over, an extremely weak sound of something breaking through the air could be heard from within this black pupil light pillar. Then, the black light beam that was hundreds of thousands of meters long shattered like a huge piece of black glass, turning into countless black energy spots. After they collapsed in the void, they quietly disappeared. Dang! At the same time that the tiny blood droplet formed by the sea of blood was enveloped by the black pupil light pillar, the black fog body also activated the eye technique divine ability of the demon soul pupil in its body. They were both eye techniques and divine abilities, but the demonic soul pupil was stronger. Just a weak ray of light shot out, like a small but incomparably hard steel needle, piercing into a fragile but huge piece of glass. In an instant, it broke and destroyed the nine-eyed black cat's light pillar of light. Divine ability. The most direct consequence of breaking through was the backlash that came with it. Almost at the same time that this gigantic pupil light pillar shattered like glass, in the cosmic void in front of them, an incomparably shrill and miserable cry was instantly heard, screech. Meow meow meow. In the distance, the nine-eyed black cat, whose body was more than 40 million miles long, had already exploded its huge eyes. Black blood flowed out, hanging on its face, and tears were still flowing. It looked ferocious and terrifying, making one's hair stand on end. The eye technique divine ability was broken, and the nine-eyed black cat suffered a backlash. The eye technique divine ability that it had painstakingly cultivated completely dissipated, and even its eyes were blinded. At this moment, its body was struggling to jump around in the void, its mouth meowing wildly, already revealing the extreme fear and uneasiness in its heart. In fact, as a powerful ancient expert, even if it lost its eyes, it was not a big deal. Once the divine consciousness spread out, it could see more clearly than the naked eye. However, to the nine-eyed black cat, this pair of eyes was far too important to him. They represented the eye technique divine ability that he regarded as his trump card and relied on. Now that his eyes were blinded, he was extremely terrified. He even extended his divine sense to replace his eyes to investigate everything. He had completely forgotten about this matter. Black the fog body naturally would not let go of this opportunity. Whoosh! Swish, screech. An incomparably sharp sound of something tearing through the air rang out, followed closely by an even more mournful and miserable howl. This drop of blood was so small that it was only the size of a human's fingertip. It was formed by the black fog body of Xian's 3 great demon ape bodies after merging with the entire vast sea of blood and shrinking it to an extreme extent. It was extremely powerful and its speed was extremely fast. At this moment, it shot over, and in the blink of an eye, it traversed a distance of 700 to 800 million miles and directly pierced through the nine-eyed black cat's body. Unfortunately, the blood bead was originally aimed at the nine-eyed black cat's glabella. If it pierced through, it would instantly destroy its soul, causing its sea of consciousness to collapse and it would die. However, because the nine-eyed black cat was still in a state of panic and fear after losing its eye technique ability, its huge body was jumping around randomly. Therefore, it directly caused the blood droplet to land on a different spot. In the end, it was not able to directly pierce through the nine-eyed black cat's sea of consciousness and cause its soul to be destroyed. However, this did not matter. The black fog body did not put this nine-eyed black cat in its eyes at all. If one attack did not kill it, at most, it would just attack again. Swish, walala. Break. After the sound of the air, the sound of splashing water spread out in all directions. The tiny blood bead that had just pierced through the nine-eyed black cat's body expanded in the blink of an eye. In less than half a breath, it expanded into a boundless sea of blood that spanned 1 billion miles. In the next moment, a cloud of black fog rose from the sea of blood and quickly condensed into a huge body that was 60 million miles long. It was the black fog body of Xianxia's 3 great demon apes. Screech, this time, it revealed its true form. The black fog body raised its head and let out an earth-shattering howl. Immediately after, the entire vast sea of blood under its feet quickly enveloped it. In less than half a breath, it completely covered the nine-eyed black cat that was jumping around randomly in the void. In the next moment, the nine-eyed black cat's body that was jumping around randomly suddenly became sluggish, as if it had fallen into some kind of sticky swamp. Naturally, the black fog body would not let go of such an opportunity. Raise one's head before the furious voice of the head had even faded away, the black fog body had already strode forward. The entire black fog body that was 60 million miles in size rapidly solidified, transforming from its previous state of drifting fog into a state of solid black steel. Bang! A loud roar rang out from the void. Following the arrival of the black fog, a punch was ruthlessly thrown towards the nine-eyed black cat's head. The latter's huge body instantly exploded. Under the terrifying power of this all-out attack, the body of the black fog exploded into a cloud of black blood mist and spread out. This kind of result was expected from the start. The nine-eyed black cat's cultivation was only at the first stage of the primordial era, while the black fog body of the Xian demon ape was comparable to the third stage of the primordial era. Chong 2 small steps up. Coupled with the fact that the nine-eyed black cat's divine ability had been destroyed and both its eyes were blinded, its entire body was still immersed in an intense sense of fear. Under such circumstances, he was completely defenseless. As such, he was naturally defeated in one strike. Swoosh! Being caught off guard and killing the enemy in one strike was simply an instant kill. Such a result made the black fog body relax, and a look of joy appeared on its ferocious and mysterious face. Without any hesitation, the black fog body immediately waved its hand, and an incomparably majestic invisible force swept out from its body, enveloping a radius of 10 million miles. The black blood mist that had just spread out was swept up in an instant, turning into a green waterfall of chi and blood. It was like a long rainbow that pierced through the sky, and nimbly drilled into its body. It would wait until the end of the battle before it began, the blood essence condensation. Blinking, in the blink of an eye, of the 4 powerful primordial era experts that had come this time, Xian had killed another one. At this time, with the death of the nine-eyed black cat, the majestic blood mist formed by the explosion of its body was completely absorbed by the black fog body. This also meant that Xian now had 1 more blood essence, bringing the total number to 2. Only just this harvest alone was enough to justify his decision to stay and fight the final battle. The blood essence of a powerful being was worth everything. But this was obviously not the end of it. At this time, although Xian didn't have any more intentions, he had long since regarded the 3-headed blood dog as something that was already in his bag. He had to kill it. Walala. How the sound of water splashing could be heard, and the entire majestic sea of blood that was hundreds of millions of miles away suddenly surged violently. In less than half a breath, it turned into a long and narrow blood-colored ribbon like the 9-colored flame ribbon that was hovering around the skeleton. They surged and revolved in space in an extremely agile manner, and in the end, they coiled around the massive body of the black mist 3 times, one on top of the other 3 times. Screech! It was over. After doing all this, the black fog body raised its head and let out a fierce howl. Its huge body, which was larger than a giant star, immediately took large strides in the void and rushed toward the battlefield on the right. The fierce battle in this direction was between the skeleton body and the 3-headed blood dog of Xian demon ape's 3 bodies. The 3-headed blood dog's cultivation strength was at the 4th level of the Desolation era, while the skeleton body's real battle strength was only at the third level of the Desolation era. But, if the nine-colored flame sea had not transformed into a long and narrow ribbon that wrapped around the skeleton's body, and was like a spirit snake during the battle, occasionally flashing left and right to launch attacks, causing the three-headed bloodhound to be incomparably fearful and often hurriedly withdraw its attacks to avoid it. This. The battle had lasted until now, and it was impossible for it to be the same as before, where they were only evenly matched. That's right. Even with the help of the nine-colored flame sea that turned into a nimble, bow-like ribbon, the skeleton clone was only able to tie with the three-headed hound in the battle. The higher the level of one's strength, the more the difference of one's battle strength was like the difference between heaven and earth. Currently, Xianxia already possessed the battle prowess of a supreme being from the primordial era. In this great realm, the difference of a small stage represented an unprecedented distance. However, this situation was obviously about to change. Because, the body of Black Fog had already finished off the nine-eyed black cat at lightning speed. In this way, with the addition of the Black Fog body and the majestic sea of blood, two of the three bodies of the demon ape were fighting the three-headed black dog, and the balance of the battle would be broken in a very short time. Screech, in the fierce hell of the sky, the Black Fog body that was rushing over with large strides finally came close. Now in the void, two huge figures were engaged in a fierce battle. 1. The first one was 60 million miles long, and its whole body was covered in bones. It was extremely ferocious, and there was a ribbon of nine-colored flames around its body. It was extremely agile, and it pierced out from time to time, forcing its opponent to dodge hurriedly. This was the skeleton of one of Xianxia's three great bodies of the devil ape. The other one was only 40 million miles long, and its whole body was blood-red, but it had three heads, and each of them spat out lightning and fire. It was the three-headed bloodhound, who had the terrifying cultivation of a rank 4 mighty figure. In a battle of this level, it was rare to use magic treasures and other auxiliary items. Instead, they used their own bloodline magical powers or bloodline secret techniques to defend against the enemy. Apart. If it was not a remote antiquity supreme treasure like the Xianxia cauldron or the Xianxia medicinal pestle, it would not be able to withstand the terrifying collision force of the battle at this level and would be destroyed. Therefore, the skeleton and the three-headed bloodhound merely waved their fists and fought instinctively. Sometimes, they spat out thunderbolts and flames and controlled the ribbons formed by the nine-colored sea of flames to suddenly attack like a spirit snake. The battle had been going on for so long, and they were still evenly matched. Of course, not much time had passed since the battle began, and it was still in the stage where the battle had just begun. Roar! Suddenly, the skeleton raised its head and let out a roar. The nine-colored ribbon around its body suddenly waved rapidly, and at the same time, its figure was rapidly approaching the three-headed bloodhound. The latter was obviously extremely fearful of the nine-colored ribbons that wrapped around the body of the skeleton. The ribbon looked beautiful, but in fact, its power was extremely terrifying. It was formed by the nine-colored flames of Xianxia. Not to mention the remote antiquity supreme figure, even the supreme figure of the ancients could only temporarily avoid it and did not dare to touch it. If it were not for the fact that the three-headed bloodhound's cultivation was higher than the skeleton's in terms of speed and reaction, the skeleton would have been able to trap it, suppress it, and kill it with just the ribbon formed by the nine-colored sea of flames. Here when the three-headed bloodhound saw the skeleton charging over and the nine-colored ribbons that wrapped around it suddenly began to dance violently, a cold light flashed in its eyes. Fear appeared on its three ferocious heads. Crack. Hoo. Boom, almost at the same time, the three ferocious dog heads opened their bloody mouths, and three different energy attacks rushed out from the three bloody mouths. This was the bloodline talent of the three-headed bloodhound. He was born with the ability to spit out lightning and fire. Here at this moment, the central dog head spewed out a boundless sea of black flames. It covered the sky and covered the earth as it moved towards the skeleton. However, this was obviously useless. The skeleton had the nine-colored ribbons of the Xianxia nine-colored flame around it. How could it be afraid of this black flame? What he did was obviously just to slow down the momentum of the skeleton avatar. While the bloody mouths of the two dog heads on the left and right respectively spat out a large amount of thunder and lightning, one from the left and one from the right. They surrounded the skeleton avatar and blasted it. These two seas of thunder and lightning couldn't seriously injure the skeleton avatar, but they could more or less severely injure it. Therefore, with a flash of purple light in its eyes, the skeleton avatar stopped in an instant. The 9-color flame sea that wrapped around its body scattered in an instant, turning into a 9-color flame sea. In front of it, while blocking the roaring sea of black flames and the sea of thunder and lightning that rushed towards it from the left and right, it also spread out in an instant, spreading out in a reverse direction, spreading out around the three-headed bloodhound. It was obvious that they were trying to surround the three-headed blood dog. If the 9-colored flame sea was allowed to spread out and seal off the surroundings, the three-headed blood dog would be in a predicament even if its cultivation was stronger than the skeleton's body. It would not be able to get close to the flame sea for the time being and be refined by it. Such a result was definitely not what the three-headed bloodhound wanted to see and accept. With a flash of coldness in its eyes, the three-headed bloodhound's figure retreated rapidly, wanting to retreat further into the void to avoid the 9-colored sea of flames that was spreading out in front of it from all directions. Screech, roar. At this time, the blood fog avatar rushed over with big steps. It raised its head and let out a shocking roar. Its right fist, which had already materialized, was as hard as steel, instantly blasted out. His figure happened to be behind the three-headed bloodhound. The blood fog avatar's attention was all on the skeleton avatar in front of it and the 9-colored sea of flames that was spreading out to surround it. It did not notice the movement behind it at all. By the time the three-headed bloodhound reacted, everything was too late. Bang! A whoo, an earth-shattering sound came. The punch of the black fog avatar directly hit the back of the three-headed bloodhound's head in the middle of the dog head, blasting a huge blood bag there. Although the dog head did not explode, it fainted on the spot. Although the other two dog heads were awake, the dog head in the middle was after all the main head. Therefore, for a moment, the three-headed bloodhound could not react at all. Its entire huge body tumbled forward. The 9-colored sea of flames was in front of it from all directions. It originally wanted to retreat further, but it was unexpectedly attacked and fell forward instead. Whoosh! The sea spread out at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it had surrounded the three-headed bloodhound from all directions and turned into a huge ball of flames. The three-headed bloodhound was right in the middle of this ball. It was trapped in an instant. Buzz! Look! Seeing this scene, the skeleton avatar immediately stopped moving. Almost at the same time, a weak low buzzing sound was heard. Following that, the skeleton avatar raised its left arm, and a ferocious energy bow quickly condensed. Its shape was quite ancient and mysterious. The bow was composed of 3 parts. In the middle was a 2-headed monster with its wide-open mouth facing up and down. On the top and bottom of the bow, there were 2 humanoid creatures with bowed bodies. The 2-headed monster's wide-open mouth swallowed the 2 humanoid creatures' legs and a part of their calves. The ends of the bow were connected to their painfully raised heads, and their mouths were where the bowstring was. Their hands were at the sides of their mouths, as if they were howling, and their expressions were inexplicably strange. The bowstring was obviously formed by countless fine golden threads twisted together, and the 2 ends were connected to the 2 humanoid creatures' wide mouths. Then, a golden energy arrow appeared on the bowstring. It was Xianxia's most powerful magical power, the heaven-sundering bow. In order to buy time and kill the 3-headed bloodhound with 1 arrow as soon as possible, he did not care much and decided to use the heaven-sundering bow, the most powerful magical power that would somewhat affect him. Soon, the eyes of the skeleton avatar burst out with a strange golden glow. It stretched out its right hand and directly pinched the energy arrow on the bowstring of the giant energy bow in its left hand, and slowly pulled the string. Wang! Whoosh! At this moment, the skeleton released its right hand that was holding the energy bowstring. In the air, an extremely sharp sound that resonated with one's eardrums rang out. The energy arrow, which had already been filled with the power of the bowstring, instantly shot out. The aura was too strong. It was simply unstoppable. When this arrow was shot out, it seemed that even the void was instantly broken. As the golden arrow burst out, a black wave like a tail flame appeared behind it. The time was so short that it could be completely ignored. This golden arrow whistled through the air at an extremely fast speed and instantly arrived in front of the 3-headed bloodhound. Fallen sky bow? This is impossible. No. This in the next moment, the dizziness of the middle head of the three-headed bloodhound disappeared. When it opened its eyes and saw the golden arrow in front of it, it was instantly shocked. It roared fiercely, and its eyes were filled with endless unwillingness and despair. However, it could not change anything. Bang, everything that happened next was without suspense. In the blink of an eye, as the golden arrow sank into the middle head of the three-headed bloodhound, the 4 million-mile-long body of the three-headed bloodhound instantly collapsed, completely exploding into a brilliant blood mist and spreading out. Whoosh! A weak sound of breaking through the air immediately rang out. At this moment, the black fog body that was rushing over also waved its hand at the first moment. An incomparably majestic invisible force rolled out from its body, enveloping a radius of 10 million miles. Just the majestic blood mist that had just spread out was swept up and absorbed into its body. It would be sent into the Xianxia cauldron after the battle to start the blood essence condensation. In the blink of an eye, of the 4 powerful ancient powerhouses that had come this time, Xian had killed one of them. At this time, with the fall of the three-headed bloodhound, the majestic blood mist formed by the explosion of the body was completely absorbed by the black fog body. This also meant that Xian now had 1 more blood essence in his hands, bringing the total number to 3. He had obtained another blood essence of a powerful being. His goal had been achieved. However, this was still not the end. Xian still wanted to fight one last battle. Whoosh! Break! The sound of the air rang out, and the 9-colored sea of flames that had spread out rapidly shrank into a 9-colored ribbon again. It was like an extremely agile starry sky-colored python, instantly wrapping around the skeleton body. Roar! Screech! The next moment, the skeleton doppelganger and the black fog doppelganger raised their heads and let out a furious roar and a vicious howl respectively. Then, with the flame sea ribbons and the blood sea ribbons entwining around them, they strode forward at an extremely fast speed and charged toward the left. There, the physical body of the devil ape, the violent star ape, was engaged in a heaven-shaking battle with the rank 5 heavenly beetle. Boom! Rumble! More than 1 billion miles ahead, in the cosmic void, a series of earth-shattering explosions could be heard. One of the devil ape's 3 main bodies, the violent star ape, was currently engaged in an earth-shattering battle with the rank 5 Grand Master, the purple-armored sky beetle. The purple-armored longhorn beetle was a very rare species of space bug. Its entire body was purple like the purest amethyst, and its body was close to 50 million miles long. Relatively, even though the ape was 60 million miles long, it was only slightly thinner than before. This kind of space bug had a pair of antennae on its head. It should have some kind of mysterious bloodline power. In addition, there was a tube-shaped mouthpiece in the middle of its head. The tube-shaped mouthpiece was the purple-armored sky beetle's most common and most powerful attack method. As a rank 5 almighty, the purple-armored sky beetle's physical body was extremely powerful. Even in the void of the primordial world, he could definitely tear it apart with brute force with his tentacles. However, at this moment, the purple-armored sky beetle didn't use this kind of close combat method. Instead, it was roaming the cosmic void about 200 million miles away from the violent star ape. From time to time, a purple energy beam would shoot out from the huge mouthpiece in the middle of its huge head, blasting towards the violent star ape. The purple-armored sky beetle's body was 40 million miles long. Even just its mouthpiece was extremely shocking. It was hundreds of thousands of feet long. The purple energy beam that it shot out had a diameter of hundreds of thousands of feet. Even the cannons of the giant star fortress weren't as terrifying. Dong, however, it wasn't just the diameter. There was no comparison at all in terms of energy level. The purple-armored sky beetle was a rank 5 almighty, so it was easy to imagine how terrifying the purple energy beam that it spat out from its mouth was. However, at this moment, Bao Yuan's entire body was enveloped by the dense purple light screen of the Xianxia cauldron hanging above his head. This layer of overflowing purple light screen seemed thin like a layer of fog, but in fact, it represented all of the power of the Xianxia cauldron's domain. Although the purple-armored sky beetle was a rank 5 Grand Master, the energy beam that shot out from its mouthpiece couldn't blast open the mist light screen that protected the violent star ape. It couldn't break through the defense at all. The battle had been going on for a while now. After all, in the other two battlefields, the body of black fog and the body of bones had killed the other two powerful figures of the primordial era. But, even so, the purple-armored sky beetle still couldn't do any damage to the violent star ape. He had been roaming around the violent star ape, shooting out energy beams from time to time to test the violent star ape, but in fact, he was looking for a chance to severely injure the violent star ape. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, an extremely sharp sound broke through the air, and a black light rushed out of the mist that shrouded the violent star ape and disappeared in the void. At this moment, the purple-armored sky beetle was alarmed, and his heart was in his throat. This black light was clearly the ferocious big-headed black stick in the violent star ape's hand. Because the purple-armored sky beetle kept a distance of 200 million miles from the violent star ape couldn't use this big-headed black stick to hit him at all. And now, the big-headed black stick turned into a light that rushed out of the nine-colored mist and then disappeared. This was clearly a sign that its space power was activated. This kind of attack was the most troublesome, and it was impossible to guard against it. The purple-armored sky beetle was nervous to the extreme, and he was ready to dodge if the situation was not right. However, in view of the violent ape's previous actions, the purple-armored sky beetle's attention was almost entirely focused on the direction behind him. This was because every time before, the big-headed black stick that activated the spatial power would launch a sneak attack like this. Bang, bang. Gotcha. However, the situation this time was out of his expectation. The big-headed black stick appeared directly in front of him, and it was only 100 miles away. When the purple-armored sky beetle came back to his senses, it was already too late. The big-headed black stick smashed down and broke the two purple antennae on the top of his head. Even the tubular mouthpart in the middle of his head was smashed into a flower, a woo. It was just one attack, but the purple-armored heaven beetle had suffered a great loss. This attack seemed casual, but in reality, it was the result of observing for a long time and waiting for an opportunity to act. Since the beginning of the battle, Bao Yuan had never used this big-headed black stick. On one hand, it was because the purple-armored heaven beetle had deliberately kept a distance of 200 million miles. From afar, it would blast an energy beam to test Bao Yuan's results. On the other hand, it was Xianxia's intention. While the purple-armored sky beetle was using this method to increase the distance between them, shooting out energy beams from time to time to test and observe the nine-colored fog surrounding the Bao Yuan, wasn't the Bao Yuan doing the same as well? During this process, Xian keenly discovered that the purple-armored heavenly beetle had been intentionally or unintentionally protecting the two antennae above his head. Every time it moved, it would deliberately turn the two antennae to a safer position. Then again. Plus, the space insect race usually had all kinds of unique bloodline divine abilities related to their biological frequency. They were either used for communication, escape, or attack. And since all of this was related to the biological frequency of the Space Zerg clan, then the antennae on its head were naturally the key to it. The space insect race Xian had encountered in the past were basically all like this. In other words, the antennae on the head or other parts of the body were almost the space insect race's Achilles heel. Although they were not like the 7 inches of a snake, once they were grasped, they could be subdued. But as long as the antennae of the space insect race were destroyed, they could not use the unique bloodline talents they activated through the biological frequency in their body, or be greatly affected. From the beginning of the battle until now, this purple-armored heaven beetle knew that the purple energy beam from the central tubular mouthpart under his head could not break the 9-colored fog light curtain around Bao Yuan at all. But it continued to do so, blasting out a beam from time to time. This did this, on one hand, to observe and find the weakness of the 9-colored purple fog light curtain, but in Xian's view, the main purpose was to confuse. If there were too many of them, Xian would naturally get used to it and think that this was his main method of attack. During the great battle, most of his attention would be on guarding against the purple energy beam that shot out from this tubular mouthpiece. Once this inertia was formed, it would be the best time for the purple-armored sky beetle to make a move. Maybe he would suddenly activate the biological frequency in his body while Xian was unprepared, and activate some unique bloodline latent ability through the two long and thin antennae on his head. He was a space bug in the desolate antiquity realm. Who the hell knew what his bloodline talent was? This was a secret technique that was driven by the biological wave frequency of the Spacebug clan. It was invisible and intangible. If it could penetrate through the nine-colored fog light curtain of the Shinon cauldron and directly affect the real body of the raging ape hiding behind the light curtain, that would be bad. Positive because of this, since the beginning of the battle, Yi Xian had been thinking about how to destroy the two antennae on the head of the purple-armored sky beetle. Although the two long and thin antennae on the head of a powerful fifth-level space bug could grow out again if they were destroyed, it would take time. However, that would require some time. At the very least, in this current battle, these two antennae and some or even some unique insectoid bloodline talents and secret techniques that were related to them could not be counted on. It was as if they had been crippled. This was so important that it was on a strategic level. Yi Xian naturally attached great importance to it and had been waiting patiently. When the time came, he suddenly made a move. He shot out the big-headed black stick and successfully destroyed the two long and thin antennae on the head of the purple-armored sky beetle. At the same time, he also blasted the tubular mouthpiece below the head into a flower. Although it could still be recovered, it was obviously destroyed for now. Although all of this was just Yi Xian's speculation, in fact, this calculation was extremely exquisite. It could be said to be a stroke of genius. At this moment, as the pair of long and thin antennae on the head was blasted off, the heart of the purple-armored sky beetle sank to the bottom of the valley. His greatest trump card was indeed related to his unique space bug clan biological frequency. But since it was a biological frequency, it was like the space radar on a battleship. It needed external equipment like an antenna to display its power. Now that the two long and thin antennae on the head were destroyed, it was like a space radar without external equipment like an antenna. His space bug clan biological frequency had no power at all. There was a golden mountain in the air, but it could not be used at all. This feeling made the purple-armored sky beetle extremely sullen and angry. A few minutes later, subconsciously, after the miserable howl due to the intense pain ended, the purple-armored sky beetle under the violent ape immediately activated all the power in his body, turning it into a majestic and almost terrifying energy that surged toward the tubular mouthpiece below the head. This was his strongest attack, far stronger than the purple energy light pillars that were blasted out from time to time to test and confuse the violent ape. The purple-armored sky beetle even had an illusion that under this full-strength attack in a state of anger, the scorching purple energy light pillar that shot out from the tubular mouthpiece below the head might even be able to break the layer of nine-colored fog light curtain that enveloped the violent ape in one fell swoop. Boom! An earth-shaking roar sounded, and the mouth area below the purple-armored sky beetle's head suddenly shone with a purple light. The intensity of the light was almost 10 times stronger than the previous purple energy light pillars that were blasted out. This time, he was indeed using all his strength in a rage. It was indeed the strongest attack since the battle with the violent ape. Unfortunately, he was tragically defeated. Because all of his attention was focused on the two slender antennae that were broken off on the top of his head, the purple-armored sky beetle was so agitated that he forgot about his tubular mouthpiece. In fact, it had been damaged by the violent ape's rod earlier and had long turned into a morning glory. And, moreover, this deformed horn-shaped mouthpiece had some cracked forks that were bent back at an angle of more than 90 degrees. It was aimed straight at the huge body behind his head. As a result, as this energy light pillar was blasted out, the purple light below the purple-armored sky beetle's head shone brightly. What should have been a single energy light pillar was divided into countless large and small beams. Some were blasted forward, above, and below, but more of them surged along the curved horn-shaped mouthpiece and blasted toward his own body. Awoo! The purple-armored sky beetle let out an even more miserable howl before, and his entire body was about to collapse. On the front half of his body, there were countless holes of various sizes. Some of them even pierced through his huge body that was 40 million miles long. Although it was not serious injuries, it was definitely not as simple as a light injury. It was between light injuries and serious injuries. More importantly, his mind was severely injured. This roar, screech, in the distance, earth-shattering roars and howls could be heard. Two incomparably huge figures that were at least 60 million miles in size, one on the left and one on the right, took large strides side by side as they rushed over in the void. One of them was a skeleton without any flesh and blood. It was just a purple-gold skeleton that exuded an endless ferocious aura. It was incomparably ferocious. Following that, as it strode over, a ray of light shot out from between its eyebrows. It was nine-colored and expanded with the wind. In an instant, it turned into a nine-colored sea of flames. It was long in the shape of a river of flames, but it was extremely agile. It was like a giant python that coiled around the skeleton's body 3 times. The second one was a ghost-like black fog body. Under its feet was a majestic sea of blood that was hundreds of millions of miles away. But at this moment, the sea of blood suddenly surged violently. In less than half a breath, it turned into a long and narrow blood-colored ribbon that was coiling around the skeleton's body. They surged and revolved in space in an extremely agile manner, and in the end, they also wound themselves around the massive body of the black mist 3 times, one on top of the other 3 times. These 2 huge figures were the skeleton body and the black fog body of Yixian demon ape. Just now, they had just killed the 9-eyed black cat and the 3-headed bloodhound. Now, they came together and were going to try to kill the level 5 mighty purple armored sky beetle with the violent ape. Of course, it was just an attempt. If there was no chance, Yixian would escape. Anyway, this purple armored sky beetle could not hold him back at all. At this time, the purple armored sky beetle had just accidentally injured him and was furious. Cold when he suddenly heard the shocking roars and howls from the skeleton body and the black fog body in the distance, he was stunned. First, before, he did not pay attention to the situation of the other 2 battlefields at all. On one hand, it was because this battle had just begun. He did not expect that the 9-eyed black cat and the 3-headed bloodhound would be defeated in such a short time. On the other hand, on one hand, it was because the distance was too far. Moreover, his entire mind was already placed on probing and observing the violent starry sky ape, and he utterly didn't have the time to pay attention to the situation of the other 2 battlefields that were over 1 billion kilometers away. At this time, as the skeleton body and the black fog body came together at the same time, the purple armored sky beetle immediately realized that something was wrong. He turned his head and saw only the skeleton body and the black fog body in the void in the distance. The 9-eyed black cat and 3-headed bloodhound were no longer there. The violet armored sky beetle instantly understood everything, and an unprecedented feeling of astonishment suddenly arose in its heart, too terrifying. In such a short time, the 9-eyed black cat and bloodhound had been killed. The 9-eyed black cat was only a rank 1 expert, but the 3-headed bloodhound was different. He was a rank 4 expert from the primordial age, and was only a small level lower than Zhou Bao. Now, the antennae on top of his head had been destroyed, and even the tubular mouth part had been smashed into a morning glory that could only injure him by accident. In this situation, the most powerful biological frequency bloodline secret technique could not be used, and even the purple energy beam could not be used. It was clear that he was forced to engage in hand-to-hand combat with Bao Yuan's 3 Blood Sea avatars. These were 3 existences whose battle strength was comparable to a Stage 3 Almighty. If they joined forces to fight him, coupled with the big-headed black stick and the 9-colored flame sea, even if he was a Stage 5 Almighty, there was a possibility of him dying. By unexpectedly, he was already in a state of light injuries. Thinking of this, the purple armored sky beetle raised his head and let out an unwilling roar. His body trembled, and he was about to escape. If the 2 slender antennae on top of his head were still there, he could leave at any time. Even if he was trapped by the 9-colored flame sea, it would not matter. He could fully activate the unique biological frequency in his body. As if teleporting, he could avoid the obstruction of the 9-colored flame sea and leave, but now, he could not use this ability. He could only use his physical body to cross the void and quickly retreat. And the violent ape obviously would not give him such an opportunity. Swish! Swish swish. At this moment, seeing that the purple armored sky beetle was about to escape, the violent ape thought, and a few sharp sounds of breaking through the air rang out. The Shinnon cauldron above his head shot out towards the left side of the purple armored sky beetle at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, a majestic 9-colored flame sea poured out from the mouth of the cauldron, enveloping the void along the way. As for the big-headed black stick, it rushed forward and blocked the path of the purple armored sky beetle. When it shot forward at an extremely fast speed, there was also a 9-colored flame sea pouring out from the thick head of the stick. Was also Yixian's trump card. He did not even have the time to use it in the previous battle. If the big-headed black stick smashed down, there would be a 9-colored flame sea pouring out from the tip of the stick and enveloping the entire body. That would be the end of the purple armored sky beetle. Swish swish swish, the violent ape also rushed to the right side, completely blocking the right side of the purple armored sky beetle. At the same time, the black fog body and the skeleton body that were rushing over also blocked the last direction, which was the direction of the purple armored sky beetle's retreat. Moreover, as they arrived, rolling 9-colored strange flames surged out of the skeleton and the body within the black fog, instantly sealing off this direction completely. In all 4 directions, there was a majestic 9-colored flame sea. In an instant, they combined together and spread out. In just half an instant, they formed a sealed ball, trapping the purple armored sky beetle in the center of the ball. Whoosh, whoosh, in an instant, the black fog body and the skeleton body collapsed in an instant, turning into a rain of flames and fusing into the 9-colored flame ball under their feet. Next. The next moment, when their figures reappeared, they had already entered the 9-colored flame ball, rising from the ground in the 9-colored flame sea within the ball. Same. When they appeared, there was also the star violent ape with a big-headed black stick on its shoulder. As for the Xianxia cauldron that had originally blocked the left side of the path, it had disappeared. No one knew where it was hibernating in the huge flame ball. It could suddenly jump out at any time and launch a fatal blow. At this point, the overall situation was set. With this huge 9-colored flame ball that was close to 1 billion miles in diameter, the purple armored sky beetle, whose slender antennae had been blown off, could no longer escape. But whether or not he would fall here today was still unknown. This was very helpless, but it was the truth. This time, I've really failed miserably. The purple armored sky beetle, who was standing in the center of the 9-colored fireball, had a look of grief and indignation on his face. His divine sense voice was also transmitted at this moment. His eyes, which were glowing with faint purple light, kept glancing at the 3 blood sea clones of Xianxia. Even if you join forces to fight me, so what? Even if you use this huge fireball formed by the 9-colored sea of flames to trap me inside, so what if I can't escape? There's not enough time after all. Within 2 days, even if you join forces, you won't be able to kill me. And the 2 powerful early-stage supremes that I've invited will arrive here in 1.5 days at most. Bao Yuan, I advise you to stop. You've already killed 11 of the 12 powerful existences. It's enough no matter what. Don't make a mistake and leave immediately. Otherwise, the one who will die in the end will only be you, Xiao. Before he could finish his words, the eyes of the violent ape standing 300 million miles to his right flashed with a blazing light. Original at this moment, the big-headed black cudgel on his shoulder disappeared in an instant. Humph. It's useless. Seeing this, the purple-armored sky beetle snorted coldly, but he secretly raised his guard. In his opinion, it was naturally impossible for the big-headed black stick to kill him. It couldn't even severely injure him. However, this stick was formed by the Xianxia pestle after all. Even if he was a rank 5 almighty, it would definitely hurt to be hit by it. Thus therefore, although the purple-armored sky beetle didn't seem to care, he had already raised his guard. As soon as he saw that the situation wasn't right, he would immediately withdraw and dodge. This time, his attention was no longer on the back of his head, but on the front of his face that had been hit earlier. Bang! A woo, the sound was followed by a miserable shriek. There was a huge blood bump on the back of the purple-armored sky beetle's head. It was visible to the naked eye. The power of this blow was too ferocious. A dignified Tier 5 Supreme Expert was actually struck dizzy. Heavenly Bull, you don't have a chance, but I have plenty of time. I'll kill you within 10 breaths. After that, this Star Lord can still calmly collect the spoils of war and quietly escape. Before the armored heavenly beetle's miserable howls could be heard, Yi Xian's divine sense voice rang out. Buzz. At this moment, the skeleton also slowly raised its left arm, and a ferocious energy bow quickly condensed into form. Gigantic, the shape of the bow was rather ancient and mysterious. The body of the bow was made up of 3 parts. In the middle was a 2-headed monster. Its wide-open mouth was facing up and down, while the upper and lower parts of the bow were 2 hunched humanoid creatures. The 2-headed monster's raging maw had devoured the legs and calves of the 2 humanoid creatures. Its mouth was where the bowstring was, and its hands were at the mouth, as if it was howling. Its appearance was inexplicably strange. A bowstring that was clearly formed from countless fine golden threads twisted together was connected to the wide mouths of the two humanoid creatures at both ends. Following that, a low buzzing sound rang out, and a golden energy arrow appeared on the bowstring. It was Xianxia's most powerful ability, Fallen Sky Bow. At this moment, as Xian chanted, the eyes of the skeleton clone burst out with a strange golden glow. He stretched out his right hand and directly pinched the bowstring of the energy bow in his left hand. He held the energy arrow and slowly pulled it. Buzz. In an instant, an incomparably low buzzing sound rang out, and the surrounding void seemed to be rippling with invisible waves. It was as if this arrow was only in the bowstring state, but the aura it emitted had already caused the void to tremble. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, the skeleton released the right hand that was holding the energy bowstring. In the void, an extremely sharp sound that resonated with one's eardrums rang out. With this attack, all the power in the skeleton's body was drained. It was not like this when it killed the three-headed blood dog earlier. Its purpose was to kill the purple-armored heaven beetle in one blow. Right just as he said, Xian felt a sense of urgency in his heart grow stronger and stronger. There was not much time left. The energy arrow that contained the full power of the bowstring instantly shot out. Its aura was so strong that it made one's hair stand on end. It was simply unstoppable. In an instant, it seemed as if even the void was broken open. As the golden arrow shot out, a black wave like a tail flame appeared behind it. When it was so short that it was completely negligible. This golden arrow whistled through the air at an extremely fast speed and was already in front of the purple-armored heaven beetle. It's actually the Fallen Sky Bow? But how is this possible? No. In the next moment, the purple-armored heaven beetle's dizziness disappeared. When he opened his eyes and saw the golden arrow in front of him, he was instantly shocked. Whoosh! A whistling sound rang out at this moment. The purple-armored heaven beetle's eyes were filled with endless unwillingness and despair, but it was already meaningless. Bang! An earth-shattering explosion sounded. Everything that followed was without suspense. In the blink of an eye, as the golden arrow entered the purple-armored heaven beetle's body, his entire body instantly collapsed, completely exploding into a brilliant purple blood mist that spread out. Whoosh! At this moment, the body of black fog that was rushing over also waved its hand at the first moment. An incomparably majestic invisible force swept out from its body, enveloping a radius of millions of miles. Just then, the majestic blood mist that had just spread out was swept up and absorbed into its body. After the battle, it would be sent into the Xianxia cauldron to start the blood essence condensation. In the blink of an eye, the 12 powerful existences that had come this time, including the purple-armored heaven beetle and the other 4 primordial era almighties, all died in the battle. At this time, with the complete end of this battle, Xian also had a total of 4 almighty blood essences in his hands. As for the supreme blood essences, he already had 17. Whoosh! Whoosh! A huge splash sounded as the skeletal body and the body of black fog collapsed, turning into a rain of blood that merged into the 9-colored fireball beneath their feet. Following that, the fireball spread out and turned into a sea of flames. As it rapidly shrank, it turned into a 9-colored light in the blink of an eye and rushed towards the Xianxia cauldron in the void. While, the remaining purple-armored heaven beetle also flipped its hand at this moment and kept the big-headed black rod into its body. Its huge body that was originally 60 million miles long had shrunk to only about 10 feet. Tight. Following that, faint rays of light shot out. They were the spoils of war scattered in the void. All sorts of resources were kept by Xian in the undying world within his body. Exactly. When purple-armored heaven beetle raised its hand and was about to keep the Xianxia cauldron in its body and leave, his expression suddenly changed. And a sense of alarm surged in his heart. Without hesitation, he shook his shoulders and directly rushed into the mouth of the Xianxia cauldron that was enshrouded in 9-colored fog. Back. When he turned around, his expression was already extremely gloomy. Rumble, hong. Long. Long. Long, an earth-shattering roar sounded. In the distant void, 2 huge void cracks appeared. It was as if 2 terrifying curtains had pierced through the sky. Tight, then, 2 figures rushed out from the 2 terrifying cracks. One was a space blood crocodile, and the other was a sub-blood white tiger. The former was as red as blood, while the latter had a tuft of black hair on its forehead. Other than that, its entire body was snow white. These two ferocious beasts with extraordinary bloodlines were huge in size. They were more than 100 million miles long. Compared to the 60 million miles long violent ape under the ninth transformation of the 9 transformations of the devil ape, these two ferocious beasts were several times bigger. Until, in terms of cultivation, both the space blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger had reached the third level of the supreme primordial era. They were two supreme beings at the pinnacle of the initial stage of the supreme primordial era. They were only one step away from the middle stage of the supreme primordial era. Roar! Where are they? Why do I only see a cauldron? Where are the others? Didn't they say that there were 8 supreme primordial era beings and 4 supreme beings here? Why can't I see any of them? As soon as they arrived, the 2 supreme beings of the primordial era immediately extended their spirit consciousness to cover the vast void space 100 billion miles away. However, they couldn't find the 12 supreme beings who had sent them the message at all. Although there were still many weak space beasts hibernating on the star beasts, they were all hiding in their nests, trembling and not daring to show themselves. However, the powerful spirit consciousness of the supreme being of the primordial era was able to detect everything, regardless of whether it was 100 billion miles away or in a vast void space. If the 12 supreme beings are indeed here, there's no reason they can't find them. There's a faint smell of blood in the void space. And it's not just one place, but many. It seems that there was a bloody battle here. Those 12 guys couldn't have all fallen, right? Indeed. As expected of the supreme being of the primordial era, Xianxia would absorb all the blood mist in the void space into his body after every battle. However, the 2 supreme beings could still see through the clues and roughly deduce the result. What a bunch of trash. To think that there were 4 mighty figures from the primordial era among them. They were all wiped out in less than 2 days. The battle should have just ended not long ago, and that space-raging ape didn't have time to escape. Maybe it was seriously injured and didn't know we were here. Now, he's hibernating in the farmer god cauldron. He should be healing, that's right. Although this violent ape is a monster, and not only does it possess the Xianxia treasured cauldron, it also refined the Xianxia exotic flame in the cauldron to the level of a 9-colored flame. However, its cultivation is still weak after all. It's already not easy for it to use tricks to kill these 12 powerful existences one after another. That's good as well. You and I will benefit from it. All the gains will be divided equally between us. There's no need to leave any leftovers for those guys. There's no need to say any more. Let's capture this violent ape first. I'm afraid he doesn't know that a great disaster is about to befall him. It only takes 3 days. Let's do it. Roar. Roar, rumble. After roaring and roaring, the space blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger attacked at the same time. They each opened their mouths and spat out a ball of energy light, shooting toward the mouth of the farmer god cauldron that was enshrouded in 9-colored fog. An earth-shaking roar sounded in an instant, and the Xianxia cauldron, which was like a giant star, shook violently twice. As soon as it stopped, the space blood crocodile and sub-blood white tiger in the distance spat out 2 more energy light balls. Even the farmer god's cauldron field could only last 3 days against a full-powered attack from a supreme of the ancients and 2 supreme of the ancients. Xian had already returned to his original height. At this moment, he was standing above the volcano in the central region. He looked up at the sky in the cauldron with a gloomy face. Rumble, under his feet, the vast land in the cauldron was shaking violently. This had never happened before. We are in trouble this time. Under the joint attack of the 2 supreme beings, the cauldron's field can only last for 3 days. Xianxia muttered softly, in this kind of situation, hiding in the cauldron is no longer the best choice. The only way is to charge out, place the cauldron above my head to protect my body, and then try my best to see if I can escape. Even if it is impossible, at least we can force the headless baby to attack. However, we can't completely rely on that guy. We have to make some preparations. At this point, Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light as he instantly made a decision. Now, under the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape, including the 60 million kilometer enormous body, the boundless vital energy and blood within the first level of cultivation, my peak strength is already at the third level of the primordial era. I am only one level away from the fourth level. The third level is only the peak of the initial stage, but the fourth level is the middle stage. The difference between the initial stage and the middle stage is still very big. Therefore, I should make use of these 3 days to break through one more level. This way, if the headless baby is unreliable, I will have a better chance. Anyway, this battle is very intense. Even if I break through, it will take at most 2 days. It won't take more than 3 days. After making up his mind, Xian's eyes glinted coldly as he sat down cross-legged on one side of the volcano. Xiao xiao xiao. With a wave of his hand, there was a faint sound of something breaking through the air. In an instant, rays of light shot out and hovered in front of him. These were the cultivation resources that he took out from the undying world in his body for this breakthrough. After a moment of hesitation, Xian immediately activated the field of the Shenong cauldron. After compressing all the cultivation resources to the size of a baby's fist, he swallowed them into his stomach with a wave of his hand. Walala, the nascent fist ball formed from cultivation resources melted as soon as it entered his mouth. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a large river of boundless energy. As for Xian's body, the sound of chains clanging could be heard from everywhere. Just like before, this time, there was only one shackle in Xian's body. This was something that was within his expectations. Xian didn't pay attention to it at all. He immediately focused on activating the large river of energy that had just formed in his body with all his might, circulating it through the 100 meridians in his body time and time again. The battle this time was extremely intense, even surpassing the previous few battles combined. After all, this time, he was fighting against all the primordial era experts. As the great river of energy within his body completely disappeared after each cycle, fusing into Xian's body and divine soul. Following that, with just a single attack, the incomparably thick shackles broke. When the shackles were completely broken, the system notification rang in Xian's mind, ding. Congratulations to host for breaking through the ancient Dongshu mantra. Current realm, level 2 universe supreme. Ding. Congratulations to host for breaking through the ancient Dongshu mantra. Current realm, level 2 universe supreme. Level 2 universe supreme. During the previous breakthrough, Xian's original body was at level 1 universe supreme. If he activated the power of the ancient demon ape bloodline in his body, he would be able to reach level 2 universe supreme. If he activated the 9 changes of the ancient demon ape and reached the 9th transformation, his combat power would immediately rise to level 2 universe supreme. If he added the power of the ancient demon ape bloodline into his body, his combat power would be comparable to a level 3 universe supreme. This time, after another successful breakthrough, Xian would have the strength of a level 3 universe supreme after activating the ancient demon ape bloodline in his body. If he activated the 9 changes of the ancient demon ape bloodline and entered the 9th transformation, his combat power would be comparable to a level 3 universe supreme. Furthermore, if one were to include the 60 million kilometer wide body, the boundless power of blood and qi would add a level of enhancement to his true combat strength. In that case, the current Xian's strongest battle prowess was already comparable to the desolate ancient supreme being at the 4th level. A level 3 universe supreme was only at the peak of the initial stage, but a level 4 universe supreme was already at the middle stage. For Xian, his chances of escaping from the 2 primordial supremes guarding outside the cauldron increased by 20%. Of course, even with this 20% increase, his chances of escaping were still not high. This was because before this breakthrough, his chances of escaping were only about 20%. Taking into account the 20% increase in his chances of escaping from the 2 supreme masters of the ancients who were guarding outside the cauldron, he only had a little more than 40% chance of escaping from the 2 supreme masters of the ancients who were guarding the cauldron. Not even half, he could only say that he was taking a risk. After all, this was the only choice under such circumstances. Otherwise, the situation would be even worse if he continued to hide within the farmer god cauldron. Rumble. Rumble. The earth-shattering rumbles continued to resound, and the entire space within the cauldron shook even more violently than before. Even some of the spirit birds and spirit beasts that resided in the continuous mountain range were so frightened by this continuous rumbling that they all retreated into their respective nests. They trembled as if doomsday was coming, and they didn't dare to show their heads at all. Calculating the time, Xian had only used 2 days to achieve this breakthrough. According to his previous estimation, there was still about a day before the Shinnon Cauldron's domain would be broken. But this day was meaningless to Xian. Since they were going to rush out anyway, it was better to do it sooner rather than later. The later it was, the closer it would be to the complete destruction of the cauldron's domain. The attention of the 2 primordial supremes who had been trapped outside the cauldron for the past 2 days would be diverted. Their attention would be even more concentrated. Right now, it just so happened that they were halfway through the bombardment, so their attention should be at its most lax. If Xian were to suddenly charge out while they were unprepared, then the 2 primordial sovereigns might not be able to do it in the first place. He reacted. In this way, he would have an additional 10% chance of escaping. In this way, there was nearly a 50% chance. It was already 50%, and it was enough to take the risk. Success or failure depends on this move. After making up his mind, Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light as he subconsciously clenched his fists. Next, he immediately issued an order to the devouring system in his body, fully activating the interstellar coordinate jump ability, and adjusting the state to the point where it was on the verge of exploding. He did this to buy time, but in fact, Xian wasn't very confident in this. The interstellar coordinate jump ability was indeed extraordinary, but there were 2 powerful primordial supremes guarding outside. Moreover, Xian had used the identity of Violent Ape to hunt in the supreme forbidden lands on the right bank of the Milky Way. He had encountered several dangers, but in the end, he had used the interstellar coordinate jump ability to instantly escape. All of this must have already spread. Even if the 2 powerful primordial supremes guarding outside didn't know how Xian did it, they must be certain that he possessed a mysterious escape technique. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for the other party not to have made any preparations for this. After all, they were primordial supremes. Even if they hadn't lived from the distant primordial era to the present world, the fact that they could cultivate to such a high level in the environment of the future was enough to prove the talent and methods of these 2 primordial supremes. Therefore, according to Xian's speculation, the 2 primordial supremes guarding outside the Shinnon Cauldron had most likely already set up a method to counter his interstellar coordinate jump ability in the void outside the cauldron. Or perhaps they had already prepared a method to counter this escape technique and so on. From this point of view, Xian's current order to the devouring system in his body, allowing the system to fully activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability to the point where it was on the verge of exploding. He only had the thought of doing his best and leaving it to fate. Of course, in addition to this preparation, Xian also transmitted a few divine senses to the corpse lantern tattoo on his left chest. Unfortunately, the headless infant corpse didn't wake up and didn't respond. This was also just a test. Right now, Xian only hoped that if he was unable to use the interstellar coordinate jump ability, then if he were to encounter a true life and death crisis while he was forced to use the Great Void Escape, the headless infant corpse would be able to wake up in time and help him. If this hope failed, Xian's only hope was to find an opportunity to escape the suppression of the 2 primordial supremes' ability to counter his escape technique after rushing out of the cauldron. In this way, he could smoothly activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to the devouring system in his body. In this way, he could finally get rid of the 2 powerful primordial supremes. Huff. After checking all the preparations again and confirming that there were no problems, Xian heaved a long sigh of relief. In the space inside the cauldron, he had already performed the bloodline ability of the 9 transformation demonic ape to the 9th state. However, his body still maintained a height of about 10 feet. Therefore, at this time, the cultivation aura emitted from his body was at the 3rd level of the primordial supremes. Boom! Rumble. At this moment, the earth-shattering roar sounded again. This meant that the 2 primordial supremes guarding outside the cauldron had just spat out another energy light ball a moment ago. This was the best time. Whoosh! In the void, the farmer god's treasure cauldron hovered in front of them like a giant star, but at this moment, it was shaking violently. This situation had been going on for more than 2 days. On the left and right sides of the cauldron, there were 2 figures floating in the void 500 million miles away. These 2 figures were more than 100 million miles in size, which was extremely terrifying. They were much bigger than the farmer god's treasure cauldron, and the aura emitted from their bodies was even more terrifying. Both of them had reached the third-order primordial venerable realm. In other words, they were at the peak of the early-stage venerable realm, only one step away from entering the mid-stage venerable realm. These two figures were the starry sky-blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger that had trapped Xian and the farmer god's treasure cauldron 2 days ago. As time passed, the farmer god's treasure cauldron shook more violently after 2 days of bombardment. During this period, the starry sky violent ape that they had never seen before did not show up. This made the starry sky blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger even more certain that it was severely injured and was in seclusion in the space inside the cauldron. As a result, they relaxed their vigilance in case the ape suddenly rushed out of the cauldron and took the opportunity to escape. After all, they had been bombarding the cauldron for 2 days. In another day, the farmer god's treasure cauldron would be broken. Even if it was just a short moment, it was enough for them to take action and drag the ape out of the space inside the cauldron. Yes, thinking of that scene, the starry sky blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger were overjoyed. They had never heard of this starry sky violent ape before. After all, it was already at the peak of the early stage of supreme desolation. It was basically dormant in its cave residence, preparing to break through to the middle stage of supreme desolation. Therefore, it was impossible for them to pay much attention to the outside world. However, after receiving the purple-armored sky beetle's request for help, the starry sky blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger immediately investigated. Presently, their understanding of this ferocious ape could be said to be absolutely not inferior to any existence in the various forbidden grounds on the right bank of the Milky Way. This violent ape definitely had a huge secret on him. His cultivation had increased too quickly, and he even grasped some kind of incomparably mysterious escaping secret technique. These treasures were enough to tempt even the primordial supremes. Not to mention the farmer god's treasured cauldron floating in the void right in front of him. It could be said that as long as they were able to capture the violent starry sky ape this time around, their gains would be so great that even if they split it equally between the two of them, it would still definitely be considered as an overflowing bowl. All of this was obviously without the slightest suspense. In less than a day, Bao Yuan would be captured, roar. Screech. Thinking of this, the starry sky blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger roared happily. Then, they opened their mouths again and spat out a huge energy ball. Swish. Shoo, boom. Rumble, an incomparably sharp sound of breaking through the air rang out. These two huge energy balls were extremely fast, faster than lightning. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived at the mouth of the farmer god's cauldron that was 500 million miles away. The moment the two energy balls exploded, the 9-colored fog at the mouth of the cauldron began to roll even more violently. Even the shaking of the entire cauldron became more and more shocking. In the void, a muffled sound of resonance could be heard because of this. The starry sky blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger had been watching this scene for 2 full days. They had long since gotten tired of it, but they still felt extremely happy. They felt that with this attack, they were one step closer to the time of the final harvest. Just at this moment, something strange happened. Swish. An incomparably sharp sound of breaking through the air rang out. From the mouth of the farmer god's cauldron that was rolling violently in the 9-colored fog, a figure rushed out. It was Xian in the form of a violent ape. Originally, his body was only about 3 meters tall, but the moment he rushed out of the cauldron, he expanded to a size of 60 million kilometers, and a gigantic starry sky violent ape appeared in the void of the universe. Without the slightest hesitation, as soon as his body rushed out, the violent ape shot forward at an extremely fast speed. Swish, almost at the same time, the farmer god's cauldron, under the command of Xian, also shot out and chased after him. In the blink of an eye, it had already arrived above the violent ape's head and steadily floated there. Rumble, rumble. An earth-shattering rumble resounded. From the mouth of the treasured cauldron that was enshrouded in 9-colored mist, a canopy of 9-colored unusual flames appeared. It was like a raging river had suddenly spilled out and instantly poured down. In the blink of an eye, the entire body of the violent ape was enveloped within. This was Xian's defensive method. With his speed, he would definitely not be able to outrun the 2 primordial sovereigns who were at the peak of the early stage. If the other party were to get close to him, even though the violent ape's physique was strong, he would still be severely injured in an instant. But now, with the farmer god's cauldron's 9-colored sea of flames turning into a curtain that enveloped his entire body, the two powerful primordial sovereigns wouldn't dare to get too close and launch a close-range attack. Although they were primordial sovereigns, they still didn't dare to rashly touch the farmer god's 9-colored flames. Of course, even if they couldn't kill him at close range, they could still follow behind him. Just like the previous 2 days, they could spit out balls of energy and bombard Yixian. However, the farmer god's cauldron was still hovering above Yixian's head, and his domain had not been completely destroyed. It could still hold on for about a day. In other words, within a day, these two powerful primordial sovereigns would definitely not be able to hurt Yixian. Since they couldn't attack him at close range, the balls of energy that came from afar wouldn't be able to break through the power of the farmer god's domain. This was Yixian's chance. As long as he could find an opportunity to escape the suppression of the two primordial sovereigns' ability to restrain his escape technique, he would be able to smoothly activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to the system in his body. He would finally be able to get rid of these two powerful primordial sovereigns. Although the chance was slim, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, Yixian wouldn't give up. He would definitely fight for it with all his might. At this moment, as soon as he jumped out of the farmer god's cauldron, he immediately launched himself forward at full speed. In the blink of an eye, he was already close to 500 million miles away. The starry blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger were originally guarding the farmer god's cauldron on the left and right respectively. They were also 500 million miles away from the farmer god's cauldron. In other words, in the blink of an eye, the distance between the starry sky violent ape and the farmer god's cauldron had widened to 1 billion miles. 1 billion miles was nothing to the primordial sovereigns and primordial sovereigns. However, after all, Yixian was also running away at full speed, and the two primordial sovereigns had been attacking him with all their might for 2 days. Nearly half of the energy in their bodies had been consumed. Under such circumstances, the difference in speed between the two was still not small. Boom, hong, long, long, in the void, earth-shattering booms resounded unceasingly. The speed of the ape was too fast, comparable to a 4th-ranked Desolate-era expert. Today, it was pushed to the limit. Above its head was the Shenong treasured cauldron, which looked like a gigantic star. Its entire body was enveloped in a layer of Shenong 9-colored flames, which burned fiercely. In this state, even the primordial chaos void couldn't withstand the extreme speed. Although it didn't shatter, an incomparably deep rumbling sound came from the void. In the blink of an eye, the rumbles were 500 million miles away from the star-blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger. It all happened so fast that neither the star-blood crocodile nor the sub-blood white tiger could react in time. The two 9 heaven supremes of the ancients exclaimed in astonishment when they were around 120 million miles away from the Bao ape. Damn it! That Bao Yuan rushed out suddenly and rushed away with the farmer god cauldron, 3rd-level great being of the antiquity era? How can he be so powerful? Didn't they say that he was only a universe supreme? Damn it! He must have been making breakthroughs all the time. No wonder those 12 pieces of trash were killed one by one. What a bunch of idiots. We were fooled too. Bao Yuan wasn't hurt at all. He's already a 3rd-level great being of the antiquity era, and his real battle strength is comparable to a 4th-level great being of the middle stage. Judging from his actions after he rushed out of the cauldron, he must have been prepared. Now that he's surrounded by the 9-colored flame, I'm afraid we can't get close to kill him. It doesn't matter. One more day, the domain of the farmer god cauldron will be broken. At that time, we can kill him with an energy ball from a long distance away. Remember to leave a trace of your soul for soul searching. There's a shocking secret on this Bao Yuan. Don't waste it. Roar. Screech. As the divine sense sound came out one after another, the star-blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger no longer hesitated. They each raised their heads and let out a shocking roar and a screech. Pang Da's terrifying body, which was 100 million miles long, instantly shot forward. And left. One on the left and one on the right, they gave chase with all their might. Their speed was clearly much faster than the fleeing violent ape. After all, he was a powerful supreme of the Desolation era. Even if he had spent a lot of energy attacking for 2 days, he was still much stronger than the star violent ape, whose strength was only comparable to a 4th-order Desolation era expert. Swish. Whoosh. The starry sky-blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger didn't hesitate to open their mouths and spit out energy light balls with a diameter of more than 10 million miles. In the blink of an eye, they spat out energy balls with a diameter of more than 10 million miles. In the blink of an eye, it had already blasted forward. The violent ape had a terrifying 9-colored flame sea covering its body. They didn't dare to get close to attack it. The only way was to bombard them with energy balls from afar. However, at the same time, Bao Yuan had the farmer god's treasure cauldron floating above his head, which was pouring down the power of the domain to protect him. Therefore, they had to blast away the domain power of the farmer god's treasure cauldron as soon as possible in order to have a chance of injuring Bao Yuan. In front of him, as the two huge energy light balls blasted toward him, Yi Xian was instantly alarmed. Almost subconsciously, his body suddenly leaped upward, and in an instant, he was more than 20 million miles away. Swish! Swish, boom! Rumble, the two energy balls were so fast that it could make people's hair stand on end. They almost brushed past the body of the violent ape, which was protected by the field of Shen Nong's cauldron. They dashed forward and blasted two ferocious beasts into ashes along the way. After successfully avoiding the energy bombardment, Yi Xian's spirit was greatly boosted, and his eyes were shining brightly. When he had just rushed out of the farmer god's treasure cauldron, he was only 50% confident that he could successfully escape from the too powerful Supreme of the Desolation era with his own strength and means. But now, Yi Xian's confidence had skyrocketed. He was at least 70% confident, because he suddenly realized that there were some factors that he had overlooked before. He didn't take them into account at all. Now that he was surrounded by the 9-colored flame sea, the two Supreme of the Desolation era chasing after him didn't dare to attack him at close range. They could only blast away the domain power of the farmer god's treasure cauldron so that they could use long-range attacks to hurt Yi Xian. And to blast away the domain power of the farmer god's treasure cauldron, even if they kept bombarding it, it would still take a day. But now, although Yi Xian couldn't guarantee that he could avoid the energy light balls that bombarded him from behind every time, he was confident that he could avoid 4 or 5 of them out of every 10 times. During the short period when he wasn't hit by the energy light balls, the domain power of the farmer god's treasure cauldron would recover a little. In this way, the two Supreme of the Desolation era chasing after him wouldn't be able to blast away the domain power of the farmer god's treasure cauldron for a day. According to Yi Xian's calculation, this time should be about 5 days, which was several times longer. At the same time, because he had to chase after them while continuously spitting out huge balls of light that consumed a huge amount of energy, the two Supreme Ancients behind him could not recover their energy for the time being. Moreover, this kind of consumption situation was very exhausting. Moreover, the situation would become more and more serious. In the long run, their speed would only become slower and slower. Perhaps now in the chase between Yi Xian and them, the two Supreme of the Desolation era had the advantage in terms of speed. The originally huge gap of 120 million miles between them was shrinking. But the speed of this shrinking would become slower and slower as the speed of the two Supreme of the Desolation era decreased. At most, they would be equal in a day or so. In other words, after a day, the distance between them and the Bao Yuan would no longer be shortened. Then, in the next 4 days, because the speed of the two Supreme of the Desolation era would become slower and slower, the Bao Yuan would gradually gain the advantage in this regard. In other words, the distance between the two sides would slowly increase again after a day. Although the speed of increase might be very fast, at least this was an extremely exciting sign. When Yi Xian rushed out of the farmer god's treasure cauldron, he had already tried. The void was shrouded by a mysterious force, and the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to the system in his body couldn't be smoothly activated at all. This mysterious force obviously came from the too powerful Supreme of the Desolation era, but in this state of extreme speed, they couldn't cover a vast area, at most 5 billion miles. As long as the distance between Yi Xian and the two sides was more than 5 billion miles, he could instantly use the interstellar coordinate jump ability to safely escape this great void chase. It was because of all this that Yi Xian was sure that his chances of escaping had skyrocketed from the previous 50% to 70%. Swish! A day passed in the blink of an eye, with the farmer god's treasure cauldron suspended above its head. Its body was enveloped in a sea of 9-colored flames, and its entire body was protected by the power of the farmer god's treasure cauldron. It had been fleeing at full speed. Behind it, the two powerful primordial masters, whose bodies were more than 100 million miles long, did not stop for a moment. While chasing with all their strength, they continued to spit out energy balls from their mouths, bombarding the mouth of the farmer god's treasure cauldron that was enshrouded in nine-colored fog from a long distance away. After a whole day of fleeing in the void, the distance between the two primordial masters behind the violent ape had been greatly shortened. Now, it had been shortened from the initial 120 million miles to about 400 million miles. But, it was very dangerous. Whoosh! Whoosh! As their figures flashed across the void, the starry blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger opened their bloody mouths again, each spitting out an energy ball with a diameter of more than 10 million miles. Its speed was faster than their own speed, and in the blink of an eye, it had already bombarded the front. Boom! Rumble! The two energy balls were so fast that it made people's hair stand on end. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived in front of the violent ape. This time, because the distance was shortened to about 4 trillion miles, the violent ape had no time to dodge. These two energy balls both bombarded the mouth of the farmer god's treasure cauldron that was enshrouded in nine-colored fog. An earth-shaking roar sounded, and the giant cauldron suspended above the violent ape's head shook violently in an instant. The dense nine-colored fog at the mouth of the cauldron rolled violently, giving people a soul-stirring feeling. Roar! Screech! Whoosh! Whoosh! After hitting the target, the starry blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger, who were 400 million miles away, were greatly refreshed. After raising their heads and letting out a shocking roar and a violent roar, they did not hesitate at all. In an instant, they opened their mouths again and spat out two energy balls, blasting forward. For the whole day, they had been chasing the violent ape at full speed while doing the same action almost without stopping for a moment. The energy consumption in their bodies was too great. Even the supreme masters of the ancients could not bear it anymore. When the last two energy balls were spat out from the mouths of the starry blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger, their speed, which had already slowed down a little compared to a day. However, the decrease in speed was very small, to the point that it was practically undetectable. However, it was precisely this small decrease in speed that allowed them to instantly turn from a weak advantage to a weak disadvantage when compared to the fleeing raging starry skies apes in front of them. That's right, from this moment onwards, the speed of the starry sky crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger was already inferior to the fleeing starry sky ferocious ape, but this difference was truly too weak, and it was utterly impossible to notice. But, all of the violent apes. From this moment on, the distance between the violent ape, the starry blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger was gradually narrowing. It had entered a new state. The distance between them was slowly widening, but the margin was very small. If Bao Yuan wanted to widen the distance from 400 million miles to 5 billion miles, he still had a long way to go to get out of the suppression area of the two supreme masters of the remote antiquities' secret technique. According to Yi Xian's deduction, the field of Xianxia cauldron could only hold on for 4 more days. For Yi Xian was not sure if he could widen the distance to 5 billion miles in 4 days. But as long as there was a glimmer of hope, he would try his best. Roar! The head let out a furious roar, and the violent ape subconsciously leaned to the right, but its speed did not change at all. Its entire body was still like an extremely fast-flowing arrow, shooting forward. As it turned to the left, the Xianxia cauldron, which had been hanging above the violent ape's head, also changed its position slightly. Whoosh! Whoosh! Boom! Boom! In the blink of an eye, the two abandoned stars were blasted into cosmic dust and disappeared. Roar! Boom! The first attack had hit the target, but the second attack had missed. This result made the starry sky blood crocodile and sub-blood white tiger extremely unwilling. They raised their heads and let out an earth-shattering roar and howl. Almost in the next moment, they activated the power in their bodies and opened their bloody mouths again. In an instant, another 2 huge energy balls with a diameter of 5 million miles were shot from behind. Boom! Along the way, the void of the universe let out deep, rumbling thunderous sounds, which were terrifying to the ears. Boom! Boom! 1 day passed. During this day, the violent ape unleashed its extreme speed and increased the distance that had been shortened to 400 million li to the current 800 million li. Although they were only 400 million kilometers apart in a day, Xian's heart was filled with excitement. This was because in the next 3 days, the starry sky-blood crocodile and the inferior blood-white tiger, who were following behind them, would continuously spit out balls of energy. The energy consumption in their bodies would become greater and greater, and their speed would become slower and slower. Thus, on the second day, the gap had only widened by 400 million miles. However, on the third day, it was very likely that the gap would widen by 800 million miles. Again in the future, the harvest would most likely be even more gratifying. In this way, he might have a chance to widen the distance between himself and the starry sky-blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger to more than 5 billion kilometers. As long as Xian could get out of the range of the two primordial supremes' mystic arts, he would be able to activate the interstellar coordinate jump ability attached to the system in his body. One in the blink of an eye, he had left quietly. At that time, the starry blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger might be so angry that they would vomit blood on the spot. One thing, in fact, even now, the two old guys already wanted to vomit blood. On the previous day, they had narrowed the gap between them and the violent ape from 120 million miles to 400 million miles. They were about to catch up, but unexpectedly, the gap between them began to widen. Unknowingly, after another day, the previous 400 million miles had been widened to 800 million miles. This result made the starry blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger feel deeply helpless. They finally realized how difficult it was to deal with the violent ape. But, it was too late now. The energy they had consumed before could not be replenished in a short time. Unless they stopped and immediately went into closed-door cultivation, they could recover in 1 or 2 days. However, the violent ape in front of them was also a powerful figure of the primordial antiquity. If they gave it a day or 2, it would be long gone. At that time, even if they recovered their full strength, what was the point if they could not find its shadow? For example, in the void of the universe, a 9-colored sea of fire, which looked like a giant star, was passing by. Above the sea of fire, there was a huge cauldron, more than 1 billion miles behind. 2 powerful primordial masters were closely following it. They were the starry blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the rapid speed, their figures flashed across the void. The starry blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger opened their bloody mouths again. Whoosh! In an instant, each of them spat out an energy light ball with a diameter of more than 10 million miles. Its speed was faster than their own, and it blasted forward in the blink of an eye. Boom! Rumble! The speed of these 2 energy light balls was so fast that it was simply amazing. In the blink of an eye, they had already reached 1 billion miles ahead, approaching the 9-colored sea of fire. This time, the violent ape, who was surrounded by the 9-colored sea of fire, still couldn't avoid it. The 2 energy light balls both blasted at the mouth of the Shenong cauldron, which was enshrouded by the 9-colored fog. Whoosh! In the next moment, an earth-shattering roar sounded, and the giant cauldron hanging above the violent ape's head shook violently. The 9-colored fog at the mouth of the cauldron rolled violently, which looked very thrilling. Roar! Roar! Whoosh! Whoosh! After this successful attack, the starry blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger, who were nearly 1 billion miles behind, raised their heads and let out an earth-shattering roar and roar. Without any hesitation, they immediately opened their mouths again and spat out 2 energy light balls, which blasted forward. At this moment, Xian didn't know where he was at all. After rushing out of the high-level forbidden area, he found a direction and went straight ahead. Now, more than 2 days had passed, he could only run forward, because if he changed his direction, no matter to the left or right, there would be a powerful primordial master chasing after him in a straight line. This was tantamount to wasting the distance that he had worked so hard to open in an instant, and it would more or less shorten the distance. In the distance to the left, there seemed to be a powerful forbidden area. Next to this forbidden area, there seemed to be a powerful star domain controlled by the survivors of the ancients. Because at this moment, as the violent ape fled in the front, the starry blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger were chasing from behind. From time to time, they would open their bloody mouths and spit out huge energy balls. The commotion in the air was too great. In the void on the left side of the front, countless ferocious beasts and survivors of the Desolation era had been alarmed. They rushed out of the edge of the forbidden area and the star domain in horror, looking in this direction. The beasts and survivors of the primordial era who had the qualifications to come out of the star nest to watch the show under such earth-shattering circumstances were naturally not weak. Even if they were far away, if their strength was below that of a universe knight, even if they were undying emperors, facing the terrifying supreme power of the starry blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger, although they wouldn't directly explode and die, they still couldn't escape with some internal injuries. That's right. The beings rushing out of the two forbidden areas and the star domain in the distance ahead of the front left side of the front were all above universe knights, whether they were the beasts or the survivors of the Desolation era. There were even a few powerful beings of the Desolation era and several survivors of the Desolation era who were also powerful beings of the Desolation era. There were powerful beings of the Desolation era. Obviously, these two neighboring forbidden areas and star domains were top-tier forbidden areas and top-tier star domains. Even so, when they saw what was happening in the void on the other side of the front, the beasts and survivors of the Desolation era, whose strength was at least at the universe knight level, suddenly changed their expressions greatly. Including the dozens of powerful beings of the Desolation era and the survivors of the Desolation era, they all exclaimed in shock. My God! What happened? Two supreme beings of the Desolation era are chasing after us from 1 billion miles away? Starry blood crocodile. Sub-blood white tiger. I've heard that these two supreme beings are guarding a supreme forbidden area on the left side of the right bank of the Milky Way. I didn't expect them to show up here. Two supreme beings of the Desolation era are alarmed at the same time. Who is the being in the gorgeous sea of flames in front of us? Xianxia cauldron? Heavens, the thing hovering above the nine-colored sea of flames is actually the Xianxia cauldron. From the looks of it, the nine-colored sea of flames enveloping the fugitive under the cauldron is most likely the Xianxia nine-colored flame. This cauldron is a legendary supreme treasure, an ancient treasure with unpredictable power. No wonder two supreme beings of the Desolation era are chasing after it. No matter who it is, they won't give it up easily. It's strange. Judging from the power of the nine-colored sea of flames, the being hiding in the sea of flames seems to be only a third-stage supreme being of the Desolation era, yet he can escape from the pursuit of two supreme beings of the Desolation era. This being is not to be trifled with. He must have extraordinary means. I've never heard of such a terrifying being in the supreme forbidden areas or supreme starfields on the right bank of the Milky Way. Could it be? Hiss. Violent ape. I understand now. It must be the famous violent ape, who has been hunting the beasts in the supreme forbidden areas on the right bank of the Milky Way. A few years ago, his goal was only to become an emperor. But soon, he became an undying emperor, followed by a universe knight, a universe master, and a universe supreme. I heard that not long ago, even a universe supreme master had become his target. Now it seems that the rumors must be true. This violent ape already has the power of a third-stage supreme being of the Desolation era. It's easy for him to kill universe supreme beings. The change of the target represents the change of his power. In just a dozen years, this mysterious violent ape's power soared from an emperor to a third-stage supreme being of the Desolation era. This is unbelievable. Public enemy. With such bloody killing methods, this violent ape must be the public enemy of all the supreme forbidden areas on the right bank of the Milky Way. Hell. In the two neighboring forbidden lands and star regions on the left, everyone rushed out of their territories and into the void outside to watch. Then, they all cried out involuntarily at the same time. 1 billion miles behind Xianxia, the space blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger, who were chasing after him, raised their heads and let out a roar and howl at the same time. Immediately afterward, the voice of the two old men's divine sense spread out in an instant, resounding through the void of the universe within 10 billion miles. The forbidden grounds, fierce beasts, and desolation survivors in the distance, without exception, all heard it clearly. Fellow Taoists, please take action and stop this violent ape with all your might. Fellow cultivators, please do your best to stop this violent ape. That's right. We can't let him escape. He's too murderous and must be eradicated. Besides, he has a shocking secret. Once we succeed, all of our fellow cultivators, no matter if they are powerful beings, universe supreme beings, or universe masters, they will all share the secret. This violent ape was able to break through from an undying emperor to a third-level powerful being in the primordial era in just a dozen years. The secret in his hands is too shocking. Fellow cultivators, don't you want to increase your cultivation level quickly? If you want to gain something, take action immediately. We will take action to capture this violent ape. You only need to block his path for a moment. Hell. The beasts and the survivors of the primordial era in the void space on the left, especially the dozen powerful beings with the cultivation level of the primordial era, who were chasing after Xian in the void space a billion miles away, were moved instantly. Heart with a slight change of thought, the two of them raised their heads at the same time and let out a shocking roar and howl. Then, the two old men's voices were transmitted instantly, echoing in the void space within a billion miles. The beasts and the survivors of the primordial era in the left, without exception, all heard it clearly. At this moment, Xian's heart sank to the bottom. His previous deduction was not wrong. It had already been 2 days since they had arrived here. According to the development of the situation in the past 2 days, the blood crocodile and the white tiger, who were chasing closely behind him, were still spurting out energy light balls to bombard the Xianxia cauldron. Also, it would take another 3 to 4 days to temporarily break the power of the domain of the Xianxia cauldron. But, now, the distance between Xian and them had been widened to about 1 billion miles. Also, in about 3 days, this distance would exceed 5 billion miles. Next, by then, Xian would have escaped the range of the two Supreme Beings' secret techniques. Once he activated the interstellar coordinate jumping ability attached to the system in his body, he would be able to escape smoothly in an instant. Unfortunately, man's calculations were not as good as fate. Everything had been planned for a long time, but the sudden appearance of the astral beasts and the survivors of the primordial era on the left side immediately triggered a change. Among the space beasts and the remains of the desolation era, there were a total of 11 beasts that emitted the aura of the desolation era. The strongest one among them was even a rank 8 desolation era almighty. He was a late-stage almighty, only 1 step away from the peak stage 9 great perfection almighty. Although they were far to the left, they were still in front. If they attacked, they would be able to block Xian's path. However, Xian couldn't change his direction at all. He was a billion miles away from the two primordial supremes chasing after him. If he turned to the right at a 90-degree angle, although he could avoid the 11 primordial supremes on the left, the distance between him and the astral blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger behind him would be instantly shortened by 700 to 800 million miles. Such a result was almost hopeless for Xian, because in the remaining 3 to 4 days, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to widen the distance to 5 billion miles, but if he only turned to the right at a 45-degree angle, he wouldn't be able to avoid the 11 powerful primordial supremes on the left side. As a result, there were interceptions in front and pursuers behind. Once Xian's figure stopped, the starry sky blood crocodile and the inferior blood white tiger, who were only a billion kilometers away, would instantly catch up. At that time, Xian wouldn't have the slightest chance of escaping. Roar! These thoughts flashed across the sea like lightning. Bao Yuan, whose mind had already sunk to the bottom of the valley, immediately raised his head and let out a shocking roar, revealing endless unwillingness. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh! At this time, the 11 primordial supremes on the left side of the void finally moved. Their speed was extremely fast. Their figures all turned into streaks of light and blasted in front of Bao Yuan's path to intercept him. What should come, came in the end. Most after the last glimmer of hope was destroyed, Xian's heart suddenly sank again, and he made a choice in an instant. Swoosh! A sharp sound broke through the air. The astral violent ape, which was originally rushing forward at an extremely fast speed, directly changed direction at this moment, and blasted forward at a 90-degree angle to the right side of the void. This choice was very helpless. The distance between Bao Yuan and Bao Yuan, which was nearly 1 billion miles, was rapidly shortened by the astral blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger behind him in a short period of time, to about 200 to 300 million miles. Such a result was too miserable, and simply unbearable. But, it was better than rushing forward directly, and after a short while, being stopped halfway by the 11 powerful primordial supremes, and then being caught up by the astral blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger behind him in an instant. In short, there is still a chance of survival if you turn 90 degrees to the right to escape, but if you go straight ahead, there is no chance of survival. I, the Star Lord, hereby swear that if I don't die today, in the future, I will torture and kill you one by one. Only then will my hatred in my heart disappear, roar. At this moment, as his figure turned 90 degrees to the right, Yi Xian's indignant and unwilling voice sounded in the cosmic void within a radius of billions of miles. At this time, the 11 primordial supremes in the distance, who had already moved forward and were considered to be involved in this matter, didn't pay attention to him at all. They were sure that Bao Yuan couldn't escape today. No matter how many harsh words they said, it was just nonsense, and had no meaning at all. While the astral blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger, who were chasing closely behind, were relieved when they saw that Bao Yuan was forced to turn 90 degrees to the right. They immediately changed their direction and took a shortcut to catch up with Bao Yuan. At this moment, their originally tense heartstrings were completely relaxed, because as Bao Yuan was forced to turn helplessly, the distance between them, which had been widened to nearly 11 billion miles, would be shortened again in an instant to about 200 million miles. If, at this time, as long as they gritted their teeth and tried their best, and no longer spouted energy balls to bombard Bao Yuan, they would be able to catch up with Bao Yuan in one day at most. Then, they would attack Bao Yuan for another day, and they would be able to break through the power field of Shenong's treasured cauldron and capture Bao Yuan alive. Time passed slowly. As Bao Yuan turned around, the 11 primordial supremes, who wanted to intercept Bao Yuan, were left far behind. However, they didn't give up and kept following Bao Yuan closely, as if they wanted to get a share of the action. The astral blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger had also caught up with Bao Yuan. As they didn't spit out energy balls during this time, their speed had increased, so the distance between them and Bao Yuan had been shortened to only about 100 million miles. Unexpectedly, Yi Xian encountered a new enemy. 11 powerful primordial era supreme beings appeared in the space in front of him on the left. They directly cut through and blocked Yi Xian's path, forcing him to turn 90 degrees to the right. Such as. Although he managed to leave the 11 primordial era experts far behind him, the distance between him and the star-blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger, which was originally about 1 billion miles, was quickly shortened to only about 100 million miles. The price was too painful. Yi Xian was almost mad with anger. No, I don't have much time. With such a weak speed advantage, I won't be able to escape 5 billion miles in 3 days. Murmuring, Bao Yuan moved forward rapidly while thinking of a countermeasure. Very soon. He gritted his teeth and made a decision. Since it's like this, I'll make a last stand. I'll take advantage of this time to make another breakthrough. After fighting 4 powerful ancients in a row, plus the small improvement in my state of mind, the last breakthrough is not at all at my limit. In fact, it's far from it. Plus, I've been running with all my strength for 2 days, and I've been dealing with the bombardment of the Shenong cauldron from time to time. The gains from the last breakthrough have basically been completely integrated into my body and divine soul. In this case, if nothing unexpected happens, I'll be able to make another breakthrough in just 1 day. In this way, my peak battle strength will reach the 5th level of the ancients. Although my battle strength has only increased by 1 level, my speed will be greatly improved. During this process, the speed of the starry sky blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger, which are following me closely, will become slower and slower. Meanwhile, my cultivation base will once again break through to the next level. As a result, my advantage in speed will become more obvious. There are only 2 days left. Even if I can't escape 5 billion kilometers, 3 to 4 billion kilometers won't be a problem. In this way, after the Shenong cauldron's domain is temporarily broken, I'll grit my teeth and have the hope of escaping 5 billion kilometers away. It's better than not having any hope at all. As for the day of the breakthrough, I'll shrink the Shenong cauldron a little. In this way, even without my control, its speed won't be reduced too much because of its small size. More importantly, after its size is reduced, the probability of being bombarded may also decrease. In this way, I may be able to buy more than 3 days. After saying that, Yi Xian's eyes instantly lit up. He didn't hesitate any longer. and with a thought, his entire body transformed into a ray of light. Bringing along the entire sea of 9 colored flames that enveloped his body, he followed the mouth of the Shenong cauldron that was filled with 9 colored mist and charged into the space within the cauldron. Buzz. Almost at the same time, he activated the power of the Shenong cauldron's domain and adjusted it. Its originally massive size of over 40 million kilometers shrank by quite a few times, until it was only about 1 million kilometers wide. Immediately after, Xian adjusted the power of the cauldron's field to the front, moving at an extremely fast speed in a straight line. After that, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He didn't care about anything else and immediately sat down cross-legged on one side of the volcano in the central region, whoosh whoosh whoosh. Due to the urgency of the moment, he did not hesitate at all. With a wave of his hand, a faint sound of breaking through the air rang out. In an instant, rays of light shot out and hovered around him. It was the cultivation resources that he took out from the undying world in his body to start this breakthrough. Then, Xian immediately activated the field of the Shenong cauldron and compressed all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent soul fist. He swallowed them into his stomach with a wave of his hand. Walala. When the nascent soul fist ball condensed from cultivation resources entered his mouth, the expected clanking sound of the chains came from his body. All the resources turned into a majestic energy river in an instant. And this time, the shackles that appeared were the same as before. There was only one. Here as expected, Xian did not pay attention to it. He immediately focused and activated the energy river that had just formed in his body with all his might. He started to circulate it in his meridians again and again. Just as he'd expected, there weren't many obstacles to the breakthrough this time. In just a day's time, the large river of energy that had formed within Xian's body had been completely refined. Following that, the great river of energy within his body completely disappeared after each cycle, fusing into Xian's body and divine soul. Following that, with just a single attack, the incomparably thick shackles were broken. When the shackles completely broke, the expected system prompt sounded in Xian's mind, ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the ancient Dongshu technique. Current realm, Level 3 Universe Supreme. Ding. Congratulations to the host for breaking through the realm of the physical body energy. Current realm, Level 3 Universe Supreme. Level 3 Universe Supreme was the peak of the initial stage of this realm. During the previous breakthrough, Xian's original body's cultivation base was at the second level of the Universe Supreme. If he activated the power of the ancient demon ape bloodline in his body, he would be able to reach Level 3 Universe Supreme. If he activated the 9 transformations of the ancient demon ape and reached the 9th transformation, his battle power would immediately soar to Level 3 Universe Supreme. If coupled with the majestic energy and blood in his body, his battle power would be comparable to a Level 4 Universe Supreme. And this time, after another successful breakthrough, Xian would instantly possess the strength of a Level 4 Universe Supreme after activating the ancient demon ape bloodline in his body. If he activated the 9 transformations of the ancient demon ape bloodline and directly entered the 9th transformation, his battle power would be comparable to a Level 4 Universe Supreme. Then taking into account the majestic energy and blood in his body that was 60 million miles long, his battle power would increase by 1 level. In the end, the strongest battle prowess that Xian could display right now was already on par with the Primordial Era's supreme expert at the 5th step. But what he was interested in now was not the increase in battle power, because there were 2 powerful Primordial Supremes chasing after him. Not to mention the increase of 1 level, even if it was 2 or 3 levels, it would not be significant. But the change in his speed brought by this 1 level of battle power made Xian extremely happy. Although Level 5 Universe Supreme and Level 4 Universe Supreme were only mid-level Primordial Supremes, Level 4 Universe Supreme was only the beginning of the mid-level Primordial Supremes realm. However, Level 5 Universe Supreme was firmly in the mid-level Primordial Supremes realm, and in terms of speed, it was much faster. Rumble, rumble, earth-shaking rumbles continued to resound, and the space inside the cauldron under him shook even more violently than before. Just as he opened his eyes, an earth-shattering boom suddenly came from the space inside the cauldron. It was obvious that the treasured cauldron had been hit again. However, Xian was not anxious, and his eyes shone brightly. Another day has passed. I wonder if the Shinnon cauldron has been able to close the distance of 100 million li in the past day, or if it has widened a little more. Although he knew that this was basically impossible, because without his control, the Shinnon cauldron was being chased by two powerful primordial supremes. It was already good enough that the distance between them was not shortened. It was a bit too much to hope that it could increase the distance between them. With a touch of expectation, Xian quickly activated the power of the field to investigate the situation outside the cauldron. It didn't matter if he didn't look, but as soon as he looked, he was stunned. Then his expression changed slightly, and he shook his head with a bitter smile. As expected, after losing his control, the Shinnon cauldron had shrunk in size, but its speed was not slow, but it was still getting closer. This might be because the starry blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger had seen through Yixian's plan, so the frequency of their bombardment of the energy balls decreased, causing their speed to increase slightly. At this time, it was meaningless to investigate the reason, because the facts were the facts. Originally, the distance between the cauldron and the starry sky blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger chasing behind it was more than 110 million miles. But now, after a day, this distance had been shortened by more than half. Now, the starry blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger were only 20 million miles away from the cauldron. Also, fortunately, Yixian was now in seclusion, otherwise, the cauldron would have been intercepted by the starry blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger in about 4 hours, and then the situation would be even worse. Although the distance has been shortened to about 20 million miles, there are still 3 days. With a flash of light, Yixian murmured softly, "Now that I have broken through again and have the speed of a 5th stage supreme being, I will definitely be able to increase the distance again in 3 days. Speaking of this, Yixian no longer hesitated. His figure flashed, and in an instant, he shot into the sky of the space inside the cauldron, disappearing in the blink of an eye. In the void of the universe, the 11 powerful beings of the remote antiquity era were nowhere to be seen. Ever since Yixian turned 90 degrees to the right, they were left behind in an instant, but now, the heaven blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger were only 20 million miles away from the farmer god cauldron. Whoosh! Xiao! The figures of the two primordial supremes streaked across the void. The star-blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger opened their bloody mouths again. In an instant, they each spat out an energy ball with a diameter of more than 10 million miles. Speed in the blink of an eye, they blasted forward, boom. Rumble, the speed of the two energy balls was shockingly fast. It was simply shocking. In the blink of an eye, they were already 1 billion miles away. Although the size of the cauldron had shrunk to only 1 million miles, but this time it still couldn't avoid them. The two energy balls both blasted into the mouth of the farmer god cauldron, which was filled with 9-colored fog. Almost in the next moment, an earth-shattering roar sounded. The giant cauldron shook violently in an instant. The dense 9-colored fog at the mouth of the cauldron tumbled violently, looking very thrilling. Roar! Screech, there are still 20 million miles. At most, we can catch up in 2 hours. At that time, once we force the cauldron to stop, we can't let the violent ape escape. One day, the violent ape has been in the space inside the cauldron for a day. This guy is too cunning. He must be up to something again. We must speed up the progress. After the successful attack, the heaven blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger were in high spirits. They each raised their heads and let out an earth-shattering roar and a violent howl. Whoosh! Rumble, almost at the same moment, from the mouth of the farmer god cauldron, which was filled with 9-colored fog, a ray of light shot out. It expanded against the wind, and in an instant, it turned into a 60 million miles long star-sky violent ape. It was Yixian. Following that, as the figure of the violent ape appeared, a 9-colored sea of flames poured out from the cauldron, enveloping the huge body of the violent ape in the blink of an eye. Well, the violent ape didn't stop for a moment. As soon as it rushed out of the cauldron, it rushed forward at an extremely fast speed. The farmer god cauldron, which was originally uncontrolled, also expanded in an instant, reaching its full form of 40 million miles. It suspended above the violent ape's head, pouring out an invisible force field to protect the violent ape's body. While in the blink of an eye, the violent ape, who rushed out of the cauldron, was no longer in danger. At close range, with the 9-colored sea of flames protecting the body, even the remote ancient supreme didn't dare to touch it easily. While, with the long-distance energy bombardment and the protection of the farmer god's treasure cauldron's invisible force field, unless the cauldron's force field was temporarily broken, no matter how many energy balls bombarded it, it would not be able to shake the ape. At least, according to Xian's prediction, he would be safe for 3 days. At this moment, as the figure of the violent ape reappeared after a day, the star-blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger, who were following closely behind, were stunned. Then, the voice of the divine sense sounded, revealing endless horror. What happened? The aura emanating from the ape's body is actually that of a fourth-order primordial god? Damn it, after only 1 day, he actually broke through after entering the space inside the cauldron. This kind of speed is simply outrageous. He really has a shocking secret. He's a rank 4 mighty figure, and with the boundless blood essence within his massive body, this ferocious ape's true battle prowess is already comparable to a rank 5 mighty figure. Damn it, his speed has increased yet again. I can't continue like this. The distance that was just closed is going to be pulled apart again very soon. Whatever, before the distance is pulled apart, attack with all our strength. We must force him to stop and intercept him. Otherwise, in a few days, we will be in a passive situation again. Don't hold back anymore, attack with all your strength. The final moment is coming ahead of time. Violent ape, you forced me to do this. Roar. Screech, in horror, the star-blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger roared again and again. In the end, they let out earth-shattering roars and howls together. Without hesitation, they opened their bloody mouths at once. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, rumble. Rumble, boom, the earth-shattering sound of something breaking through the air rang out. It was extremely sharp, and it was followed by the sound of thunder that erupted in the void due to the resonance. This time, the star-blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger were obviously going all out. They didn't spit out the energy balls one by one, but dozens of them in an instant. The 2 supreme masters of the ancients put all their strength together, and for a moment, nearly 100 energy balls were shot out from behind. Hiss, almost at the same time, a crisp sound of ripping cloth suddenly came from the right side, 10 billion miles away. Void whoosh. Whoosh, 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 rumble. Rumble, the earth-shattering sound of something breaking through the air rang out. It was extremely sharp, and it was followed by the sound of thunder that erupted in the void due to the resonance. The blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger went all out. They didn't spit out the energy balls one by one anymore. Together, there were almost 100 energy balls shooting from behind. The movement was too shocking. The violent ape, who was 20 million miles away, looked back subconsciously and was almost scared out of his wits. Although the hollow-blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger were powerful primordial supremes, it was still difficult for them to withstand dozens of such huge energy balls at once. They would most likely have to pay a certain price and suffer some backlash afterwards. However, they didn't have time to care about this. As they said, all of this was forced by Xian. Counting the 2 primordial supremes had been chasing after them for more than 3 days now. During these 3 days, they had done everything they could to shorten the distance between them and the primordial supremes to just 20 million miles. However, when they were about to succeed, they suddenly found that the violent ape had broken through another level. The gap between them would soon be widened again. Even the supreme ancients couldn't bear such a huge psychological gap. In a moment of excitement, the 2 supreme ancients gritted their teeth and fought with all their might. Xian wasn't able to predict this at all. Now, in the face of such a critical situation, he could only sigh in his heart. There was no way to resolve this. There was nothing he could do. Close to 100 balls of energy shot over, each of which was tens of millions of kilometers in size. Coupled with the current distance between the 2 of them, there was only a distance of 20 million kilometers between them. Without a doubt, at least half of these energy balls would explode within the area covered by the Xianxia cauldron's invisible domain. While, even if the others missed, when the energy balls exploded, they would also be detonated by the raging energy. In other words, almost 100 energy balls would all explode. If nothing unexpected happened, the void within a radius of 10 billion miles would most likely shatter inch by inch. Even if the power of the primordial void was strong, it would recover soon. However, during the time when the void was shattered, even if the field of the Xianxia cauldron didn't collapse, he and the violent ape would be trapped here and couldn't move forward for the time being. Even though this time was very short, it was more than enough time for the starry sky-blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger. After all, they were only 20 million miles away from the violent ape. For the powerful supreme ancients, if the violent ape, who was running in the front, stopped, the blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger could catch up with them in an instant. Alas! As he sighed in his heart, Xian simply stopped. His body transformed into a ray of light as he directly entered the cauldron that was filled with 9-colored mist and entered the space within the cauldron. At the same time, he also activated the field of the Xianxia cauldron and reduced its size to only 1,000,000 miles. Anyway, it was useless to escape. Once the energy balls exploded, the void within 10 billion miles would shatter, and they could no longer move forward. Reverse, it was better to retreat into the cauldron and reduce its size. In this way, the area of the cauldron would be smaller and they might be able to hold on for a little longer. This was just a temporary measure. It couldn't solve the current crisis at all. In fact, the real crisis would come soon. Once the energy balls exploded, the shattered void would be restored to its original state by the powerful primordial void law. That would be the moment when Xian was in great trouble. At that time, the two powerful supreme ancients would sandwich the cauldron in the middle and bombard it at close range. At most, he would be dragged out of the space inside the cauldron in one day. Roar! Screech! He's not running anymore, everything is finally over. Boom, boom! Seeing the violent ape stop, he retreated into the space inside the cauldron again. He even reduced the size of the cauldron to 1,000,000 miles and stopped in the void in front of him. This, obviously, he had given up on escaping and was going to take this round of bombardment head-on. The hollow blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger were overjoyed. They raised their heads and let out shocking roars and howls. While, at this time, the hundreds of energy light balls that shot out finally arrived. Earth-shattering explosions rang out densely, accompanied by faint cracking sounds of the void being torn apart inch by inch. 1. In the blink of an eye, the vast space within a radius of 10 billion miles was engulfed in the raging energy. The Xianxia cauldron was like a small boat on the tip of a huge wave, swaying in the wind and rain. At this time, the hollow blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger had retreated to 5 billion miles away. They were not worried about the violent ape's escape, because before the void was restored, they couldn't move forward at all. With that time, they could cover the distance of 5 billion miles in a few seconds. Hiss! Almost at the same time, 10 billion miles away on the right side of the cauldron, a crisp sound of ripping silk suddenly came from the void. A huge crack was torn open in the void, and a huge claw stretched out from it. It was only a single claw, and it wasn't a complete claw. It was only a single claw, yet its size was already 25 million kilometers long. It was simply unimaginable. Almost subconsciously, when this crisp sound of ripping silk came, the hollow blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger all turned to look at it. Next, in an instant, they opened their mouths wide at the same time, and their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. A claw of a complete claw was 50 million miles long, which was the same size as their entire bodies. Then, how huge was the entire body of this existence that was about to descend, an entire star field? Thousands or even trillions of miles away? If that was really the case, then how terrifying would his cultivation be? Deity, shocked, the hollow blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger trembled slightly and murmured softly, revealing endless horror. Among the ferocious beasts of the starry sky, which race has such a huge body? Hiss. Could it be the void giant turtle? The void giant turtle? Since ancient times, there has only been one. Didn't it fall in the great battle of the primordial era? It can't be him. Whoosh! Almost in the next moment, a black light flashed, and the giant claw, which was supposed to be very far away, came close to them in the blink of an eye, together with the huge crack in the void. Sharp claw with a sharp sound of breaking the air, the hollow blood crocodile's huge body exploded with a bang, and its body and soul were destroyed. Light supreme of the ancients at the peak of the 9th stage? That's a half-step heavenly Tao. Void giant tortoise, it's you. You're fine from the battle of the ancients. In the blink of an eye, the celestial blood crocodile's body exploded. As the claw moved, the sub-blood white tiger finally sensed the cultivation base of the claw's owner and guessed his identity in an instant. A powerful third-stage supreme was killed as easily as crushing an ant. It was definitely a supreme of the ancients at the peak of the ninth stage. It was only slightly weaker than the primeval Heaven's Eye. Such a terrifying existence was rare even in the untainted world, and there were only a few of them in the current era. In addition to its massive body, a single claw was at least 50 million miles long. Apart from the void giant tortoise from back then, he really couldn't think of anyone else. Hiss. Hiss, the existence in the crack didn't respond to the sub-blood white tiger's subconscious exclamation. It simply ignored the sub-blood white tiger. However, the claw that came out of the crack was moving left and right. In an instant, a huge crack that was hundreds of billions of miles long appeared in the void, accompanied by the crisp sound of cracking. This time, the existence in the crack stretched out its entire right forelimb. It was like a small star field, occupying the sky and earth. It was indeed a tortoise claw. In the distance, the 11 primordial age experts who had finally caught up came to an abrupt halt at the sight of this. Immediately afterward, his body trembled violently. Without pausing for a moment, he turned around and fled in the direction he came from. Even the starry blood crocodile was killed by a single claw. They were only ancients, and they were nothing in the hands of that existence. Even if they were tens of billions of miles away, that existence could still kill them with a single claw if it wanted to. As the indescribably gargantuan tortoise claw extended out of the spatial rift, the sub-blood white tiger shuddered as it returned to its senses. In the next moment, he shrunk his neck, and without making a single sound, he turned around and fled in the opposite direction at top speed. Roar. It was also at this moment that an extremely deep roar resounded from the black crack that was 100 billion kilometers wide. It was filled with displeasure. The existence in the crack seemed to be extremely displeased that it couldn't tear a large enough crack in the primordial void to allow its main body to arrive here. In the next moment, the terrifying tortoise claw that was hundreds of billions of miles long stretched out of the crack and shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. Obviously, the existence in the crack had lost its patience and couldn't tear a large enough crack in the primordial void in a short period of time. Therefore, it chose to shrink its body. It was extremely swift. In merely a breath of time, a figure had emerged from the enormous spatial rift. It was completely pitch black, and it emanated an extremely powerful, ancient, and heavy aura. It was at least 100 billion kilometers in size. However, this was only the size of one of its forelimbs that had extended out of the void fissure. It was evident that its complete form was at least several trillion miles wide. Even a normal star area wouldn't be that vast. The existence that rushed out of the crack was the void giant tortoise. After being rescued by Xianxia and the headless corpse from the mysterious void fragment, the void giant tortoise returned to the second universe of the three main planes of the universe and hibernated in the ancestral land of the Nether Tortoise clan, one of the 10 great clans of the second universe, to recover. Now, it seemed that its injuries had completely healed. Moreover, since it had already arrived here, the Nether Tortoise clan had most likely entered the primordial void, or perhaps they were hibernating in an unknown void connected to it. Swish. As soon as his figure rushed out of the void crack, the void giant turtle immediately stretched out its neck. In an instant, a sharp sound of breaking through the air rang out. The starry sky blood crocodile that had been killed by his finger earlier, after its body exploded, all of the boundless chi and blood that had spread out was instantly destroyed. It entered the giant tortoise's mouth and was directly swallowed by it. It seemed that it was also hunting. Starry sky ferocious beasts originally devoured each other to strip the vitality of other existences and turn it into resources to improve its own cultivation. However, the void giant tortoise was already at the peak of supreme primordial level 9, so its level was too high. Therefore, even the vitality of a supreme primordial level 3 was not of much use to it after it had completely devoured it. If Xianxia saw this scene, he would probably go crazy on the spot. To him, this was a supreme blood essence that he did not even dare to dream of, but it was gone in the blink of an eye. More importantly, it did not have any obvious effect on the void giant tortoise. It was simply a reckless waste of God's gift. After doing all this, the void giant tortoise lazily turned its head and looked in the direction where the sub-blood white tiger had fled. As for the 11 primordial level ones, although they had hurriedly turned around and fled from a distance, the void giant tortoise had also sensed them, but it was not interested in them. Even if it could kill them all with a raise of its claw, it was too lazy to do so. It was already at the peak of Supreme Primordial Level 9. Even the vitality of a Supreme Primordial Level 3 was not of much use to it, let alone the Primordial Level ones. At this moment, if Xian knew what the void giant tortoise was thinking, he would probably vomit blood on the spot. However, although the Primordial Level ones were no longer of interest to the void giant tortoise, the Primordial Level ones were different. Even if the vitality of a Supreme Primordial Level 2 was not of much use to it, a mosquito's leg was still meat. Therefore, the void giant tortoise would definitely not let go of this sub-blood white tiger. All this took place in just 1 or 2 breaths of time. Although the sub-blood white tiger was fast, it had only fled 10 billion miles away in such a short time. You can't escape. At this moment, an incomparably deep voice with endless laziness rang out, but it instantly covered the boundless void as far as the eye could see. Very far away, the 2 top-grade Forbidden Zones and the 2 top-grade Supreme Primordial Stars happened to be in this area. In the Supreme Primordial Star region, countless ferocious beasts and primordial survivors instantly prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling. Screech, it seemed to have realized that it was about to die, and there was no suspense at all. There was no chance of survival at all. The sub-blood white tiger that was fleeing at full speed suddenly stopped, raised its head, and let out an unwilling roar. Whoosh, an ear-piercing noise echoed. From 10 billion kilometers away, the void tortoise didn't even move half a step. It merely raised its left forelimb and slashed out with one of its claws. Bang! The interior of the farmer god cauldron. Boom! Rumble, earth-shattering rumbling sounds rang out endlessly. Ever since the explosion, they hadn't stopped. The entire space within the cauldron trembled violently. Xian understood that this was because the cauldron's main body had shrunk to a size of only 1,000,000 kilometers. At this moment, just as the terrifying energy raging outside was like a small boat bobbing up and down in the waves, Xian had shrunk the size of the violent ape to a height of about 3 meters. He sat cross-legged above the volcano in the central domain, his expression extremely gloomy. Xian was confident in the power of the Shinnon Cauldron's domain. Although nearly 100 energy balls exploded at the same time in this wave of attacks, it was absolutely impossible for the Shinnon Cauldron's domain to collapse just like that. However, after this havoc, the farmer god cauldron's field, which was already on the brink of collapse, was in even more danger. According to Xian's calculations, after this wave of attacks was over, the power field of the Shinnon Cauldron would at most be able to hold on for half a day before it was broken by the starry blood crocodile and the inferior blood white tiger, although he would be able to slowly recover and return to his peak state in at most a month. To Xian, this kind of temporary collapse of the domain's power was absolutely fatal. Not to mention a month, even a few breaths' time was enough for the starry blood crocodile and a sub-blood white tiger to drag him out of the cauldron. At this moment, Xian was truly at his wits' end. He had exhausted all his means, but he couldn't escape at all. After all, there were 2 powerful primordial supremes. With his current cultivation, even if he used the Skyfall Bow with all his strength, he could only seriously injure one of them at most. However, if that happened, Xian would have no chance of turning the tables. With all the energy in his body drained, even if they stopped chasing him, he couldn't escape. He wouldn't do that unless it was absolutely necessary. Of course, if there was no chance of survival, Xian wouldn't hesitate at all. He would use the Skyfall Bow before he died and try to drag one of them down with him. All this seemed to take a long time, but in fact, only a few breaths' time had passed. During this short period of time, Xian's emotions had fluctuated several times. Finally, a sharp light flashed in his eyes as he made his final decision. Instead of hiding in the cauldron and waiting for the farmer god cauldron's field to be destroyed and then dragged out by those 2 guys, it's better to take the initiative and rush out of the cauldron. In this way, I can guarantee that the farmer god cauldron's field won't be destroyed, and can still hold on for half a day. Although this will undoubtedly mean facing the 2 powerful primordial supremes, this is something that was bound to happen sooner or later. It's better to be early than late. Now is the final battle. Let's see if the headless infant corpse can be relied on in the most critical moment of life and death. If the answer is yes, then everything will be solved. If the answer is no, then it's only half a day earlier. After rushing out of the cauldron space, I can still use the skyfall bow to give as much as I can when all hope is lost. I can drag one of them down with me. After saying that, Yi Xian didn't say anything else. A cold light flashed in his eyes and his expression became extremely resolute. Even the body of the violent ape emitted an incomparably ferocious aura with a loud bang. At this moment, Bao Yuan's aura was incomparably resolute. He was clearly prepared to fight to the death. The battle for supremacy in the starry sky had always been like this. Either live or die, what was there to be conflicted about? This thought flashed through his mind. At this moment, Yi Xian's entire body and mind were relaxed. Imperceptibly, his state of mind had a small sublimation. This meant that he could break through again. The opportunity had come. Unfortunately, there wasn't enough time. Hiss. Shaking his head, he smiled bitterly and threw the thought of breaking through into seclusion to the back of his mind. Bao Yuan raised his head and let out a heaven-shaking roar. Immediately after, his figure shot out and directly shot into the sky above the cauldron space, disappearing without a trace in an instant. He couldn't see it. Outside the Xianxia cauldron, in the primordial void, the raging energy balls that the starry sky-blood crocodile and the sub-blood white tiger had spat out had gradually stopped. Although the rumbling sound was still there, it was already sparse. However, with the Xianxia cauldron as the center, the vast expanse of primordial space within a radius of 10 billion kilometers had already shattered inch by inch. However, this kind of shattering was obviously only temporary. At this moment, as the raging energy of the nearly 100 energy balls gradually dissipated, the shattered space within a radius of 10 billion kilometers was being visibly healed by the powerful power of the laws of the primordial world. Speed, it quickly healed. It was the same for the huge spatial rift that the void giant turtle had rushed out of in the distance. However, this spatial rift was too big, and it wasn't an inch of fine fragmentation. Instead, it was directly torn open by a powerful force. Therefore, even under the influence of the powerful primordial law, the recovery was relatively slow. It would take at least half a day for it to completely heal. Bang! At this moment, in the void 10 billion kilometers away, a heaven-shaking bang sounded, followed by a huge cloud of blood mist spreading out. Its momentum was majestic, and in the blink of an eye, it had already enveloped the void within 100 million kilometers. After all, the sub-blood white tiger's body was originally 50 million kilometers long. At this moment, its body was slashed apart by the void giant turtle's finger, and it instantly spread out 100 million kilometers. Whoosh! Almost at the same time, the Xianxia cauldron, which had shrunk to only 1 million kilometers in size, emitted a faint sound of breaking through the air from the mouth of the cauldron that was enshrouded in 9-colored mist. A figure that was only about 3 meters tall, with a shocking and ferocious aura, came out from the mouth of the cauldron. He rushed out from the cauldron. It was Yi Xian in the form of a violent ape. When Yi Xian heard the loud bang in the distance, he paused for a moment, and then subconsciously turned his head to look. The next moment, his body shook violently, and his expression changed drastically. He gasped, and even his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He had come just in time to see the sub-blood white tiger's body explode. Moreover, it was slashed apart by a terrifyingly huge void giant turtle that lightly stretched out its claw. Wait. Void giant turtle? As this thought flashed through his mind, Yi Xian recognized the giant turtle immediately. Wasn't it the turtle that he and the headless baby corpse had rescued from the mysterious fragment of the void? What on earth happened? Why did everything change in the blink of an eye? I saw the sub-blood white tiger's body explode with my own eyes, but what about the starry blood crocodile? Yi Xian looked around, but not only did he not see the starry blood crocodile, but he also did not see the blood crocodile after its body exploded. At the same time, after slashing the sub-blood white tiger with its finger, the void giant turtle raised its neck and pretended to suck in the blood. Whoosh! A sharp sound of breaking through the air rang out, and before he finished speaking, Yi Xian's figure had already shot forward. At the same time, the Xianxia cauldron followed closely behind, suspended above his head. Huff! A distance of more than 10 billion kilometers was originally nothing to his current cultivation level of the 3rd level of the primordial era. However, everything in front of him was too urgent, and if he was half a step late, it would be bad news. Thus, Yi Xian didn't hesitate in the slightest. He activated the Shenong cauldron suspended above his head. In an instant, a 9-colored sea of flames rushed out of the cauldron, instantly expanding to thousands of miles away, sweeping forward. Although the void tortoise's cultivation had already recovered and was now a peak supreme of the 9th stage of the Desolate Era, which was half a step into the heavenly Tao, he still didn't dare to rashly touch the Shenong 9-colored flame. Otherwise, he wouldn't die. Although it would not kill it, the pain of the flesh was unavoidable. Sensing the approaching danger, the void tortoise stopped absorbing the majestic blood and qi and subconsciously turned its head to look back. When it saw Yi Xian, it was obviously stunned for a moment, and then a trace of anger burst out of its eyes. Almost at the same time, the void tortoise's deep, muffled voice rang out, "What are you doing, little guy? You actually attacked me? Are you itching for a beating?" As his divine sense voice was transmitted, his terrifying body that was over 100 billion miles long also moved upward to avoid the 9-colored sea of flames that was whistling toward him. Whoosh! Seeing this scene, Yi Xian was overjoyed. He did not bother to answer the void giant turtle's words at all. His figure flashed, and he had already arrived in front of it. With a wave of his hand, an invisible suction force spread out, enveloping the void of the universe for hundreds of millions of miles. In the blink of an eye, all the blood and qi of the sub-blood white tiger's body exploded was wrapped up. After all, the sub-blood white tiger was a powerful primordial supreme. Its body was 50 million miles long, so the blood and qi of its body was naturally extremely majestic. It was simply outrageous. Therefore, even if it was Yi Xian, it would still take him a certain amount of time to absorb all of the boundless qi and blood. However, for the void tortoise, it was something that could be done in an instant. This boundless qi and blood had just been swept over, but before it reached the front, it was intercepted by an invisible force with a whoosh and rushed to the upper left. Yi Xian turned his head to look. All of the boundless qi and blood had already turned into a blood-colored ball, about 3,000 feet in size, floating in front of the giant void tortoise's nose. Compared to its terrifying size, it was simply insignificant. However, Yi Xian was scared out of his wits. With his current cultivation level and strength, it was absolutely impossible for him to snatch something from a powerful peak supreme being. Right now, what he was most worried about was that the giant void tortoise would not say anything and first take the ball that was already in front of his nose. He directly swallowed the 1,000-meter-long blood orb. Then, he would argue with Yi Xian. If that really happened, Yi Xian would probably be so angry that he would vomit blood on the spot. Damn it, shut up immediately. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian immediately became anxious again and flew into a rage. If you dare to swallow it, I will break off all relations with you. Break off all relations? I don't seem to be very close to you, right? The voice of the void tortoise's divine sense rang out. It was still muffled, but there was a hint of ridicule in it. Besides, you are only in the primordial era, and you seem to have been forcefully raised by some kind of bloodline ability. Once you remove the ability, your true cultivation you should only be a universe supreme being. This is all of the qi and blood of a third-stage primordial era supreme being. Can you swallow it? Aren't you afraid of exploding and dying? What do you know? It would have been better if he didn't mention this, but Yi Xian immediately became angry. Swallowing it directly is simply a waste, a reckless waste of God's gift. I want to refine it into supreme blood essence and gather 5 of him. In the future, I will deduce the perfect formula for the level 30 Heavenly Path Treasure Pill. By then, I will be able to refine a Heavenly Path Treasure Pill. Heavenly Path Treasure Pill? What is that? Is there such a thing? I have lived since the primordial era until now. Why haven't I heard of it before? The giant void tortoise was stunned, and suspicion appeared in its eyes. It sized up Yi Xian and said playfully, "Not bad, you brat. Now you have learned how to swindle others without batting an eyelid. You even managed to swindle me." Pooh! Yi Xian almost vomited blood on the spot. He was so angry that he snorted. After rolling his eyes, he directly took out a few treasured pills of different grades from his undying world. A level 25 Supreme Treasure Pill. A level 26 Eternity Treasure Pill. And a level 27 Supreme Treasure Pill. Of course, the Supreme here referred to the supreme beings of the universe and not the supreme primordial era. As for the level 28 Supreme Elixir pill, although he had already deduced the perfect pill formula and had enough sovereign blood essence in his hands, he hadn't had time to refine it yet, so he couldn't take it out even if he wanted to. However, these 3 treasured pills of different grades were enough to explain the problem. This is a night pill, said Luo Feng. It can help an Emperor level 9 pinnacle to become a Universe Knight within a few days. This is the Eternity Lord treasure pill, said Luo Feng. It can help a Universe Knight become a Universe Master within a few days. As for the last one, it's a Supreme Treasure pill. It can allow an Undying Emperor to become a Universe Supreme within a few days. As he spoke, Xian raised his hand and pointed at the 3 treasured pills floating in front of him. When he finished, he put them away with a flip of his hand. Then he continued, as for the Supreme Being pellet that can help a Pinnacle level 9 Universe Supreme become a Supreme Being in the Primordial Era in a short time, I've just finished collecting the materials, and I'm going to start refining it right away. The blood bead in front of your nose is an important material for refining the Heavenly Path pellet in the future. That's a Heavenly Path pellet, which can help a Pinnacle Primordial Supreme like you reach the Heavenly Path pellet in a short time, and it's as good as the Primordial Heavenly Path pellet. You can become a Heavenly Path treasure pill with the same eyes. The aura of these 3 treasured pills is correct. They do have the effect you said. Seeing the 3 treasured pills of different grades, the giant void turtle's eyes became serious for the first time. He sized up Xian again and finally asked in a muffled voice, "Boy, are you sure you can refine the Heavenly Path treasure pill?" "I can refine the Supreme Treasure pill at any time. After the Supreme Treasure pill, it's the Supreme Treasure pill. The perfect formula isn't complete yet, but it's almost done. After the Supreme Treasure pill, it's the Heavenly Path treasure pill. I have to deduce the perfect formula and collect the materials before I can refine it. Each Heavenly Path treasure pill requires 5 Supreme Blood Essences, which are the blood and energy formed by the explosion of the body of Primordial Supreme. The Blood Essences. If I don't lack Supreme Blood Essences, I should be able to deduce the perfect formula of the Heavenly Path treasure pill in 3 years. I didn't expect you to have the ability to refine a Heavenly Dao treasure pill." His eyes flickered with rays of light as the void tortoise sized Xian up. "Can 5 primordial sovereigns refine a single Heavenly Dao treasure pill? This is simply too profitable. If I were to devour the flesh and blood of the Primordial Supremes to evolve, I'm afraid I would need at least 1,000 Primordial Supremes. Only Qianzun has this possibility. Compared to you, he's truly too much of a wastrel." Speaking of this, he seemed to have thought of something and glared at Xian. "Brat, why didn't you come out earlier? I just swallowed one not long ago." It's not easy to kill the Primordial Supremes. The key is that they're all hiding. It's hard to find them. Just because you came out a little slower, you wasted a Supreme Blood Essence. Pfft. This time, Xian was really angry to the point of spitting out blood. He had thought that this giant tortoise was a little shameless, but now it seemed that it was more than a little shameless. It was simply too shameless. Just a moment ago, he was fighting with him for the blood bead and almost swallowed it in one gulp. Now that he heard that he could refine the Heavenly Path treasure pill, he immediately changed his tone and even blamed him. A 9th Order Desolation Supreme, a supreme existence who had lived since the ancient Desolation era to the present, was actually so shameless. No one could be this shameless. "Xiao, brat, take this. This is the first Supreme Blood Essence that I'm leaving with you. There are still 4 left. I'll think of a way to get enough. Once you've gathered enough, you can refine the Heavenly Path treasure pill for me as soon as possible." With a faint sound of breaking air, the blood bead that was originally hanging at the tip of the void tortoise's nose shot towards Xian. At the same time, the voice of the void giant tortoise's divine sense rang out. It leaped and was about to shoot into the distance. "Hey, what do you mean by you're leaving it with me? Didn't we agree just now that everyone has a share? You've already swallowed one, so this one is mine." As he spoke, Xian hurriedly took action. He collected the blood beads and sent them into the flame pool at the bottom of the central region volcano in the Shinong Cauldron. He began the blood essence refinement. Then, he relaxed and said confidently, "Remember, to refine a Heavenly Path treasure pill, you need at least 5 pieces of blood essence of the Supreme Master as the main ingredient. Moreover, you also need some other supplementary ingredients. This Star Lord can't give you these for free. Yes, there are benefits to alchemy, right? That's why this Star Lord will help you get at least 9 more sovereign blood essences. Otherwise, don't mention it again, roar. You damned brat, you actually dare to blackmail me. In the distance, the void tortoise let out a low roar, but it didn't turn around. Its enormous figure moved at an extremely fast speed, and in the blink of an eye, it had already disappeared at the end of their line of sight. Who would have thought that it would end like this? Taking a deep breath and recalling the desperate situation of life and death, Xian sighed with emotion. After calming himself down, he quickly recalled the 11 supreme experts of the primordial era who had intercepted him earlier. His eyes instantly shone with a cold light. Humph, I didn't expect to be able to fulfill the words I said before so quickly. However, before I go back to take revenge, I still have to make another breakthrough in my cultivation. The previous breakthrough wasn't my limit, and there's still the possibility of another breakthrough. Just now, when I decided to abandon everything and rush out of the cauldron, my mental state improved once more. Thus, the breakthrough this time is already set in stone. There's no doubt about it. Swish. After he finished speaking, Xian no longer hesitated. With a flash of his body, he directly arrived at the mouth of the Shinnon cauldron that was filled with 9-colored fog. From there, he entered the space within the cauldron, hovered above the central region volcano, and sat down cross-legged. Swish, swish, swish. With a wave of his hand, along with a faint sound of breaking through the air, rays of light shot out and hovered in front of Xian. These were the cultivation resources that he had taken out from the undying world in his body to carry out this breakthrough. Immediately after, he activated the domain of the Shinnon cauldron at the first possible moment, compressing all the cultivation resources to the size of a nascent fist, and swallowing them into his stomach with a wave of his hand. Walala, as the nascent fist ball entered his mouth, the sound of chains rattling could be heard from Xian's body. All the resources instantly transformed into a majestic river of energy. And this time, the shackles that appeared were the same as before. There was only one. This was expected, so Xian did not pay attention to it. He immediately focused and activated the river of energy that had just formed in his body with all his strength. He began to circulate it in his meridians again and again. Perhaps it was because of the sublimation of his state of mind, the breakthrough this time did not encounter any obstacles. In just 2 days, the river of energy that had formed in Xian's body was completely refined. And as the river of energy completely disappeared after each circulation, it merged into Xian's body and soul. Next, he only needed to attack once, and the shackles that appeared this time broke. When the shackles completely broke, the anticipated system notification rang in Xian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to host for a breakthrough in the realm of the ancient Dongxi mantra. Current realm, 4th Order Universe Supreme. Ding! Congratulations to host for a breakthrough in the realm of the ancient Dongxi mantra. Current realm, 4th Order Universe Supreme. 4th Order Universe Supreme. This was the middle stage of this realm. During the previous breakthrough, Xian's original body's cultivation level had reached 3rd Order Universe Supreme. If he activated the power of the ancient Devil Ape bloodline in his body, he would be able to advance to 4th Order Universe Supreme. If he activated the 9 transformations of the Devil Ape and reached the 9th transformation, his battle power would immediately rise to 4th Order Universe Supreme. In addition to the majestic blood energy in his body, his actual battle power would be comparable to a 5th Order Universe Supreme. And this time, after another successful breakthrough, Xian would instantly possess the strength of a 5th Order Universe Supreme after activating the ancient Devil Ape bloodline in his body. If he activated the 9 transformations of the Devil Ape bloodline and directly entered the 9th transformation, his peak battle power would be comparable to a 5th Order Universe Supreme. In addition to the 60 million kilometer long body, the boundless power of blood and chi that was so vast that it made one's hair stand on end added a level to his actual combat strength. In the end, the strongest battle prowess that Xian could display right now was already on par with the 6th step of the primordial era. In other words, unless he encountered a late-stage supreme expert of the 7th step or above, Xian would be invincible. In fact, even if his opponent was a 7th Order Universe Supreme, it wouldn't be a problem for Xian. It was only natural for him to protect himself. In fact, the probability of him killing his opponent was more than 60%. This was because he still had the blood secret art. Once he activated the Blood Secret Art, he could condense 3 Blood Sea avatars in an instant. All of them possessed terrifying battle power comparable to a 6th Order Universe Supreme. 4th level Universe Supreme, pinnacle combat power, comparable to a 6th level Supreme. Yi Xian muttered to himself, his eyes gleaming. Now, I can finally fight a late-stage Supreme? He couldn't help but recall the scene when he first saw Xingbo. At that time, Yi Xian couldn't even fight a early-stage Supreme. They could only flee when they saw him from afar. How long had it been? He didn't expect himself to change so much. In the blink of an eye, he could already fight a late-stage Supreme. After calming down, Yi Xian's eyes gleamed coldly. He began to recall the 11 ancient Supreme that had rushed out from the left side of his path not long ago. At that time, on the left side of the road ahead of him, there was obviously more than just a high-level and Supreme Forbidden Area. Adjacent to it, there should be a high-level and Supreme Star Field controlled by the survivors of the Primordial Era. Because among the 11 ancient Supreme Beings, besides the Space Beasts, there were also several ancient survivors. At that time, the situation was urgent, and coupled with the distance, Yi Xian didn't see it clearly, so he didn't pay attention to it. Now that he thought about it, amongst the 11 powerful primordial ancient powers, there seemed to be 6 fierce beasts and 5 survivors. Among them, the ones that left the deepest impression on him were an 8th level Supreme Being and an ancient Supreme Being at the peak of the 9th level. The 8th level Supreme Being was the most powerful existence among the 6 space beasts. As for the 5 survivors of the Primordial Era, although they were one less than the ferocious beasts, there was still a peak level 9 Primordial Era existence. In terms of overall strength, the 5 survivors of the Primordial Era were actually slightly stronger than the 6 ferocious beasts of the stars. At that time, when these 11 powerful Primordial Era Supreme Beings rushed out and intercepted Yi Xian's path, Yi Xian was forced to turn 90 degrees to the right, so he angrily roared and expressed his stance. He said that if he didn't die today, he would definitely kill all 11 ancient Supreme Beings one by one in the future. Even now, when he thought about it, the anger in his heart didn't diminish at all. These bastards were too hateful. They came out halfway to fight against him. If he hadn't accidentally encountered the Void Giant Tortoise, Yi Xian would have most likely died here. Because even when the Void Giant Tortoise appeared and turned into a corpse lamp tattoo attached to the headless infant corpse on his left chest, it didn't react at all. This was clearly a sign that he had fallen into a deep sleep, and would not be able to wake up in a short period of time. Every time Yi Xian thought about it, he regretted it immensely. This time, the 11 primordial experts had almost gotten him killed. Although this kind of killing and robbing was originally the mainstream of the starry sky, strictly speaking, what they did was not wrong. If Yi Xian was given such an opportunity, he would have made the same choice. But at the same time, now that the situation was reversed, they had the guts to kill and rob, so they should be mentally prepared to be killed. However, with Yi Xian's current cultivation strength, although he could kill a 7th stage Supreme Being, he had a certain chance of suppressing an 8th stage Supreme Being. Even if he encountered a 9th stage Supreme Being of the great perfection of the Desolate Era, using the 9-colored Sea of Flames, the big-headed black stick and the meteor. In the case of the Heavenly Bow, if he gritted his teeth and made up his mind, he might still have a chance to kill. But that was only referring to one Supreme Being. If he were to face all 11 ancient Supreme Beings at the same time, he would still be no match for them. If these 11 Supreme Beings of the Primordial Era were all ferocious beasts from the same high-level Forbidden Area, then no matter how much Yi Xian hated them, he could only temporarily suppress the anger in his heart. After a period of time, when his cultivation was stronger, he would be able to unleash it. Revenge. But in fact, the situation was not so. Among these 11 ancient Supreme Beings, there were only 6 space beasts, and the other 5 were remnants of the Desolate Era. Even though they rushed out together and charged towards Yi Xian's path to intercept him, that was only because of the benefits that moved people's hearts. At that time, such an earth-shattering noise came from the void. Although the 11 powerful figures of the remote antiquity era appeared almost at the same time, they rushed out to investigate because they heard the noise from the 2 neighboring forbidden areas and the most powerful star regions. It just depended on the situation. They were not in the same group at all. In the primordial void, space beasts and remnants of the Desolate Era were mortal enemies. And these two high-level forbidden areas and the high-level star domain were adjacent to each other. Usually, low-level conflicts would not rest for a moment, and would erupt from time to time. And at the level of the supreme beings of the Desolate Era, because the comprehensive combat strength of the two sides was basically not too different, and because such a high-level existence was generally in closed-door training, trying to break through to the supreme level of the Desolate Era, so even if they were adjacent, they were at peace. This kind of situation was not difficult to understand. Therefore, Yi Xian was more than 90% sure that if he rushed into the high-level forbidden area with the 6 ancient supreme beings and started a revenge massacre, the 5 powerful remnants of the Desolate Era in the high-level star domain adjacent to it would not interfere. Instead, they would watch the fire burn across the river. After all, there was a supreme being of the Desolate Era, who was a half-step supreme being at the peak of the 9th stage. On the surface, they still had the ability to suppress Yi Xian. Therefore, they most likely expected that Yi Xian would not dare to come and rush to the high-level star domain adjacent to it. In fact, Yi Xian did not have such plans. It was not that this revenge was half over. He would not let go of those 5 ancient supreme beings of the Desolate Era no matter what. But he could completely put it aside for the next step to get rid of them. After all, he was in a hurry to refine a level 28 supreme being pellet. After all, he was already a 4th order universe supremacy, and after 5 more minor breakthroughs, he would be able to consume a level 28 supreme being pellet. Therefore, this matter was of utmost importance. This matter could not be delayed any longer. However, before he refined them, he couldn't let go of these 6 primordial ancient star beasts. These were 6 supreme expert blood essences. Yi Xian already had 4 supreme expert blood essences. If he could obtain these 6 as well, then he would have a total of 6 supreme expert blood essences. 10 blood essences. After refining the level 28 supreme being pellet, Yi Xian only needed to deduce the perfect formula of the level 29 supreme being pellet in one go. After that, he could immediately continue refining the level 29 supreme being pellet. After doing this, his whole heart could be relieved, because at least he could ensure that his cultivation strength had reached the supreme being of the Desolate Era. If he wanted to ensure his survival in the upcoming Desolate Era, he would at least have to have the strength of a supreme being of the Desolate Era. Only with the strength of a supreme being of the Desolate Era would he have the confidence. Therefore, this time, when he turned back to carry out his revenge, Yi Xian only planned to kill these 6 supreme beings of the Desolate Era. As for the 5 ancient remnants, even if he killed them, their flesh and blood would be of no use. Anyway, he had already killed half of his enemies. For the time being, he could be considered to have vented his anger. He would leave them and kill them in the future. Rainbow Zone Forbidden Land, it was a top-tier forbidden land, and the most powerful beings guarding it were all great beings from the Primordial Era. They were only second to the supreme forbidden lands guarded by Primordial Era supreme beings. In fact, even in the entire right half of the right bank of the Milky Way, Rainbow Zone Forbidden Land was considered an extremely powerful top-tier forbidden land. This was because there were 6 great beings from the Primordial Era guarding this forbidden land. And the most powerful one had the power of a level 8 great being from the Primordial Era. He was only 1 level away from becoming a complete level 9 great being from the Primordial Era, which was half a step away from becoming a supreme being. However, the entire Rainbow Zone Forbidden Land was shrouded in a deathly silence that made people feel extremely uneasy. A large number of space beasts that were hibernating in the ferocious beast stars didn't even dare to breathe. No one knew what had happened. They only knew that not long ago, there was an earth-shattering roar and explosion in the Hongmeng space outside the Rainbow Zone Forbidden Land. At that time, a large number of high-level ferocious beasts above Universe Night level in the Rainbow Zone Forbidden Land were all alarmed. They rushed to the edge of the Forbidden Land to see what had happened. After that, the news gradually spread as the Universe Knights, Universe Masters, and Universe Supreme Beings returned one after another. It was said that a great being from the Primordial Era, Violent Ape, was being chased by 2 even more powerful Primordial Era Supreme Beings. The 6 great beings guarding the Rainbow Zone Forbidden Land, together with the 5 great beings of the same level in the Supreme Star area next to it, made a total of 11 great beings from the Primordial Era. They joined forces and chased after the Violent Ape. No one felt that there was anything wrong with this. In the environment of the starry sky, killing and seizing treasures was a very common thing to begin with. It couldn't be more common. No one thought that there would be any accidents. No matter how powerful that violent ape was, how could he resist the pursuit of 11 great beings from the primordial era and 2 supreme beings from the primordial era? It was only a matter of time before he fell. However, what surprised everyone was that the 6 great beings from the primordial era in the Rainbow Zone Forbidden Land came back in a hurry not long after they left. It only took them a few days to return. All of them were like birds startled by the mere twang of a bough. It was as if their souls had been scared out of their wits. Once they entered the star nest, they did not appear again. But in the void, there were still traces of their invisible fear. It was this kind of strange invisible fear that scared the countless fierce beasts in the entire Rainbow Venerable Forbidden Land. In the past few days, the entire revered Rainbow Forbidden area was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The atmosphere was unprecedentedly strange, swish. It was also at this moment that an extremely sharp sound of space being torn apart resounded, and a ray of light shot over from the distant starry sky outside the Rainbow Exalt Forbidden area. This ray of light, after entering the Rainbow Sovereign Forbidden Land, immediately spread out its divine sense. A powerful aura unique to a 5th stage sovereign enveloped the entire Rainbow Sovereign star field. Retribution comes quickly. The 6 of you, get the hell out here now. In the blink of an eye, the light expanded sharply against the wind, turning into a 60 million feet star violent ape. As it roared, it immediately blasted toward a giant star in the distance to the right. This was the lair of one of the 6 primordial ancients in the exalted Rainbow Forbidden Land. Sho, walala. The sound of air breaking rang out, and the violent ape instantly rushed into the atmosphere of the star nest. Its entire body instantly collapsed, turning into a sea of blood that spread out, enveloping a vast valley inside the star. Roar! Roar! Screech, then, from 3 different directions of this vast sea of blood, there were earth-shattering roars and howls. Then, from the shocking and boundless sea of blood, there were 3 huge figures that instantly rose from the ground. It was the 3 great demon bodies of the ancient ape demons. One was a body of flesh and blood, which was the star violent ape. The other was a skeleton, without any flesh and blood, just a purple-gold skeleton, exuding an endless murderous aura, extremely ferocious. One was a body of black fog. Although it was also in the shape of a violent ape, its physical body was a cloud of black fog. Even its eyes were only 2 clouds of purple light, which looked extremely strange. In an instant, the 3 Blood Sea avatars were formed, and the cultivation aura that emanated from their bodies were all at the 5th level of the Desolate Era. Their true battle strength was even comparable to that of the Blood Sea avatars because of the support of the majestic chi and blood in their huge physical body. Comparable to the 6th stage ancients. Violent ape, you dare to trespass into the Rainbow Sovereign Forbidden Land alone? Do you want to die? Screech, almost in the next moment, from the vast valley enveloped by the sea of blood, a light figure rushed into the sky. Its body was huge, at least 10 million feet, but it was impossible to see what kind of fierce beast it was. However, the cultivation aura emitted from the light figure was the same as that of the violent ape, reaching the 5th stage of the ancients. Unfortunately, the true combat strength of the violent ape was already comparable to that of a 6th stage ancient ape, and now it was 3 against 1. The existence in this light figure was destined to die here today. Boom. 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 Bang, without paying attention to the other party at all, the 3 great Blood Sea avatars attacked at the same time, punching towards the center. After an earth-shattering explosion, a chilling explosion sounded, and the existence in the light figure did not even have the chance to make a sound, and directly exploded and died. Walala, whoosh. Whoosh. In the next moment, the 3 Blood Sea avatars collapsed at the same time, merging into the majestic sea of blood under their feet. Immediately after, the figure of a violent ape emerged from the sea of blood. It was only about 10 feet tall, but the cultivation aura emitted from its body was extremely terrifying. A faint sound of breaking through the air was heard, and the majestic sea of blood under their feet quickly shrank, turning into a faint blood light in the blink of an eye, shooting out of the violent ape's forehead and disappearing. And the majestic blood fog that had just spread out in the sea of blood, under the violent ape's first wave, instantly released a majestic invisible force. It enveloped a radius of tens of thousands of miles, sweeping everything over, and after taking it into its body, It was immediately sent into the Xianxia cauldron to start the blood essence condensation. After doing all this, the violent ape did not hesitate at all. With a flash of his body, he directly rushed hundreds of millions of miles away. That was the nearest Ancient's Almighty, and his cultivation was very weak, only at the second stage of the Ancient's Almighty. Boom! Rumble. A moment later, an earth-shattering explosion rang out from the ferocious beast star. The entire star had been blasted apart. Amidst the countless star fragments that splattered everywhere, there was a faint green aura of vitality that spread out. But soon, this light green chi and blood was directly absorbed into the violent ape's body with a wave of his hand, and then began the blood essence condensation. All of this seemed to take a long time, but in fact, it happened in a flash. From the violent ape's domineering charge into the rainbow venerable forbidden land, to now, with a single punch, the second stage ancient ape exploded, and the majestic blood fog formed by the explosion of his body was taken away. There were a total of 6 powerful figures in the forbidden grounds of the Rainbow Clan, but now, 2 of them had fallen in the blink of an eye. In a short period of time, Xian could be said to have gained a lot. He originally only had 4 blood essences, but now, he had 6. However, this was obviously not the end. He would not let go of any of the remaining 4 supreme beings of the primordial era and had to kill them all. All of this happened too quickly, so quickly that even the supreme beings of the primordial era couldn't react in time. However, at this moment, as Xian charged towards the nest of the 3rd supreme being of the primordial era, the remaining 4 powerful existences in the rainbow-revered forbidden area finally regained their senses. Come. Of course, most importantly, they discovered that apart from this monstrous and heaven-defying violent starry sky ape, the legendary giant void tortoise did not accompany it. That's right. That's an existence that can easily kill an early-stage supreme being. That's an existence that has lived since the ancient desolate era. Why would it be interested in existences like us who have just ascended to the ancient desolate era? This was something they were confident about earlier. The only thing they weren't sure about was that they weren't sure if the void tortoise was related to the starry sky ferocious ape that was being pursued all along. Now it seemed that the 2 early-stage supreme beings were unlucky. When they were chasing the violent ape of stars, they accidentally encountered the terrifying giant tortoise. They were not the helpers that the violent ape of stars asked for. In that case, what was there to worry about? Although the violent ape of stars was heaven-defying and had the Xianxia cauldron, a primordial artifact of the era, it was extremely difficult to kill. This could be seen from the fact that the 2 powerful early-stage supreme beings had been chasing it for a long time, but they had not had a final result. It could be seen. But it was only difficult to kill. Even with the Blood Sea secret technique, it was impossible to kill the 4 powerful figures of the Desolation era in the forbidden grounds of the Rainbow Clan in a 3-against-4 situation. What's more, the violent ape of stars was now the public enemy of the right bank. He definitely did not dare to waste time here. After a fruitless battle, the only choice was to retreat with hatred. Thinking of this, the remaining 4 powerful figures of the Desolation era in the forbidden grounds of the Rainbow Clan immediately rushed out of their nests. Their roars resounded in the vast void, shaking the heavens and the earth. Violent ape, you have vented your anger. We were careless and you killed 2 powerful figures, but that's all. Leave quickly, or you'll make a mistake. Although you have the Blood Sea doppelganger, we still have 4 powerful figures of the same cultivation level. You have no chance. Now, you are like a rat. Don't make a mistake. Why are you talking so much nonsense with him? Since he's seeking death, I'll just trap him here. As the voices of these divine senses spread out, earth-shattering roars and tyrannical howls instantly rang out. Within the 4 giant ferocious beast stars, 4 figures of light instantly rushed out of the star's atmosphere and shot towards Xian at an extremely fast speed. You're really a toad yawning. What big words. Facing all this, Xian sneered. His eyes were shining with a cold light. He said loudly, today, none of you 4 can escape. Who? Almost at the same instant, an imperceptible 9-colored light shot out from between the brows of the ferocious ape. As soon as it appeared, it split into 2 and charged towards the front and the left respectively. Its speed was so fast that it made one's hair stand on end, and even lightning couldn't reach it. The 2 light beams shot out, and on the way, they expanded in the wind. In the blink of an eye, they had turned into two towering and majestic nine-colored flames. They were spherical in shape, tens of millions of miles in diameter, and completely enveloped the two powerful figures of the Desolation era who were shooting from two directions. There were indeed four powerful figures of the Desolation era in the Rainbow Forbidden area. If they were to gather together and fight together, even if Xian used the Blood Sea secret technique and condensed 3 Blood Sea clones, it would be difficult for him to easily kill them one by one. Therefore, Xian would never let them gather together. For others, this might only be a dream. It was impossible for them to do it, but for Xian, it was too simple. His 9-colored sea of flames was something that even the supreme master of the Desolation era did not dare to touch. Any powerful figure of the Desolation era who was enveloped by the spherical sea of flames would end up in incomparable misery. There was no chance of survival. With the two powerful figures of the Desolation era trapped, the violent ape's figure flashed and directly rushed into the majestic sea of flames in front of him. The two powerful figures of the Desolation era that he chose to seal were the two weakest of the 4 surviving great figures. One of them was a rank 1 great figure of the Desolation era, while the other was a rank 3 great figure of the Desolation era. Right now, the one trapped in the sea of flames in front of Xian was in existence at the first level of the Supreme Expert. To deal with such a weak guy, he did not even need to condense the Blood Sea clones. After entering the Sea of Blood, he directly blasted his opponent into a cloud of blood mist with a single punch. After absorbing the majestic blood mist into his body, the vast sea of flames that was tens of millions of miles wide rapidly shrank. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a 9-colored ray of light and rushed into the space between Xian's eyebrows, disappearing from sight. In the next moment, Xian teleported and locked onto the aura of the Sea of Flames. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived at the edge of the Sea of Flames on the left. He raised his head and roared, plunging headfirst into the Sea of Flames. Screech, rumble, bang. Presumably sensing the arrival of a life-and-death crisis, just as the figure of the violent ape disappeared outside the Sea of Flames and entered the Sea of Flames, an incomparably mournful and tyrannical howl came from within. Immediately after, a loud rumbling sound was heard. This was the sound of the violent ape and the rank 3 great figure trapped in the Sea of Flames fighting. The current violent ape's true battle strength was comparable to a rank 6 great figure, and was at the peak of the middle stage of this realm. As for the existence trapped in the Sea of Flames, it was only at the peak of the early stage. This time, the violent ape still did not use the Blood Sea secret technique to condense a clone. With just a few simple punches, an earth-shattering explosion came from within the Sea of Flames. The body of the rank 3 great figure instantly exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist. Before it could spread out, it was absorbed into the violent ape's body with a wave of its hand, and sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron space, where it began to condense blood essence. At this point, only 2 of the 6 great figures of the primordial era remained in the forbidden grounds of the rainbow, while the number of blood essences in Xian's hands had increased to 8. Damn it, I forgot that he still has the 9-colored Sea of Flames that can separate us. In the blink of an eye, 2 powerful beings were killed. Could it be that a great calamity is about to befall our honored forbidden land today? Impossible, I am an 8th order powerful being. Even you are only at the 7th order of this realm. Your cultivation is higher than his, how can the violent ape kill him? We must make him pay the price. Even if we can't kill him, we must severely injure him. Otherwise, this hatred will not be appeased. Roar. Screech. Following the roar, 2 balls of light shot out, each with a furious roar and a ruthless howl. In the blink of an eye, they had already arrived at the left and right sides of the 9-colored Sea of Flames, surrounding it. In the blink of an eye, only the 2 of you are left. Don't you think what you said before is ridiculous? In the 9-colored Sea of Flames, Xian's voice came out. In the next moment, the ball of flame spread out, turning into a majestic sea of flames, passing through the 2 balls of light. The rolling waves of flames rushed over, and in an instant, the 2 balls of light retreated in shock. The violent ape's actions were too domineering. It forcefully spread out the sea of flames in the void, forcing them to retreat. The figures that had originally gathered together were separated in the blink of an eye. Because they did not dare to touch the 9-colored Sea of Flames. Only now did the existences in the 2 spheres of light finally realize how difficult it was to deal with this violent ape. He had the nine-colored sea of flames that even the supreme ancient desolation feared. He was practically unstoppable. After a great battle, once the sea of flames was brought out, no matter how strong the enemy was, it would be impossible to defeat him. Even if he was defeated, all he could do was to retreat in a hurry. This was too passive, and it made them feel unwilling. At the same time, they raised their heads and let out a furious roar, overflowing with hatred. Walala, almost at the same time, an earth-shattering sound came. In the sea of flames that spread out, two figures rose from the ground. It was the skeleton body and the black fog body. In the blink of an eye, the three clones of the blood sea gathered. All of them were huge bodies of 60 million miles. Although the cultivation aura emitted from their bodies was only at the fifth order of the primordial supreme, their true battle strength was comparable to that of the sixth order of the primordial supreme. Roar. Screech. As soon as they appeared, the body of bones and the body of black fog clenched their fists at the same time and blasted toward the ball of light that was surrounded by the three blood sea clones. The Bao Yuan immediately flipped his hand and instantly took out the big-headed black stick. He swung it up high, and with a destructive aura, he ruthlessly smashed it toward the ball of light. Bao Yuan had used all his strength in this attack. He had even used the power of the big-headed black stick's own domain. The power of the stick was close to that of a rank 8 mighty figure. This is impossible. The existence inside the light had never tasted the big-headed black rod before, so it didn't know much about its power. At this moment, it suddenly felt the power of the big-headed black rod, and its expression suddenly changed. It let out a voice filled with unwillingness and endless fear. But it was fear, there was no suspense in what happened next. Bang! Almost in the next moment, a huge roar sounded from the void, and the ball of light exploded in an instant. Among the broken light spots in the sky, one could clearly see that a unicorn that was millions of meters long had been blown up into a cluster of bloody mist by the joint attack of the three blood sea clones. Then, the bloody mist spread out. Whoosh! Killing the enemy with one blow without warning was simply an instant kill. This kind of result caused Ji Xian's heart to relax, and a look of joy appeared on his face. Without any hesitation, the berserk ape immediately waved its hand, and an incomparably majestic and invisible force swept out from its body, enveloping an area of 10 million kilometers. The blood mist that had just spread out was swept up in an instant, turning into a majestic waterfall of qi and blood. It was like a long rainbow that pierced through the sky, and nimbly entered Bao Yuan's body. It was sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron, and directly began the blood essence condensation. Refining. At this point, 5 of the 6 primordial mighty figures in the Rainbow Forbidden Land had been killed, and the number of blood essences in Yi Xian's hands had reached 9. There's one last one. After waving his hand to collect all the majestic qi and blood that was formed by the explosion of the 7th order mighty figure's body, Yi Xian turned his head and looked at the last ball of light that was forced to retreat in the other direction. Walala. Swish. Swish. Almost at the same time, the bodies of black fog and the 3 blood sea avatar skeletons crumbled and merged into the majestic sea of flames beneath their feet. In the blink of an eye, only the figure of Bao Yuan was left in the entire sea of flames. Immediately after, a weak sound of breaking through the air rang out, and the majestic sea of flames beneath his feet quickly shrank. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a weak 9-colored light, shooting out from between Bao Yuan's eyebrows and disappearing. Bao Yuan, what tricks are you playing now? Seeing his actions, the ball of light that was about to shoot forward suddenly stopped in the void. Within the ball of light, a voice filled with endless suspicion came out. Are you going to stop? That's right, I'm a 8th order mighty figure, only one step away from being a half-supreme being, even if you have 3 blood sea clones, and that mighty figure. This big-headed black stick of extraordinary power. But it's still impossible for it to kill me. In fact, if the 7th grade almighty you just killed hadn't underestimated you and underestimated the power of the big-headed black stick in your hand, even if your 3 blood sea avatars joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to kill you. It's just wishful thinking to think that you can kill him so easily. Forget it. Bao Yuan, it's time for your anger to be quenched. You've already killed 5 of the 6 great beings of the primordial era in the forbidden grounds of Rainbow, and we've paid a heavy price. Can everything end here? Otherwise, even if you continue to fight, you won't be able to achieve anything. On the contrary, the longer the time drags on, the more disadvantageous it is for you. Soon, there will be other primordial mighty figures from the Forbidden Land, and even primordial sovereigns. Come, Bao Yuan, you should stop while you're ahead. This was truly a great temptation. Even Yi Xian was a little tempted when he heard it. But Zhang Du had already fought to this extent. At the last moment, it was absolutely impossible to ask him to stop, so what if you're a 8th order mighty figure? Even if I don't use the Blood Sea clones, I can still kill you easily. Buzz. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and the voice of Bao Yuan's divine sense came out. At the same time, he slowly raised his left arm, and a ferocious energy bow quickly condensed. Its shape was very simple and mysterious. The body of the bow was made up of 3 parts. In the middle was a 2-headed monster. Its wide-open mouth was facing up and down. The upper and lower parts of the body of the bow were 2 bowed humanoid creatures. The 2-headed monster's wide mouth swallowed the 2 humanoid creatures' feet and a part of their calves. Its mouth was where the bowstring was. Its hands were around its mouth, as if it was howling, and its expression was inexplicably strange. At this moment, what Bao Yuan was using was Yi Xian's most powerful ability, the Fallen Sky Bao. When the golden energy arrow appeared on the bowstring, following Yi Xian's thought, a strange golden light burst out from the violent ape's eyes. He extended his right hand and directly grabbed onto the bowstring of the giant energy bow in his left hand, holding onto the energy arrow. Slowly. He slowly pulled the bowstring, wing. In an instant, an incomparably deep buzzing sound rang out, and the surrounding space seemed to ripple with an invisible wave. It was as if this arrow was only in its bowstring state, but the aura it emitted was already enough to cause the space to tremble. Powerful. It was incomparable. Whoosh. The buzzing sound only lasted for half a breath before Bao Yuan suddenly released his right hand that was holding the energy bowstring. Accompanied by an incomparably sharp sound of breaking through the air, a golden stream of light shot out at an extremely fast speed that even the primordial great beings couldn't react to. Just a single energy arrow had drained all the energy in Bao Yuan's body. It was the same when he killed the rank 9 supreme being, the purple-armored heavenly beetle. Even a rank 9 supreme being could be killed with a single arrow, so what was a rank 8 existence in this realm? Yi Xian knew very well that even if he used the Blood Sea secret technique, condensed 3 Blood Sea clones, and even activated the 9-colored Flame Sea and the big-headed black stick, it would be very difficult to kill this rank 8 supreme being in a short period of time. The reason why he had used his most powerful ability, the Fallen Sky Bao, at all costs, was to kill this last rank 8 supreme being in a single blow. Then, he would be able to escape and leave this place. Bang! As the golden arrow shot out, an earth-shattering explosion rang out almost at the same time. There was no suspense in what happened next. In the blink of an eye, as the golden arrow entered his body, the entire ball of light instantly collapsed, completely exploding into countless specks of light and dissipating. At the same time, a purple mist of blood spread out, enveloping a large area of the void in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! At this moment, Bao Yuan also waved his hand at the first moment. An incomparably majestic invisible force swept out from his body, enveloping a radius of millions of miles. The boundless blood mist that had just spread out was swept up and absorbed into his body. He sent it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space within the cauldron. Just like that, he started the blood essence condensation. At this point, the 6 primordial grand elders in the Forbidden Land of the Rainbow had all died at the hands of Yi Xian without exception. After this battle, not only had Yi Xian accumulated 10 grand elders' blood essences, he had even accumulated the previous breakthrough. Everything he had obtained had been completely integrated into his divine soul and physical body. And because of this, it ushered in another opportunity for a breakthrough. Although the battle didn't last long, it caused quite a commotion. It's impossible that the neighboring top-notch strongest star field didn't notice anything. After ending the battle, Yi Xian shrank his body to about 10 feet tall. With a wave of his hand, a large amount of flesh and blood divine medicine and all kinds of top-notch treasures were swallowed into his stomach, quickly recovering the energy deficit. At the same time, a cold light flashed in his eyes. He turned his head and looked in the direction of the neighboring top-notch strongest star field. He murmured softly, "It seems that the 5 primordial Grand Elders were just as I had guessed before. They didn't intend to interfere in this matter. But now, with the 6 primordial Grand Elders in this forbidden land of the rainbow have all been killed, their hearts are most likely in their throats. I'm afraid that any sensitive action will cause them to retaliate. This matter is not urgent. There will be a day for revenge in the future, but for now, let's leave this place first and refine the 28th level Grand Elder's pill first." Speaking of this, Xian withdrew his gaze and rushed to the nests of the 6 primordial Grand Elders that had just been killed one after another. After a thorough search, he immediately activated the interstellar coordinate jumping ability of the system in his body. Xiao, an extremely faint sound of breaking air rang out. Almost in the next moment, the figure of the violent ape, which was only about 10 feet tall, completely disappeared. Until this time, the entire forbidden land of the rainbow was still deathly silent. The beasts of the forbidden land that were hibernating in the various star fields were all hiding in their nests, trembling and not daring to come out. The forbidden land of the rainbow was a top-notch forbidden land. In the right half of the right bank of the Milky Way, it was considered a fierce and well-known place. Usually, no existence dared to behave atrociously here. But today, only one ferocious ape had arrived, and in the short time it took to eat a meal, it had killed all 6 of the remote antiquity powerhouses in the rainbow forbidden ground. Such a result, such a cruel and violent, they simply didn't dare to imagine. All the beasts of the forbidden land were scared out of their wits. At the same time, in the top-notch strongest star field that was only about 10 billion miles away from the forbidden land of the rainbow, the situation was basically the same. The entire vast star field was deathly silent, and all the remnants of the primordial Grand Elders were trembling. They didn't even dare to breathe. After a while, after confirming that there was no other movement in the forbidden land of honored rainbow not far away, the 5 powerful desolate dwellers finally let out sighs of relief one after another in the star nest where they were hiding. Xiao, a faint sound of breaking air rang out, and a ray of light appeared very abruptly in the void. There was no sign beforehand, and when it appeared, it was completely traceless. The ray of light expanded with the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a star-violent ape that was about 10 feet tall. It was Xian. This time, the interstellar coordinate transmission point that he had locked on was still near the nests of the nests where his strongest clone was born. After the transmission was completed, Xian immediately spread out his divine sense and swept around. After confirming that there was no abnormality in the nests in the distance where his strongest clone was born, Xian let out a sigh of relief. He turned around and shot toward the giant abandoned star in the distance. After arriving at the destination, the violent ape didn't hesitate at all and directly entered the core of the abandoned star. In the blink of an eye, it arrived at the huge core space that was opened up when he was in seclusion. After calming down, Xian fell into deep thought. His eyes flashed from time to time, and there was a soft murmur in his mouth. This time the harvest is huge. Even the refining materials of the 29th level primordial pill have been gathered. Unfortunately, however, the perfect pill formula of the 28th level primordial pill has not been successfully deduced yet. But in any case, the refining of the 27th level primordial pill can't be delayed any longer. It must be started immediately. Speaking of this, his eyes flashed. Xian made a decision in an instant. He didn't want to delay any longer. Taking advantage of the current situation, he would first refine the 28th level primordial pill that would be used to officially break through to the primordial Grand Elder realm in the future. A level 28 treasure pill was also known as a supreme treasure pill. Once swallowed, a level 9 universe supreme being would be able to break through the bottleneck and become a real primordial supreme being in a short period of time. Currently, Xian's own cultivation strength had already reached the 4th level of the universe supreme realm. In other words, after another 5 small breakthroughs, he would be able to swallow a level 28 Supreme Being's treasure pill and become a true ancient Supreme Being. Yes. Hence, this pill couldn't be delayed any longer. It had to be refined as soon as possible. However, it was still unknown how many Supreme Treasure Pills would be produced in this furnace. These 17 Supreme Blood Essences would be the basic ingredients for Xian's refinement of the level 28 Treasure Pill, along with a large number of other top-grade treasures and treasured bodies of primordial beings. Besides these 2 basic ingredients, Yi Xian would also add in some all-evil origin liquid and top-grade resources found in the Hongmeng Void. After everything was ready, Yi Xian waved his hand and took out all the resources and top-grade treasures required for the formula. Then, he closed his eyes. At the same time, in the internal space of the Shinnon cauldron, in the flame pool at the bottom of the central domain volcano, xiao, 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 along with the sound of the air breaking, various colored lights shot out from the mouth of the cauldron above the central domain volcano and appeared directly above the flame pool at the bottom of the volcano. Suddenly, they stopped. They were all the top-grade materials and cultivation resources that Yi Xian had prepared for the level 28 treasure pill. Whoosh! Soon, a sound like the howling of the wind was heard. Almost in the next instant, a majestic Shinnon 9-colored flame held up from the pool of flames at the bottom of the central region volcano below these top-grade resources. Amidst the howling wind, the 9-colored flame sea condensed into a 9-colored cauldron with a radius of 3 meters. It was small and quaint, exuding an extraordinary aura. With the formation of this small cauldron, the blood essences of ferocious beasts and other materials that had been prepared earlier all flew up automatically. They entered the small cauldron with a radius of 3 meters. The refinement of the level 28 Supreme Treasure Pill officially began. Just one level 28 Supreme Being Pill was enough to make a 9th Order Universe Supreme Being become a Supreme Being of the Primordial Era in an instant. Just based on this point, its importance and preciousness could be imagined. Moreover, this was Yi Xian's first time refining a level 28 Almighty Pill, and the raw materials he used were all Supreme Blood Essences. Every single one of them represented a powerful Supreme Being of the universe, and they were too precious. He didn't dare to let his guard down in the slightest as he wholeheartedly controlled them. Controlling everything, with a thought, one alchemy technique after another appeared in Yi Xian's hands. The speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they turned into extremely obscure and mysterious runes and entered the 9-colored cauldron at the bottom of the volcano in the central region. Unknowingly, a month had passed in the blink of an eye. Right at this moment, a huge roar was heard above the flame pool at the bottom of the central domain volcano in the cauldron. The cauldron formed by the pure Shinnon 9-colored flames dissipated instantly, and the 9-colored flames rushed back to the flame pool below like a river. What remained above the flame pool were 16 round beads the size of an infant's fist. These 16 round beads were all golden purple in color, and there was a dense 9-colored mist on their surface. There was also a dreamy halo around them, and they gave off an ancient and heavy aura. It was a level 28 Supreme Treasure Pill. Just one pill was enough for a 9th level Pinnacle Universe Supreme to break through to level 28 of the remote antiquity realm in a short time. It was a Supreme Being Treasure Pill. There are 16 of them? After finishing the refinement, Yi Xian opened his eyes. When he saw the 16 supreme pellets floating in the air in front of him that emitted a dense aura of almighty beings, his face froze for a moment before he sucked in a breath of cold air. As he muttered to himself, his eyes shone with a blazing light of excitement. Under normal circumstances, there should be about 13 level 28 supreme blood essence pills in the cauldron from the cauldron. The reason why there were 3 extra blood essences was because there were 2 supreme-grade blood essences among the 17. However, that was no longer important. To Yi Xian, the most important thing was that this cauldron of level 28 Supreme Being pills was not only successfully refined, but the number of pills that came out of the cauldron had also exceeded his expectations. This was simply an unexpected surprise. There were 16 pills, and besides the one that he had consumed, there were still 15 pills left. In the future, there would be 15 powerful primordial beings among Yi Xian's subordinates. Primordial beings were usually overseen in top-level forbidden areas, but in fact, most top-level forbidden areas only had 3 or 4 primordial beings at most. For example, the honored Rainbow Forbidden Area that Yi Xian had just wreaked havoc in had 6 powerful primordial beings overseeing it. Therefore, even in the right half of the Milky Way's right bank, it was definitely one of the top forbidden areas and most powerful star regions because of this. In fact, even in a top-level forbidden area overseen by Supreme Primordial Being, it was impossible for there to be 15 primordial beings. At most, there would be less than 10 primordial beings. As such, if Yi Xian consumed all of the level 28 Supreme pills in his possession, the combined strength of him and his subordinates would far surpass that of a top-level forbidden area, even if it was a top-level forbidden area overseen by Supreme Primordial Being. A forbidden area would probably be able to compete with a top-level forbidden area. However, all of this was still too far away for the current Yixian. He still had a long way to go. Other than the fact that his own cultivation still needed to be improved, the cultivation of his subordinates was even more important. Counting the time, other than the Origin Nest base camp, the other subordinate armies left behind in the other star fields have not been seen for a long time. I wonder how the Azure Ox and the others are doing now. A cold light flashed in Yixian's eyes as he instantly thought of the nomadic army that he had left behind outside the primordial void. It had been more than 10 years since he had parted ways with the Azure Ox. That old fellow's cultivation base should have already reached the late stage of the Immortal Emperor realm. Although this kind of improvement speed was not bad, compared to Yixian, it was still too far away. Including the army of space beasts and ancient survivors he had left in the forbidden land of Rising Sun to guard the star whirlpool at the entrance to Hongming Void. Originally, there were only 3 emperors in that army, but now, there should be emperors in that army as well. The 28 supreme pills had finally been refined, and Yixian's heart was greatly relieved. After adjusting his state of mind and casting aside all the distracting thoughts that had suddenly surged out, he quickly entered the space inside the farmer god cauldron through the mouth of the cauldron that was shrouded in 9-colored mist. He hovered above the volcano in the central region and sat down cross-legged. The successive battles before leaving the Rainbow Clan's forbidden grounds had allowed him to completely integrate the gains from his previous breakthrough into his divine soul and physical body. Now, the opportunity for another breakthrough had arrived. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, as he waved his hand, a series of faint sounds of breaking through the air rang out, and in an instant, fine rays of light shot out and hovered in front of him. These were the cultivation resources that he had taken out from the undying world in his body for this breakthrough, including the all-evil origin liquid, the 9-colored divine medicine, and so on. After doing all this, Yixian immediately activated the power of the farmer god cauldron's domain, compressing all the cultivation resources into the size of a nascent soul fist, and then swallowed them into his stomach with a wave of his hand. Walala, soon, when the energy ball that had been compressed into the size of a nascent soul fist entered his mouth, the sound of chains rattling could be heard from Yixian's body. All the resources that were swallowed into his mouth instantly melted, and in the blink of an eye, a majestic river of energy appeared in his body. Obviously, the shackles that appeared in his body this time were still the same as before, and there was only one. This was expected, and Yixian did not pay attention to it. After adjusting his state of mind, Yixian immediately focused his mind and activated the river of energy that had just formed in his body. He continued to circulate it in all the meridians in his body, and began to circulate it again and again. In the previous battle, Yixian had consecutively killed 6 powerful ancients, and it could be said that the battle had been fought incisively and vividly. Because of the powerful divine ability of the fallen sky bow, the energy in his body was almost completely drained. Therefore, this breakthrough wasn't obstructed in the slightest. In just a single day, the large river of energy that had formed in Yixian's body had been completely destroyed. Bottom refinement. When this great river of energy completely disappeared after each cycle and merged with Yixian's soul and body, he only needed to attack once to break the shackles that had appeared this time. The anticipated system notification soon sounded in Yixian's mind. Ding! Congratulations to host for achieving a breakthrough in the ancient Dongshu formula. Current level, 5th level Universe Supreme. Ding! Congratulations to host. You have achieved a breakthrough in your physical body's chi and blood realm. Current level, 5th level Universe Supreme. 5th Order Venerable, just one step away from stepping into the peak mid-level Venerable realm. During the previous breakthrough, Yixian's original body's cultivation level had reached 4th Order Universe Supremacy. After activating the ancient Devil Ape's bloodline power in his body, he could advance to the 5th Order Venerable realm in an instant. If he were to use the 9 transformations of the demonic ape and reach the 9th transformation, his battle prowess would immediately rise to the level of a 5th Order Desolate Era mighty figure. But in truth, if one were to take into account the increase in his cultivation level due to the majestic blood essence in his body, his actual battle prowess would be comparable to a 6th Order Desolate Era mighty figure. But now, after his successful breakthrough, Yixian would instantly possess the strength of a 6th Order Universe Supremacy after activating the ancient Devil Ape's bloodline power in his body. If he were to use the 9 transformations of the demonic ape and enter the 9th transformation, his peak battle prowess would be comparable to a 6th-order desolate era mighty figure, if one were to take into account the majestic blood essence in his body that was 60 million miles in size. His actual battle prowess would increase by 1 level. Finally, the strongest battle prowess he could display now was comparable to a 7th-order desolate era mighty figure, which was equivalent to a late-stage desolate era mighty figure. He still had the Blood Sea secret technique. Once he activated the Blood Sea secret technique, he could condense 3 Blood Sea avatars in an instant. Each of them possessed terrifying battle prowess comparable to a 7th-order desolate era mighty figure. In a 3 versus 1 situation, killing a 7th-order desolate era mighty figure would be a piece of cake. Even an 8th-order desolate era mighty figure could be killed easily by using the big-headed black stick and a Xianxia 9-colored flame. There was no need for him to rely on the fallen skybow like before. At this point, he needed to use the fallen skybow to kill an existence that was at least a 9th-order universe supremacy, which was equivalent to a half-step supremacy. However, with Xianxia's current strength, he still wouldn't be able to touch a true primordial supreme. Even if he used the fallen skybow, it was still impossible. After all, the primordial supreme was the strongest existence below the heavenly Tao realm. His means were heaven-defying, and the desolate era's mighty figures couldn't be compared to him. I'm already a 5th-order universe supremacy. For more breakthroughs, and I'll be qualified to consume a level 28 universe supremacy's treasure pill. At that time, my cultivation will officially enter the universe supremacy realm. A sharp light flickered in Xianxia's eyes, and he subconsciously clenched his fists. In an instant, he was filled with lofty aspirations. If I officially enter the primordial era, and use the 9 transformations of the demonic ape's bloodline to the 9th transformation, my peak battle prowess will reach the primordial era, 2nd-order venerable. If that's the case, there won't be anyone on the right bank of the Milky Way that can make me fear them. At most, I'll use the fallen skybow to fight with my life. At that time, I'll be able to swagger around without fear. However, since I have nothing else to do now, I can use this opportunity to deduce the perfect level 29 supremacy treasure pill formula in one go. If that's the case, I can guarantee that my cultivation will officially enter the primordial era's realm in the future. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. In an instant, he used the 9 transformations of the demonic ape's bloodline ability to the 9th transformation. At the same time, he also used the Blood Sea secret technique. Therefore, his figure that was sitting cross-legged at the farmer god cauldron's mouth didn't change. He was still 10 zhang tall, but his cultivation had reached the 6th-order primordial era's realm. After adjusting his state of mind, Yi Fengliang quickly retracted his thoughts. The Union's devouring system pushed the system's calculation ability to the limit. A 6th-order primordial era's divine sense was extremely terrifying. With such a terrifying divine sense as support, Yi Fengliang believed that the deduction wouldn't take too long. Previously, Yi Xian had used more than 5 months to deduce the perfect level 28 supremacy treasure pill formula. But this time, Yi Xian's current cultivation had reached the 6th-order primordial era's realm, and his divine sense was much stronger than before. Another reason was because he had already instructed the devouring system to deduce the perfect level 29 supremacy treasure pill formula at full speed, and it was already in its embryonic form. In the end, it only took him slightly more than 6 months to deduce the perfect level 29 supremacy treasure pill formula. 6 months later, Yi Xian opened his eyes, and there was a glimmer of excitement in them. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. In this half a year, Yi Xian's harvest could be said to be extremely great. Not only did his cultivation break through another level, but he had officially stepped into the 5th-order sovereign realm. His peak battle strength was comparable to a 7th-order sovereign realm expert. Furthermore, he had also refined 16 28th level supreme elixir pills. Even the perfect pill formula for the level 29 supreme treasure pill had been successfully deduced. This caused Yi Xian's shoulders to relax in an instant. This was because he already had 10 almighty blood essences in his possession. If he really needed them, these 10 would be enough for him to start refining the pill. In this way, he could guarantee that his cultivation strength would officially enter the primordial venerable realm. With this kind of powerful strength, even if the desolate era descended, Yi Xian would not be afraid. Of course, although the perfect pill formula for the level 29 Supreme Treasure Pill had been deduced, and Yixian already had 10 Supreme Treasure Pills in his hands, since it was not time to use them, he would not easily start refining. After all, if he collected one more Supreme Treasure Pill and refined it, he would have one more Supreme Treasure Pill. This was a Supreme Treasure Pill, One represented a powerful primordial venerable realm expert, and he could not afford to underestimate it. After completing all this, Yixian's heart suddenly relaxed, and he immediately thought of the 5 Supreme Venerables that had not been dealt with yet. He had always adhered to the principle that if there was a grudge, he would take revenge on the day, and never wait a night. This time, because of special reasons, he had only taken half of the revenge, and left after venting a little of the anger in his heart. But now that the matter was settled, it was not Yixian's style to drag it out. Thinking of this, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he got up in an instant. After walking out of the Shinong furnace, he directly waved his hand and stored the furnace into his undying world. At this time, just as Yixian was about to leave the core of this abandoned star, a familiar throbbing came from his body. It was the movement of the Yanluo. Yixian's heart skipped a beat, and with a wave of his hand, he directly summoned the Yanluo. Whoosh, with a faint sound of breaking through the air, the Bao Luo whistled out, and with the wind, it expanded. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a pink silk cloth hundreds of feet in size, slowly rising and falling in the void in front of Yixian, exuding an extremely powerful and mysterious aura. Almost at the instant the Bao Luo was summoned, Corpse Ancestor's voice, filled with joy, "Master, the sister's seclusion is over. They are all half-step Supreme Venerables." Yixian stood up in shock. He was stunned for a moment before an expression of incomparable ecstasy appeared on his face. Half-step Supreme was equivalent to a 9th-tier complete Universe Master. Just one more step and he would be able to step into the true Universe Supreme level. After reaching the level of Supreme Venerables, the 7 girls only needed to increase their cultivation by one more realm, and their strength would return to the pinnacle of their previous lives, which was the Desolation Supreme Venerables. Based on this speed and momentum of development, the Desolation Supreme Venerables was clearly far from their final goal after their rebirth. If there were no accidents, the 7 girls' own cultivation strength would break through to the Desolation Supreme Venerables in the future. The 7 beauties in the Yanluo were Corpse Ancestor Hanba, Corpse Ancestor Ho Qing, Desolation Electra Lady, Mysterious Lady of the 9 Heavens, 9-tailed Celestial Fox, Celestial Phoenix Maiden, and Fairy Xianxia. In the distant era of the Desolation Supreme Venerables, they were known as the 7 beauties of the Desolation Supreme Venerables and were famous for a time. Later on, the War of the Desolation Supreme Venerables broke out, and the 7 beauties all died, but each of them had a trace of consciousness origin sealed in the Yanluo. After countless years, this treasure was obtained by Yixian. During this period of time, they experienced all sorts of dangers. Until now, the 7 great beauties of the Primordial Era, who were once famous in the Primordial Era, had finally all stepped into the half-step Venerable realm after reuniting. Now, they were less than 2 realms away from the pinnacle of their previous lives. With the amount of top-notch cultivation resources provided by Yixian, and the speed of their recovery, perhaps, they would be able to complete this distance in just 2 hibernation sessions. At the thought of this, Yixian suddenly became excited, and his chest rose and fell. Xiao! Xiao, xiao, xiao. Just as he was excited, a faint sound of the air breaking was heard one after another. From the Yanluo, which was fluttering in the wind, 7 figures rushed out and lined up in the space in front of Yixian. They were the 7 beauties who were sleeping in the Yanluo, including the Corpse Ancestor, Ho Qing. The 7 famous beauties of the Desolation Supreme Venerables, no matter which one, were all existences with top-notch appearances and figures, and their temperaments were all different. Although he had met them many times, Yixian still could not control himself, and his heart beat faster. "Greetings, Master." After their figures suddenly appeared, the 7 beautiful beauties of the Desolation Supreme Venerables bowed to Yixian at the same time with a smile, and softly called out "Master." Immediately after, they discovered Yixian's current cultivation strength. As a result, one soft cry after another sounded out like a tide. After a while, the 7 girls did not forget what had happened after they woke up from their slumber. Soon, the smiles on their faces disappeared, and their expressions became solemn. They asked Yixian, "Master, what happened after that?" Yes, that Xingbo you mentioned. At the mention of this matter, Yi Xian's expression turned solemn. He did not hide anything and immediately told the 7 girls everything that had happened in the mosquito forbidden ground. Upon hearing that Xingbo had an extraordinary relationship with the primeval Heaven's Eye, and that his cultivation strength was suspected to have reached the heavenly Tao realm, the 7 girls immediately fell silent. They bit their lips slightly, and their faces were filled with resentment and indignation. Clearly, Xingbo's terrifying heavenly Tao realm cultivation had frightened them. After all, the 7 girls were only at the late stage of the Desolation Supreme Venerables when they were at their peak in their previous lives. And now, Xingbo, who had lived from the Desolation Supreme Venerables to the present, had successfully entered the Milky Way star domain where the mother planet was located, ahead of everyone else. There was bound to be greater opportunities inside, and it might even allow Xingbo's cultivation strength to improve. Further, from the looks of it, even if the 7 girls were to live a second life, they would probably not be able to take revenge for what happened back then. As he spoke, Yi Xian waved his hand and took out a large number of 9-colored divine herbs from the sealed cave at the bottom of the volcano in the Shenong cauldron. Just like before, it was divided into 7 portions. Each portion was tens of thousands of cubic meters. As a result, the batch of 9-colored divine medicines that Yi Xian had refined earlier was instantly reduced by half. It was as big as a mountain, and this was the 3/5. In fact, during this period of time, Yi Xian had used about a fifth of the 9-colored divine herbs to break through his cultivation. Therefore, only a fifth of the batch of 9-colored divine herbs that he had refined back then remained. From the looks of it, it would not be long before he refined another cauldron of 9-colored divine herbs. Apart from preparing for the 7 girls, Yi Xian also needed them himself. In addition, he had already decided to head to the Phoenix Blood Star region and the Forbidden Land of Rising Sunday. There were still 2 groups of subordinates there, including the Azure Ox. An army. It had been more than a decade since they parted. For this trip, apart from the various treasured pills that Yi Xian had gifted, the 9-colored divine herbs were clearly indispensable. Phew! Swish! 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 At that moment, as he waved his hand, a faint sonic boom sounded. 7 beams of light shot out and landed in the void beside him before coming to an abrupt stop. They were 7 9-colored divine herbs that were tens of thousands of cubic meters in size. Thank you, Master. Master, don't worry. We will not give up. Just as you said, we will definitely seek vengeance in this life. Even if he is a supreme existence that surpasses the heavenly Tao realm. Yi Xian's words clearly moved the 7 girls. Tears welled up in their eyes, but they had a resolute look on their faces. They resisted the urge to cry. With a wave of their hands, they instantly collected the 9-colored divine herbs that Yi Xian had provided, as well as a vast amount of other top-grade treasures. They put away all the cultivation resources they had. It's rare for us to come out. Furthermore, all of you have been in a bad mood during this period of time. You can't hold back your cultivation. Otherwise, it will affect your mental state. Seeing the 7 girls pull themselves together again, Yi Xian nodded. He paused midway before continuing, why don't we stay outside for a few more days? Treat it as a distraction. Wow, that's great, that was our intention from the start. But now that the great enemy has yet to be eliminated and the pressure on our master is so great, we really shouldn't relax too much. That's why we didn't dare to mention it before. Master is still the best. You're like a roundworm in our stomachs. You actually guessed my thoughts. Master, you're so bad. When they heard that Yi Xian had taken the initiative to ask them to stay outside for a few more days, the 7 girls were pleasantly surprised. The serious expressions on their faces were instantly replaced by playful smiles. As they spoke, the 9-tailed celestial fox and a few of the more seductive girls were half joking. She began to tease Yi Xian, causing black lines to appear on his forehead. He shook his head and smiled bitterly. After pondering for a while, Yi Xian flipped his hand, and a palm-sized purple gold yuan carriage appeared in his palm. It was the demon dragon carriage. Previously, his plan was to directly rush to the top most powerful star field in the form of a violent ape, kill the 5 powerful people who had tried to stop him, and then leave. But now, Yi Xian changed his mind. The masters of the ancient people were different from the ferocious star beasts. After the ferocious star beasts were killed, the majestic qi and blood from their bodies could be used to refine the blood essence of the ferocious star beasts. But the masters of the ancient people had no use for this. And these 5 old guys were actually tempted by the benefits and almost killed Yixian. If he just killed them, he was really unwilling. He had to get some benefits. Compared with the ferocious star beasts, the ancient people had the advantage of the secret alchemy methods passed down in their tribes, as well as various other resources. Yixian would not let go of these too. This time, when he went to the top most powerful forbidden area, in addition to killing the 5 old guys, he also had to take all the treasures and resources in their hands, as well as the secret alchemy methods in their hands. Perhaps because of this, Yixian would be able to refine a supreme divine medicine that surpassed the 9-colored divine medicine and had an even better effect. Whoosh! After making the decision, Yixian lowered his head and looked at the demonic dragon's imperial chariot in his hand, then waved his hand directly. Accompanied by a sharp sound, the demonic dragon's imperial chariot in his palm instantly turned into a black and purple light, shooting forward. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a 1,000 feet long Yuan imperial chariot. The entire Yuan imperial chariot was purple gold, with a metallic luster. Every inch of it had a purple-gold halo rising, like a dense fog. The Yuan imperial chariot was surrounded by carved dragons and phoenixes, full of mysterious runes, exuding a very simple aura. As for space, there was an area with a radius of 1,000 feet outside the carriage. It was divided into 2 parts, front and back. The back half had a dome like a secret room. Space technology was used inside, and there was a universe inside. The space was enormous. The front half had no dome and 4 walls, but it was shrouded by a layer of purple-gold mist. After stepping into the chariot, one could choose to sit in the front half to enjoy the scenery. However, even in the front half, there were many modes. When necessary, one could adjust to the visible mode. The mist instantly became translucent, as if it was separated by a layer of mist. A layer of purple gauze covered the mist. One could also make the curtain-like purple mist thicken in an instant. Everything inside could not be seen. However, this was only the Yuan imperial chariot. Outside the chariot, there were other extensions. The so-called extensions were 7,000 feet long black demonic dragons. One was circling behind the chariot, and there was another one on the left and right sides. In front of the chariot, there were 6 black dragons pulling the chariot. There were a total of 9 such black dragons. All of them were real and not energy shadows. Moreover, the aura emitted from these 9 black dragons was at the Desolation Era's almighty figure level. If necessary, with a thought, Yixian could control any few of the devil dragons to charge into the distance and kill them. Of course, with Yixian's previous cultivation level, the combat power he could display when controlling the 9 demonic dragons refined from the demonic bodies of the 9 black dragons was not at the Desolation Era's almighty figure level. Previously, they only had the aura of a Desolation Era's almighty figure level. However, their actual combat power was limited by Yixian's own cultivation level. Previously, he was only at the 9th stage of the Universe Master level. To put it bluntly, they were actually paper tigers. They could be used to scare people and keep up appearances, but in a real life and death battle, they would be exposed in an instant. However, that was only in the past. Now, it was obviously not the same situation. Currently, Yixian had activated the 9th transformation of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape. Even if his body was only around 3 meters tall, he would still be able to reach the first level of enhancement from the boundless blood and qi in his enormous body, even if his cultivation base was only around 60 million kilometers long. He could reach the Desolation Era's almighty figure level 6. Whoosh! A streak of purple gold light shot out from the core of the star and reached the primordial chaos hundreds of millions of miles away in the blink of an eye. This streak of purple gold light was the demonic dragon chariot. Yixian had regained his original appearance, but he did not withdraw from the demonic ape bloodline. Even the 9 transformations of the demonic ape bloodline ability remained at the 9th transformation. The reason he could still maintain his original human appearance in this state was because of the Blood Sea secret technique. The Blood Sea secret technique allowed him to change the size of his body as he wished. He could be as large as 60 million miles or as small as a drop of blood. It was naturally easy for him to restore his original human appearance. This was the uniqueness of the Blood Sea secret technique. When using the Blood Sea secret technique, no matter how he changed his appearance, it would not affect his cultivation strength. Regardless of the realm he was at before using it, he would still be at the same cultivation strength after using it. However, because his body was no longer 60 million kilometers in size, the boundless vital energy and blood within his enormous body naturally didn't provide a boost to his cultivation base. Therefore, the cultivation strength that Xian exuded now was that of a sixth-step primordial expert. For a sixth-order expert to control a desolate supreme treasure like the demonic dragon, his speed was unimaginably fast. Although he couldn't compare to a real desolate supreme, he was already comparable to a peak ninth-order expert who was half a step away from the desolate era. After all, apart from Xian's own strength controlling the demonic dragon chariot, there were also the 9 primordial experts pulling the chariot. With Xian's current cultivation strength as a sixth-step primordial expert, both the demonic dragon chariot and the 9 primordial black dragons could expand to 10 million feet in size if he wanted to. However, that would be too ostentatious. Although Xian had summoned the demonic dragon chariot to show off, in his opinion, the highest level of ostentatiousness was to show off while at the same time making others feel that he was too low-key. Therefore, the demonic dragon chariot and the 9 primordial black dragons were only 1,000 feet in size. After entering the primordial chaos, they shot toward the right half of the Milky Way's right bank like a bolt of purple-gold lightning. In the front courtyard of the demonic dragon chariot, Xian, Ancestor Corpse, Hamba, and the old elephant fox Martin were there as well. Now, apart from the 7 beauties, Xian's only subordinates were the elephant fox Martin and Ying Tai who had followed him out of the Source Nest Star last time. Oh, there was also the thunder spirit of the Emperor's seal in the Rai Di seal. The green ox, Yu Ling Long, the dragon centipede, the Gong Jun, the ferocious beast army led by the black wind tiger and the howling moon mastiff, the Sangji immigrant tribe, the captive army led by the 3-clawed flood dragon, Longshan Tang, and the others were still in the primordial chaos void. Of the primordial chaos, the ferocious beast army of the forbidden land of rising sun that Xian had subdued, as well as the remnant experts of the powerful Shenhuang tribe that he had abducted, were currently in the forbidden land of rising sun outside the entrance to the Hongmeng void. Old Pig Spirit, the 8 great guardian deities, Flying Centipede, Old Monster Yin Ji, Gui Hai Dao, Song Qingyu, Mount Naibua, Ba Chai, Li Mosquito, Swafeng Tai, and the rest of the demon army. There was also an army of 10 million ferocious beasts in the primordial chaos, along with the wild dragon ship and the giant life fortress. The Mosquito Prince, Xue Ben, had been possessed by his ancestor, and his current whereabouts were unknown. The reborn Shi Wanjin had also left. No one knew where he was in the Grand Mist Void. Even after Xian's devouring avatar left, there was still no news. In addition, Xian also had an electronic doppelganger that had entered D-Air's mechanical tribe's base camp. Until now, there had been no news of him. The army under these subordinates needed Xian to guide them into the Hongmeng void. As for Shi Wanjin, the devouring avatar, and the others who had left alone, they needed Xian to find out about their whereabouts and gradually guide them back. This was because he had a strong premonition that the so-called Great Desolation era would soon descend. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but be a little lost in thought. All of this could only be started after the current trip was over. In the front courtyard of the Demon Dragon, the 7 girls saw that Xian wasn't in high spirits and seemed to be thinking about something, so they didn't disturb him. However, they were bored, so they all shifted their attention to the palm-sized, furry and extremely cute elephant. On the fox ferret. This old guy was now an Emperor level 9 pinnacle, which meant that he was half a step away from becoming an emperor. For him to be able to make such progress in a dozen years, besides the large amount of 9-colored godly medicine provided by Xian, it was obviously inseparable from his own efforts. Unfortunately, even though he was half a step away from becoming an emperor, he had no resistance in front of the 7 beautiful girls. The 7 girls were already half a step away from becoming universe supremes, and there was a difference of 3 great realms between them. They weren't even on the same level. The 7 girls had been in seclusion almost all the time. It was rare for them to come out and relax, so naturally, they couldn't stop. From time to time, they would tease the fox ferret from time to time, making him look hopeless. Ah woo, the next time I go into seclusion, I won't come out until I break through one or two great realms. The demon dragon transformed into a black light and shot away. Along the way, the fox ferret's shrill howls resounded through the universe void. It was enough to make one shed tears. Calculating the time, it had been almost 7 months since Xian left after killing the 6 primordial beings in the forbidden land of Rainbow Miazun. For Xian, half a year had passed in the blink of an eye. For 6 whole months, he was fully immersed in deriving the perfect pill formula for the level 29 Supreme Treasure Pill. Therefore, he didn't feel the passage of time. However, half a year of time might not be much to the experts in the countless forbidden areas, the most powerful star regions, and some scattered star regions on the right bank of the primordial void. Perhaps, it would be a small period of seclusion or a nap. Time passed in a blink of an eye. However, in this half a year, the great beings in the forbidden lands and star fields in the right bank of the Milky Way felt like a year had passed. In this half a year, the people on the right bank of the Milky Way were in a state of anxiety. Half a year ago, there had been a massacre in the forbidden land of Rainbow Miazun, as well as the cause of this massacre, including Xian falling into a trap and being besieged by 12 supreme beings above the late stage, then killing them one after another. 2 supreme beings from the primordial era. The right bank of the Milky Way was extremely long. There were countless forbidden lands and star regions of various levels surrounding the right bank, as well as some scattered star regions. Among them, there must be many primordial supreme masters. However, the primordial supreme masters usually did not show up. They only paid attention to the Milky Way star region, waiting for the day when the Milky Way star region opened so that they could enter it as soon as possible and compete for the new primordial luck of the primordial era. These primordial supreme masters might not even stay in the primordial void. It was very likely that they were like the void giant tortoise, hibernating in other planes connected to this place, or in some fragments of the void. Therefore, on the right bank of the Milky Way, although it was said that there were many super forbidden lands and star regions guarded by supreme masters of the primordial era, in fact, the most powerful beings that could be seen here were the supreme beings of the primordial era. Yes. The primordial supreme hadn't appeared in public for countless years. Even the primordial almighties rarely showed themselves in public. However, in the past 6 months, the void giant tortoise had appeared 3 times. He was not an ordinary primordial supreme master, but a peak supreme master of the 9th stage of the realm, which was half a step into the heavenly Tao. At his level, it was naturally not an ordinary existence that could attract the void giant tortoise. In fact, he had appeared 3 times in the past 6 months, all to hunt down the primordial supreme master. Moreover, there were no clues about the void giant tortoise. No one knew where it was. Only after confirming that a powerful primordial supreme master level beast had appeared in a certain super forbidden land, the void giant tortoise would suddenly appear, instantly lock onto its target, kill it, take the majestic chi and blood formed by the explosion of its body, condense it into a blood bead, and then leave in an instant. All of this was exactly the same as the starry sky berserk ape's method and style of action. In just half a year, in the various super forbidden lands on the right bank of the Milky Way, there were already 3 early-stage supreme masters who had been successfully hunted down by him. This was definitely a shocking secret. After the news spread, the entire right bank of the Milky Way panicked, and everyone was in danger. Those supreme masters of the primordial supreme masters who were in seclusion in their respective super forbidden lands fled the primordial void without hesitation. In the air, they went straight to the untraceable fragments of the void, not daring to show up here again. The last time the void giant tortoise made a move was 3 months ago. In the first 3 months, he made a move almost every month, but in the last 3 months, he seemed to be unable to find any prey, so he did not appear again. But everyone knew that he must still be lurking somewhere, paying close attention to the most powerful forbidden areas and the most powerful star areas on the right bank of the Milky Way. Once he confirmed that a supreme master of the ancients showed up, he would jump out to hunt. This was really frightening and infuriating. The existences below the supreme master of the ancients were just frightened after hearing the news, but those supreme masters of the ancients were real prey, and they might have already led that supreme master of the ancients astray in the dark. Way. He was a legendary existence. Even in the distant Great Desolation era, he was a famous supreme warrior. He had participated in the primordial war that destroyed the entire Great Desolation world. Moreover, even in that Great Desolation war, the highest level in history in the most powerful battle, he was definitely a leading figure. Such an existence had always been lurking and had never harmed the world. But now, as soon as he appeared, he went on a killing spree and specifically targeted the Supreme Masters of the Primordial Supreme Masters. This was not normal. Many people speculated that the reason for the Void Giant Tortoise's actions must be related to the Supreme Master of the Primordial Void Ape that had become the public enemy of the right bank. Because if the Void Giant Tortoise wanted to do this, he could have done it a long time ago. Why wait until now? Now the news had already spread that the Void Giant Tortoise had accidentally appeared when the Supreme Master of the Primordial Void Ape was being chased by two powerful Supreme Masters in the Void, and had killed the two Supreme Masters on the spot. As for what happened after the Void Giant Tortoise killed the two Supreme Masters, no one knew. In that kind of situation, no one dared to stay in the surroundings. Even if they were at the scene, they had already fled in fear. But at least one thing was certain, and that was that after the Void Giant Tortoise killed the two Supreme Masters, he did not attack the Supreme Master of the Primordial Void Ape. This had already been proven. Because not long after that, the ferocious ape headed to the exalted Rainbow Forbidden Area completely unharmed, and it annihilated the 6 great figures of the primordial era that resided in that supreme forbidden area before swaggering off. The fact that the Supreme Master of the Primordial Void Ape was still alive was enough to prove that something must have happened between him and the Void Giant Tortoise. Since then, the Void Giant Tortoise began to hunt Supreme Masters. It was most likely that he had been bewitched by the Supreme Master of the Primordial Void Ape. This was because both the Violent Ape and the Void Tortoise only hunted the ferocious beasts of the starry sky. As for the primordial survivors, they simply couldn't be bothered with them. Among the 11 Desolate Era Almighty Beings that blocked Bao Yuan's path, in addition to the 6 Almighty Beings from the Rainbow Forbidden Land, there were also 5 Almighty Beings from the Desolate Era. However, after Bao Yuan killed the 6 Almighty Beings from the Desolate Era, there were still 5 Almighty Beings from the Desolate Era. Yet, the Almighty didn't care about it at all, and one could see a thing or two from it, considering that Bao Yuan had only hunted Undying Emperor-level beasts at the beginning, and then slowly increased his level from Emperor to Universe Knight, then Universe Master, then Universe Supreme, and then half a year ago, he had become a primordial great being. Everyone speculated that the reason why Bao Yuan was able to increase his power from Emperor level to the primordial great being level in less than 20 years was because he had been hunting space beasts of all levels. It was related to beasts. This also explained why he could successfully bewitch the Void Tortoise. Facing the Void Tortoise, who was a pinnacle supreme being at the peak of the 9th level, Bao Yuan had no ability to resist. He could only hand over the secret technique he had mastered, and most likely made some kind of promise to the Void Tortoise. If there were no accidents, the Void Tortoise would have continuously hunted supreme-level beasts and extracted the majestic energy and blood from their exploding bodies, compressing it into a blood bead. His final goal was to use the heaven-defying mystic technique he grasped to break through the bottleneck of a major realm and enter the true heavenly Dao realm in one fell swoop. Once this theory spread, it instantly became the mainstream, because this was the only explanation that made the most sense and could explain everything. Hence, in the entire right bank of the Milky Way, other than the supreme-level beasts of the primordial great beings, even the almighty-level beasts began to feel fear. This was because although the Void Tortoise didn't think highly of them, the Violent Ape wasn't simple either. He was even more powerful than them. The Flying Dawn Star region was adjacent to the revered Rainbow Forbidden Land. The distance between the two was less than 10 billion miles. Even the overall strength of the two was about the same. The only difference was that Rainbow Zone Forbidden Land was a top-tier forbidden land, and there were space beasts living there. The Flying Cloud Star region was a top star region. Although there were some ferocious beasts in it, the ones who controlled the general situation were the survivors of the primordial era. The strongest experts in charge of the Xianxia Star region were the 5 remnant experts of the primordial era. That's right, these 5 old fellows were the remnant experts who had blocked Yi Xian's path together with the 6 great beasts from the Rainbow Revered Forbidden Area. Now, the Rainbow Venerable Forbidden Land had declined from a top-tier forbidden land with a great being from the primordial era to an advanced forbidden land with only over 20 universe supreme beings guarding it. Rainbow Zone. Since the revered Rainbow Forbidden Land was so close to the Xiaofei starfield, the ferocious beasts in the revered Rainbow Forbidden Land did not have a good time. Unfortunately, Hongmeng Void was so big, and they had no other place to go. No matter how sullen they were, they could only hide in Rainbow Zone Forbidden Land and endure the bullying from the Primordial Era survivors from Xiaofei Star area. Ferocious star beasts would devour each other to transform their bloodlines and increase their strength. While the Primordial Era survivors were basically the same. They walked the path of body evolution, but they devoured the flesh of space beasts. They didn't devour them directly, but they refined them into flesh medicine before swallowing them. Therefore, in any star area ruled by the Primordial Era survivors, there would be a large number of space beasts, and the space beasts were basically in a semi-free-range state. When needed, they would be hunted and refined into flesh medicine. There were many ferocious beasts in the Flying Dawn Forbidden Land, but now, with the decline of the Rainbow Night Forbidden Land, its level had dropped, and it had become a senior Forbidden Land with only Universe Supreme beings guarding it. In the eyes of the primordial survivors of the Xiaofei Forbidden Land, this vicious beast Forbidden Land that was only 10 billion kilometers away had undoubtedly become a breeding ground for vicious beasts that was not within the Xiaofei Star region, but close to the outside. This is although the countless ferocious beasts in the exalted Rainbow Forbidden Land were unwilling to admit this, the truth was basically like this. In the past 6 months, there had been several powerful hunting teams of survivors in the Flying Sunset Forbidden Land 10 billion miles away in the void. They had barged into the Rainbow Forbidden Land and started hunting ferocious beasts. Yes, at this moment, none of the more than 20 Universe Supremes in Hongzun Forbidden Land dared to make a sound, as they knew that this was the result of the indulgence of the 5 powerful remnant beings in Xiaofei Star Field. Ruide would have been fine if they had turned a blind eye to it, but if they had dared to suppress it, the entire Forbidden Land of Rainbow Zone would have been destroyed as long as a single Supreme being from the Flying Dawn Star Field came. In addition, the hunting teams of the survivors who entered the Rainbow Venerable Forbidden Land were not very excessive. They were a little bit restrained to let the small stream flow for a long time. Therefore, they really endured their anger and forcibly swallowed it back into their stomachs. In order for most of the vicious beasts in the revered Rainbow Forbidden Land to survive here, they had to pay a price in blood every once in a while. Although this was painful, it was not unacceptable. In an empty environment, the law of the jungle had always been like this. Under the eaves, the beasts had to bow their heads. It could be said that in the past 6 months, all the survivors of the remote antiquity in the Flying Dawn Forbidden Land had been extremely comfortable. In the short period of time after the 6 ferocious beasts guarding the Forbidden Land were killed, about half a month or so, because they were worried that the ferocious ape would descend, they were in a state of anxiety every day. The next 5 months were simply comfortable. As for the 5 supreme beings, they were so comfortable that they could not be described with words. Now, they were already sure that the ferocious ape would not come to find trouble, because even if it killed them, there was no benefit. They were supreme beings of the remote antiquity, not space beasts. After their bodies exploded, the blood mist was useless to the ferocious ape. In addition, the 6 supreme beings of the Rainbow Venerable Forbidden Land, who had been eyeing the ferocious ape covetously but could not find a chance to kill it, were all killed in one day. This was simply fulfilling their wish. In the entire Rainbow Venerable Forbidden Land, there were countless ferocious beasts in Hongzun Forbidden Land, and they could take whatever they wanted at will. They even planned to go to Hongzun Forbidden Land to hunt a few supreme beasts in Hongzun Forbidden Land and add their flesh and blood to the medicine cauldron when they made the flesh and blood next time. Anyway, there were many supreme beasts in Hongzun Forbidden Land, and there were more than 20 of them, so they could not kill them all in a short time. Right. Yi Xian did not know all of this. At this moment, he was rushing all the way from the nest star where the strongest body was nurtured. When he was on his way to Xiaofei Star Field, he happened to pass by Hongzun Forbidden Land. Xiao. 1. A faint black light flashed past the end of the void space in the distance at a terrifying speed. This scene immediately alarmed the supreme beings who came from Xiaofei Star Field and were about to enter Hongzun Forbidden Land to hunt some ferocious beasts. There were more than 1,000 people in this hunting team, and nearly 100 of them were Universe Knights. It could be seen that Hongzun Forbidden Land must have paid a great price this time. The appetite of Universe Knights was not comparable to the 5 Undying Realms, not to mention that there were nearly 100 of them among the 1,000 supreme beings. At this moment, the faint black light that was shooting through the void in the distance was 2 to 3 billion miles away from this hunting team of survivors at the edge of the rainbow venerable forbidden land. However, the aura of the supreme being from the primordial era was so strong that it could be felt clearly even from billions of miles away in the void space. Turn around. When they looked over, all the supreme beings in this hunting team were stunned for a short while, and then their expressions changed drastically. They exclaimed in horror, "What? That's the aura of the supreme being from the primordial era? And there are 9 of them? How is this possible?" The key is that these 9 terrifying auras are not from the supreme beings of Hongzun. They are clearly ferocious beasts. What happened? Why are there suddenly 9 powerful ferocious beasts in this area? Is it related to Hongzun Forbidden Land? If so, then it's going to be a big deal. Xiao, before the exclamations of the thousands of survivors in the hunting team had faded away, the black light in the distance, which seemed to be just passing by, suddenly changed its direction and rushed straight to this side. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of them. Xiao! A sharp sound broke through the air. Billions of miles away, a black light shot toward them at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of them and stopped 100 miles away, hanging steadily in the void space. It was not until now that the hunting team of more than 1,000 survivors saw the true appearance of this light. It was actually a magnificent and luxurious carriage, and there were actually 9 black dragons pulling the carriage in front of the carriage. This luxurious carriage was obviously a primordial treasure, and the aura it emitted made their hearts beat faster. The 9 black dragons pulling the carriage were all great beings of the primordial era. This was a great being of the primordial era. Even if he was only at the 2nd level of the primordial era, he could gather 9 identical black dragons to pull the carriage at the same time. What kind of extravagance was this? Even the most powerful supreme beings of the primordial era on the right bank of the Milky Way had never heard of such extravagance. It was simply frightening. Walala, right at this moment, the curtain in front of the carriage suddenly rolled up like a water curtain, and the scene that was originally covered was instantly exposed to everyone's eyes. 1. A young man in a silver robe with an imposing appearance and extraordinary temperament walked out with his hands behind his back. He looked proud and indifferent, as if he was strolling in his own backyard. Tight. Behind this young man were 7 female cultivators, all of whom were peerlessly beautiful and had different temperaments, and each of them was devastatingly beautiful. Seeing this scene, all the great beings of the survivors opened their eyes wide and gasped. This young man who walked out didn't look very old, but the aura of cultivation emitted from his body showed that he was a 6th-level great being of the primordial era. This was a great being of the human race at the pinnacle of the middle stage, only 1 step away from becoming a great being of the later stage. This was, as for the 7 beautiful maids following him, the aura of cultivation emitted from their bodies was also extraordinary. The 7 women were all universe masters at the 9th level of perfection, which was equivalent to a half-supreme being. He was a 6th-level great being, and the 7 maids beside him were all universe masters at the 9th level of perfection. Even the 9 black dragons pulling the carriage were all 2nd-level great beings. This kind of extravagance was unheard of on the right bank of the Milky Way, not to mention seeing it. It was unimaginable. Several subconsciously, these thousands of survivors all believed that this young man with an extraordinary temperament must have a terrifying background. There must be an extremely powerful force behind him, and they were afraid that there was more than one supreme of the ancients. Moreover, it was not an ordinary supreme of the ancients, but a supreme of the ancients at the peak of the 9th order like the void tortoise. Also that was the half-step heavenly Tao. This was obvious because with this young man's 6th stage cultivation base, although it was enough to suppress the black dragon, it was another matter to make the black dragon so obedient and willing to be his beast ride. Desolation, the ancient almighties would never be able to do this. Only the supreme ancients of the Middle Ages and above could do this. What's more, there was more than one rank 2 black dragon that was willing to ride a beast. There were 9 of them. Even the supreme ancient of the ancients wouldn't be able to collect so many of them, as these thoughts flashed through their minds, the thousands of experts instantly felt that the young man who was coming out of the carriage was emitting an invisible pressure, which made them subconsciously hold their breath and feel extremely nervous. That's right. Fong is really too mysterious, and his background is too powerful. Even the hundreds of universe knights present couldn't help but feel nervous. I didn't expect to meet such a large group of survivors on the right bank of the Milky Way. It's really rare. At this moment, right when everyone was extremely nervous, the silver-robed man who'd already walked out from within the carriage had already nodded with a light smile on his face. He seemed to be amiable and approachable, and his voice was even gentler and revealed the shapeless aura of a superior. May I know, why are all of you doing this? Fellow cultivators? Hall, a sixth-stage great master with such a terrifying background, and his extravagance is simply unheard of. How dare he call us fellow cultivators? Tut, 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 this is a real superior, this is the spirit of a real great master. What's more, according to what he said, is he a big playboy from a super powerful star domain on the left bank of the Milky Way? This is a big deal, wandering on the two banks of the Milky Way as a sightseeing tour. Such extravagance, perhaps even the supreme of the ancients didn't have such extravagance. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 1,000 great beings of the survivors were so excited that their faces were flushed. For a moment, they even forgot to answer the other party's question. How dare you? How dare you ignore the question of our young master? Do you want to be annihilated? Pa. 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 After only 2 breaths of silence, the 7 maidservants behind the silver-robed man changed their expressions and shouted harshly. Almost at the same time, the 7 maidservants attacked almost at the same time. In an instant, there were endless slapping sounds. Without exception, the 1,000 great beings of the survivors were all slapped in the face. It was actually 7 universe masters at pinnacle level 9, and when they joined forces, it was no problem at all for them to slap more than 1,000 slaps in an instant. Even the nearly 100 universe knights, without exception, were all slapped in the face. It wasn't until then that they realized that after such a long time, they were not even as good as the 7 maidservants of the mysterious silver-robed man. The other party's maidservants were all universe masters at pinnacle level 9, while they were only universe knights, and their cultivation had not even reached pinnacle level 9. They were more than 1 realm weaker than the silver-robed man. Just like that, the silver-robed man called them fellow out of politeness. If they really regarded themselves as equals with the silver-robed man, they were afraid that they would be in big trouble. The silver-robed man didn't have any reaction, as he didn't care about such a trivial matter at all. However, the 7 maidservants behind him were not so easy to talk to. They just didn't answer the question for 2 breaths of time, and then they went crazy on the spot. If they continued to be so negligent, it wouldn't be as simple as slapping 1 or 2 slaps. If they didn't do it properly, they would lose their lives. And there was no need for the silver-robed man to do anything at all. The 7 half-supreme maidservants behind him were enough to easily annihilate the survivors of the survivors of the survivors. At the thought of this, all the great beings of the survivors trembled at the same time. Their knees went soft, and they immediately knelt down in the void space and kowtowed repeatedly. Under the great change of expression, some of them begged for mercy, and some of them hurriedly explained. However, some of them were smarter and quickly answered the silver-robed man's question with short words. It had to be said that this scene was indeed a little chaotic, but fortunately, after a short period of chaos, these guys finally explained the question clearly. Therefore, there is a top-notch forbidden area 10 billion miles ahead. There are actually 5 Taoist friends of the Almighty stage in it? Limu asked. That's interesting. Yi Xian found it funny when he heard the 1,000+ experts speak one after another. However, he deliberately revealed a pleasantly surprised expression on his face. He waved his hand and said, "It just so happens that this young master is traveling the right bank of the Milky Way in search of an opportunity to refine the 9-colored divine medicine. I'm in a good mood today. Perhaps my opportunity has arrived. I'll go take a look at the Xiaofei star field that you mentioned. I'll compare notes with those 5 fellow Taoists on the refinement of flesh medicine. Perhaps this time I'll really be able to refine the 9-colored divine medicine." Hearing this, more than 1,000 experts in front of him gasped at the same time, and exclaimed, 9-colored divine medicine? Oh my god, did I hear it wrong? In this world, there is actually someone who can refine the nine-colored divine medicine? Sure enough, it's the Dewan from the left bank. Senior, you're actually planning to refine the nine-colored divine medicine. On the right bank of the Milky Way, the nine-colored divine medicine is just an ancient legend. Even the most powerful cultivator in the Xianxia star area can only refine the purple gold medicine, which is a far cry from the nine-colored divine medicine. And he can't refine it smoothly every time. From the looks of it, this might be a great opportunity for my Xianxia star field. This is a senior from the left bank of the Milky Way, one of the 5 ancestors in charge of the star field. If I can exchange pointers with him on the refinement of flesh medicine, I'm sure I'll be able to benefit greatly. Pa, why are you talking so much nonsense? The young master has already spoken, didn't you hear it? Half of you will lead the way, and the other half will immediately go back and inform the 5 powerful cultivators of the Xianxia star area to line up outside the star area to welcome. Before these experts could finish their exclamations, the sound of slapping rang out again. Each of them was still slapped, and no one was left behind. The corpse ancestor, Hamba, and the other 7 girls made their move once again. The color that they were currently playing was that of an unruly servant girl, and now that they had deliberately said it like this, it imperceptibly made the shocking origin of Xianxia's so-called young master even more mysterious. Why? As they had just said, the Xianxia star area was a top-level star area. There were 5 powerful cultivators in the star area, and the most powerful one had reached the peak of the 9th stage of the Desolate Era, which was half a step away from the Supreme Desolate Era. But even so, this mysterious young master still didn't take it seriously. Even the 7 maids behind him didn't react at all. He even scolded them. Half of them immediately rushed back to report, and asked the 5 powerful cultivators of the Xianxia star area to welcome him. This means what? He said. Even if it was a supreme expert of the Desolation Era, a half-step supreme of the Desolation Era, he didn't put him in his eyes at all. Moreover, this kind of casual action and attitude clearly showed that he was already used to it. Only this was enough to prove that this person had a great background. It was estimated that the people in contact with his family were all at the Supreme Desolate Era level. Otherwise, how could he be like this now? Even the Supreme Desolate Era, who was at the peak of the 9th stage of the Desolate Era, was completely ignored? Thinking at this point, the thousands of experts trembled again in an instant. They didn't dare to neglect, and immediately responded in a panic. They didn't even care about the purpose of coming out of the Xianxia star area this time. Half of them immediately rushed back to the Xianxia star area to report the situation in advance. And the remaining hundreds of people became more cautious. They bowed slightly, with a smile on their faces, and asked Xian if they would set off immediately. Well, although 10 billion miles is not far, this young master suddenly feels a little tired. Nodding, Xian's face was full of laziness. While speaking, he had already turned around and walked towards the demon dragon carriage. You can lead the way in front. There's no need to rush. This young master still needs a while to massage his body. While speaking, Xian had already entered the front yard of the demon dragon carriage. He sat down on the floor of the front yard, which was covered with a soft fierce beast carpet, and lay down on the snow-white thighs of a maidservant. The other 6 beautiful maidservants gathered around him, one by one, massaging his shoulders and legs attentively. This time, when they returned to the vestibule of the demonic dragon, the fog curtain that originally isolated the interior of the vestibule didn't roll up. Therefore, everything inside was clearly seen by the hundreds of remnant powerhouses in the void outside the vestibule. Everyone's mouth was wide open, and they were dumbfounded. Seeing the scene in front of them, they finally understood the real meaning of the words "enjoy life." This mysterious young master had just walked out of the carriage and had only exchanged a few words. Yet, a 6th-order expert of the primordial era had already become exhausted, and this was the first time he had spoken to the young master. Compared to them, the 5 ancestors of the Almighty Realm in the Flying Cloud star area had been living such a hard life all these years. This kind of big playboy from the left bank star field really couldn't be judged by common sense. Judging from this person's extravagance, perhaps his status in the mysterious forbidden area of the left bank star field was extremely extraordinary. Since he was called young master, It was possible that the elders in his clan were some supreme ninth order experts of the remote antiquity era who were half a step into the heavenly Tao realm. These thoughts flashed through the sea, and the hundreds of experts subconsciously exchanged glances. The corners of their mouths were all twitching, but they didn't dare to disturb the young master at all. After entering the front yard of the Phoenix carriage, the silver-robed young master had closed his eyes and was enjoying life among the 7 beautiful maidservants. They quickly and quietly rushed to the front of the demon dragon carriage. Then, they rushed in the direction of the Xianxia star field, which was 10 billion miles away. As they set off, the 9 black dragons also slowly rose into the air under the command of Xian. They pulled the demon dragon carriage and followed behind these guys, moving forward slowly. At this moment, the hundreds of experts leading the way felt like their hearts were about to collapse. They could have covered the distance of 10 billion miles in the void in a short time, but they didn't know how long it would take for the silver-robed young master in the luxurious Phoenix carriage behind to massage his muscles and bones. So they could only slow down as much as possible, so as not to displease the young master if they arrived early. There were 5 powerful beings from the primordial era in Xianxia star field, and they were all ancestors of the same generation. The most powerful one was Du Dezhong, who had reached the 9th level of the primordial era pinnacle, which meant that he was half a step away from the primordial era pinnacle master. As for Du Dedong, he was at the 7th level of the primordial era pinnacle master. The other 3 were all at the middle level of the primordial era pinnacle master. Du Danan was at the 5th level, and Du Deshi and Du Debei were at the 4th level, 5 powerful beings from the primordial era, 3 at the middle level, 1 at the last level, and 1 at the pinnacle of the primordial era pinnacle master. This alone made Xianxia star field more powerful than the Rainbow Forbidden Land, which had 6 powerful beasts. Of course, he was only slightly stronger than them. Because of the decline of the Rainbow Forbidden Land, Du Dezhong and the other 4 had been very happy in the past half a year. At this moment, the 5 of them were gathered on the giant star where Du Dezhong's cave was located, drinking spirit wine. As for it was at this moment that half of the 1,000 survivors who had left the Red Cloud Galaxy to hunt in the Forbidden Land of Rainbow Supremacy returned in a hurry and reported everything that had happened outside the Forbidden Land of Rainbow Supremacy in detail. What? 9 black dragons, all at the 2nd level of the primordial era pinnacle master? Even the 7 beautiful maids by his side are all extremely beautiful, and their cultivation and power are all at the level of a universe master, a half-step supreme? Even his carriage is a true treasure from the primordial era? And he said that he's going to make the legendary 9-colored godly medicine? And he wants us to go to the edge of Xianxia star field to welcome him? I've never heard of such a scene. Could it be that he's really a playboy from some super powerful star field on the left bank of the Milky Way? After the report, Du Dezhong and the other 4 people were shocked. They all put down the cups in their hands and stood up, looking at each other in disbelief. As for Du Dedong, who was a 7th rank expert from the primordial era, had a trace of lust in the depths of his eyes. He was instantly tempted when he heard that there were 7 beautiful maidservants by the other party's side. Here humans had always been lustful. Although there were countless female cultivators in the palaces on the planet where the cave mansion was located, they were still not satisfied. The way he saw it, this dandy young master from the left bank of the Milky Way would have maids by his side. They were most likely of the highest quality. What was even rarer was that these 7 maids were all universe masters at the 9th level, as they were all universe masters at the 9th level of pinnacle level. This was simply perfect. If he could snatch her away and keep her by his side to serve him, his luck with women would be boundless. However, this matter could only be carried out in secret. At the very least, the news could not be leaked out of the Flying Dawn star region. Otherwise, even though the super-powerful star region behind this person was on the left bank of the Milky Way, if his identity was extraordinary, it would be difficult for him to escape. For example, if the void giant tortoise was a half-step heavenly Tao existence at the 9th stage of the Supreme of the Ancients, it would not be impossible for it to rush to the right bank from the left bank of the Milky Way in a short period of time. Just as Du Dedong was having evil thoughts because of his lust, Du Dezhong also fell into deep thought. There was also a hint of coldness in his eyes. He was a half-step supreme master at the 9th level of the primordial era pinnacle master, and that guy was only at the 6th level of the primordial era pinnacle master. How dare he be so rude and ask the 5 of them to line up outside the Flying Dawn star region to welcome him, even if he was really a dandy from a super powerful star region on the left bank of the Milky Way, so what? This was the right bank of the Milky Way. Wasn't his prestige a bit too far? Du Dejong was already displeased by this point, not to mention that the other party had a primordial treasure, which must have amazing defensive power. Here in addition, just the 9-second level black dragons were already a force to be reckoned with. Now that the end of the primordial era was approaching, this primordial treasure and the 9-second level black dragons were definitely an irresistible temptation for any master in the starry sky. At this moment, the 2 strongest masters among the 5 remnants of the Flying Dawn star region, one was thinking about Yi Xian's 7 beautiful maidservants, the other was thinking about his demonic dragon imperial chariot and the 9 black dragons, and the other 3 were only weaker in cultivation and did not dare to think about it. At this moment, their eyes flickered, and they exchanged glances with each other. Very obviously, the 5 old guys had the same idea. They did not intend to let this dandy from a super powerful star region on the left bank of the Milky Way leave the Flying Dawn star region alive. It seems that we all have the same idea. That's good. After the leader made the decision, Du Dejong turned to look at the other 4 people, nodded and smiled, and settled the matter with one sentence. Following then, he changed the topic and said, however, this matter is not urgent. Let's trick him into the depths of the star region first and find out more about him. After all, we still have to figure out this person's origin. At least we have an idea in our hearts. In addition, he has threatened to refine the legendary 9-colored divine medicine, so it must not be baseless. We have to find out more about him. Maybe this person really has a secret method of refining flesh and blood medicine. How about this? We'll go along with his intentions. Instead of sparring with him on the refinement secret technique of the flesh medicine, we can throw a brick to attract Jade first. It doesn't matter even if we tell him all the secret techniques we know. In any case, he won't be able to escape death today. Moreover, in this way, we can dispel his doubts. If he really has a powerful secret method of refining flesh and blood medicine, we don't have to rush to kill him. Let's try to trick him to get the secret method first. If it doesn't work, we can lure him to that place. At that time, he will be doomed eternally. Speaking up to here, Du Dejong's mouth slowly revealed a cold smile. This senior doesn't believe that in the face of the great terror trapped in that place, he can still be stubborn and not tell us the secret refining method. Hearing this, Du Dedong and the other 3 heaved a sigh of relief. They looked at each other and smiled. Obviously, the 4 of them were very confident about the mysterious place that Du Dejong had mentioned. Let's go. Since it's like this, then we'll lower ourselves to meet that profligate young master from the left bank. After everything was settled, the 5 of them did not hesitate anymore. They immediately rushed out of the star where Du Dejong's cave palace was located. Following behind them were more than 1,000 strong survivors of the Flying Dawn star region. They were all extraordinary in terms of cultivation and strength. They were at least titled Undying. Since they were going to put on a show, they had to put on a good show to avoid arousing the suspicion of the other party. The 5 powerful beings of the remote antiquity era had personally come out of the Flying Dawn star region and rushed to the edge of the star region to welcome the other party. Naturally, they had to take the show into consideration. Xianxia. A faint sound of something breaking through the air rang out. The demon dragon's carriage shot over from the distant void. Through the dense fog curtain that had yet to close, the scene inside could be clearly seen. An imposing young man in a silver robe was lying on the snow-white thighs of a beautiful female cultivator, resting with his eyes closed. On his left and right, there were 6 other beautiful maidservants who were equally peerless in terms of both figure and appearance. They were massaging his shoulders and legs. This scene alone made Du Dejong and the other 4 people's mouths twitch. At this moment, they completely believed the identity of this mysterious young master. He must be a big playboy from a superstar area on the left bank of the Milky Way. Otherwise, such a show of extravagance would be unheard of in the many powerful star areas on the right bank of the Milky Way. Not to mention, just the 7 beautiful maids, who were all at the 9th stage consummation level of a universe master, were extremely rare on the right bank of the Milky Way. It didn't mean that there weren't any 9th stage consummation level female cultivators on the right bank of the Milky Way, which was equivalent to half-supreme level female cultivators, but it was simply impossible to find such a peerless existence. Even if there were 7 of them, it would be difficult to find even one. This was something that the lecherous Devouring had the most right to say. In the star where his cave was located, there were countless palaces, and he had collected a large number of female cultivators from the remnant. There were also stunning existences, and there were quite a number of them. However, none of them could be compared to any of the 7 maids. At this moment, just by glancing at them from a distance of hundreds of millions of miles away, his soul was captivated. However, it was only a burning light that flashed in the depths of his eyes, and it was quickly concealed. On the surface, there was no trace of it. As for Devouring and the other 4 people, at this moment, their gazes had already shifted from Xianxia and the 7 beautiful female cultivators to the luxurious demonic dragon imperial carriage and the 9 black dragons pulling the carriage in front of it. This one imperial carriage was too extravagant. A primordial supreme was indeed extraordinary. Even some primordial supremes on the right bank of the Milky Way didn't have one. Using the 9 black dragons pulling the carriage were even more astonishing. Black dragons were a kind of ferocious space beasts, and they were not uncommon in the various top-class and super-supreme forbidden lands on the right bank of the Milky Way. But however, there weren't many of them either. It was impossible for the right bank of the Milky Way to gather 9 identical black dragons, all of which were at the 2nd level of the Desolation era. Furthermore, the 9 black dragons were so obedient, which made it even more difficult. With such extravagance, even Devouring wouldn't believe that the silver-robed man who was resting with his eyes closed in the front courtyard of the carriage wasn't a hedonistic young master from some super-powerful star region on the left bank of the Milky Way. Even so, he would not change his mind. After all, this was the right bank of the Milky Way, and the silver-robed young master was only a level 6 primordial mighty one. Even with the 9 level 2 black dragons, he was no match for the 5 of them. Only if they were to enter the depths of the flying dawn star system, they were destined to die here. Thinking of this, Devouring and Xianxia subconsciously turned their heads and exchanged a look. There was a cold smile that quickly flashed through their eyes. While at this time, the hundreds of survivors of the flying dawn star area had also arrived in front of them with the demonic dragon's imperial chariot. Whoosh! The demonic dragon abruptly stopped and hung in the void. At this time, Xianxia, who was resting with his eyes closed on the ground of the demonic dragon's front courtyard, opened his eyes, stood up, and walked out of the demonic dragon's carriage with his hands behind his back. Behind him, the 7 gorgeous cultivators followed closely. Their expressions were very cold and arrogant, giving people a feeling that they were unapproachable. "Greetings, fellow Taoists." Xianxia glanced at Devouring and the other 4. He nodded slightly, showing that he was not surprised at all. His tone was also very indifferent. This young master was traveling on the right bank of the Milky Way and accidentally came here. I heard that there was a top star region here, so I wanted to come here and exchange my experience of refining flesh medicine with fellow cultivators. I don't know if I'm being rude? You're being too polite, fellow Taoist. How could we not be interested in the refinement of flesh medicine? Yes, I heard that fellow cultivator wants to refine the legendary 9-colored divine medicine. This matter shocked us very much. Now I'm afraid that we are even more interested than fellow cultivator. Why don't you come to this old man's cave residence and talk about it in detail? Yes, this star region is desolate and is not a place to entertain guests. Fellow cultivator, please. Devouring said. The 5 of them turned their heads and exchanged a look. All of them were very polite with smiles on their faces. They warmly invited Xianxia to enter the depths of the flying dawn star area and talk about it in detail inside the star where their cave residences were located. Although these 5 old guys hid it very well, Xianxia still saw the clues. They seemed to be a little too eager to invite him into the depths of the flying dawn star area. This was obviously a problem. Xianxia was naturally not afraid, but the other party's eager expectation was an opportunity for him to take advantage of. He was worried about how to deceive these 5 old guys to tell him all the secrets of refining flesh medicine they knew. Now it seemed that this was not a problem. Fellow cultivators, this young master doesn't have that much time to drink and chat with you, whoosh. Shaking his head, Xianxia immediately waved his hand. In an instant, a wisp of 8-colored flame the size of a human head shot out from his hand and floated in front of him. This wisp of 8-colored flame was naturally drawn from the 9-colored flame of Xianxia. The 9-colored flame had already entered the peak state of the Xianxia exotic flame, but in fact, if Yixian wanted to, he could draw out one or more colored flames at will. Of course, as the color of the exotic flame decreased, its power would naturally decrease as well. To refine the legendary 9-colored divine medicine, one must have a 9-colored flame. But now, the entire right bank of the Milky Way already knew that the public enemy of the right bank, Bao Yuan, had the Xianxia cauldron, and that the Xianxia exotic flame in the cauldron had already grown to a 9-colored flame. Therefore, if Yixian took out the 9-colored flame now, he would definitely be suspected, but the 8-colored flame was different. Besides the Xianxia exotic flame in the Xianxia cauldron, all kinds of top flames in the world could be fused and refined with each other. Yixian had encountered some powerful ferocious birds and beasts that possessed 2-colored flames or 3-colored flames. Such as today, his identity was still a big dandy from a super powerful star region on the left bank of the Milky Way, and it was reasonable that he had the exotic flame of heaven and earth that had already fused and refined to an 8-colored flame. This young master's exotic flame of heaven and earth has already fused to an 8-colored flame. At this time, seeing that Du Dezhong and the other 5 people were stunned at the same time, Yixian smiled lightly, and then said, "Unfortunately, refining the 9-colored divine medicine requires a 9-colored flame, and this young master's exotic flame of heaven and earth is still a little short, so I want to see if I can find a way to refine the flesh medicine. If the refining secret method of the 5 fellow cultivators is useful to this young master and can make my refining secret method perfect, it naturally doesn't matter if it takes some time." Hiss? It's actually an 8-color flame? Fellow cultivator, you're really extraordinary. In the entire right bank of the Milky Way, except for the infamous violent ape, there is only one supreme master of the remote antiquity at rank 6. The heavenly flame in his hand has already fused to the extent of 6 colors. I didn't expect that one of us could have an 8-colored flame. Could it be that fellow cultivator had previously announced that he wanted to refine the legendary 9-color divine medicine? With the 8-color flame in hand, if his attainments in the secret method of refining flesh and blood medicine are profound, I dare not say 9-color divine medicine, but at least 8-color divine medicine, he can definitely refine it. At this time, Du Dezhong and the other 4 people recovered from the shock. Their expressions changed slightly, and they all gasped and exclaimed softly. At this moment, they no longer had the slightest doubt about the origins of Yixian, who came from a forbidden area on the left bank of the Milky Way. This was because everything in front of them, no matter what, had proven this matter. Because, at the same time, the greed in the hearts of the 5 people also rose to the extreme when they saw Yixian waving his hand and casting out a wisp of 8-color flame. As powerful figures of the remnant, the 5 of them naturally had their own special flames. However, even Du Dezhong, who had reached the peak of rank 9 of the remote antiquity era and was a half-step to the supreme master realm, could only refine 3-colored special flames in his hands. As for the other 4 people, they only had a single flame that they had refined, and it was the same type of flame. Therefore, even if the 5 of them worked together and combined their own special flames to fuse and refine, they would not be able to create a 4-colored flame. Because, what's more, there were all kinds of unique flames, and not all flames could be successfully merged. This was also the reason why multicolor flames were so rare and hard to come by. However, to refine the flesh and blood divine medicine, one would need at least a 7-colored flame. Therefore, even though Du Dezhong had a 3-colored flame, it was impossible for him to refine a 3-colored divine medicine. The best quality flesh and blood medicine he could refine was only a purple gold treasure medicine, and it was the kind with a lighter color. Because, even the purple gold treasure medicine refined by Yixian before he evolved the Xianxia strange flame into a 9-color flame was better than his. Because of this, when they suddenly saw a wisp of 8-color flame in front of them, as powerful figures of the remnant people, it was absolutely false to say that they were not tempted. In this way, their determination to trick Yixian into the Xiafei star field and take advantage of that dangerous place to kill him was even stronger. This was how it was in the universe. As long as the benefits were attractive enough, they would not hesitate even if it was a supreme of the primordial era, let alone a tier 6 powerhouse who came from a superpower on the left bank of the Milky Way. No, they might not even dare to think about it. After all, Yi Xian's left star field was a sixth order, and even if there were 5 of them, they may not be able to capture him easily. What's more, Yi Xian also had 9 black strands, who were also first-order powerhouses. In addition, the place where they were now was only the periphery of the Xiaofei star field. If they attacked here, not only would the news be leaked, but if they made too much noise and attracted other ancient powerhouses or even remote antiquity supreme, then the great benefits in front of them would be divided more or less. This was absolutely unacceptable to them. In any case, they must lure Yi Xian into the depths of the Xiaofei star field and use that place to smoothly kill him and obtain everything in his hands. With these thoughts flashing through their minds, Du Dezhong and the others turned their heads and exchanged a look, instantly reaching a consensus. No matter what, they must first lure Yi Xian back to their nest. Fellow Taoist is really a straightforward person. This old man likes this kind of straightforward personality. The smile on his face was still the same, but halfway through his words, Du Dezhong's tone changed, and he secretly gritted his teeth and said, "Refining divine medicines is also this old man's greatest wish in life. It's just that the heavenly flames in my hands have only been refined to the level of 3-colored flames, and I'm afraid it will take me many years to reach the level of 7-colored flames, which is the lowest level required to refine divine medicines. This was originally a great regret in my heart, but fortunately, I met fellow Taoist today. If I can see fellow Taoist refine divine medicines with my own eyes, even if they are only 8-colored divine medicines and not 9-colored divine medicines, this old man will be satisfied." When he spoke up to hear, he seemed to have suddenly thought of something, and he hesitated briefly before continuing. However, the secret technique of refining the flesh and blood medicine that the 5 of us possess was accumulated and perfected bit by bit through countless years after all. If it's helpful to young brother in refining the divine medicine, I wonder if little friend can refine a furnace of 8-colored divine medicines for the 5 of us? Of course, the flesh and blood materials used to refine the divine medicine and the various top-grade precious herbs will naturally be prepared by us. The latter request was deliberately made by Du Dezhong to dispel Yi Xian's doubts. After all, they did not know each other, and being too polite would definitely arouse suspicion. That's natural. Yi Xian inwardly sneered, but didn't show it on the surface. He immediately nodded and agreed. If the 5 fellow Taoists' secret alchemy techniques can really help this young master refine flesh and blood divine medicine, even if it's not a 9-colored divine medicine, but only a 7-colored or 8-colored divine medicine, at that time, this young master will not go back on his words, and will definitely refine a furnace of divine medicines for the 5 of you as a reward. In that case, it's a deal. Seeing that Yi Xian had taken the bait, Du Dezhong's heart relaxed, and he nodded with a smile. As soon as he finished speaking, he directly waved his hand and shot a ray of light toward Yi Xian. Fellow cultivators, this young master wants to study carefully to see if this secret method of refining divine medicines is helpful. Please wait a moment. Yi Xian caught the faint ray of light and checked it with his divine sense. After confirming that it was not tampered with, he waved his hand and pressed it between his eyebrows. Then, after that, he cupped his fists to Du Dezhong and the others, smiled as a greeting, and then turned around and walked toward the demonic dragon carriage behind him. The 7 beautiful cultivators, including Shizhu and Hitorigami, all followed him. Swoosh, after entering the front yard of the demon dragon's imperial carriage, following Yi Xian's thought, the dense fog curtain that was originally rolled up instantly fell down. As a result, everything in the front yard of the imperial carriage could no longer be seen from the outside. Even if the ancient supreme being used his divine sense to investigate, it would be impossible for him to find anything unless he first destroyed the demon dragon's imperial carriage's domain. But, this demonic dragon carriage was a treasure of the ancients. While it was extremely luxurious, it focused more on its defensive ability. Although it could not be compared with the Shenong cauldron, it was completely impossible for an ordinary supreme being of the ancients to destroy it in a short time. Therefore Yi Xian, who got what he wanted, was not worried at all. After the fog curtain fell, he immediately sat cross-legged in the front yard of the demonic dragon carriage. After all, Du Dezhong and the other 4 were all powerful experts of the Desolation era, especially Du Dezhong himself, whose cultivation strength had reached the peak of the 9th stage of the Desolation era. He was a peak expert, or half-step supreme master. This old monster was an existence that had lived for countless years. In addition, he was a survivor of the Desolation era, and the refinement of flesh and blood medicine had been with him since he was young. Therefore, Du Dijon was naturally very experienced in the refinement of flesh and blood medicine. Although the ball of light that shot out was only a small dot, like a firefly, the amount of information contained in it could be said to be boundless. Look, these 5 old guys were really worried that Xian would not be interested in their refinement and would leave. They had already revealed everything they had, and Xian had benefited from it. After 2 full days of calculation, all the refinement secret methods and experience from Du Dijon were finally fully deciphered. Xian was very excited, because he had a very strong intuition. If the deciphered refinement secret methods and experience originally belonged to Du Dijon were combined with the refinement secret methods that he had already mastered, and perfectly optimized, the refinement secret methods that Xian would obtain would be even more perfect. It was not impossible to refine a supreme divine medicine that surpassed the 9-colored divine medicine. However, this kind of combination would take a long time, and was not something that could be done overnight. After all, it was the combination and optimization of a huge amount of refinement secret methods and experience. If there was the slightest mistake, all the previous efforts would be wasted, and he would have to start all over again. As the saying goes, haste makes waste. This is the logic behind it. Considering this point, Xian immediately withdrew his divine sense, and issued an order to the devouring system in his body, temporarily stopping the derivation of the perfect pill formula of the level 30 heavenly path pellet, and putting all the calculation ability of the system into the fusion and optimization of the perfect refinement secret methods. After doing all this, Xian took a deep breath and fell into deep thought. Now, only 2 days had passed, but the refinement secret methods and experience given by Du Dijon were so vast. If Xian had not used the calculation ability of the devouring system in his body, and coupled with his terrifying divine sense of a 6th-stage expert, he would not have been able to fully comprehend it in 2 days. If he were to go out now, it would only make the other party suspicious. It just so happens that I can make use of this opportunity to refine another cauldron of 9-colored divine medicine in case of emergency. Thinking of this, Xian instantly made his decision. Without any hesitation, he immediately brought the 7 beautiful cultivators into the room from the front of the imperial carriage. Rumble, swish, swish, swish. After entering the room, Xian waved his hand and took out the shrunken Xianxia treasure cauldron. In the next instant, with a thought from him, he directly took out the remains of 108 primordial era creatures from the sealed cave at the bottom of the volcano in the central region. It was precisely the main ingredient used to refine the 9-colored divine medicine, but at the same time, a large amount of top-grade precious materials and medicines were also taken out. There were all kinds of them, too many to count. As for the spring water used to refine medicine, it was just as extravagant this time. Similarly, it was directly replaced with a mixture of innate chilling spirit liquid and netherworld furnace lotion. Boom! Rumble! Swish! Soon, a loud rumbling sound was heard. A cauldron in the form of energy formed by the 9-colored flames of Xianxia quickly rose from the flame pool inside the cauldron. It was pulled out of the Xianxia cauldron by him and suspended in the void in front of a certain valley in the space inside the carriage. Following that, then, there was the sound of the air being torn apart. All the materials that were suspended in the void automatically flew into the cauldron and melted together in the blink of an eye. Swish! Swish, 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 swish. In an instant, Xian's hands fluttered like butterflies. Obscure runes of different colors and shapes fell from his hands like rain, directly entering the 8-colored cauldron in the form of energy. Their momentum was overwhelming, densely packed, and the number was so large that it made one's hair stand on end. Time passed slowly. This time, Xian deliberately slowed down. As he refined medicine, he felt and recalled the secret method of refining medicine that he had comprehended in the past 2 days. Unknowingly, he had already mastered it. After 2 full days, this cauldron of top-grade flesh medicine was finally completed. This time, Xian was the same as last time. Even the body of the cauldron was formed by the pure 9-colored flames of Xianxia, imperceptibly increasing its power. Until in terms of the materials used, it was still the same as last time. The lowest level was at the titled Emperor realm, and nearly half of them were at the quasi-desolation realm. There were even more than a dozen corpses of real desolation realm ferocious beasts. Such as today, this cauldron of flesh medicine was successfully refined. In an instant, there were countless auspicious visions of dragons and tigers leaping, appearing high in the void of the space inside the carriage. Roar. Ong, boom. In the next instant, there was a huge roar, and the 8-colored cauldron in the void in front of them bloomed with infinite light. The phantoms of real dragons and real phoenixes all rushed out of the cauldron, roaring with their necks outstretched. It was a magnificent sight. Immediately afterward, the entire cauldron turned into specks of 9-colored flames in an instant. They were collected by Yi Xian with a wave of his hand and sent into the Shenong cauldron, keeping it in his body. At this time, with the disappearance of the 9-colored flame cauldron, there was only a large pot of 9-colored flesh medicine left in the sky of the valley in front of them, exuding an incomparably strong energy aura. As for its size, it was also as huge as a giant mountain peak. It was even larger than the last cauldron of 9-colored divine medicine refined by Yi Xian. It was definitely enough for a short period of time. 4 days? Counting the time, it's time to waste. After waving his hand and putting away the 9-colored divine medicine refined this time, Yi Xian's eyes flashed with a cold light, and the words in his mouth abruptly stopped in the middle of the sentence. After pondering for a while, he spent another incense stick's worth of time to refine a small cauldron of flesh and blood medicine. This time, he deliberately went easy, and the flesh and blood medicine he refined was not a 9-colored divine medicine, but only 3 colors. There was not a lot of 3-colored divine medicine in this cauldron, only about 10,000 feet in radius. For Yi Xian, refining 3-colored divine medicine was simply a waste of precious flesh materials and all kinds of precious materials. The reason why he refined this small cauldron of 3-colored divine medicine was naturally to deal with Du Dezhong and the other 5 old guys. For example, today, Yi Xian had already obtained the secret alchemy techniques that these 5 old fellows possessed. Originally, he could have directly turned hostile and killed them one after another. However, he could already tell that these 5 old fellows seemed to be certain that they wanted to trick him into the depths of the Xiaofei Star region. If he was not mistaken, they had most likely left some kind of trap in there. They wanted to trick Yi Xian into the depths of the Flying Dawn Star field and then trap him. At this moment, Yi Xian's interest was piqued. He wanted to see what kind of medicine these 5 old fellows were selling in their gourds. Who knows, they might even have some unexpected gains. Hua! La! La! The sound of water splashing could be heard, and the curtains around Mo Long slowly rolled up. Yi Xian stepped out of the curtains, and his face was filled with desolation. This time, the 7 beauties didn't follow him out. Instead, they stayed in the space of Mo Long's carriage. This was because they were about to enter the depths of Xiaofei Star Field, where there was a high possibility of a huge battle breaking out. Although the 7 beauties were all universe masters at the peak of level 9, Du Dezhong and the other 4 were all great beings from the primordial era. Therefore, the 7 beauties were still far from being able to fight the 5 of them head-on. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Sigh, as he walked out of the front yard of the imperial carriage, the loneliness on Yi Xian's face became even more intense. Halfway through his sentence, he faintly sighed and swept his gaze towards Du Dezhong. Fellow Daoist's secret alchemy technique is indeed beneficial to this young master. Within half a day, the space within the room has opened a furnace to refine medicine, and the flesh and blood divine medicine has been refined. Unfortunately, it's not a 9-colored godly medicine. It's not even an 8-colored godly medicine. It's only a 3-colored godly medicine. Xiao, as he spoke, Yi Xian suddenly waved his hand. In an instant, a dazzling ray of light shot out and arrived at the side of the demon dragon. It transformed into a divine medicine of flesh and blood that was tens of thousands of feet in circumference. The 3 colors of green, red, and blue were intertwined. It was indeed a 3-colored divine medicine. However, this 3-colored godly medicine with a radius of 30,000 feet was obviously freshly made. This was something that even emperors could easily tell, let alone the great beings of the primordial era. This was why Yi Xian had specially made a furnace of it. Hence, if he was going to put on a show, he had to go through with it. He didn't lack time anyway. It's indeed a 3-colored godly medicine. Its aura is so fresh, and it's indeed freshly made. 3-colored divine medicine. Although it's a little far from the target, it's still a divine medicine of flesh. Compared to the best quality purple crystal medicine that we can refine, it's much, much more precious. Yes, 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 fellow Taoist, you don't have to be too disappointed. After all, you've only comprehended the secret alchemy method that I just gave you for a few days. Perhaps there are still some things that you haven't completely understood. That's right. You've only just started, and you're already able to make 3-colored godly medicine. In time, you'll definitely be able to make 9-colored godly medicine. Don't be discouraged. How about this, fellow cultivator? Deep in the hinterland of the Xiaofei starfield, there is an ancient ruin. There are some ancient secret alchemy methods in the cave abodes in the form of murals. I've entered it many times before, and I've gained something every time. With your talent and attainments in pill making, you'll definitely gain something if you can enter it. When the time comes, we won't ask you to refine a cauldron of 9-colored divine medicine for us. Even if we can obtain a cauldron of 5-colored divine medicine or 6-colored divine medicine, it would be worth it for us to help you. Ancient ruin? There is actually an ancient alchemy secret method that was preserved in the form of a mural? Hearing this, Xian sneered in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. Instead, his eyes lit up, and he looked like he was instantly tempted. Whoosh, as soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand and put away the huge 3-colored godly medicine in the void beside him. He even put away the demonic dragon floating in the void behind him. Big, with a wave of his hand, he immediately continued, I came from the left bank this time to travel the right bank of the Milky Way in order to find such an opportunity to improve my pill-making attainments quickly. Since there's such a place in the depths of Xiaofei Star Field, of course, we can't miss it. Halfway through, Xian immediately laughed, don't worry, after entering the ancient ruin and completing the comprehension, I'll definitely refine a furnace of flesh godly medicine for each of you. Although I can't guarantee that it'll be 5-colored or 6-colored, at least 4-colored godly medicine, I'll definitely not disappoint you. Xian also feigned ignorance and pushed the boat along with the current. At this moment, he purposely appeared anxious in order to dispel the doubts in the other party's heart. Sure enough, when they heard Xian's words, they were obviously impatient to see him again. Du Dezhong and the others exchanged glances without leaving a trace, and their faces instantly filled with smiles. Especially after seeing Xian put away the demon dragon imperial chariot, the last bit of worry in the hearts of the 5 old fellows completely disappeared. The 9 black dragons pulling the chariot in front of the demonic dragon were all existences in the early stage of the Desolate Era. Although their cultivation wasn't very strong, they had the advantage in numbers. There were 9 of them. If they were to attack Xian, once these 9 black dragons in the early stage of the Desolate Era joined in, it would more or less increase the difficulty. The possibility of accidents would also skyrocket because of this. But now, the demonic dragon had been put away by Xian. In their opinion, as long as they could successfully trick the other party into that place and catch him off guard and fall into a predicament, they were afraid that it would be too late to summon the 9 black dragons to join in the battle. In this way, their chances of successfully capturing Xian would be at least 70%. While they were thinking, the 5 old men exchanged a few more pleasantries with Xian. Then, Du Dezhong changed the topic and brought up the topic of business. He immediately led Xian into the depths of the Xiaofei Star region. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh, in the void, a sharp sound broke through the air. This was already the depths of the Xiaofei Star region. From the periphery of the star region to here, they had already traveled more than 100 billion miles. A few streaks of light streaked across the void. It was Xian, Du Dezhong, and the other 4. The 5 old men led the way in front, while Xian followed behind them about 10,000 miles away. After moving forward for another half an incense stick of time, Du Dezhong and the other 4 who were leading the way suddenly came to a halt in midair. A dark light flashed in Xian's eyes as he secretly raised his guard. Fellow Taoist, on the surface of that abandoned planet hundreds of millions of kilometers up ahead, there is a massive abyss canyon. Deep within the canyon are the ancient ruins that I was just talking about. Xian arrived behind them, and the 5 of them turned their heads at the same time. Du Dezhong had a smile on his face, and as he spoke, he raised his finger and pointed towards the void more than 100 million kilometers to the right. There was indeed an enormous abandoned star that could be seen. I didn't expect there to be an ancient ruin in such a place. If it weren't for the 5 of you, I'm afraid this young master would never have thought of it. Yi Xian smiled faintly and replied casually. At the same time, he quickly extended his divine sense and reached the surface of the abandoned star hundreds of millions of miles away in the blink of an eye. Below. Yi Xian had long seen that Du Dezhong and the other 4 had set up some kind of trap in the depths of the Xiafei star region to harm him. They seemed to be confident and had a well-thought-out plan. But, Yi Xian wasn't afraid in the slightest. However, as he followed the 5 old fellows to the depths of the Xiafei star region, he thought of all sorts of possibilities. However, he never would have thought that the other party's so-called arrangement was actually related to his devouring avatar. Since, after Yi Xian entered the Hongmeng Void, the devouring avatar had left alone. Although there were countless experts in the Hongmeng Void, and even supreme existences at the level of the primordial supreme, Yi Xian was not worried about the safety of the devouring avatar. Dang, in the beginning, when his cultivation was still very weak, he had stirred up an amazing scene in the territory of the Tenju Celestial Palace of the Third Universe, which was one of the 3 main planes of the starry sky. Most importantly, in the end, not only was he fine, but he also experienced many difficulties and grew rapidly. Although the devouring treasured body was one of his perfect avatars, this avatar was extremely special. The treasured body was formed by refining a piece of innate devouring divine crystal. It was extremely sturdy and difficult to destroy. Furthermore, it had the ability to self-repair. However, what was even more abnormal was his devouring talent. He could plunder and devour almost all kinds of energy. This was extremely terrifying. In a special environment like the Hongmeng Void, the devouring avatar's growth speed must be extremely shocking. It was not an exaggeration to say that it was like a fish in water. Right because of this, Yi Xian had decided to let the devouring avatar leave and grow alone. After all, the growth path of the original body and the devouring avatar was different. The growth of the original body was more complicated, while the devouring avatar only needed to devour all kinds of energy to strengthen itself. However, since the devouring avatar left, Yi Xian had not disappeared. Until today, after dozens of years in the Hongmeng Void, he finally saw the devouring avatar again. However, this was not the reason why Yi Xian's expression suddenly changed at this moment. After all, when Yi Xian suddenly saw the devouring avatar that he had been separated from for dozens of years, no matter how surprised he was, his face should be filled with surprise. But, now, his face was filled with shock, incomparable shock. Cause for the devouring treasure body, there was clearly a problem. This was something that Yi Xian didn't even need to investigate. He instantly understood. Suaz's perfect doppelganger, Yi Xian's original body and the treasured devourer body could sense each other within a certain distance. As the cultivation base of Yi Xian's original body and the treasured body of devouring grew stronger, the distance between them grew further and further. Namely, even without the treasured devourer body's current strength, Yi Xian's original body, in the ninth transformation of the demonic ape, already possessed the terrifying cultivation of a primordial sixth-stage mighty figure. In with the support of such a cultivation base, he could instantly sense the existence of the treasured devourer body within 100 billion miles. Similarly, the treasured devourer body could also sense the existence of Yi Xian within such a distance. It was a kind of vague connection between the original body and the perfect clone. It was extremely profound, and it was impossible for any accidents to occur. However, the truth was that Yi Xian still couldn't sense the existence of the treasured devourer body until he was only 100 million miles away from the abandoned planet where the treasured devourer body was located. Directly when he took the initiative to extend his divine sense and enter the interior of the abandoned planet, he finally captured the familiar aura of the treasured devourer body. This was obviously abnormal, and the only explanation was that the treasured devourer body was not in the right state. Something had happened. Brain as these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian almost instantly understood the vicious plan that Du Dezhong and the other old men had in mind. No one knew his treasured devourer body better than him. What Du Dezhong and the other old men were relying on was obviously the treasured devourer body's ability to devour all kinds of energy. This was really ridiculous. They actually wanted to use his clone to devour his original body. In other words, they wanted to use his original body to fall into the trap of being devoured to threaten him. Although it was ridiculous, with Yi Xian's understanding of his treasured devourer body, He had to admit that the five old men's plan was actually very mature and perfect. No wonder they were so sure and so confident. If it were anyone else, not to mention a stage 6 mighty figure, even a stage 9 perfection mighty figure from the remote antiquity would be caught off guard. They would be trapped in the devouring vortex that the treasured devourer body had unconsciously shown, and would not be able to extricate themselves. However, Yi Xian was an exception. This had nothing to do with cultivation strength. It was only because the treasured devourer body was his clone, and he was the real original body. These five old men actually wanted to use his clone's treasured devourer body to deal with his original body. Brain as these thoughts flashed through his mind, Yi Xian almost cried because of their stupidity. At the same time, the anger in his heart became more and more intense. Because he did not know how his devourer body had come to this Xiaofei star field and was trapped in this abandoned star in front of him. However, all of this must have something to do with these five old men in front of him. They really did not know what was good for them. They had not even settled their grudges with his original body, and now they had provoked his clone. Moreover, to a certain extent, the five old men had already succeeded in dealing with his devouring doppelganger. The devourer body was now in an abnormal state. Yi Xian could not feel the fluctuations of his consciousness. It was as if he was completely asleep, or his soul was destroyed. This was proof of this. It would be fine if they were to fall into a deep slumber. However, if these five old fellows were to use some unknown method to destroy his devouring doppelganger, leaving behind only the devouring treasured body, then the enmity between them would be huge. Because, even if these five old men were killed on the spot, it would not be enough to relieve Yi Xian of the hatred in his heart. However, he was still not sure what the real situation was, but at least, with the discovery of the devourer body, Yi Xian had changed his mind. It was just that he'd already lost interest in feigning civility with these five old fellows. At this moment, Yi Xian was already prepared to suddenly fall out with them. The power within his body was secretly pushed to the limit, and he could attack at any time. Fellow cultivator, look at your sudden change of expression. Could it be that you have found something unusual? At this moment, the five old men leading the way in front clearly noticed Yi Xian's strange state. The five of them secretly exchanged a look. Du Dezhong, who had the strongest cultivation, had a faint light flashing in his eyes. With a smile on his face, he immediately looked at Yi Xian and asked. There seems to be something wrong with the abandoned star in front of us. There seems to be something wrong with the abandoned star in front of us, sneering in his heart, Yi Xian said as he pointed to the abandoned star in front of him. Let's not talk about whether there is the ancient relic you mentioned, but at least, there is a devouring treasure body refined from the natural devouring crystal inside, and it is obviously not in a good condition. If one were to enter by mistake without knowing anything, one would be caught off guard and be trapped by the devouring vortex formed outside the treasure body. It seems that you are up to no good. Are you trying to trick me into coming here, and then use the devouring vortex to trap me? When they heard this, the expressions of Du Dezhong and the other four changed. They sucked in cold breaths and cried out involuntarily, "Impossible, how do you know it so clearly? We have arranged layers of concealment arrays around the innate devouring treasure body. Unless you enter it, it is impossible to explore it with your divine sense." "Humph, so what if you found it? Now that we're here, it's already too late. Originally, I wanted to take action later, but now it seems that you are tired of living and can't wait any longer. Take action immediately and force him into the abandoned star in front of you." Roar. "Boy, today, you are dead." After the last sentence was shouted, the five old guys instantly turned hostile. Their faces became extremely ferocious, and they shot toward Yi Xian from 5 different directions. "You are still so stubborn. I am really speechless." Yi Xian shook his head and sighed. A trace of disdain flashed through his eyes. Facing the 5 old fellows that shot over at the same time, there wasn't the slightest bit of panic on his face. He still calmly stood on the spot and mocked. "Do you know why the Star Lord knows so much about this? Because the devouring treasure body in the abandoned star in front of us is my devouring avatar. I haven't been looking for it for a long time, but I didn't expect to meet it here today. All this is really a coincidence, and it is all destined." "What? That's impossible. That devouring treasure body is your avatar?" It seems that we can't let you live today. That's right, your devouring avatar abandoned its physical body when it was trapped by the five of us and escaped with its divine soul. Even the devouring avatar that was left behind has caused the five of us to use all kinds of methods. Even after more than a decade, we still haven't been able to obtain it. How could such a thing happen? Today, we will settle everything. The expressions of the five old men changed again, and they subconsciously cried out in alarm, but their figures did not stop at all. Instead, the surging aura in their bodies became even more intense, and the killing intent in their bodies became even stronger. He was actually forced to abandon his devouring treasured body and leave by himself? Hearing this, Xian's eyes became even colder, and murderous intent instantly burst out of his body, and he shouted, "In that case, today's matter, it is even more impossible to resolve. Just as you said, new and old grudges, today, we will settle them all." Roar. As soon as he finished speaking, Xian's body instantly expanded, and in less than half a breath, he had already reached a size of 60 million kilometers. The violent ape form instantly appeared, and a punch was thrown towards Du Debay, who was rushing over from the right at an extremely fast speed. Rumble. In the next moment, with the appearance of the violent ape form, the complete night transformation of the 9-demon ape transformation bloodline ability was instantly revealed. Although Xian's cultivation was still at the 6th level of the Desolate Era. However, due to the boundless and terrifying power of blood and qi within his 60 million kilometer long body, which boosted his cultivation by 1 level, his true battle prowess was already comparable to that of a rank 7 mighty figure. While Du Debay, who was rushing at him from the right, was only at the 4th level of the Desolate Era. He was not a match for Xian at all, and could not even withstand a full blow from him. What happened next was no surprise. Bang! Almost in the next moment, a huge roar sounded from the void, and Du Debay's entire body, which was rushing at him, exploded in an instant. Through the ground exploded into a bloody mist, and then spread out. Swish! Catching the enemy off guard, killing him in one blow was simply a one-hit kill. No, without any hesitation, the violent ape immediately waved its hand, and an incomparably majestic invisible force swept out from its body, enveloping a radius of 10 million kilometers. Just the blood mist that had just spread out was swept up in an instant, turning into a majestic waterfall of vitality that pierced through the sky like a rainbow, and nimbly entered the violent ape's body. After all, it was the blood mist formed by the explosion of the body of a Desolate Era expert. Although it could not be sent into the Shinnon cauldron like the ferocious beasts, Xian did not plan to waste it. If, now that he had collected it, he would return to the Origin Nest base camp later. There was still an army of 10 million ferocious beasts there. This blood mist could be used as a flesh and blood resource. If he threw it to those ferocious beasts to devour, there would be some benefits. Everything happened so fast that Du Dejong and the other three did not have time to react. By the time they came back to their senses, Du Debay had already been blown apart by Xian's punch. He had completely fallen, and his body and soul had been completely destroyed. Not even a strand of hair was left behind. Such a shocking change caused Du Dejong and the other three to stop abruptly midway, almost like a conditioned reflex. Then, the 4 old men's expressions changed wildly, and they finally came back to their senses, understanding what had happened. Inverted, as they gasped, earth-shattering roars came out of their mouths in an instant, resounding throughout the vast and boundless flying cloud star region. What happened? Our 5th brother was blown into a bloody mist with one punch. Hiss. Violent ape? How did this hedonistic young master from the left bank suddenly become that damnable starry sky ferocious ape? A conspiracy. Everything is a conspiracy. We've been tricked. What playboy from the left bank? It's all a lie. This guy is that damned ferocious ape. I was careless for a moment and was deceived by him. He directly killed our 5th brother. This old man is unwilling to accept this. Screech. Boss, let's go quickly. This ferocious ape is no small matter. Even the 6 almighty ferocious beasts in the honored Rainbow Forbidden Land were no match for him. Now that there are only 4 of us left, we definitely can't beat him. Let's not belittle ourselves. Our 5th brother has just died, and you want to run away? Don't you want to take revenge for such a deep blood feud? Let it go just like that? This old man can't swallow this resentment. The ferocious ape is difficult to deal with, but so what? After all, he's just a sixth-order almighty. Even if we can't kill him, can he kill this old man? Don't forget, this old man is an almighty from the antiquity era, a supreme existence who is half a step away from the supreme stage. As long as that void tortoise doesn't appear, what can this ferocious ape do to me? Screech. End of chapter 46:29. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.